In this gamified world, a young man who has traveled through time stands at the crossroads of fate. A single career change will determine whether he ascends to the heavens or plummets into the abyss. At the plaza of Zhangyang City's #1 high school in the Yunchuan province of the Tunglong Empire, a mysterious and ancient career-changing formation radiates a soft white glow. At the center of the formation, a 10-meter-tall origin pillar stands like a divine sword reaching the heavens, waiting for 1,000 students to step forward and embrace their destinies. The expressions of the senior students vary greatly. Some are rubbing their hands in anticipation, eager to begin. Others are restless with anxiety, unable to stay calm. And a few seem indifferent, resigned to their fate. Among them, Chen Yu stands quietly, his gaze fixed on the majestic career-changing formation, his eyes reflecting a mixture of expectation and unease. 16 years ago, the arrival of the game world changed everything. Just as humanity was on the brink of venturing into the stars, the entire blue planet was assimilated. From the age of 16, every human could access a player attribute panel. By defeating monsters, completing quests, and clearing dungeons, they could level up and gain extraordinary powers. However, the arrival of the game world not only brought opportunities but also unleashed gods, demons, endless monsters, and invaders from other realms. Even the most powerful professionals, capable of flying through the skies and moving mountains, could only carve out humanity's survival space through blood and fire. An elderly man with white hair and beard stands before the crowd. It is the principal, Jiang Tianming. As a level 200, 4th-tier elemental mage who once defeated a hell demon in direct combat, his presence immediately stirs a wave of excitement among the students. Students, you have learned all you need to. The path ahead is yours to tread. Whether you achieve greatness or languish in mediocrity, the choice is yours, Jiang Tianming says, pressing his hands downward to calm the crowd. I now declare the career-changing ceremony officially begins. 5 professional formation masters, all at least level 100, swiftly take their positions, forming a pentagram array. In an instant, the career-changing formation bursts into dazzling light, illuminating the faces of every student equal parts eager and anxious. Chen Yu stands in line, his heart racing. This career change is far more critical than the college entrance exams of his past life. Though failure is not an option, careers are divided into combat and non-combat life categories. Without a strong family background, being assigned to a life profession almost guarantees a lifetime of mediocrity. Chin, what are you zoning out for? With your grades, how could you end up in a life profession? Teasley way from behind. You know grades have little to do with career assignments, Chen Yu replied with a wry smile. Despite consistently ranking first in his grade, there was no guarantee of his career path. Still, he held on to some hope. Though his parents had passed away early, they were both combat professionals. In this world, career adaptability is often hereditary, which meant he might have a chance at securing a combat profession. Number 1. Song Hairue. At Jiang Tianming's call, the first student nervously stepped toward the origin pillar. Enveloped in white light, his attribute panel soon displayed. Profession warrior. I did it. I'm a combat professional. Song Huerue laughed maniacally, his joy uncontrollable until a teacher escorted him back to the line. TCH, it's just a common warrior, someone muttered sourly. Ha, even a common warrior is still a combat profession. Can you guarantee you won't end up in a life profession? Someone immediately retorted, leaving the complainer speechless. Next, Lei Gaojun, Principal Jiang Tianming continued. Lei Gaojun was called up and immediately stepped forward, his stride steady and his demeanor composed. He stood in stark contrast to his classmate Song Hueri, a top student, who consistently ranked at the top of the class, while Song Huerue perpetually lingered at the bottom. The light flickered within the job transfer array, and the result left everyone in shock. Profession. Blacksmith? How is that possible? How could I end up with a life profession? Lei Gaojuan's face turned pale instantly, his voice trembling with disbelief. Classmate, life professions are still part of the professional system. You can shine in your own way, the teacher beside him gently reassured. Lei Gaojun nodded mechanically and returned to his seat, despondent. At this moment, the once dismissed Song Wiruano, a warrior, patted him on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Blacksmiths are actually highly valued in life professions. Who knows, I might need to rely on your crafted equipment to get by someday. Thanks. Lei Gaojun managed a weak smile. Fate was playing tricks on him. Once the exemplary student, he now found himself comforted by the class underdog. The job transfer ceremony continued. Wang Wei, Li Zhongping. Names were called one after another. Hey, old Chen, what profession are you hoping for? Li Wei asked with a grin. I think healer sounds pretty good, Chen Yu replied. I could team up with warrior or night girls for leveling up, and in a critical moment, I could pull off a heroic save and maybe win someone's heart. He paused before adding, but honestly, any combat profession works for me. You know my family isn't well off. I have to rely on myself for everything. By now, Over 300 people had completed their job transfers, with about 50 receiving combat-related professions. This ratio gave Chen Yu some relief, but Principal Jiang Tianming's expression grew increasingly grim. Although the number of combat professionals was decent, they were all basic professions like warriors, archers, and knights. Not a single mutation profession had appeared, let alone a hidden one. Next up, Su Miaoyue. Jiang Tianming's voice suddenly rose a notch. A stunning young woman with an air of elegance stepped gracefully into the array. Principal Jiang, is there something special about this student? The array master asked, noticing the principal's unusual reaction. She's the second highest ranked student in her grade and comes from a family of professionals. If anyone still has a chance at obtaining a hidden profession this year, it's her. The crowd erupted into murmurs. It's Su Miaoyue, the school beauty. Second in the Gradeshes got to at least land a mutation profession. I bet on a hidden profession. Meanwhile, someone muttered under their breath, if she ends up with the worst life profession, maybe ID still have a chance to pursue her. At this moment, Su Miaoyue was walking toward the job transfer array. Li Wei immediately turned to Chen Yu, winking and nudging. Look, your dear Ye is up there. If she really gets a hidden class, won't that put a ton of pressure on you? What does that have to do with me? Chen Yu scoffed. Instead of worrying about others, you might as well focus on yourself. As prominent figures in the school, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue were constantly compared by others. Chen Yu consistently held the top spot in the grade with his unmatched academic performance, while Su Miaoyue followed closely behind. Paired with Chen Yu's striking looks and Su Miaoyue's reputation as the school beauty, the two were a perpetual topic of gossip. However, in reality, their interactions were few and far between. Su Miaoyue gently placed her hand on the pillar of origin. In an instant, the job transfer array erupted in dazzling light. The pillar of origin gleamed with a metallic luster as a radiant beam shot skyward, forming the phantom of a massive sword in the air. Clang! A clear, resonant sword hum echoed throughout the venue, causing everyone to involuntarily hold their breath. What the heck is that? Shows how much attention you pay in class. That's called a phenomenon. It only happens during a hidden class transfer. So, Su Miaoyue got a hidden class? Obviously. Do you think a normal class would cause such a spectacle? The sword-shaped phantom transformed into a stream of light and merged into Su Miaoyue's body. A notification appeared. Class. Sword Immortal Hidden. A flicker of delight crossed Su Miaoyue's face. She straightened her posture, her gaze sharp and provocative as she looked at Chen Yu. I may not be able to beat you in academics, but that's just academics. In this world, achievements ultimately depend on one's class. Let's see what kind of show you'll put on during your job transfer. As the newest member of a prestigious lineage of professionals, losing to a student from an ordinary background in academics was a deep humiliation for Su Miaoyue. What made it worse was the constant gossip pairing her and Chen Yu romantically. Now, with her hidden class, she finally found a chance to hold her head high. The students in the audience turned their eyes to Chen Yu, whispering among themselves. Su Miaoyue's admirers secretly hoped Chen Yu would end up with a lackluster class, paving the way for his downfall. Congratulations, congratulations. The array master beamed as he spoke to Jiang Tianming. As expected of Principal Jiang Yovie, nurtured yet another student with a hidden class. Oh, no, this is all due to the student's own hard work and luck. What does it have to do with an old man like me? Jiang Tianming chuckled heartily, though he still maintained a modest demeanor. Afterward, more than 100 students completed their job transfers, but it seemed as though all the good fortune had been used up by Su Miaoyue. There were no mutated classes, no hidden classes, and even the proportion of combat-related classes saw a noticeable decline. Next, Chen Yu. Hearing his name, Chen Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, took a deep breath and stepped confidently toward the job transfer array. As Chen Yu passed by Principal Jiang Tianming cast him a look filled with encouragement and expectation. Chen Yu's expression remained calm as he walked steadily into the job transition formation. Is this kid one of your top candidates at first high school? The formation master standing beside Jiang Tianming glanced at Chen Yu and asked. That's right. He's the top student in our grade. Jiang Tianming replied without hesitation. Principal Jiang, I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but you must understand academic performance is one thing, and a profession is another, the formation master said with a tone of caution. Jiang Tianming gazed at Chen Yu's back and responded softly. In terms of talent and family background, he may not compare to Su Miaoyue, who comes from a family of battle professionals. But when it comes to academics, he's always been able to surpass her. His determination in learning is something even I greatly admire. If he can secure a good profession, he'll undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Is that so? Then let me congratulate you in advance on producing 2 outstanding talents this year, Principal Jiang, the formation master said with a smile, though he was inwardly surprised. As someone who had encountered countless prodigies, Jiang Tianming rarely gave such high praise to a student. At that moment, a sudden burst of intense light erupted from the job transition formation. Both men turned their heads simultaneously, only to see vibrant green branches full of life sprouting continuously from the jade-like pillar of origin. An anomaly. It's a mutated profession, Jiang Tianming exclaimed with joy. Professions were broadly categorized into combat and lifestyle types, and further divided by rarity into common, mutated, and hidden professions. Common professions were the most widespread. Mutated professions were rare, specialized evolutions of common ones, with 1 in 1,000 odds and far greater potential and power. Hidden professions were even rarer, appearing in only 1 out of 10,000. During the transition to a mutated profession, the pillar of origin would display phenomena corresponding to the profession's traits, while hidden professions would manifest a condensed representation of the laws of the world. Surrounded by the dreamlike green radiance, Chen Yu finally felt his tightly wound nerves relax. At the very least, he had obtained a mutated professione ticket to the pinnacle of the professional world. Moments later, the phenomenon dissolved into light and merged into his body, and his professional attribute panel materialized. Chen Yu immediately chose to view it. Name: Chen Yu. Profession: planter mutation level 10. Strength: 12. Agility: 13. Constitution: 15. Spirit: 20. Passive ability: planting space LV1 activates a personal planting space capable of nurturing plant life. Upon each job transition, one ordinary plant can be designated as a life-bound plant and instantly mature. Skills: accelerated growth LV1 slightly increases the growth rate of plant life. Plant enhancement LV1 boosts all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds. Cooldown: 500 seconds. Planter Chen Yu's expression darkened slightly. While it was true that planter was a mutated profession and classified as a combat profession, research indicated that it originated as a mutation of the lifestyle profession of farmer. Its traits leaned more toward agriculture than combat. Among the various mutated professions, the planter is often referred to as the fodder factory. This nickname stems from its unique occupational trait. Planters typically select plants with nurturing capabilities as their core life plant, cultivating a large number of subsidiary life forms in their planting space almost instantaneously for combat purposes. However, compared to summoners, the subsidiary plant life of planters is generally weaker. Even a low-level creature often requires an entire group of subsidiary life forms to take it down. What's more frustrating is that once these subsidiary life forms are depleted, the core life plant must regenerate them, a process that is excruciatingly slow. Additionally, cultivating combat-ready plants consumes a massive amount of resources, making planters more akin to a support profession capable of entering the battlefield, with combat strength that often lags behind even regular combat professions. As Chen Yu pondered these challenges, the attribute panel before him suddenly flickered, revealing a special attribute. Talent: absolute enhancement supreme grade. Effect: allows the absolute enhancement of any target, including but not limited to life forms, objects, skills, and talents. Special note: features an exceptionally long natural cooldown period. Once activated, it cannot be altered. Use with caution. This is my golden cheat. Chen Yu immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this talent. In this world, every professional awakens a talent upon transitioning into their profession. These talents vary widely and can enhance combat abilities, accelerate growth, or provide unique powers. While professions are publicly displayed during the transition, talents are as private as one's most intimate secret and are never disclosed lightly. Talents are typically classified into 5 levels: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. But supreme grade? Chen Yu had never even heard of such a thing. It was clearly far beyond the mythical level. After careful consideration, Chen Yu decided to use this powerful talent where it would have the most impact. He first attempted to enhance the entire planter profession, only to receive a system notification. The profession is a complex system comprising many elements. Enhancing the entire profession would affect all planters, significantly diluting the effect. After weighing his options, Chen Yu focused on the core of the planter profession, the passive skill, planting space. As soon as he made his decision, the attribute panel fluctuated again. The original passive skill disappeared, replaced by a line of radiant text. Passive skill: supreme sacred soil. Effect: opens a realm of supreme sacred soil, where plant life cultivated within is significantly enhanced. Upon each profession transition, one plant can be designated as the core life plant, which will undergo ultimate evolution and reach full maturity instantly. As the enhancement was completed, the planting space connected to Chen Yu's consciousness underwent a dramatic transformation. The once small, dark area of barely 10 square meters expanded instantly into a vast expanse spanning a kilometer in radius. It was bathed in radiant, mysterious light, with an enigmatic aura flowing endlessly across this sacred land. A grand, vivid scene unfolded before Chen Yu's eyes. A towering, ancient tree rose from the ground, its sprawling branches weaving through the chaotic void. Each leaf seemed to carry an entire universe within it. A mesmerizing sea of crimson flowers stretched out into a path of reincarnation, where countless gods, demons, and saints wandered aimlessly, lost on this endless road without a beginning or end. In the sacred land, a single blue lotus swayed gently, its budding flower appearing to nurture infinite chaotic realms within. It's done, Chen Yu exclaimed inwardly, snapping out of the vision with a surge of excitement. However, he quickly realized he would need some plant seeds to test the unparalleled potential of this sacred soil. While he was lost in thought, a light tap on his shoulder brought him back to reality. Looking up, he saw Principal Jiang Tianming gazing at him with a regretful expression. Chen Yu, first of all, congratulations on transitioning to a mutated profession, Jiang Tianming said, his expression soon shifting to a warm, encouraging smile. This path may be more challenging, but I believe in you. You won't give up, will you? Thank you, Principal Jiang. Chen Yu replied earnestly. As a student who had lost his parents at a young age, he deeply appreciated the principal's ongoing care and support. Chen Yu, come to my office after the ceremony, Jiang Tianming said after a brief pause. Chen Yu nodded in agreement and turned back to join the class lineup. Although the transition ceremony was still ongoing, nearly all eyes were on him. Some mocked the top student in the grade for ending up as a planter, some expressed pity that such talent hadn't been granted a stronger profession, while others envied the stability and security that came with his future career. Amid the murmurs, Chen Yu's expression remained calm and composed. At that moment, Li Wei's name was called. He glanced at Chen Yu, seemingly wanting to say something, but had to step toward the transition array with a nervous look. Relax, whether you face it head-on or avoid it, it's the same outcome, Chen Yu said with a smile. I was going to comfort you, but now you're the one comforting me? Wait, is that how you're supposed to comfort someone? Li Wei muttered as he walked into the array. A flash of light followed, and Li Wei was assigned the profession of shield warrior. However, when he returned to the lineup, his expression was far from cheerful. A combat profession, what's so bad about that? Why do you look so glum? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. Okay, yeah, right. Li Wei couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, shield warriors were nothing more than punching bags. Compared to knights, who not only charged into battle, but were also the white knights in shining armor in the hearts of the girls, he felt even more frustrated. Just then, a short-haired, confident-looking girl lightly poked him on the back. Zhao Tian, what's up? Li Wei turned around and asked. Next week, the school will open up the beginner dungeon. Want to form a team together? I'm a mage super high damage output, Zhao Tian said enthusiastically. And me. I'm an archer. Another girl from the class next door chimed in, joining the conversation. I'm a healer. Support type. Really strong heals. A timid girl whispered softly. Li Wei glanced at her and couldn't help but admit to himself that her healing power was indeed quite impressive. It wasn't just the girls. The boys also crowded around, eager to team up with him. Li Wei struggled to deal with all the requests. What the heck is going on? Why am I suddenly so popular? Li Wei wiped at non-existent sweat, looking utterly confused. That's what you get for not paying attention in class, Chen Yu said with a laugh. In a team of professionals, the main tank who can reliably take hits and protect teammates is the real core. Especially shield warriors, who can not only defend but also support their allies. Tanks like that are even more sought after than mages. I mean, who wouldn't want a dependable teammate who can step up and take a hit for you in critical moments? The career-changing ceremony was nearing its end, and students of different classes began forming small groups on their own. Combat professionals were busy organizing teams, while life profession students searched for complementary partners, such as farmers pairing with chefs, alchemists, or miners teaming up with blacksmiths. Li Wei, meanwhile, found himself surrounded by classmates, all discussing team formations. After Principal Jiang Tianming announced the end of the ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed in small groups. Chen Yu, however, followed Jiang Tianming to the principal's office. Take a seat. Give me a moment, Jiang Tianming said, gesturing to the couch. A moment later, he returned with a wooden box, placing it in front of Chen Yu. Inside, neatly arranged, were 5 seeds and several crystals. Jiang Tianming explained. This is a seed for a nurturing-type plant Lithian elf tree. The other 4 are seeds for combat-type plants, along with some fire element magic crystals. An elf tree. Chen Yu looked at the principal in surprise. That's right. It's one of the most sought-after types among ordinary plant life. It doesn't have a fixed attribute, and can produce small elf spirits of different elements depending on the energy it's fed. Jiang Tianming smiled and said, consider this my investment in you. If you make something of yourself in the future, remember to repay this favor. Even if I'm no longer around, look after my descendants. Take these back and cultivate them carefully. For next week's dungeon, just find a random team to gain some experience. Try to develop your combat power before the college entrance exams. The resources in university are far better than in high school. Your path won't be easy, and this is the best I can do to help you. Mr. Jiang. Chen Yu took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the wooden box. Please trust Mei won't let you down. Jiang Tianming waved his hand dismissively. All right, no need for more words. Off you go. Understood. Holding the wooden box tightly, Chen Yu turned and left the principal's office. In a secluded and deserted place, Chen Yu eagerly planted 5 seeds into the supreme sacred soil. In an instant, 5 tender sprouts broke through the ground and began growing at an astonishing speed. This rate of growth far surpassed what plants in ordinary cultivators' spaces could achieve, leaving Chen Yu secretly astonished. The attribute panels of the 5 plants appeared simultaneously before him. 1 fairy tree and 4 striking vines, all in a state of evolution. While the striking vines were among the more combat-capable plant species of the ordinary level, they paled in comparison to the fairy tree, which had the potential to nurture subordinate life forms and was far superior in capability. With his plans already in mind, Chen Yu unhesitatingly designated the fairy tree as his lifebound plant. This decision triggered a remarkable transformation. The previously slender sapling instantly surged in size, growing into a colossal tree with a trunk over 10 meters in diameter and towering several hundred meters high. From its trunk, starting dozens of meters above the ground, countless branches extended wildly in all directions, soon enveloping the entire supreme sacred soil in dense, verdant shade. A rich, vibrant aura of life manifested as specks of green light, circulating throughout the sacred space. The attribute panel updated instantly. This was no longer an ordinary fairy tree but had evolved into a world tree, reaching an unprecedented supreme grade. The world tree now possessed 3 extraordinary abilities. First, endless growth. The world tree could grow indefinitely, absorbing various forms of energy as nourishment, ceaselessly expanding. Second, breath of life. It continuously emitted healing energy, prioritizing the nourishment of the sacred soil's owner. Third, primordial mother. It could nurture corresponding primordial spirits based on the energy it absorbed. At this moment, a translucent fruit the size of a grapefruit had already formed on the world tree. It only required the infusion of elemental energy to give birth to a spirit. Chen Yu placed an entire box of fire element magic crystals at the base of the tree. The crystals quickly disintegrated, their fiery red energy absorbed by the world tree, gradually turning the translucent fruit a vivid shade of red. Even more exciting was the fact that as the world tree grew, the sacred soil space, originally with a 1-kilometer radius, expanded to 2 kilometers in just a few minutes. This meant Chen Yu no longer needed to meticulously allocate his planting space like other cultivators. His planting domain would continue to expand without limits. As the entire space turned red, the fruit detached from the world tree and gently descended into Chen Yu's palm. The fruit's center cracked open, splitting apart to reveal a tiny, adorable girl no taller than his hand. The girl stood lightly in Chen Yu's palm, and with a wave of her small hand, the fruit's shell transformed instantly into a fiery red dress that draped over her body. She looked up, her jewel-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. Master, is that you? Chen Yu immediately opened the girl's attribute panel. Primordial Fire Spirit. Name, unnamed. Grade, Mythical 1-star. Level, 1. Attributes. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 1000. Innate ability, Fire Elementalization. Enter an elemental state, becoming immune to all physical and fire-based damage. Increases fire-based damage by 500. Passive, Primordial Fire Spirit. Reduces fire skill resource consumption by 99. Enhances fire skill power by 100. Skills. Flame Annihilation Forbidden Spell. Apocalypse Judgment Forbidden Spell. Sure enough, after reaching the pinnacle, things just get absurd. Chen Yu exclaimed as he stared at the 2 forbidden level skills. Compared to these, his own skills were utterly insignificant. What shocked him even more was that this newborn spirit had attributes all above 500, with her spirit reaching an astonishing 1000 on par with first-tier peak professionals. From now on, your name will be Xiaoyan, Chen Yu said. The name on the attribute panel instantly changed from unnamed to Xiaoyan. Yay, I have a name now. Xiaoyan cheered as she flew into the air, hugging Chen Yu's face and showering him with kisses. Looking at the incredibly powerful Xiaoyan, Chen Yu couldn't help but turn his fiery gaze to the world tree, contemplating the possibility of acquiring more primordial spirits. As if sensing his thoughts, the world tree communicated a message. It could nurture 1 primordial spirit per month, but with sufficient energy, this cycle could be shortened. Energy sources included magic crystals, equipment, potions, and other items. Guess I'll have to keep grinding monsters. Chen Yu sighed inwardly. With his current financial situation, he couldn't afford the resources needed to accelerate the process. With a thought, Chen Yu left the sacred land and returned to reality. This ability to physically enter the sacred land was a privilege far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. He headed to the school cafeteria for a hearty meal before making his way to the on-campus professional marketplace. There, he happened to run into Li Wei, who was shopping with a few newly advanced professionals. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Li Wei quickly approached him. Old Chen, we're planning to head out of the city to level up and practice teamwork for next week's beginner dungeon. Want to join us? Wait, Li Wei. A boy carrying a plain heavy sword interjected. If I remember correctly, this is Chen Yu, right? Isn't his profession a cultivator? That's right. Chen Yu nodded calmly, his gaze steady. The boy holding a sword nearby immediately turned to Li Wei, his expression full of disdain. A newly transferred plant cultivator needs time to grow their plants into combat strength. Li Wei, even if you're on good terms, you shouldn't waste his valuable time, right? Exactly. A plant cultivator's plants require careful nurturing. Li Wei, you shouldn't bother him, a girl chimed in, echoing the sentiment. On the surface, their words seemed considerate of Chen Yu, but they were laced with sarcasm. Everyone knew that in the early stages, a plant cultivator had no combat power. Even if they managed to grow plant-based creatures, they would only serve as cannon fodder. They were subtly implying that Chen Yu shouldn't rely on his friendship with Li Wei to shamelessly try to join their team. Li Wei hesitated upon hearing this. He wasn't looking down on Chen Yu's combat abilities. He just didn't know much about the niche profession of plant cultivators. He had initially planned to take Chen Yu along to level up and experience some battles, but was now worried that it might hinder Chen Yu's progress. They're right. I really don't have much time, Chen Yu replied with a faint smile. He had been wondering how to politely decline, and his teammates had inadvertently helped him out. In truth, his primordial fire spirit was powerful enough to start with forbidden-level spells. Taking these people along would only mean he'd have to divert his attention to protect them from the collateral damage of his skills. All right then, Li Wei said regretfully. When the school opens the beginner dungeon next week, shall we team up then? The experience and monetary rewards there are much better than fighting wild monsters. We'll see, Chen Yu replied noncommittally and turned away to start picking out supplies for the wilderness backpack, water bottle, compressed food, basic armor, and other essentials. As he was checking out, one of the girls from Li Wei's team suddenly approached him. Lowering her voice, she spoke coldly. Li Wei was just being polite earlier. Our team is already full. If you have any sense of shame, don't try to force your way into the beginner dungeon to take a share of the experience. Dungeon rewards are split evenly, and no one wants to carry dead weight. Got it. Chen Yu responded indifferently and walked straight out of the store. With his unmatched talent, he was already on a completely different level from these ordinary profession holders. There was no need to argue or prove anything to them. The girl sneered as she watched him leave. At least you know your place, she muttered before returning to her team. Half an hour later, Chen Yu arrived at the city outskirts by bus. Using his student ID, he obtained a pass to leave the city. The guard also handed him a map showing the distribution of monster levels in the surrounding areas, with detailed recommendations for leveling spots based on different levels. Of course, these were merely suggestions and not mandatory. If someone insists on courting death by venturing into high-level monster zones as a low-level player, their demise is their own fault. However, in this world, the areas surrounding cities are designated as safe zones, free of any monster activity. To level up, one must take a special shuttle outside the city to the monster zones. Chen Yu boarded the shuttle and quickly arrived at the beginner leveling area. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed scattered figures, some forming small groups to battle together, while others engaged in solo combat with monsters. Hold still, little bunny. Here comes your master. A loud, confident shout caught Chen Yu's attention. He turned to see a novice warrior clad in a shiny, new beginner's white gear, charging at a half-meter-long tusked rabbit with an axe in hand. These level 1 common monsters were generally gentle and wouldn't attack players unless provoked, but once angered, they would retaliate without hesitation. The axe landed heavily on the tusked rabbit's back, but failed to deliver a fatal blow. Enraged, the rabbit swiftly turned and rammed into the novice warrior. With a dull thud, the warrior was knocked to the ground. Although the tusked rabbit's attack power wasn't high enough to cause fatal damage, the embarrassing scene was hard for the warrior to accept. This is ridiculous, the novice warrior shouted from the ground. Why does a level 1 monster have this kind of combat power? The surrounding adventurers shook their heads. Some murmured quietly, another one who thinks the world should cater to him. Others added, let's go. Let's not let this idiot's attitude rub off on us. Such situations were quite common, but most beginners quickly adapted and learned how to deal with challenges. Those who complained that the world didn't conform to their expectations were, fortunately, a minority. Chen Yu summoned Xiaoyan from the Supreme Holy Land, pointing at a tusked rabbit. Xiaoyan, take it down. Yes, master. Xiaoyan excitedly hovered in the air, gathering fire energy to prepare a spell. Wait, don't use skills. Chen Yu quickly stopped her. With Xiaoyan's power, a single spell could obliterate several meters of terrain and potentially harm nearby adventurers. Oh, Xiaoyan reluctantly ceased her spellcasting. Try a physical attack first, Chen Yu suggested. Xiao Yan's impressive stats 500 points in strength, constitution, and agility should make her physical attacks formidable. The palm-sized Xiao Yan floated over to the tusked rabbit. Her tiny form was even smaller than the rabbit's ear, and her delicate, straw-like fists swung lightly. Boom! The tusked rabbit was instantly sent flying over 10 meters, and Chen Yu received a system notification. Killing a level 1 Fangtooth rabbit granted 1 experience point. Chen Yu glanced at his stats panel, watching his experience bar increase from 0 to 0.1, his expression remaining calm. This outcome was expected. A Fangtooth rabbit with combined attributes totaling less than 50 didn't stand a chance after taking a direct blow to the head from his 500-point strength punch. The fact that it remained intact was thanks to the database protection system. After a quick calculation, Chen Yu realized it would take 1,000 experience points to level up from level 1 to level 2, meaning he'd need to kill 1,000 rabbits of the same level. That clearly wasn't a wise choice. He opened the map, studied it carefully, and decided to skip the Fangtooth rabbit area entirely, heading straight for a higher-level grinding zone. In reality, leveling up in the wild was generally inefficient. For normal monsters in the level 050 range, the experience gained typically matched their level. Only elite monsters and bosses offered significantly more experience. Even in team hunts, experience points were distributed based on contribution, which explained why it was rare to see people power leveling others in the wild. For novice adventurers, training in the wild was more about familiarizing themselves with skills and gaining combat experience. To level up quickly, dungeons were the optimal choice. Schools enforced a waiting period before allowing students to enter dungeons to ensure they accumulated enough practical experience and didn't waste valuable dungeon attempts. After traversing 3 zones populated by neutral creatures, Chen Yu stopped in front of an open grassland. This area was home to wolves at least level 10. Unlike the neutral creatures he had encountered earlier, these wolves were hostile and would actively attack adventurers. Xiao Yan, go! Chen Yu commanded his fire elemental spirit. Master, do I still have to use physical attacks? Xiao Yan asked reluctantly, clearly finding the idea of a noble fire spirit resorting to physical combat far from elegant. As long as you don't use forbidden spells, anything else is fine, Chen Yu replied cautiously. He was still unsure of the range of Xiao Yan's forbidden spells and preferred to keep a safe distance. With permission granted, Xiao Yan still seemed unenthusiastic, lazily floating toward the pack of wolves. The wolves noticed the small, flying creature but didn't react. They clearly didn't consider such a tiny, airborne target worth their attention. The wild wolves ignored Xiao Yan, but she had no intention of letting them go. Her slender fingers lifted and pointed toward the direction of the wolf pack. Several ping-pong ball-sized fireballs quickly formed at her fingertips. This wasn't a skill, just a basic attack. Chen Yu stood nearby, carefully observing Xiao Yan's actions. He felt a tinge of doubt. Could such small fireballs really be effective? He knew that a typical novice mage who had just learned fireball would at least be able to form fireballs the size of basketballs. Those with mutated professions like flame mages, or rare hidden classes like inferno mages could even conjure fireballs the size of a basin, with much greater destructive power. However, before he could voice his concerns, Xiao Yan's tiny fireballs shot out like bullets toward the wolf pack. Moments later, the sound of explosions echoed all around them, with fine dust and shards of rock scattering through the air. The system notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Defeated level 11 Wild Wolf, EXP 11. Defeated level 12 Wild Wolf, EXP 12. Defeated level 11 Wild Wolf, EXP 11. Defeated level 13 Wild Wolf, EXP 13. Defeated level 11 Wild Wolf, EXP 11. Clearly, Chen Yu's worries had been unnecessary. With Xiao Yan's mythical grade rank and exceptional stats, even her casual attacks were enough to instantly kill these low-level wild monsters. Nearly 60 experience points were earned effortlessly. In this world, the experience calculation system was straightforward. There were no bonuses for defeating higher-level enemies, nor penalties for level differences. At the spot where the wolves fell, a white light shimmered. Chen Yu quickly walked over and picked up the dropped item, a level 10 white-quality wolf leather glove, usable by any class, with a minor defense boost as its only effect. This kind of common equipment didn't catch Chen Yu's interest, so he tossed it into the supreme holy land to nourish the world tree that was nurturing the primordial spirit. While the progress it provided was negligible, it was still better than nothing. Let's keep moving. Chen Yu led Xiao Yan deeper into the wild wolf territory. Soon, they encountered another cluster of wolves. Xiao Yan floated above the pack and dropped a few small fireballs with precision. Explosions rang out, and the system notifications appeared once again. Defeated level 13 Wild Wolf, EXP 13. Defeated level 11 Wild Wolf, EXP 11. Defeated level 11 Wild Wolf, EXP 11. The fiery explosions alerted the surrounding wolves. Instead of fleeing, they converged on the explosion's center. A few wolves spotted Chen Yu and immediately charged at him. Chen Yu remained calm, standing his ground. Because he knew exactly what was about to happen, Xiao Yan's fireballs struck the charging wolves with pinpoint accuracy, triggering another series of kill notifications. Defeated level 11 Wild Wolf, EXP 11. Defeated level 12 Wild Wolf, EXP 12. The surrounding wolves seemed to receive some sort of signal, as they began launching wave after wave of charges at Chen Yu. Xiao Yan's fireballs rained down like a storm, each one claiming the lives of several wolves. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from Chen Yu's body into the sky. Your level has increased. Chen Yu immediately opened his status panel. Chen Yu, a level 2 cultivator, had just completed his upgrade. His attribute panel displayed the following stats: Strength 23, Agility 12, Constitution 13, Spirit 15, with 10 free attribute points yet to be allocated. His passive skill, Supreme Sacred Soil, and active skills, Accelerated Growth and Plan Enhancement, were all still at level 1. Alongside him, his companion Xiao Yan had also leveled up. As a legendary grade fire elemental spirit, Xiao Yan's attribute boost was astonishing. Strength 600, Agility 600, Constitution 600, Spirit 1200, a 20 increase across the board. She possessed the Fire Elementalization innate ability, granting immunity to physical and fire-based damage while increasing her own fire damage by 500. As a primordial fire spirit, her fire skill cost was reduced by 99, with their power enhanced by 100. She wielded 2 forbidden-level spells, Flames of Destruction and Apocalypse. Master, I've grown so much stronger, Xiao Yan exclaimed excitedly, waving her hands and launching several fireballs that obliterated the surrounding wolves. From an aerial view, the entire wolf-infested area now had a distinct vacuum zone. At that moment, a long, resonating wolf howl pierced the sky. The system immediately issued a warning. Due to excessive slaughter, they had provoked the area boss, the Wolf King, who had now locked onto them. The only way to escape its pursuit was to leave the area. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. While he hadn't studied area bosses in school, he had read about these powerful entities in extracurricular materials. They required specific conditions to appear and offered not only substantial experience but also high equipment drop rates. Xiao Yan, stay alert. The real challenge is coming, Chen Yu cautioned. Is it a strong opponent? Finally, a worthy fight. Xiao Yan replied with excitement, clearly bored of dispatching the weak, ordinary wolves. Chen Yu's expression grew serious. Typically, an area boss required a team of about 100 cultivators of the same level to defeat. Although Xiao Yan was exceptionally powerful, she was still only level 2, and they couldn't afford to underestimate an unknown foe. They quickly retreated to the edge of the area, preparing for a potential emergency escape. A few minutes later, another wolf howl echoed, this time much closer. Chen Yu turned to look toward a low hill not far away. From behind it emerged a massive white wolf, its majestic form radiating an aura of wisdom and authority. Its piercing gaze was fixed firmly on Chen Yu. The gigantic wolf measured an impressive 4 to 5 meters in length, comparable to the size of a compact car. Its fur was pure white and immaculate, except for its 4 paws, which were jet black at their base. Standing majestically atop the hill, it exuded an imposing presence. Around this white wolf boss, a few elite wolves, each over 3 meters long, prowled menacingly. Further away, countless wild wolves were charging in from all directions, steadily bolstering the White Wolf King's army. Chen Yu remained on high alert. It wasn't that he doubted Xiao Yan's ability to handle the White Wolf boss after all. The area bosses in the beginner zones were standard level bosses and should, in theory, be no match for Xiao Yan in terms of stats. The real issue was that Chen Yu himself had become a liability. Ever since he entered the wild wolf territory, all the monsters had locked onto him as their primary target. No matter how much damage Xiao Yan dealt, she couldn't pull even a fraction of the aggro. The wolves simply had no interest in chasing a small, flying target. Now, a dense pack of wild wolves had completely encircled Chen Yu, while the Wolf King and the elite wolves watched intently from a short distance away. Although Xiao Yan could continue her relentless slaughter, it was proving increasingly difficult for her to ensure Chen Yu's safety simultaneously. Using a forbidden spell could potentially wipe out the wolf pack in one go, but in this situation, the several minutes required for chanting the incantation were clearly impractical. Hiding within the Supreme Sanctuary didn't seem like a viable option either. The area boss had a special mechanic. If Chen Yu, the aggro target, disappeared, the Wolf King would vanish as well, unwilling to wait idly for his reappearance. Just then, Chen Yu scanned the Supreme Sanctuary with his consciousness and stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. The man-eating vines he had planted earlier had grown to an astonishing height of over 10 meters. This far exceeded their usual mature length of 7 or 8 meters. He quickly checked their stats and discovered that the vines had evolved into rare-grade thorn whips. Their attributes were remarkable: Strength 78, Agility 82, Constitution 102, and Spirit 35, along with a bleeding passive ability and 2 powerful active skills. These stats were nearly double those of a typical wild wolf. The highest agility stat for a wolf barely reached 40, with other attributes even lower and spirit not exceeding 20. This meant that the 4 thorn whips could easily assist Xiaoyan by simultaneously dealing with large numbers of lesser wolves and keeping Chen Yu safe. Suddenly, the white wolf boss atop the hill let out a long, piercing howl. The wolf pack immediately abandoned their restraint and launched a ferocious charge toward Chen Yu. Xiaoyan sprang into action without hesitation. Hovering in midair, she summoned countless fireballs the size of ping-pong balls, unleashing them in a rapid, Gatling gun-like barrage toward the oncoming wolves. Explosions erupted one after another, and wolves fell in droves as the system notifications of kills rang out incessantly. Defeated a level 13 wild wolf, gained 13 experience points. Defeated a level 14 wild wolf, gained 14 experience points. Defeated a level 13 wild wolf, gained 13 experience points. The battle notifications kept flashing across his field of vision. Xiaoyan, focus on attacking the white wolf boss and the elite monsters. Ignore the smaller ones for now, Chen Yu commanded loudly. But what about you, master? Xiaoyan hovered in the air, her voice filled with concern. As a mythical creature, she was well aware that Chen Yu's combat abilities were not particularly strong. Don't worry, they will protect me. With a thought, Chen Yu summoned 4 massive thorn vines that materialized around him. Each vine was as thick as a large bowl and over 10 meters long, covered entirely in menacing spikes. They formed a tight protective barrier around him from 4 directions. While launching fireballs, Xiaoyan glanced at the vines. To her, they seemed laughably fragile. She could easily snap them with just one finger. Go now. As long as the boss and elites stay away, I'll be fine. Chen Yu manipulated the vines to form a flexible, moving fence around him. Though simple, this defense gave him enough time to react. If things went south, he could always summon Xiaoyan back to clear an escape route. Sensing Chen Yu's resolve, Xiaoyan hesitated no longer. She quickly conjured a barrage of fireballs, clearing the surrounding area, and then darted toward the white wolf boss. The white wolf boss immediately let out a sharp howl to warn its pack. The wolves scattered in all directions, including the elite level ones, retreating swiftly. This was a lesson it had learned from Xiaoyan's earlier attack. Staying grouped together only made them easy targets. Just as Xiaoyan was about to launch an offensive against the now exposed white wolf, Chen Yu's voice rang out, Xiaoyan, take out the elite monsters first. Don't let them attack me. By now, several wild wolves had already closed in on Chen Yu. The thorned vines lashed out like a whirlwind, flinging the wolves to the ground. However, 2 elite-level wild wolves were advancing rapidly. If the vines became entangled with the elites, the ordinary wolves would quickly exploit the opening. Understood, master. Xiaoyan immediately shifted her focus, unleashing a concentrated barrage of fireballs at the elite wolves. After a series of deafening explosions, 5 elite wild wolves were reduced to charred remains. The white wolf boss howled in fury but was visibly hesitant. It couldn't reach Xiaoyan in the air, nor did it dare to approach Chen Yu recklessly. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyan launched another wave of attacks. Most of the fireballs rained down on the wolf pack, while a few were aimed directly at the white wolf boss. The white wolf boss leapt backward in a panic, but was still caught in the blast shockwave. Its fur was scorched black, and one of its front paws was blown off entirely. Huh, that weak? Xiaoyan stared at the battered white wolf in confusion. This was supposed to be an opponent capable of matching her strength, yet it couldn't even withstand her probing attacks and was already severely injured. This thing is supposed to be my equal? The master's words must make sense. Xiaoyan shook her head, quickly dismissing her earlier underestimation of the white wolf boss. She cautiously observed the white wolf boss ahead. This was a formidable foe that required the coordinated efforts of 100 level 15 elite players to take down. It was highly likely that the boss was feigning weakness, waiting for its prey to fall into its trap. Xiaoyan extended her hands forward, conjuring a dense array of small fireballs that materialized in midair. You can't fool me, she declared calmly as she controlled the hundreds of fireballs, forming a deadly barrage that engulfed the white wolf boss. The white wolf boss, with an injured front paw, moved noticeably slower. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of fireballs, it could only let out a despairing howl before being consumed by the fiery explosions. The deafening roar was accompanied by a cloud of dust rising into the air. A system notification appeared. You have defeated the level 20 area boss, White Wolf King. Experience 20,000. Chen Yu stared at Xiaoyan floating in midair, utterly stunned. It wasn't that the boss was weak, it was that Xiaoyan's power was simply astonishing. As a primordial spirit born from the world tree, the combat prowess she displayed far exceeded conventional limits. This revelation gave Chen Yu a deeper understanding of his supreme talent, absolute enhancement. If even the byproducts of his enhancement were this powerful, how terrifying would the directly enhanced targets be? Unfortunately, his talent was still on cooldown, so this question would have to wait for future experiments. With their leader defeated, the wolf pack scattered in all directions. Xiaoyan gave chase for a while, harvesting a significant amount of experience points before returning to Chen Yu's side. The battle had leveled Chen Yu up to level 8, and as his link companion, Xiaoyan's level increased as well, doubling her attributes. Near the white wolf boss's corpse, Chen Yu discovered a purple treasure chest. This epic grade chest was guaranteed to contain items of at least the same level. Wow, Master, are you about to open the chest? Will it have powerful weapons or equipment? Xiaoyan flew to Chen Yu's side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. For his first ever treasure chest opening, Chen Yu wanted to make it a ceremonial moment. Without a beautiful companion nearby, he settled for grabbing the miniature Xiaoyan and giving her a few playful squeezes. Under her bewildered gaze, he opened the chest. As soon as the system notification sounded, "Congratulations on opening the purple boss treasure chest," several pieces of equipment with varying glows of quality appeared in Chen Yu's backpack. A pair of white wolf king gauntlets glowing with a purple aura, a wolf fur coat of the same quality, and a pair of detective glasses emitting a blue light. In addition, there were 30 shiny gold coins. The system immediately displayed the equipment details. The White Wolf King gauntlets, classified as epic grade equipment, required level 20 to equip and a minimum of 60 points in both strength and agility. They were restricted to warrior-type classes. When equipped, they granted a 20-point increase in strength, a 30-point increase in agility, and caused a bleeding effect lasting 5 seconds with each attack. The Wolf Fur Coat, also an epic grade item, required level 20 and at least 50 agility points to wear. It provided a 20-point boost to both agility and constitution, along with increased defense for the equipped area. The detective glasses, while only rare grade, had no requirements for use. Their standout feature was the ability to use a detection skill once per minute, revealing information about a target. However, the greater the level difference, the less information would be obtained. Due to the level restrictions, Chen Yu couldn't use the 2 epic items for now, but the detective glasses could be equipped immediately. For Chen Yu, these glasses held immense practical value. His knowledge of monsters had previously been limited to books and classroom lessons, and when encountering unknown creatures, he often had to rely on their appearance to make judgments. With the awakening of his supreme talent, his encounters with unknown entities were bound to increase, making these glasses an invaluable asset. Apart from the Wolf King treasure chest, the Wild Wolves and Elite Wolves also dropped numerous items: 43 white grade items, 2 blue rare grade items, 2 purple epic grade items, and nearly 32 gold coins. The haul was impressive. In this world, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins, with 1 copper coin roughly equivalent to 1 yuan on Earth. An income of 320,000 yuan was something an average person might need years to earn. The value of the 2 epic grade items was even more astonishing. A level 20 purple item alone could be worth around 100 gold coins, and an item like the White Wolf King gauntlets with special effects would fetch an even higher price. Chen Yu decided to bury the white grade items in the supreme sacred soil as fertilizer, while he planned to sell the other equipment for gold coins. As night began to fall, he gave up on the idea of continuing to grind for levels and started heading back to the city. Passing through a forest where Sika deer resided, he couldn't resist putting on the glasses and using the detection skill on a deer leisurely grazing on grass. The system displayed: this is a level 8 creature. Strength, 25, agility, 28, constitution, 23, spirit, 15. True to the textbook description, it was a docile and gentle creature. Seeing that her master had no urgent tasks for her, Xiaoyan relaxed as well. Playfully, she flew onto the head of one of the Sika deer and tugged at its ear. The startled deer let out a soft cry, mew, looking around in confusion but failing to find the mischievous culprit. Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue, making a funny face before flying back to Chen Yu's side with a grin. After passing through the forest, a mountainous area lay ahead, home to neutral wild boars of levels 45. Suddenly, a sharp female voice broke the tranquility, shouting, "Fireball!" This was immediately followed by the sounds of chaos. Soon, a series of frantic voices echoed. "Lu Pingping, why are you running? Hold the aggro." Lian ran. "Keep up the spell damage." Lu Zixin, heal Lu Pingping. "Stay calm. Don't panic. I've drawn aggro. Cover me quickly." Su Miaoyue felt like today was an absolute disaster. As a newly ascended hidden class sword immortal, she had confidently assembled a 6-person team. At first, things went smoothly in the low-level monster zone. The team worked seamlessly together, easily taking down level 13 giant white geese. However, the experience points were meager. "This amount of experience is nowhere near enough," Su Miaoyue muttered, eyeing the barely moving progress bar on her experience gauge. She made a bold decision. "Let's head to the wild boar area." She led the team towards the level 45 monster zone. With the sword immortal class's exceptional damage output, taking on monsters 2 levels above her shouldn't have been an issue. But reality hit her hard. The The very first level 5 wild boar threw the entire team into chaos. With a single charge, the boar sent their knight, Lu Pingping, flying. Watching Lu Pingping's health bar drop by a third as she retreated in panic, the team's aggro management crumbled instantly. Though Su Miaoyue managed to land 2 skills on the boar, cutting down half its health, she didn't get the chance to launch a second round of attacks. The boar was already rampaging wildly through the team. As she dodged and shouted orders, she found herself unable to restore order. In the end, even she, proud of her hidden class status, was knocked down by the boar. Despite her high-quality gear and ample supply of potions, the scene was utterly humiliating. Just then, a figure appeared, silhouetted against the setting sun. The wild boar immediately changed direction, charging toward this new target. "Watch out!" Su Miaoyue shouted instinctively. The newcomer was alone and unequipped, likely just a life skills player gathering herbs or mapping the area. Suppressing her pain, she tried to stand and rush to their aid, but it was too late. The boar had already reached the figure. Su Miaoyue held her breath as a heavy thud echoed in the air. To everyone's astonishment, the wild boar was sent flying back, its body twisting unnaturally before it landed lifeless on the ground. "A master!" Su Miaoyue exhaled in relief. She quickly tidied her disheveled clothes and prepared to express her gratitude. However, before she could speak, a familiar voice interrupted her. "Su Miaoyue, are you guys leveling here? What happened? Why do you all look so battered?" Chen Yu asked, scanning the scene of disorganized teammates sprawled across the ground and Su Miaoyue's untidy appearance with a puzzled expression. In his mind, this low-level neutral monster zone shouldn't have featured a regional boss, but the chaos before him made him wonder if something unusual had occurred. "Chen Yu." Su Miaoyue stared at the young man in front of her in disbelief, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She vividly remembered the scene from this morning during the career transfer process. She had been paying close attention to Chen Yu's every move. A cultivator? What's he doing here? She wondered to herself. Could he be looking for plant life seeds? But what puzzled her even more was the way that small wild boar had just died. It clearly had a third of its health left. Yet the moment it got close to Chen Yu, it dropped dead. There was no one else around, so it was obviously Chen Yu's doing. But since when did a cultivator possess such astonishing damage output? Even she, a level 3 hidden class sword immortal, could only take off about a quarter of a monster's health with one skill. "Don't recognize me?" Chen Yu smiled warmly. "We haven't met that often, but we've teamed up a few times. Surely you're not that forgetful? By the way, what's going on with your team? Did you run into a hidden monster? Which direction did it go?" Chen Yu knew that any map could spawn hidden monsters that didn't follow the usual rules. These monsters could range from weak to incredibly powerful, but they always dropped valuable loot. If Su Miaoyue's team couldn't handle it, offering his help wouldn't count as stealing their kill. Su Miaoyue clasped her hands behind her back, nervously twisting her fingers as her gaze darted around. "Not sure where it went. Our team got scattered earlier, and no one really noticed." She felt a wave of relief that Chen Yu had mentioned a hidden monster. There was no way she could admit that, as a hidden class player leading her team, they'd nearly been wiped out by a mere level 5 wild boar. Especially not in front of Chen Yu, someone she had always wanted to surpass. "If you tell me where the hidden monster went, I'll catch it and give you 10% of the loot," Chen Yu offered. "I really don't know where it went." Su Miaoyue was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. "All right then, you guys keep leveling up. It'll be on my way." Chen Yu's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Missing out on a hidden monster meant missing out on a golden opportunity, but it seemed Su Miaoyue was too stingy to share its location even though her team couldn't handle it. "Wait," Su Miaoyue suddenly called out. "What is it?" Chen Yu turned back, his expression indifferent. I wanted to ask about that wild boar earlier. The one you killed?" Su Miaoyue tried to approach the topic indirectly, hoping to figure out the source of Chen Yu's incredible damage output. "Heh, you're not asking me to compensate you, are you?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. "There are plenty of wild boars around. You can easily find another one. Besides, that boar was originally aggroed by your team. If you couldn't maintain its aggro and it ran toward me, do you really expect me to catch it and hand it back to you so you can finish it off?" With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Su Miaoyue opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. She knew Chen Yu had misunderstood, but she couldn't explain. How could she possibly admit that the creature which nearly wiped out her entire team wasn't some hidden monster, but just a small wild boar that Chen Yu had effortlessly killed with one move? As a hidden class player from a family of professionals, there was no way she could say something so humiliating out loud. The professional trader center was the most bustling area in the entire Zhongyang city. Chen Yu chose a well-reputed and sizable shop to sell 2 pieces of purple equipment and 1 piece of blue equipment, earning a profit of 280 gold coins, which was close to his initial estimate. Instead of keeping the coins, he immediately spent them all on purchasing plant life seeds and a large quantity of magic crystals. Back at his school dormitory, Chen Yu eagerly entered the supreme sacred land. First, he fed all the magic crystals to the world tree, then planted the newly purchased seeds one by one. The magic crystals were quickly absorbed, increasing the nurturing progress of the primal elf by over 10. Combined with the natural daily growth of 3, the total progress had reached 13. The plant seeds he bought this time included 20 whipping vines and 10 poison lilies. Although poison lilies were ordinary grade plants with low attack power, they could spread toxins to debuff enemies. Based on his previous experience cultivating 4 whipping vines, this new batch of plants should mature by tomorrow morning and ascend to the rare grade. Just as Chen Yu exited the supreme sacred land and prepared to rest, the dormitory door swung open. Li Wei entered, covered in dirt, and wordlessly tossed his damaged equipment onto the floor. The dormitory at their school had a 4-bedroom and 1 living room layout. Although it housed 4 students, each had their own private room. "Old Chen, you're here? How's your plant cultivation coming along?" Li Wei asked while tidying up his gear. "Pretty good," Chen Yu replied with a smile. "What about you? Did you level up today? Are you at level 5 yet?" "Level 5? Li Wei's mouth twitched. "Not even close. I'm barely short of level 3. "Not even level 3? Chen Yu said in surprise. "Don't tell me you guys spent the whole day fighting rabbits?" "Of course not." Li Wei puffed out his chest proudly. "With our team set up, fighting rabbits would be a waste. Rabbits are just for getting familiar with the team. Once we all reached level 2, we went straight for the geese. Let me tell you, if it weren't for me as the shield warrior, we wouldn't have dared to take on geese at level 2. Most other teams wouldn't leave the level 1 monster zone until they hit level 3. Chen Yu pointed at the tattered white-grade equipment on the floor and teased. "Taking on geese got you pecked up like this? Get lost. What do you know?" Li Wei waved him off in annoyance. "This is still considered decent. You should see the night Wang Li inching from the class next door his, but got pinched so bad it's swollen. By the way, when will your plants be ready? How about joining me to level up tomorrow? I heard that as long as a cultivator has the materials ready, they just need to stand by and use their skills." "No way." Chen Yu shook his head repeatedly. "If I freeloaded, your teammates would kill me." "Temporary teammates," Li Wei scoffed. "We can always switch them out." "Wow, really?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Surly, from what I can see, there are a few nice girls in your team who seem quite interested in you. What's the plan? Use them up and then ditch them?" "Hey, you're not wrong." Li Wei's face lit up with excitement. "There's this archer girl, and we even held hands today." "That fast?" Chen Yu asked, surprised. After Li Wei's exaggerated and embellished retelling, Chen Yu quickly pieced together the truth. During the battle, the archer girl accidentally attracted the monster's aggression. While being chased, she tripped and fell. Li Wei arrived just in time to block the monster and pulled her up. This was the so-called hand-holding incident. "If it weren't for seeing you all alone, do you think I'd have come back? I'd already be spending the night in the girls' dorm." Li Wei boasted smugly, throwing his arm around Chen Yu's shoulder. "Get lost. Stop acting familiar, I don't swing that way." Chen Yu brushed off Li Wei's arm with a look of disdain. Since they had more battles to fight the next day, and both were indeed exhausted, Li Wei, for once, acted tactfully. After a brief chat, he headed back to his room to rest. However, once Chen Yu returned to his room, he didn't go to bed right away. Instead, he entered the supreme sacred land. Li Wei's words had reminded him of something important. Still had 2 in Yu's skills. Accelerated growth LV1. Slightly increases the growth rate of plant life. Plant enhancement LV1. Boosts all attributes of plant life by 10 for 100 seconds. Cooldown, 500 seconds. These were skills he had learned before his first class advancement. The skill levels could be upgraded every 5 levels, maxing out at level 10 by level 45. Although Chen Yu was already level 8 and could upgrade the skills to level 2, he had never used them before, so their proficiency remained at 0. Xiao Yin was sprawled out in a starfish position, sound asleep at the base of the world tree. Chen Yu directly cast plant enhancement on her. "Yeah." Xiao Yin yelped as she jumped up, looking around warily. "Master? Is there an enemy? Where?" "There's no danger. How could there be enemies under the world tree?" Chen Yu gently patted her head to reassure her. "Then why did you cast a buff on me, Master?" Xiao Yin asked, tilting her head in confusion after landing. I was just practicing my skills," Chen Yu replied, feeling slightly awkward. In truth, he wanted to confirm if Xiao Yin was classified as a plant. Now that the plant enhancement skill had taken effect, it proved that despite her appearance as a miniature girl, she was indeed considered a plant in terms of skill classification. Next, Chen Yu used accelerated growth on Xiao Yin, but she didn't show any noticeable changes. To compare the effects, he turned to a newly planted strangle vine and cast the same skill on it. Immediately, a dense life energy gathered around it, and within seconds, the vine grew over a meter longer. This outcome left Chen Yu astonished. He knew that under normal circumstances, a cultivator's accelerated growth skill required various resources to achieve noticeable results. Even with abundant resources, a level 1 accelerated growth skill could only make a strangle vine grow a few centimeters at most. But now, seeing it grow over a meter in an instant, it was clear that the amplification effects of the supreme sacred land and the world tree were extraordinary. Chen Yu continuously used the accelerated growth skill, causing the man-eating vines to rapidly sprout and grow taller, quickly reaching a mature height of 7 to 8 meters. However, just as he was about to activate the skill again, a sudden wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed him, and his vision went completely dark. He felt utterly drained, as if he hadn't eaten or rested for 3 days straight. It turned out that the accelerated growth skill used by a cultivator consumed a significant amount of mental and physical energy, and Chen Yu's already low attribute values couldn't sustain such a drain. Fortunately, the supreme sacred soil was an absolutely safe environment. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. From the branches and leaves of the world tree, faint strands of tender green energy drifted down, gently merging into Chen Yu's body. Nearby, a few vines, sensing the phenomenon, eagerly stretched toward the energy, seemingly wanting to share in it. The world tree appeared to sense their longing and released several more strands of vibrant green light. The vines joyfully swayed as they absorbed the energy completely. What happened next was extraordinary. The vines began to grow at an astonishing rate, sprouting new tendrils from their roots every few seconds. The varying thickness of the tendrils intertwined and wove together, forming the outline of a humanoid figure. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, deeply fatigued, remained sound asleep, entirely unaware of the strange transformation unfolding around him. The next morning, Chen Yu awoke slowly, groggily aware of something nestled in his arms. Opening his eyes, he was startled to find an elf-like young girl lying there. Rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, he realized that her face was entirely woven from intricate vines, lacking any distinct facial features. Master! Master! Xiaoyan excitedly flew over. Chen Yu, still processing the situation, ignored her for a moment as his mind raced. He quickly recalled that he was still within the supreme sacred soil, his exclusive domain, where external creatures couldn't enter without permission. Examining the vine humanoid in his arms more closely, he noticed that while it possessed a complete head and torso, its legs ended in entwined tree roots, and its arms were thick, thorny vines. Opening the attribute panel, he was astonished to discover that this was a thorn vine demon, the evolved form of the thorn vine whip. Sensing his surroundings, he confirmed that the 4 thorn vine whips from yesterday had indeed all evolved into thorn vine demons. These creatures not only had humanoid appearances but could move freely on their root-like legs, which could also penetrate the ground to regenerate health. Their vine-like arms, resembling hands, were incredibly powerful, whether used for striking or entangling. Most astonishing of all, these epic-level beings, at merely level 8, possessed attributes far exceeding those of a level 50 novice class adventurer. Even with proper equipment, it would take several level 50 professionals to handle a thorn vine demon. Watching the thorn vine whip evolve into a thorn vine demon, a delighted smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. What pleased him even more was that the man-eating vine seed he planted just yesterday had evolved to an epic grade in just over a day. This was achieved entirely through a hands-off approach, no money spent, no time invested in care. With the blessings of the supreme sacred soil and the world tree, the potential of the thorn vine demon seemed far from its limit. In addition, the newly purchased man-eating vine and poison lily had also evolved to rare grades, boasting considerable combat power. Chen Yu calculated silently. If he were to encounter the White Wolf boss from yesterday again, he could simply deploy these plants and gain experience effortlessly, without even needing Xiaoyan to intervene. As he mused, an emotional wave of attachment emanated from the thorn vine demon. To it, Chen Yu, who had granted it life, was akin to a creator, the very essence of its existence. It was ready to fight for its master. Ha ha ha, you're impressive. Chen Yu placed the thorn vine demon on the ground and gently patted its head. The creature looked up, radiating feelings of joy and excitement. After exiting the supreme sacred soil, Chen Yu returned to his dormitory. The clock showed 8 in the morning. Adhering to the principle that the morning is the best time of the day, he stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. Li Wei, already prepared, noticed him and immediately approached. Let's go. Join me today. Go on your own. Don't waste my time. I need to focus on cultivating plants. Once I've nurtured them, I'll help you level up, Chen Yu replied while washing his face. Fine, fine. I give up, Li Wei said, exasperated. But listen, in a few days, the school will open the beginner dungeon. You have to team up with me to enter. No excuses. We'll see when the time comes, Chen Yu responded, a faint warmth stirring within him. Ever since he chose the plant cultivator profession, nearly everyone in the class had avoided him. Only Li Wei, cherishing their past camaraderie, was willing to stand by him, even at the cost of clashing with his own teammates. All right, I'm off to level up. Li Wei waved goodbye as he opened the door. His teammates were already waiting downstairs, and as the team's tank, his presence was worth the wait. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Yu also left the dormitory. He first went to the cafeteria for breakfast, packing enough food for the day, and then caught a ride to the outskirts of the city. Returning to yesterday's beginner training area, he found the long-tusked rabbit zone crowded with people. Since the awakening ceremonies at Jiangyang City's high schools were held at different times, First High School had completed theirs earliest, while other schools were still catching up. This resulted in a surge of new players. With only 3 beginner training areas in the entire city, the level 1 monster zones were far from sufficient. Some well-equipped teams had moved on to level 2 and level 3 zones, but their lack of coordination often left them scrambling. Chen Yu walked straight through the neutral monster zones, heading deeper into the area. Passing through the wild boar zone, he noticed Su Miaoyue leading her team in battle. Their teamwork was seamless, engaging, tanking, and dealing damage in one smooth sequence, taking down a wild boar in just over 10 seconds. Chen Yu observed that Su Miaoyue could deal 1/3 of a wild boar's health with a single skill. These beginner monsters, known for their high health, seemed utterly powerless before her. Her damage output likely exceeded that of the rest of her team combined. The advantages of hidden classes primarily lie in their passive abilities and skill multipliers. Although their attribute growth is the same as regular classes during the beginner phase, the Sword Immortal class can deal significantly higher damage compared to other classes with similar early-game attributes, proving its exceptional strength. However, even a Sword Immortal like Su Miaoyue has her limits. At the same level, a single thorn whip from the Supreme Sacred Ground could effortlessly defeat dozens of opponents like her. For instance, the level 2 thorn whip used to tackle the White Wolf boss yesterday boasted strength and agility attributes reaching 70 to 80 points each, with constitution exceeding the 100-point mark, far beyond the capabilities of an average cultivator to grow. Chen Yu used his detective glasses to cast a probing spell on Su Miaoyue, instantly retrieving detailed information. Name: Su Miaoyue. Class: Sword Immortal Hidden. Level: 3. Attributes: Strength 25, Agility 20, Constitution 17, Spirit 13. Talent: Class Passive, Basic Sword Draw Technique. Skills: Sword Chi Slash, Water Cutting Flow. Impressive. Chen Yu silently marveled, though his admiration was aimed at the detective glasses. A single probing spell not only revealed all of Su Miaoyue's attribute data, but even exposed her class passive ability, leaving only the talent field as unknown. After gathering the information, he turned away without hesitation and strode forward. In the distance, Su Miaoyue was leading her team in battle. With a soft shout of Sword Chi Slash, she swung her long sword, sending out a crescent-shaped white slash that finished off the last sliver of health on a small wild boar. All right, everyone take a break and recover. We'll continue in a bit, Su Miaoyue said as she sheathed her sword. Phew, I am exhausted, complained the knight, Lu Pingping. Why do I always have to be the one taking hits on the front line? I want to be like Ye, cutting through everything with a single sword strike. The mage, Li Yinran, chuckled. Too bad you're destined to take the hits. That's just what knights are for. Hey, look at that guy. Li Yinran suddenly pointed into the distance. He's a student from our school, right? Still wearing the school uniform. Where's he headed? Su Miaoyue followed her gaze and immediately recognized the familiar figurite was Chen Yu. Probably a pharmacist or miner, Lu Pingping said nonchalantly. Why do you care what he's doing? Su Miaoyue, however, seemed lost in thought. She had seen Chen Yu returning from the high-level monster area last night and effortlessly taking down small wild boars. That area was meant for level 6 tin plum deer, and even a regular cultivator with combat plants would struggle there. Yet Chen Yu had demonstrated astonishing damage output, suggesting he might really be leveling up in that zone. I need to find out what his secret is. Su Miaoyue thought to herself. Is it his talent or some kind of special plant life? Without a word, she started following Chen Yu. Hey, Ye, where are you going? Lu Pingping called out, confused. Bathroom break. Keep grinding for now. Su Miaoyue shouted back without turning around. There's no restroom in the middle of nowhere ahead. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyue stumbled, nearly falling. Annoyed, she turned back and snapped, can't I just handle it here? Chen Yu wasn't walking fast, so Su Miaoyue quickly caught up. However, instead of greeting him, she chose to trail him from a distance. This area, home to cicadeer, was a typical forest terrain with dense trees severely obstructing visibility. The forest was alive with various sounds echoing from every direction. Because of this, Chen Yu had no idea there was a little tail quietly following him. Before long, a sika deer appeared ahead. Su Miaoyue held her breath, her heart racing. This was her first time tailing a handsome guy, and an inexplicable thrill kept her eyes fixed on Chen Yu's every move. Various possibilities about Chen Yu being a planter flashed through her mind. After transitioning to the profession, one could designate a plant as their main plant and make it instantly mature, but beginners could only choose ordinary grade plants. Auxiliary creatures born from nurturing type plants couldn't even defeat a toothy rabbit, let alone a cicadere. Even the man-eating vine, known for its high damage, couldn't handle level 610 monsters on its own. Could someone have given him high-quality mature plants? Or did he possess some extraordinary talent? As her mind wandered, Chen Yu had already approached the cicadere. Su Miaoyue widened her eyes, ready to witness the upcoming battle. However, Chen Yu simply patted the cicadere gently on its head and continued walking forward. How could anyone harm such a cute little deer? Yoop, the cicadere let out a contented sound. Su Miaoyue was utterly speechless. I took off my pants for this, she muttered, begrudgingly continuing her sneaky pursuit. Crossing the area inhabited by cicadere, Chen Yu never once initiated an attack. Ahead lay the forest's edge, and beyond that was the territory of wild wolves that would actively attack adventurers. At their current level, there was no way they could fend them off. Just as Su Miaoyue assumed Chen Yu was merely searching for plant seeds and wild resources, she was horrified to see him walking straight into the grassland area, the domain of level 11 and above wild wolves. Is he out of his mind? Su Miaoyue was frantic. Although she resented Chen Yu for snatching the top spot in their grade rankings and disliked the school gossip involving them, as a pampered 16-year-old girl, she couldn't just stand by and watch a classmate walk to his death. Several wild wolves had already spotted Chen Yu. They growled low and charged at him with terrifying speed. Within seconds, the wolves were upon him. Su Miaoyue shut her eyes in despair, unable to bear the sight of the bloodbath about to unfold. Bang, bang, bung, a series of muffled sounds echoed. Su Miaoyue instinctively shut her eyes tight. Her father's words rang in her ears. As a combat professional, you walk the line between life and death every day. You must grow accustomed to bloodshed and death. If you can't even face scenes like these, how can you hope to become strong? How will you fight against those terrifying monsters? A few seconds later, she mustered her courage and hesitantly opened her eyes a sliver. To her surprise, the sight before her was not as gruesome as she had imagined. Several wolf corpses lay sprawled on the ground, while Chen Yu stood calmly in place, his clothes as pristine as ever. Even more astonishing was the presence of 4 peculiar humanoid creatures beside him, their hands connected to long, slender green vines. Are those plant-based life forms? But why are they humanoid? Su Miaoyue wondered, her confusion growing. Just then, another wolf lunged toward Chen Yu. Without moving a muscle, one of the humanoid creatures swiftly lashed out with its vine, striking the wolf with immense force. Thwack, the vine whip landed squarely on the wolf's back, the sheer power snapping its spine instantly. The wolf collapsed in a grotesque position, its life extinguished in a heartbeat. It can take down wolves above level 11 in one hit? Su Miaoyue stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her. One of the humanoid creatures remained stationed by Chen Yu's side, while the other 3 rapidly dispersed, systematically clearing all the wolves within sight. Their attacks were precise and lethal, each strike a killing blow. Once the area was cleared, Chen Yu resumed his journey, disappearing beyond a small hill shortly after. He's that strong? On just the second day after his job change, he can already handle areas above level 10 on his own? Su Miaoyue gazed in the direction Chen Yu had gone, her emotions churning. She couldn't help but mock herself, and here I am, a so-called hidden-class professional, struggling to deal with even a small boar. What kind of genius am I supposed to be? More questions began to flood her mind. Could a cultivator really grow this powerful? What were those humanoid plant creatures? Were they a result of his innate talent, or had someone else helped him? With her thoughts in disarray, Su Miaoyue trudged back to the small boar area, her spirits low. Her teammates were in the middle of battling a boar that had already lost 2/3 of its health. Yeah, you're finally back. Quick, deal some damage. Lu Pingping called out excitedly. Sword chi slash. Su Miaoyue activated her skill, delivering the finishing blow to the boar. But after witnessing the thorn vine creatures effortlessly slay wolves, her own efforts felt pitifully insignificant. Lu Pingping draped an arm around her shoulders and teased. Where did you run off to? You were gone so long without replying to any messages. We thought you'd been dragged off by some hidden monster. Su Miaoyue opened her friend panel and saw a screen full of unread messages, almost all of them from her teammates expressing concern. I'm fine. I just got lost earlier, she replied with a forced smile. Let's keep grinding. All right. Back to farming. Meanwhile, on Chen Yu's side, he advanced effortlessly through the wolf zone under the protection of his 4 thorn vine creatures. Up ahead lay the black bear zone, inhabited by creatures between levels 15 and 25. Although the experience rewards were higher, the sparse distribution of black bears meant that even with the thorn vine creatures 1 it kills, the efficiency wouldn't surpass that of the wolf zone. Why not aim for something bigger? Chen Yu made a decisive choice to bypass the black bear zone and press forward. The higher the level of the monsters, the larger the territory they occupy. To save travel time, Chen Yu instructed 2 thorn vine spirits to weave a simple sedan chair using their flexible vines, lifting him steadily into the air. The thorn vine spirits, naturally agile, moved at speeds more than 20 times faster than Chen Yu, swiftly carrying him through the monster zones. After over an hour, they arrived at the edge of the level 51 null territory. This marked a clear power threshold. Every 50 levels signified a qualitative leap. By now, the thorn vine spirits could no longer effortlessly obliterate level 50 minor monsters, let alone handle level 51 foes. However, Chen Yu was well prepared. He had never intended for the thorn vine spirits to be his main combat force. With a thought, the primordial fire spirit, Xiao Yin, appeared midair out of nowhere. Her fiery red hair was disheveled, and her flame-colored dress was wrinkled, indicating she had been sleeping. Before she could fully wake, her entire body began plummeting. Chen Yu reacted quickly, catching her securely in his hands. Xiao Yin lay in his palms, her slender fingers rubbing her sleepy eyes as she tilted her head and softly called out, "Master? Go, Xiao Yin, it's your turn," Chen Yu said, tossing her upward with one hand. Xiao Yin exclaimed, flailing slightly in the air before steadying herself. Chen Yu immediately used plant enhancement on her and issued a command. "Xiao Yin, go full power and use the skill Doomsday Judgment." "Got it, Master." Xiao Yin responded excitedly, thrilled to finally unleash her full strength. She immediately activated her fire elemental form, and a blazing flame ignited beneath her feet, engulfing her entire body in an instant. Her petite, doll-like form vanished, replaced by a scorching fireball the size of a volleyball. In this state, she was immune to all physical and fire-based damage, with her fire-based attacks amplified fivefold. As she began chanting an incantation, violent fire elements gathered wildly in the surrounding air. A red cloud appeared in the sky, quickly spreading and expanding. Within 3 minutes, the blinding firelight had dyed the land beneath it a deep crimson. Meanwhile, in the distance, within a beginner-level training area, a group of adventurers noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. "Hey, look, why is the sky over there so red?" An archer resting nearby asked, pointing to the horizon. "This magical energy is insane. Even someone as weak as me can feel it," a mage said in astonishment. "It's at least a 7th-tier grand spell now. Maybe even an 8th-tier forbidden curse." "Forbidden curse? Why not call it divine punishment while you're at it?" a warrior scoffed. "Divine punishment is a priest's skill. I only know magic," the mage replied seriously. The firelight on the horizon grew increasingly intense, and all the novice adventurers training in the area unconsciously paused, gazing toward the fiery clouds. As time passed, the red cloud thickened, and an oppressive heat, like standing before a furnace of molten lead, weighed heavily on everyone. Zhangyang City, Professional Association. President Su Jinghui was deeply focused, holding a calligraphy brush as he practiced on rice paper. As a level 299 peak tier 5 mutated professional, this ice crystal mage was undoubtedly the strongest individual in Zhangyang City. Recently, good news had come his way, making the usually composed president beam with joy all day long. At this moment, he was using calligraphy practice to calm his excitement. The brush glided across the paper, each stroke exuding confidence and ease. Suddenly, a powerful sense of unease struck him. Su Jingwei's head shot up, his expression changing dramatically as his gaze pierced through the window toward the distant sky. In that direction, a violent and terrifying magical fluctuation was brewing. In the face of this magic, even someone like Hema Peak Tier 5 Mage felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, like a lone boat in a raging storm, on the verge of being torn apart. A forbidden spell. Su Jingwei's heart sank, and cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. As a mage, he knew all too well that such an intense magical fluctuation could only come from a forbidden spell, a terrifying magic that could only be cast by super-powerful beings above level 400, with enough destructive force to annihilate an entire city. What made it even more alarming was that this was a fire element forbidden spell, notorious for its destructive power. There were no threats nearby that warranted the use of a forbidden spell, nor were there any high-level areas suitable for Tier 8 professionals to hunt monsters. If such a spell was being cast here, what other target could there be besides Zhangyang City itself? At that moment, the communication screens in the office lit up one after another. The images of various authorities and powerful professionals from Zhangyang City appeared. The mayor, a middle-aged man whose level barely surpassed 100 due to years of administrative duties, was the first to speak. "Elder Su, what's going on over there?" "This magical fluctuation." Others chimed in, their voices filled with worry and unease. "Ladies and gentlemen," Su Jinghui interrupted them gravely, "I can tell you with absolute certainty the source of that magical fluctuation is a forbidden spell." "What? A forbidden spell?" How is that possible? Is there anything around us worth a forbidden mage's attention? Could it be targeting Jiangyang City itself? Elder Su, can we withstand it? Tell us what resources you need. We'll do everything in our power to gather them, just please. Take action. Faced with the crowd's rising panic and pleas, Su Jingwei gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Everyone, you overestimate this old man. Su Jingwei shook his head with a bitter smile. That's a forbidden spell. A world-shattering magic conjured by an 8th-tier supreme mage, pouring all their lives' energy into it. Against a forbidden spell, how am I any different from an ant? If their target really is us, there's nothing we can do but wait for death. His voice was filled with helplessness. Everyone, let's just pray that this powerful figure acted on a whim and isn't planning to annihilate Jiangyang City. One by one, the communication screens went dark, each accompanied by a crisp pop. The elites and powerful figures of Jiangyang City fell into a deathly silence. If even Su Jingwei considered himself an ant, then what were they? Nothing more than specks of dust, even more insignificant than ants. Desperation led them to frantically recall whether they or their families had ever offended anyone who could possibly provoke a forbidden spellcaster. But soon, they realized how laughable such thoughts were. With their status, it was utterly impossible to have any connection with such an existence. This cruel reality, strangely enough, brought them a sliver of comfort. Perhaps the forbidden spell wasn't aimed at Jiangyang City at all. Meanwhile, in the Null Monster Zone, Chen Yu gazed up at the sky. The boundless fire clouds above filled him with dread. Xiaoyan was executing his command to go all out, relentlessly pushing her limits to enhance the spell's power. What should have been a 5-minute cast time was forcibly extended to 30 minutes. When Xiaoyan felt her mental energy nearing exhaustion, she finally stopped amplifying the spell. With a resonant chant, she cried, "O great primordial flame, heed my call and purge this world of sin, judgment, of apocalypse." In an instant, the fiery clouds in the sky poured downward, coalescing into a terrifying sea of flames midair. The blistering heat distorted the air, forming massive fire-laden hurricanes. Wherever these flames swept, mountains, forests, grasslands, and swamps were all reduced to a crimson wasteland. Countless lives were incinerated before they could even scream. Trees turned to charcoal, streams and lakes boiled away, and the earth itself was baked into a gray, hardened crust. Though Chen Yu, as Xiaoyan's master, was immune to harm, the scorching air and thinning oxygen forced him to retreat into the supreme sacred ground. Meanwhile, the notifications from the heavenly Tao echoed incessantly in his mind, recording the countless lives being annihilated. From level 53 Null Scouts to level 99 Young Wyverns, the experience points kept piling up. Even bosses like the Null Chieftain, the Bear King, and the Goblin High Chieftain were drawn out by the commotion, launching cross-region pursuits only to be swiftly consumed by the sea of flames. As the experience points surged, the system repeatedly prompted, "Your level has increased." This catastrophic event was propelling Chen Yu to ever greater heights. In an instant, countless monsters were annihilated, transforming into glimmers of experience points flickering in the air. Multiple regional bosses were taken down the moment they respawned, without even a chance to resist. The incessant system notifications echoed in Chen Yu's ears, forcing him to temporarily disable them to avoid disrupting his focus. It wasn't until over 2 hours later that the frequency of the heavenly Tao notifications began to slow. The combat log recorded more than 20 regional boss kills, while the number of elite and regular monsters slain was impossible to count. Chen Yu's level skyrocketed from level 8 to level 43, though his personal stats remained largely unchanged due to not distributing any attribute points. However, his 2 summons experienced tremendous growth. The primordial fire elemental, Xiaoyan, saw its attributes soar once again. Now at divine mythic rank, level 43, with 4,700 points each in strength, agility, and constitution, and an astounding 9,400 points in spirit. It retained its innate ability to manipulate fire elements and gain mastery over 4 forbidden level spells: Blazing Inferno, Apocalypse Judgment, Meteoric Firestorm, and Flame God's Shield. The Thorn Vine sprite also made significant progress, reaching an epic rank at level 43, with 1,051 strength, 1,125 agility, 1,300 constitution, and 536 spirit. In addition to its original abilities, it acquired 2 ranged attack skills, Thorn Barrage and Thorn Slash. As Chen Yu left the supreme sacred land with Xiaoyan, he was greeted by an awe-inspiring sight. Scorching waves of heat mixed with embers surged toward him, and Xiaoyan instantly flew in front of him, deploying a thin energy shield to block the deadly heat wave and protect its master. Whoa, so this is the power of forbidden spells. Chen Yu was left speechless as he gazed at the endless stretch of scorched earth before him. The area had been utterly destroyed, the ground charred black, and even the terrain itself had been reshaped. This level of devastation was comparable to a high-yield nuclear weapon. If not for the self-repairing nature of the digitized world, this land might not recover for centuries. Internally, Chen Yu grew wary. This kind of uncontrollable power must be used with extreme caution in the future. If he accidentally harmed the descendant of a powerful family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Amidst the blackened ground, glimmers of light shone loot dropped by the fallen monsters. The lingering power of the forbidden spells had not yet dissipated, with sporadic flames still burning and the ground radiating intense heat. Without Xiao Yan's protection, an ordinary person stepping onto this land would be scorched to death in moments. This works out well. No one will come here for a while, so I can take my time collecting the loot, Chen Yu muttered to himself as he strode toward the glimmering lights in the distance. He bent down to pick up the first item, and the system notifications began to chime one after another. 15 silver coins, a finely crafted goblin spear, 86 copper coins, a ferocious bear shoulder guard. The loot was overwhelming. Even after an entire hour of work, he had only managed to clear a small section of the area. Looking around, aside from the space behind him, the surroundings were dotted with sparkling lights. This was all thanks to Xiao Yan's devastating forbidden spell, which had scattered the loot across such a vast expanse. This trouble left Chen Yu both amused and exasperated while other adventurers fretted over the low drop rates of monsters. He was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of loot he couldn't finish collecting. At this rate, it'll take me all day, Chen Yu sighed, shaking his head. He then summoned 4 bramble vine fiends to assist with the collection. Each of these fiends wielded 5 flexible, retractable vines, making them far more efficient than Chen Yu himself. After delegating the task to the vine fiends, Chen Yu headed straight for the spot where the boss had fallen. This time, he didn't stop even when stepping on loot among all the dropped items. The boss's treasure chest was undoubtedly the most valuable and needed to be dealt with first. Meanwhile, at the Zhongyang City Adventurers Association, an emergency meeting was underway. The city's elite and powerful figures had gathered, seated around the association president, Su Zhenghui. Although the forbidden spell crisis had passed, the lingering fear of that life-threatening moment still gripped everyone's hearts. "Old Su, what's your take on this?" asked Zhou Wulian, a 5th-tier warrior and vice president of the association. Ranked among Zhongyang City's top 10 strongest individuals, his tone carried a heavy seriousness. "My take? I'm sitting here trying to process it." Su Zhenghui slumped in his chair, still shaken. As a high-tier mage, he understood the terror of a forbidden spell better than anyone present it had practically been unleashed right in his face. The room erupted into a flurry of discussion. Some speculated on the specific magic used, others suggested contacting the 2 forbidden powerhouses in Yunchuan province, and even the mayor proposed escalating the matter to higher authorities. Everyone was uneasy about the possibility that this mysterious forbidden mage might have unfinished business and could strike Zhongyang City again. Phew, Su Zhenghui let out a long sigh. "Sorry, folks, my nerves are still shot. All I can confirm for now is that it was a fire element forbidden spell. Determining exactly which one would require closer observation. Someone proposed inspecting the site immediately, but Su Zhenghui dismissed the idea outright. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That was a forbidden spell. Its residual power hasn't fully dissipated yet. Even a stray ember could end us. We'll have to wait a few more hours until the lingering magical effects subside." Chen Yu spent most of the day collecting his spoils of war. The haul was impressive. 23 boss chests yielded 8 epic items and 15 rare ones, along with a large number of miscellaneous drops. Meanwhile, newly spawned monsters barely had a chance to take in the world before being obliterated by the continuous fire-based damage, granting him a steady stream of experience points. As per his usual habit, Chen Yu opened the chests while gently ruffling Xiao Yan's head. By the time all the chests were opened, Xiao Yan looked dazed, her big eyes swirling as if tiny spirals were spinning inside. The final tally revealed 580 gold coins, 15 pieces of epic equipment, 53 pieces of rare equipment, and countless common items. Among the 9 skill books, 2 were for mages, 5 for warriors, and 2 for archers. Unfortunately, none of the equipment suited Chen Yu, so he converted everything into gold coins. With these resources, the second primordial spirit on the world tree should be able to emerge ahead of schedule, Chen Yu mused, glancing at Xiao Yan's formidable combat abilities with a satisfied smile. "Another helper like this? Ah, life's good." The 4 thorn vine demons, after serving as cleaners for most of the day, transformed into Chen Yu's personal mounts and swiftly carried him back to the low-level neutral monster zone. While the forbidden spell near Zhongyang City had alarmed the big shots, for the beginner-level adventurers closer to the area, it was merely a spectacular natural phenomenon. Some curious bystanders had ventured to the edge of the neutral zone to watch, but once the most thrilling moments passed, they returned to their usual grind of fighting monsters and leveling up. By dusk, the deer in the forest were still leisurely roaming, while the wild boar area was bustling with activity. As Chen Yu made his way through, he encountered at least 3 groups battling wild boars. At the center of the area, he spotted a familiar team. Su Miaoyue, now level 5, was dishing out even more formidable damage. With well-coordinated teamwork, her group could take down a wild boar with a single skill combo. Their teamwork and skill had certainly improved, but in Chen Yu's eyes, the gap between them and himself was as vast as the heavens and earth. Even 10,000 Su Miaoyus couldn't withstand one forbidden spell from Xiao Yin, Chen Yu thought with a sigh. After acquiring his unparalleled talent, the disparity between him and his peers would only continue to grow. Just as he was about to move on, a voice called out from behind. Chen Yu, wait a moment. Su Miaoyue had just finished off a wild boar and jogged over to him. She had once witnessed Chen Yu soloing wolves and was deeply intrigued by his strength. However, not wanting to reveal that she had been secretly following him, she found herself at a loss for words. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading off now. Chen Yu noticed Su Miaoyue's hesitant expression and immediately quickened his pace, trying to walk past her. From experience, he knew that when someone had that look, it was either to ask for help or borrow money, neither of which was ever good news. Wait a minute. Su Miaoyue quickly stepped forward to block his path again. Su, I need to get back home for dinner, Chen Yu said helplessly. Chen Yu, you're heading back to the city, right? Su Miaoyue's eyes lit up. I was just about to go back too. We're going the same way, how about we share a ride? Chen Yu grew cautious. This girl clearly had some ulterior motive. All novice professionals returning to the city were technically going the same way, so why invite him in particular? Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly recalled the skill book he had just acquired. Name, Qiushui Sword Art. Grade, Rare. Requirements, Swordsman, Sword Fighter, Sword Master, Sword Immortal, or other long sword-related professions. Skill books with such specific weapon requirements were extremely rare on the market. Listing it on the trading platform might take forever to sell, and selling it to the mall would mean getting ripped off. But Su Miaoyue, a sword immortal from a family of professionals, was undoubtedly an ideal buyer. In that case, thank you, Su. Chen Yu decisively changed his mind. Great. Su Miaoyue couldn't help but cheer. What's so great about it? Chen Yu asked suspiciously, eyeing her eager demeanor. He thought to himself, could she be after my 2 ironclad kidneys? We're all novice professionals, leveling up should be the priority. Ahem, nothing. I just meant the weather's great, Su Miaoyue said awkwardly, reminding herself not to act overly obvious. She did have a lot of questions for Chen Yu, especially about the origins of those 4 humanoid plant creatures and how he could solo in the wolf territory. But if she appeared too eager, it might arouse his suspicion. Yeah, the weather is pretty nice, Chen Yu replied, already resolving to make some quick money and disappear before she could interrogate him. Su Miaoyue hurried back to her team, gave a few brief instructions, and then eagerly returned to Chen Yu's side. The two left together. In the distance, Lu Pingping and Li Yinran stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. If I'm not mistaken, the guy with Miaoyue is Chen Yu, right? You're not mistaken, because I think it's Chen Yu too. It's not like we could both be wrong, Li Yinran replied, equally stunned. Could it be that Yeya has liked Chen Yu all along but suppressed her feelings because of her studies? And now that she's completed her class change, she's finally letting loose? Before the words even settled, a boy carrying a bow strode over with a deep frown. It was Lin Daonan, and he interrupted with a displeased tone. What are you all talking about? How could Su Miaoyue possibly like that Chen Yu? Do you even know Su's status and position? And what is Chen Yu? Aside from being slightly better at liberal arts, what else is there to praise? It was impossible before the class change, and it's even more impossible now. Su has a hidden class, while Chen Yu is just a Plantera useless guy who raises cannon fodder. Wow, Lin Daonan, why do you sound so bitter? Lu Pingping teased with a grin, patting him on the shoulder. I'm just stating the facts. Isn't that right, everyone? Lin Daonan looked around at the others, seeking support. The boy with the greatsword quickly chimed in. I think he's got a point. I still feel like there's something going on between them. Hee. Li Yinran said with a knowing smile. Lin Daonan grew more agitated. What could possibly be going on? Absolutely nothing. What does Chen Yu have that Su would like? Does he? I don't think so. He's handsome. Lu Pingping replied matter-of-factly. What else? Did you see Yeya's expression just now? She practically had happy written all over her face. If she didn't like him, why would she run over to him like that? Maybe she had something important to say. Lin Daonan stammered, his face turning red. See? You just admitted it. There's definitely something going on between them. Lu Pingping said smugly. I'm not admitting anything like that. Lin Daonan yelled in frustration. The healer, Lu Zixin, couldn't take it anymore. All right, that's enough. Stop gossiping. Are we going to keep farming or not? If not, let's head back already. I'm starving. What's the point of farming when our main DPS has left? Lu Pingping pouted and started packing up her gear. I'm not about to get beaten up by monsters for barely any experience points. Seeing this, The rest of the team also began preparing to head back. Chen Yu followed Su Miaoyue and, after walking just a few hundred meters, they left the training area. By the roadside, a yellow-brown SUV stood out conspicuously. 3 fully armed professionals were waiting by the vehicle. Judging by their gear, they appeared to be a warrior, a mage, and a priest, forming a standard professional team. Uncle Lin, Uncle Zhao, Sister Qin. Su Miaoyue greeted them casually. Miss, who is this? The mage, Sister Qin, asked as she opened the car door for Su Miaoyue, casting a curious glance at Chen Yu. This is my classmate, Chen Yu. He's heading back to the city, so I figured I'd give him a ride, Su Miaoyue explained with a smile, patting the seat beside her. Hop in, Chen Yu. Without a word, Chen Yu put on his detective glasses and used his detection skill on Sister Qin. Name, Qin Lan. Class, Mage. Level, 121. Attributes, Strength 912, Agility 893, Constitution 925, Spirit 2078. Talent? Skills? It was clear that these 3 were bodyguards sent by Su Miaoyue's family. While second-class professionals were considered strong in Zhongyang City, they weren't much in Chen Yu's eyes. Qin Lan's level 121 strength probably couldn't even rival a level 43 Thorn Vine Demon, let alone compare to the primordial fire spirit, Xiao Yan. Get in already. What are you staring at Sister Qin for? And why are you wearing glasses? Haven't seen a beautiful woman before? Su Miaoyue said impatiently. Studies show that looking at beautiful women helps maintain a happy mood and even prolongs life. Chen Yu adjusted his glasses, diffusing the awkwardness with ease. Chun, you have quite the sense of humor, Qin Lan said with a smile. No wonder you're on such good terms with Miss Su. You know, this is the first time she's invited a boy into the car. Chen Yu sat down beside Su Miaoyue, while Qin Lan entered from the other side. During the ride, Chen Yu used his detection skill on the priest and warrior in the front seats when the cooldown expired, discovering that they were level 98 and 99, respectively, far weaker than Qin Lan. Qin Lan, sitting across from Su Miaoyue, kept trying to probe Chen Yu with questions, but his seasoned composure allowed him to respond effortlessly, revealing no valuable information. Su Miaoyue, on the other hand, kept turning to him, attempting to start conversations, only for Chen Yu to skillfully steer them elsewhere, leaving her flustered and her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. As they neared the city, Su Miaoyue suggested stopping for a drink. Chen Yu, thinking it would be a good opportunity to sell some skill books, readily agreed. The SUV pulled up beside a cafe, and the 3 of them entered a private room. Qin Lan stayed close to Su Miaoyue, maintaining a watchful eye on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, however, remained indifferent, as he was only there to conduct business. Chen Yu, what would you like to drink? Su Miaoyue asked, handing him the menu. Chen Yu glanced through the menu, his brow furrowing slightly. The prices at this cafe were indeed steep. Most beverages were over 5 silver coins. That amount could easily sustain an average student living frugally for an entire month. Order whatever you like. I'm not really into coffee, Chen Yu said, handing the menu back to Su Miaoyue. Do you prefer tea, or maybe some kind of juice? She asked. Tea, I guess. Soon, the waiter brought out their drinks, a cup of tea, 2 cups of coffee, and an oversized fruit sundae piled high. While taking small bites of the sundae, Su Miaoyue casually asked, Chen Yu, I heard it's really tough to level up as a planter in the early stages. Since you're a planter, is that true? She knew full well that Chen Yu had it far easier. She had seen him stand empty-handed while waves of wild wolves charged at him, only for him to effortlessly rack up experience points. Her question was merely an attempt to fish for information. Chen Yu took a small sip of tea and calmly replied, It's manageable. It can be tough, but also pretty easy depending on how you look at it. With Su Miaoyue's level of skill, trying to get him to reveal anything was clearly a futile effort. By the way, Su, Chen Yu said, steering the conversation in a new direction, I've got a question for you. Sure, go ahead. Have you unlocked all your skills yet? Chen Yu asked, though he already knew her 3 skill slots were still empty. However, he couldn't let on that he had used detection magic to find out. No, Su Miaoyue shook her head. My class is too unique. I haven't found any suitable skill books yet. There are plenty of ordinary ones, but they're not very effective for me. Why do you ask? Instead of answering, Chen Yu placed the Qiushui sword technique skill book on the table, revealing its attributes. A rare grade skill book for swordmaster classes? Su Miaoyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you get this? Do I really need to report that to you? Chen Yu said with a sly smile. The question is, Su, are you interested in it? Of course I am. Su Miaoyue couldn't hide her excitement. Skill books were categorized into 5 tiers: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. The gap between common and rare was enormous. As a hidden class sword immortal, she could technically learn ordinary warrior skills, but they were a waste of her skill slots. Skills tailored for a sword immortal were exceptionally rare. Finding even a common grade one was difficult, let alone a rare grade. If you're interested, name your price, Chen Yu said. I'm sure you understand the value of this skill book. Su Miaoyue thought for a moment. The market price for a rare skill book is around 1,000 gold coins. Considering the added value of a specialized skill book, they'll offer 3,000 gold coins for the Qiushui sword technique. How does that sound? This price far exceeded Chen Yu's expectations. He had initially thought 2,000 gold coins would be a good deal, but this offer was a pleasant surprise. Su Miaoyue noticed Chen Yu didn't agree immediately and added, the normal price for the autumn water sword technique ranges between 1,500 to 2,000 gold coins. If you're in a hurry, it could go for less. I'm offering 3,000, considering my specific needs. Alright, deal. Chen Yu agreed readily. It was indeed a fair price. Such skill books rarely sold for much higher. I'll add you as a friend and transfer the money, Su Miaoyue said as she opened her friend interface. Chen Yu glanced at his almost empty friend list and accepted Su Miaoyue's request his very first friend. Soon after, a trade request popped up. Both parties placed 3,000 gold coins and the skill book into the trade window and confirmed the transaction. Thank you, Chen Yu. Su Miaoyue eagerly used the skill book. After confirming its effects, she broke into a delighted smile. No need to thank me. It's just a fair exchange, Chen Yu replied as he stood up, ready to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Wait. Chen Yu, who had already reached the door, was stopped by Su Miaoyue. She felt a tinge of frustration. So many guys would dream of having afternoon tea with her, yet Chen Yu treated this as nothing more than a transaction and was about to leave without a second thought. Was the charm of the campus beauty really this ineffective? What is it? Chen Yu asked as he turned around. In his mind, he was already calculating how to use the gold coins to buy resources and nurture his second primordial spirit. Well, can I ask you a question? Su Miaoyue stammered. She was curious about those humanoid plant beings and wanted to gauge Chen Yu's true strength, but she didn't know how to bring it up. She couldn't possibly admit she had followed him that morning and witnessed him annihilate a pack of wild wolves, could she? That would be rude, and if he turned out to be a formidable figure, it might even provoke him. Just say it. Don't beat around the bush, Chen Yu said, wanting to wrap up the conversation quickly. Su Miaoyue's face contorted in frustration as she struggled to find the right words. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Right. What do you think about the rumors about us circulating at school? It was the only topic she could come up with. Chen Yu immediately became cautious. What is there to think? They're just rumors. He knew questions like this often came with hidden traps. Chen Yu sneered inwardly, seeing through the goddess's usual tricks. He decided to cut to the chase and not give her any chance to toy with him. I understand your concerns, he said flatly, but the more attention you give to rumors, the harder they are to dispel. Now that we've all transitioned into our new roles, instead of dwelling on these things, we should focus on leveling up and honing our skills. Besides, the college entrance exams are next month. After that, everyone will go their separate ways. What can these rumors possibly matter then? With that, he turned and left the private room, his steps firm and resolute. Su Miaoyue bit her lip, watching Chen Yu walk away. She couldn't believe that her carefully crafted ambiguous topic had been so decisively shut down. According to her plan, the two of them were supposed to blush while talking, letting the atmosphere grow subtly intimate so she could probe the questions in her heart. Miss, stop staring. He's already gone. Qin Lan sighed beside her. He's right, you know. Now really isn't the time to be worrying about this. For us professional. Who said anything about wanting to date? Su Miaoyue snapped, her face flushing with embarrassment. Don't you think he was too much? I offered a high price for his items, tried to start a conversation, and he just walked out without even looking at me. Am I that repulsive? I actually think there's nothing wrong with him, Qin Lan said seriously. But you, miss, not only want to date, you're thinking about chasing after someone who doesn't even care? Huh. Su Miaoyue let out a frustrated laugh, suddenly realizing that Chen Yu was right. Trying to explain herself would only make things worse. It was better to let time prove everything. After leaving, Chen Yu headed straight to the professional trading center. He sold off all his equipment, skill books, and items, earning more than 6,000 gold coins. Adding the 3,000 he had made from Su Miaoyue, he now had nearly 10,000 coins of fortune, equivalent to 100 million in his previous life on Earth, though this amount was enough to live a wealthy life. In this world where everyone had transitioned into new professions, Chen Yu's goal was greater power. He kept 500 coins for emergencies and spent the rest on resources, primarily neutral magic crystals to nurture the primal spirit, as well as various plant seeds, elemental crystals, and potions. Back in his dorm room, Chen Yu locked the door and immediately entered the supreme sacred land. After absorbing a large number of basic-grade equipment, the primal spirit's maturity level increased to 20. He placed the neutral magic crystals at the base of the world tree, and the energy was instantly absorbed, flowing into the fruit at the tree's crown. The first fruit quickly ripened, and the second reached 40 maturity. Finally, he placed a box of wind element magic crystals. The ripe fruit gradually turned a shade of green before naturally falling. A fruit the size of a grapefruit, glowing with a faint green light, landed steadily in Chen Yu's hand. The fruit cracked open, transforming into a delicate silk dress. In Chen Yu's palm crouched a tiny fairy with blue-green hair. She tightly covered her face with both hands, looking extremely shy. Chen Yu carefully studied the newly born fairy and then brought up her attribute panel. Primordial Wind Spirit. Unnamed. Rank. 1 color mythical. Level. 43. Attributes. Strength. 4,700. Agility. 4,700. Constitution. 4,700. Spirit. 9,400. Talent. Wind Elementalization. Becomes immune to physical and wind-based damage during elementalization. Wind-based damage increases by 500. Passive. Primordial Wind Spirit. Reduces wind-based skill consumption by 99. Increases skill power by 100. Skills. Tornado Storm Forbidden Spell. Thousand Wind Blades Forbidden Spell. Withering Words Forbidden Spell. Endless Wind Pressure Forbidden Spell. This template was nearly identical to that of the Fire Spirit, differing only in attributes and skills. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Feng, Chen Yu decided, giving her a simple name. The name on the attribute panel updated to Primordial Wind Spirit Xiao Feng. However, the little fairy showed no reaction, as if she hadn't heard him. Chen Yu waited patiently 1 minute, 3 minutes, over 10 minutes, but she remained in the same pose. Finally, Chen Yu gently poked her head. The fairy merely raised a hand to tidy her slightly disheveled hair before resuming her position of covering her face. At that moment, Xiao Yin, who had been playing on the world tree, flew down and landed on Chen Yu's shoulder, curiously observing the new companion. Before long, Xiao Yin couldn't bear it anymore. She flew into Chen Yu's hand and tugged Xiao Feng's hair to pull her upright. Huh, master? Xiao Feng opened her eyes in confusion. I can see the master? Does that mean I've been born? Yes, you've been born. How could you not know that? Xiao Yin asked in surprise. Oh, that's wonderful, Xiao Feng replied blankly, nodding. She then flew to Chen Yu's shoulder and sat there, staring vacantly into the distance. Xiao Yin excitedly tugged at her. Why are you just sitting there? Come play with me. Chen Yu watched as Xiao Yin treated Xiao Feng like a doll, pulling and playing with her, while Xiao Feng passively complied without even blinking. He was utterly baffled. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the garden. The 20 strangling vines and 10 poison lilies he had planted earlier had all evolved into rare-grade plants. By tomorrow, they were expected to ascend to epic grade. This time, he had purchased 180 strangling vine seeds, 90 poison lily seeds, and 200 carnivorous plant seeds. Carnivorous plants were basic level plants that could be cultivated at level 30, but they boasted impressive combat capabilities. Mature carnivorous plants could directly devour monsters, gradually draining their health until they were defeated. This made them one of the most popular choices among beginner cultivators, as they allowed for injury-free leveling. By summoning a row of carnivorous plants, letting them bite once, and then retreating, one could safely wait for the experience points to roll in. While the process wasn't the most efficient, it was undeniably secure. After planting the seeds, Chen Yu opened his own attribute panel. Chen Yu evenly distributed his 420 free attribute points between Constitution and Spirit, raising Constitution to 225 points and Spirit to 230 points. As the allocation was completed, he felt a surge of power within him and immediately began repeatedly casting the accelerated growth skill to foster plant growth. Meanwhile, outside Zhongyang City, Su Jingwei, the president of the professional association, was leading a group of the city's top experts through a leveling zone. Their march suddenly came to a halt before a stretch of scorched earth. The air ahead shimmered with heat, and bright sparks occasionally danced in the air. As they observed the scene, a brown bear suddenly respawned in the leveling zone. Before it could react, it was instantly engulfed in orange flames. Just seconds later, with a harrowing cry, the bear collapsed and died. This magical fluctuation, this scene, there's no mistake. It's Doomsday Judgment, Su Jingwei said gravely. Doomsday Judgment? The surrounding professionals were visibly shocked. A young professional asked curiously, Doomsday Judgment? Is that spell really famous? You don't know, someone explained. During the last National War Dungeon, a forbidden existence from the Tunglong Empire used this forbidden spell to destroy the White Eagle Empire's main city, killing a large number of high-ranking professionals. The White Eagle Empire still hasn't recovered from it. So, this is the work of the Flame Throne? Who else could it be? Mayor Lu frowned and said, perhaps it's meant as a show of power. Does showing power require a forbidden spell? Su Jingwei suddenly seemed to realize something and explained with a bitter smile, this might have something to do with the college entrance exams. A direct descendant of the Flame Throne's family is taking the exams this year, but they aren't outstanding enough in Kyoto. They likely want to take the exam here in Yunchuan province. However, the Frost Lord's family also has descendants sitting for the exam here. So, this is a warning to the Frost Lord? Exactly. It's a statement that he will personally oversee the process to ensure fair competition between the younger generation. But why cast doomsday judgment in our Zhangyang city? Precisely to make a statement, they randomly chose a small city. Casting a forbidden spell directly at the Frost Lord's doorstep would escalate things from a show of power to a declaration of war. Ugh. Why should we give up Yunchuan slots to Kyoto's spoil brats? A young man said indignantly. Shut up. Someone nearby immediately scolded him. That's a forbidden existence you're talking about. Do you want to get us all killed? The next morning, Chen Yu slowly woke up from his slumber. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt a soft, warm body nestled in his ember seat was undoubtedly the thorn vine spirit. As he opened his eyes, his suspicion was confirmed. However, the thorn vine spirit had undergone noticeable changes overnight. Its body was still composed of intertwined vines, but a new layer of skin, woven from hair-thin white vines, now covered its surface. This delicate new skin not only felt soft to the touch, but also offered remarkable defensive capabilities. Its face, too, had become less intimidating compared to the previous day, with its features beginning to resemble those of a human girl. From a distance, it even bore a slight resemblance to a young maiden. I think you're about to transcend, Chen Yu remarked playfully, stroking the creature's smooth surface. The thorn vine spirit responded with a somewhat stiff smile. Not bad. Keep it up, Chen Yu said cheerfully, patting its head. This initial display of intelligence signaled that its next evolution might not be far off. Meanwhile, near the roots of the world tree, Xiao Yin was playing around. In front of her, Xiao Feng sat like a sleepy ragdoll, allowing herself to be toyed with. Xiao Yin had stripped off Xiao Feng's clothes and fashioned a makeshift grass skirt out of leaves for her to wear, laughing gleefully at her handiwork. Xiao Yin, stop bullying Xiao Feng. Chen Yu scolded as he walked over and scooped up Xiao Yin. Upon seeing Chen Yu, a flicker of liveliness appeared in Xiao Feng's eyes as she stood up and spun around in front of him. Unfortunately, the grass skirt Xiao Yin had made wasn't very sturdy, and it fell apart in an instant. Chen Yu accidentally caught a glimpse and noticed Xiao Feng's surprisingly well-proportioned figure. If scaled up, she would undoubtedly possess a body type indicative of strong fertility. However, given her current diminutive size, the thought was entirely impractical. Resigned, Chen Yu picked up the scattered pieces of the skirt and carefully dressed Xiao Feng. From now on, you're not allowed to strip Xiao Feng's clothes, especially outside. Absolutely not. He sternly warned Xiao Yin. Okay, got it, master, Xiao Yin replied sulkily, sneaking a glance at Chen Yu. Don't worry, master. I definitely won't bully Xiao Feng after you leave. Chen Yu's eyebrow twitched. Yeah, right, I totally believe you, he said sarcastically. With that, he tucked Xiao Feng into his pocket. You stay here and play for a bit. Then, he stepped out of the sacred land. Watching Chen Yu take Xiao Feng away, Xiao Yin puffed up her cheeks in frustration, her lips pouting high. As soon as Chen Yu returned to the real world, his phone rang with an urgent tone. It was a voicemail from Principal Jiang Tianming, asking him to come to the office that morning. The dormitory was already empty, as his roommates had all left. After a quick wash and breakfast, Chen Yu headed straight to the principal's office. Jiang Tianming was busy reviewing documents, but waved Chen Yu over as soon as he entered. Chen Yu, come, have a seat. Once Chen Yu sat down, Jiang Tianming got straight to the point. How's the plant cultivation going? At least one of the fighting vines must have reached maturity by now, right? Everything's going well, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Is there something specific you wanted to discuss, Mr. Jiang? Yes, here's the situation, Jiang Tianming said. I have a friend who is a Tier 4 cultivator. He happened to be in Zhangyang City these past couple of days for some business, so I shamelessly invited him over. Chen Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Tianming. As a rare profession, having the guidance of a Tier 4 cultivator was truly a rare opportunity. The two of them headed to the reception room on the top floor of the office. A middle-aged man was carefully tending to a vibrant green potted plant, a steaming cup of tea in his hand. Well, old Jiang, is this your prize student? The middle-aged man looked up, a warm smile spreading across his face. Chen Yu, this is Zhou Bowen, a Tier 4 cultivator, Jiang Tianming introduced. Bowen, this is my hardworking and eager student. Watch out, or he might just learn all your best-kept secrets. Zhou Bowen laughed heartily. If he can pick up all my skills, then that's his ability. Cultivators are already rare, and those willing to fight are even rarer. Before leaving, Jiang Tianming patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. Make the most of this opportunity. It took quite a bit of effort to bring him here. Once Jiang Tianming was gone, Zhou Bowen wasted no time and got straight to the point. Chen Yu, let me ask you a question first though. You think a cultivator is a life profession or a combat profession? Of course, it's a combat profession, Chen Yu replied without hesitation. Zhou Bowen nodded in satisfaction. Good. Nowadays, many cultivators see themselves as a life profession, some even reduced to working for major powers. They rely solely on passive skills and basic abilities to grow materials. While the income is decent, it completely wastes the potential of this profession. And what about the combat strength of a cultivator? Zhou Bowen asked again. Chen Yu hesitated. It probably can't compare to other mutation professions, right? The unique thing about this profession is that its potential ceiling is extremely high, but its baseline is very low, Zhou Bowen said seriously. Two key factors determine our potential: the level of plant cultivation and the art of command. Seeing the thoughtful look on Chen Yu's face, Zhou Bowen elaborated further. That's right, the art of command. The battle plants we cultivate are our army. While their individual strength may not match others, through precise command and coordination, by strategically positioning each plant and making timely tactical adjustments, we can unleash incredible combat power. Every powerful cultivator is also a master of the art of command, Zhou Bowen said as he picked up the remote and turned on the projection screen in the lounge. The screen immediately displayed an intense battle scene. A cultivator was engaging in a fierce duel with a berserker. Zhou Bowen introduced, "This is footage of my personal apprentice sparring with a classmate last year at Yunchuan University." On the screen, the berserker, wielding a double-edged axe, charged at the cultivator with overwhelming momentum. The cultivator, however, remained composed, swiftly summoning a massive tree to leap to higher ground. Moments later, two poisonous lilies bloomed on the tree, scattering pollen into the air, visibly weakening the berserker's attributes. The berserker let out a roar and struck the tree trunk with his axe, leaving a deep gash. Judging by the damage, 2 more strikes would likely bring the tree down. Yet the cultivator stayed calm, nimbly leaping from the edge of a branch to the ground. As the berserker prepared to swing his axe for a second blow, the unexpected happened: the tree vanished without a trace. The berserker's strike hit nothing but air, throwing him off balance and causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, the cultivator unleashed a whipping vine that lashed precisely at the back of the berserker's knees. The berserker fell heavily to the ground, and before he could rise, over a dozen small tree spirits and 2 whipping vines swarmed him, pinning him firmly in place. As the referee declared the cultivator the winner, the video ended. "What do you think?" Zhou Bowen asked. "Impressive." Chen Yu nodded in admiration. His timing, judgment of his opponent, and coordination of plants were flawless. If it were anyone else, they might have panicked and deployed all their plants at once, only to have them cut down by the berserker. "That's the art of command," Zhou Bowen said, rewinding the video to a key moment. "Did you recognize the tree?" "Wait, that's a fairy tree?" Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise. It was the same type of nurturing plant seed Jiang Tianming had given him, though it had since evolved into a world tree. Zhou Bowen nodded affirmatively. "That's right. Nurturing plants can not only produce auxiliary units in the cultivation space, but can also be deployed strategically to create openings in battle. Of course, this requires absolute confidence in one's command skills. Otherwise, losing the plant's core would be a costly mistake." Pointing at the screen, he continued, "Look here." When the cultivator grabbed the branch and leaped behind the berserker, he cleverly used the cultivation space's mechanics. Retracting the plant not only avoided damage, but also disrupted the opponent's balance. This is a fundamental skill for combat cultivators, provided they can ensure the plant's core remains protected. As for the final whipping vine attack, it's a textbook example of seizing the perfect moment. Zhou Bowen played a total of 7 videos for Chen Yu, each demonstrating the intricate combat techniques of a planter. Through detailed explanations, Chen Yu gained significant insights. Although, with his current strength, he could easily defeat opponents by summoning a single plant, his enthusiasm for learning the strategies of a planter's battles remained undiminished. "That's all for today regarding combat tactics," Zhou Bowen said, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat after speaking for so long. "Next, let's talk about cultivating plants." Setting down his teacup, he continued with a serious tone. "All combat techniques of a planter are fundamentally built upon the plants they cultivate. We can take inspiration from the configurations of regular professional teams to cultivate plants, including roles like tanks, melee attackers, ranged attackers, controllers, and debuffers. During the beginner phase, although the number of plants you can grow is limited, priority must be given to attack, control, and debuff types." At this point, Zhou Bowen shifted the topic. "Let's also discuss our professional skills. For now, let's set aside elective skills, as those depend on individual opportunities. The 2 foundational skills must be prioritized and leveled up to the maximum, ideally before your first class advancement. This way, you can directly unlock advanced skills after advancing. However, don't delay your class advancement just to level up skills that would be counterproductive." "Advanced skills? What are those?" Chen Yu asked eagerly. "You don't know?" Zhou Bowen looked slightly surprised. "Please enlighten me, Teacher Zhou," Chen Yu said respectfully, cupping his hands. "Ah, I almost forgot," Zhou Bowen said with a sudden realization. "High school students usually awaken their abilities only a month before the college entrance exams, and it's a challenge to even reach level 20 in such a short time. That's why high school textbooks don't cover this topic. He explained in detail, every 5 levels, the skill level cap increases by 1. By level 45, you can reach the maximum level of 10. If your skills are maxed out at the time of your class advancement, they automatically upgrade to level 1 advanced skills afterward. Depending on the difficulty of the class advancement quest, at least one skill will upgrade, and at most, all of them can. However, foundational skills that aren't maxed out cannot be upgraded. After the first class advancement, you'll only have 2 slots for advanced skills, and the only way to gain more is by upgrading foundational skills. So, every additional maxed out foundational skill during the beginner phase significantly boosts your combat power after class advancement. I see. Thank you, teacher. I've learned a lot. Chen Yu exclaimed, enlightened, and silently resolved to max out his skills as soon as possible to avoid missing the chance to acquire advanced skills. No need to thank me. These topics are covered in specialized university courses, Zhou Bowen said with a wave of his hand before continuing. Additionally, for planters, one crucial point is this. Always prioritize cultivating high-grade plants. A planter's potential is largely determined by the quality of their plants. With rare plants, you can easily defeat same-level mutant professionals. With epic plants, you can overpower hidden-class professionals. As for legendary plants, he chuckled and shook his head. Well, if you have one of those, everything I said about tactics and teamwork becomes irrelevant. Anyway, enough talk. Show me the best plant you've cultivated so far. That's the main reason old Jiang asked me to come here. Chen Yu focused his consciousness on the supreme sacred land, his gaze first landing on the towering world tree that seemed to connect heaven and earth. If such a colossal entity were to be released, the entire school would be reduced to dust in an instant. His eyes shifted to his pocket, where the primordial spirit, Xiao Feng, lay quietly and motionless. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin was wandering idly among the branches of the world tree, tearing off tender leaves and stuffing them into its mouth. These mythical plant life forms were certainly not something that could be shown to others. Turning to the area of ordinary plants, Chen Yu noticed that the plants he had planted just last night had already evolved to the rare grade, their growth visible to the naked eye. The man-eating vines and poison lilies he had planted the day before had even reached the epic grade and were flourishing vigorously. These plants, currently in their rapid growth phase, were obviously also unsuitable for display. After a moment of thought, Chen Yu summoned a thorn vine demon he had planted 2 days ago. The vines intertwined and coiled, instantly forming a humanoid figure beside him. Mr. Zhou, this is the finest plant life form I've cultivated. Please evaluate it, Chen Yu said. This is... Zhou Bowen's words trailed off as his eyes widened in shock. What the? An epic grade plant life form? A thorn vine demon? He stared in disbelief at the flawless plant creature before him. This form, the level of anthropomorphism. Even the fingers are 5 perfectly shaped vines. Zhou Bowen grabbed Chen Yu's hand excitedly. Tell me, how did you cultivate this? Wait, no, how is it even possible to grow a fully mature thorn vine demon in just 2 days? Ahem, Mr. Zhou, this involves certain innate talents, so I'm afraid I can't disclose the details, Chen Yu replied, clearing his throat and tactfully withdrawing his hand. My apologies, Chen Yu. I lost my composure, Zhou Bowen said, quickly regaining his composure with a sheepish expression. As an experienced cultivator, he understood the rarity of an epic-grade plant life form. To cultivate one in just 2 days was inconceivable without extraordinary talent. In this world of universal job transitions, innate talent was akin to a cheat code in a game every professional's most guarded secret. To pry into it would be tantamount to declaring hostility. Well, Chun, I think we'll end our discussion here for today. I have some matters to attend to, so we'll take my leave, Zhou Bowen said, his expression shifting as he hurriedly excused himself. As a renowned combat cultivator, he owned 2 epic-grade plant life forms, but neither came close to the perfection of the thorn vine demon before him. This realization only deepened his reluctance to linger any longer. Chen Yu looked at the thorn vine demon in front of him. Compared to the plants cultivated by Zhou Bowen, the difference was stark. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he withdrew. The thorn vine demon had hoped to learn something from this experienced cultivator, but Zhou Bowen had already left in a hurry. With no other choice, Chen Yu called Jiang Tianming to explain the situation and then headed to the practitioner trading center. Although the skill practice arena there required a fee, it could significantly reduce skill consumption and cooldown times, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of number 1 high school, Zhou Bowen pushed the door open with a displeased expression. Old Jiang, where did you find this prodigy? And you didn't even give me a heads up? Now my old face has nowhere to hide. Jiang Tianming looked puzzled. What did my student do to offend you? You want me to teach him how to cultivate plants? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Zhou Bowen's tone carried a hint of resentment. What exactly happened? Jiang Tianming was even more confused. Is his talent that bad? That can't be. Rive's always been top of his grade. Zhou Bowen let out a sarcastic laugh. Top of his grade? With his skills, I wouldn't be surprised if he became this year's top scorer in the Gaokao for Yunchuan province. Top scorer? Jiang Tianming was stunned. How is that possible? You know how tough the novice period is for a cultivator. Getting into a good university is already impressive, but the top scorer? Why not? Zhou Bowen glared at Jiang Tianming. Just now, he showed me a nearly perfect mature epic grade plant. Even the two plants I've nurtured myself pale in comparison. Now it was Jiang Tianming's turn to be dumbfounded. A perfect epic grade plant? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I thought you gave him the seeds, Zhou Bowen said suspiciously, eyeing Jiang Tianming. Isn't he from a poor family, with both parents deceased? Jiang Tianming pondered for a moment. Things used to be tough for him, but now? Stop being cryptic, Zhou Bowen pressed. Did his parents come back to life and become super powerful? Why don't you try bringing someone back to life? Jiang Tianming retorted irritably. He has an older sister named Chen Yu, last year's top scorer in the Gaokao for Yunchuan province. Yes, she got into Tunglong University. It's not surprising for a place like that to have epic grade plant seeds. Legendary ones wouldn't be out of the question either. But, Zhou Bowen said in astonishment, at a place like Tunglong University, she still has the time to look after her brother? Of course. She sends money back every month for me to pass along to him and comes back to visit frequently. She can still visit Yunchuan province often after getting into Tunglong University? Zhou Bowen marveled. The Chen siblings are truly extraordinary. The brother is already impressive, and the sister is even more remarkable. Exactly, Jiang Tianming said, gazing out the window. In 20 or 30 years, perhaps 50 or 60 at most, our school's Hall of Fame will likely have 2 more portraits. In the bright lobby of the Professional Association building in Jiangyang City, a receptionist with a sweet smile was busy assisting the professionals coming and going. Chen Yu walked up to the front desk. I'd like to rent a basic skill practice room. Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment, the receptionist said, skillfully typing on the keyboard. Which tier of practice room would you like to rent? Can you explain the options to me? Chen Yu asked. We have 4 tiers of basic skill practice rooms at the Professional Association, the receptionist began, providing a detailed explanation. The 1-star room is 10 gold coins per day, the 2-star is 20 gold coins, and the 3-star is 50 gold coins, all shared by up to 5 users. They reduce skill consumption and cooldown by 40, 60, and 80, respectively. Every room is equipped with a 100 accelerated recovery lounge and dining services. Chen Yu silently marveled at the cost. Even the lowest tier practice room was equivalent to 100,000 renminbi in his previous life, something an average family would find hard to afford. However, with his current ability to earn money, he didn't need to pinch pennies. Worst case, he could just unleash a forbidden spell somewhere and rake in the profits. As he was about to rent a 3-star practice room, a familiar voice called out, Chen Yu, you're here too. Su Miaoyue jogged over, her face lighting up with a cheerful smile. Yeah, what a coincidence, Chen Yu replied politely, nodding slightly before turning to the receptionist. We'll take a 3-star skill practice room for 1 day. That will be 50 gold coins, the receptionist said, sliding a card reader across the counter. Just as Chen Yu was about to swipe his card, Su Miaoyue placed her hand over the reader. Wait a second, she said, explaining. I just got a VIP room monthly pass. It has 3 practice slots, and I can't use them all on my own. If you don't mind sharing. Chen Yu glanced at the receptionist for confirmation. The VIP practice room is a 4th option, the receptionist explained. It's only available as a monthly pass for 10,000 gold coins. The VIP practice room reduces skill consumption and cooldown by 90, Su Miaoyue added with a wink. Want to join me? Much appreciated. Chen Yu agreed immediately. Saving 10,000 gold coins? Who could refuse? He couldn't help but feel a growing sense of goodwill toward this generous and well-off girl. The two of them took the elevator straight to the 50th floor, where the VIP skill practice room was located. As soon as Chen Yu entered, a notification from the Heavenly Tao appeared in his mind. Notification: you have entered a basic skill practice room. While using basic skills in this facility, skill consumption is reduced by 90, cooldown is reduced by 90, and natural recovery rate is increased by 200. Notification: using advanced or higher level skills in this room will not reduce skill consumption or cooldown. However, the natural recovery rate boost remains in effect. The room was equipped with various training devices, including shooting targets, wooden dummies, and sparring mannequins. Su Miaoyue quickly claimed the central practice spot, unleashing a burst of sword energy that shot straight toward a wooden dummy. Chen Yu stepped into the practice area to the left of Su Miaoyue and swiftly summoned a thorn vine sprite. He immediately cast 2 skills in succession: plant enhancement and accelerated growth. The thorn vine sprite responded with an exaggerated expression of enjoyment, its anthropomorphic reaction both amusing and awkward. Chen Yu chose to ignore the embarrassing display, focusing intently on continuously casting his skills. After more than 10 minutes, Su Miaoyue, panting and out of breath, had to pause her movements, while Chen Yu remained full of energy, tirelessly casting his abilities. Su Miaoyue had no choice but to down 2 bottles of recovery potions. After a brief rest, she resumed her practice. This cycle repeated several times until she couldn't help but start paying attention to Chen Yu's seemingly abnormal stamina. This guy's mana bar is unbelievable, Su Miaoyue thought to herself. Even with a 90 mana consumption reduction, there's no way he should last this long. And the planter's accelerated growth skill has 0 cooldown. How can his mental and physical energy be this abundant? What intrigued her even more was the thorn vine sprite Chen Yu had summoned. If not for its distinct plant-like features, the creature could easily be mistaken for a human girl. Furthermore, every time Chen Yu cast a skill, the sprite would make exaggerated, blush-inducing expressions. Chen Yu, take a break, Su Miaoyue said, handing him a cup of tea she had personally prepared. Thank you. Chen Yu paused his actions and accepted the tea. Casting skills hundreds of times in a row had indeed pushed his stamina and mental energy close to their limits. By the way, why are you practicing skills so early? Shouldn't you be leveling up instead? Chen Yu asked curiously, considering that she wasn't even level 10 yet, and her skill levels were capped at level 2. Her choice of timing seemed a bit odd. Su Miaoyue sighed helplessly. You don't know? Zhangyang City has been locked down. According to my grandfather, it's because a forbidden level powerhouse appeared nearby and started causing trouble to assert dominance. Although they didn't directly attack our city, no one dares to leave for fear of getting caught in the crossfire. A forbidden level powerhouse? Why would Chen Yu's heart tightened as he immediately thought of the forbidden spell Xiaoyan had unleashed earlier? Could it have injured someone important? Su Miaoyue tried to reassure him, saying, don't worry, these matters will naturally be handled by other powerful figures. For now, we just can't leave the city to level up. Chen Yu nodded absent-mindedly, but his mind was racing as he weighed the situation. Facing a forbidden level existence, he knew he was utterly powerless at his current strength. Xiaoyan's existence had to remain a secret, especially the Doomsday Judgment magic. It was a spell he couldn't afford to use again unless it was a life-or-death situation. Sigh, I'm still too weak. Just the mention of a forbidden-level powerhouse is enough to make me hesitant and cautious. I need to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Chen Yu resolved silently. The practice room echoed with Su Miaoyue's crisp and spirited shouts. Chen Yu, fully engrossed in his own training, chose to focus quietly and diligently. The entire afternoon, the two were immersed in honing their skills. It wasn't until dusk that Su Miaoyue finally left. Before leaving, she handed over the rights to use the practice room to Chen Yu, allowing him to take advantage of this prime location for rapidly improving skill proficiency at any time. Chen Yu decided to stay and continue his training. He understood how rare such an optimal environment was and didn't want to waste a single opportunity to improve. Outside the professional association building, Qin Lan leaned against a car, waiting. Su Miaoyue, her cheeks slightly flushed, quickly got into the car and pulled Qin Lan in with her. Miss, what happened? Did someone try to harm you? Qin Lan immediately became alert, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings outside the car. No. Su Miaoyue waved her hands hurriedly. Sister Qin, don't you have a friend who's a botanist? Quickly, help me ask them what level is this plant life form? She eagerly took out her phone and pulled up several high-definition photos. The photos depicted a stunning girl with dark-toned beauty, but she lacked normal human arms and legs. Instead, her wrists were connected to 5 thorny vines, and her legs had transformed into thick tree roots. Upon closer inspection, her skin was not made of flesh and blood, but was intricately woven from fine, white threads. The photos had been taken with Chen Yu's permission. As a highly skilled botanist, Chen Yu was well aware that his rise to prominence would inevitably attract attention. Revealing a few insignificant details, however, could help divert excessive scrutiny from others. This plant life form? It's unbelievable. Qin Lan gasped in amazement and immediately forwarded the photos to her botanist friend. The moment she sent the message, her friend replied instantly. Lan, where did you take these photos? Since when did Zhangyang City have someone of this caliber? Is this kind of plant life form rare? Rare? This is an epic-level thorn vine demon. Just the seed alone costs 100,000 gold coins, and it's nearly impossible to get your hands on. Cultivating it to maturity requires an enormous amount of effort and resources. Her friend followed up with a photo of a standard thorn vine demona, barely humanoid vine creature, standing just over a meter tall. So, the thorn vine demon we saw was cultivated exceptionally well? Exceptionally well? It's beyond extraordinary. Let me tell you, the more humanoid a plant life form is, the higher its evolutionary level. The one in your photo could definitely ascend to the legendary level. Do you know what that means? A legendary level plant life form can easily overpower hidden professions of the same rank. At the very least, it could guarantee its botanist a promotion to the 6th class transfer, and with proper training, even the 7th transfer is possible. This revelation left Qin utterly stunned. After all, the strongest individual in Jiangyang City was only at the 5th class transfer. Sister Qin, did you find out anything? Su Miaoyue eagerly leaned closer. Without a word, Qin handed her the phone. Su Miaoyue drew in a sharp breath after reading the messages. A single plant life form with such terrifying power? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. After fully mastering her skills, Su Miaoyue spent every day training with target dummies in the practice room. Chen Yu, on the other hand, practically lived in the skill practice room, refusing to leave and even sleeping there. His relentless dedication finally paid off. Had maxed out his accelerated growth skill, and despite the cooldown limitations, his plant enhancement skill had reached level 7. During this period, the plant beings meticulously cultivated by Chen Yu thrived, with over 30 of them advancing to legendary levels. For instance, the Thorn Spirit had reached level 43 in the legendary tier, boasting stats of Strength 2450, Agility 2560, Constitution 3050, and Spirit 1450. It wielded formidable level 9 skills, such as Thorn Bind, Merciless Whiplash, Venomous Spike Volley, and Lavish Bloom. Similarly, the Lily Spirit and the Gluttonous Spirit had achieved comparable levels of power, each possessing fearsome attributes and skill sets. Each of these legendary plant beings could easily overpower a second-tier mage like Qin. More importantly, with seeds and the supreme holy soil, such formidable forces could be produced endlessly. As Zhou Bowen once said, a planter is essentially an entire army. Chen Yu decided to continue improving his plant enhancement skill while using his fully maxed accelerated growth skill to focus on cultivating a single plant, hoping it could break through to the mythical tier. When he retrieved a Thorn Spirit from the supreme holy soil, he couldn't help but be awestruck by its stunning appearance. This legendary Thorn Spirit had taken on a form almost indistinguishable from a human girl. She wore a close-fitting red petal dress, her slender waist adorned with blood-red thorny flowers, and her silky black hair cascading down to her hips. Her fair, supple skin and delicate features were mesmerizing. However, her feet still retained their root-like form. A rich floral fragrance emanated from her, carrying a faintly sweet undertone. Upon closer inspection, however, Chen Yu discovered that despite their human-like exteriors, these plant beings retained their botanical nature internally. The Thorn Spirit and Lily Spirit were solid inside, while the Gluttonous Spirit had internal cavities filled with acid potent enough to corrode glass. As Chen Yu leaned closer to inhale the Thorn Spirit's enchanting scent, Su Miaoyue suddenly pushed open the door to the VIP skill practice room. Chen Yu, what are you doing? Su Miaoyue exclaimed, her anger flaring as she saw Chen Yu holding an incredibly beautiful yet provocatively dressed girl, his head buried at her waist. Oh, you're here? What else would I be doing? I'm practicing my skills, Chen Yu replied, confused by Su Miaoyue's sudden outburst, as he had just finished casting accelerated growth and plant enhancement. I was kind enough to lend you the practice room, and you brought someone in here to do something so shameless? Su Miaoyue snapped, though a strange pang of jealousy stirred within her. Brought someone? Where? There's no one else here, Chen Yu said, glancing around in bewilderment. Did you wake up too early and haven't fully woken up yet? Oh, really? Still denying it? Su Miaoyue sneered, pointing at the Thorn Spirit. At least put her down before you try to explain yourself. Chen Yu gently patted the Thorn Spirit cradled in his arms and reluctantly placed it on the ground. Although this plant-based life form resembled a humanoid figure, it maintained a rigid posture, its root-like feet firmly gripping the ground while its upper body remained motionless, leaning slightly as if frozen in place, like a sculpture. As a plant-based creature, the Thorn Spirit's mind was composed of vines rather than a brain. While her cognitive abilities were slightly superior to those of an ordinary thorn vine spirit, there was still a vast gap between her and humans. Unless necessary, these beings typically remained completely still. Su Miaoyue's gaze was drawn to this peculiar creature, especially when she noticed its root-like feet. She froze in astonishment. A plant-based life form? All the anger, heartbreak, and jealousy she felt earlier dissipated instantly. Reflecting on her earlier outburst, she was so embarrassed that she wished she could sink into the ground. You thought I brought a girl in here to flirt with? Chen Yu pointed at the Thorn Spirit and said, Miss Su, you should know by now I even cast skills in my sleep. Where would I find the time for that? Chen Yu could understand Su Miaoyue's reaction. It was similar to how, in his previous life, he would have been furious if someone tampered with his beloved car. But her assumption was rather odd. She interacted with Chen Yu's plant-based lifeforms daily and knew he rarely left the training room. Yet she still mistook the Thorn Spirit for a real person. Granted, the Thorn Spirit's appearance had indeed changed significantly after ascending to the legendary rank, but it shouldn't have caused such a misunderstanding. Under Chen Yu's slightly sympathetic gaze, Su Miaoyue's face turned bright red. Ahem. Anyway, Chen Yu quickly changed the subject. Is the issue with that forbidden level powerhouse resolved? Can we leave the city to level up now? There hasn't been any news in the past couple of days. It seems they've left. Many professionals have already started heading out of the city, Su Miaoyue replied, quickly regaining her composure. Oh, by the way, do you remember what day it is today? A holiday? Or some kind of celebration? Su Miaoyue couldn't help but laugh. You really have no sense of time. Today is the day the school opens its beginner dungeon. If I hadn't reminded you, were you planning to skip it? Oh, right. The beginner dungeon. Chen Yu suddenly realized. In this world where everyone had a profession, dungeons were the most important source of experience and gold. The strength of various factions often depended on the number of dungeons they controlled. Jiangyang First High School had become the top school in Jiangyang City precisely because it controlled 3 beginner dungeons. These dungeons, designed for players between levels 1 and 50, provided substantial rewards for professionals before their first job advancement. The first-tier dungeons correspond to first transition players, suitable for levels 51100. Second-tier dungeons correspond to second transition players, suitable for levels 101150. Of course, the game also features some special dungeons that aren't restricted by level, where rewards are entirely dependent on luck. Early in the morning, Miss Su Miaoyue was once again enjoying the privilege of being chauffeured in her private car. This time, Chen Yu got to tag along, experiencing his first ever ride in a luxury car on the way to school. Upon arrival, the two went their separate ways to their respective classes. The beginner dungeons in the dungeon plaza had just opened, and teachers were required to lead their classes into the dungeons. As Chen Yu entered the classroom, he noticed it was unusually empty. Apart from 6 or 7 combat players, the rest of the students were absent. Life skill players didn't need to grind dungeons, so naturally, they weren't present. The classmates who remained only gave Chen Yu a casual glance before returning to their own tasks. Just as Chen Yu sat down, Li Wei approached and knocked on his desk. Hey Chen, haven't seen you in the dorm for days. Where have you been? I'm living a blissful cohabitation life with the school belle, Chen Yu replied, smacking his lips as he reminisced about the wonderful days spent with Su Miaoyue, their time together significantly boosting his skill proficiency. Yeah, right? As if the school belle would ever be interested in you. Li Wei scoffed, clearly unimpressed. As Chen Yu's roommate, he knew there was no truth to the rumors about Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue. By the way, Li Wei shifted the topic. I heard there's a hidden feature in one of the beginner dungeons. Defend the village? The dungeon's main task is to fend off 10 waves of goblin attacks. After completing it, you can either settle your rewards or continue the challenge. Apparently, there are 30 waves in total, and if you clear all of them on hard difficulty or higher, you might even get skill points and free attribute points. Too bad we can only play on easy mode, where the rewards are just experience and money. Plus, after 10 waves, the monsters get ridiculously strong. If you fail or die, your rewards will be cut in half. Defend the village? That's the one. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. He had been wondering which dungeon to pick, and Li Wei's tip came at the perfect time. Skill points could directly level up abilities, saving a lot of practice time. He still had 3 skill slots open, and this was the ideal opportunity to max them out before his first transition. Don't. Li Wei quickly tried to dissuade him. We should go for Apocalypse Survival instead. It has the best overall rewards. Let's team up when we get to the dungeon plaza. Come on, do you really think your teammates would let you bring me along? Chen Yu chuckled. Heh, I do have some sway in the team, Li Wei said smugly. Let's see, Chen Yu replied vaguely. He already knew that soloing would yield the highest rewards. He didn't mind taking Li Wei along, but there was no way he'd tolerate the rest of Li Wei's team. Similarly, Li Wei's teammates wouldn't let Chen Yu take advantage of them for free. Half an hour later, their homeroom teacher, Lu Qing, led a group of beginner players to the dungeon plaza. The plaza was a small indoor auditorium, roughly over 2,000 square meters in size, with 3 towering white portals standing in the center, each over 3 meters high. Teachers were stationed at each portal to handle registration. Hey, Chen, I'm meeting my teammates over there. Let's. Li Wei turned his head mid-sentence, only to find that Chen Yu had already disappeared. Li Wei, finally, you're here. We've been waiting forever. A warrior walked up and slung an arm around Li Wei's shoulder. Soon, the other 4 members of the team gathered, and they began discussing their dungeon strategy. For the moment, Li Wei had no time to look for Chen Yu. Meanwhile, the area around the dungeon portals was still relatively empty, as most people were busy forming teams. Chen Yu headed straight to the registration desk for Defend the Village. Teacher, I'd like to register for the dungeon, he said. Provide the names and classes of the team leader and members, the registration teacher replied. Team leader, Chen Yu, class, planter. No other team members, Chen Yu stated. You're going solo? The teacher's tone rose in surprise, catching the attention of the beginner players across the dungeon plaza. All eyes turned to Chen Yu. Is someone going solo? A burst of surprised murmurs erupted from the crowd. No way. Who's that bold? Is it Su Miaoyue? Someone speculated. Su Miaoyue, a hidden class player, was indeed the most likely candidate to attempt a solo dungeon run. Are you blind? That's clearly a guy. Another voice immediately retorted. At that moment, a young man carrying a longbow glowing with a blue light pushed his way through the crowd. His leather armor and the quiver on his back also shimmered with the same dazzling blue glow, the radiance of 3 rare items instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lin Daonan, the ranged DPS of Su Miaoyu's fixed team, he declared, his head held high and his tone brimming with pride. I can assure you, Su Miaoyue would never go solo. Lowering his voice, Lin Daonan gestured toward the dungeon portal. The one going solo isn't someone to take lightly. Have you all forgotten about our grade's top student, the mutation class player? His lips curled into a mocking smile. A planter, of all things, who's supposedly a one-man army. And now he's trying to solo a dungeon? A wave of discussion rippled through the crowd. Planters are strong once their plants grow to scale, sure, but he only switched classes a few days ago. His first batch of plants hasn't even matured yet. What's he planning to rely on? Probably just fishing for sympathy, hoping some team will take him in. Lin Daonan sneered. If he actually dares to go in, they'll write my name backward. But just then, Chen Yu calmly walked up to the registration desk. Teacher, can I register now? The registration teacher hesitated, trying to dissuade him. Think it over carefully, student. No need. Please register me directly, Chen Yu replied firmly. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, Chen Yu stepped into the dungeon portal without hesitation. The plaza instantly erupted into chaos. He actually went in? Does he have some kind of trump card? He is the top student, after all. Someone turned to the now pale-faced Lin Daonan. Hey, Daonan Lin, didn't you say he wouldn't dare go solo? Lin Daonan stiffened, stubbornly retorting, he's just putting on a show. Watch he'll be forced to retreat in shame in no time. He probably won't even make it past the first mob. Truly pathetic, someone sighed, shaking their head, all for the sake of pride, wasting a perfectly good dungeon opportunity. The instance was named Defend the Village, with a level restriction of under 50, a maximum party size of 8, and a cooldown period of 7 days. After confirming that both the level and party size met the requirements, Chen Yu entered the instance selection interface. Faced with 5 difficulty options: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and real, Chen Yu unhesitatingly chose the highest difficulty, real. Since the instance had a long cooldown of 7 days, it made sense to maximize the potential rewards. As for whether he could clear it, he was confident in his forbidden magic skills. As soon as the difficulty was confirmed, the surrounding space rippled like water. Within seconds, the scenery transformed completely, and Chen Yu found himself standing in an unfamiliar village. An elderly man, with the title village chief hovering above his head, approached him. Greetings, warrior. Welcome to our pioneer village. Recognizing this as the instance's guide NPC, Chen Yu responded in the standard quest dialogue manner. Hello, village chief. Is there anything I can help you with? The chief immediately explained the task. Recently, Pioneer Village has been under attack by goblins. We're short on defenders. Could you help us protect the village? Of course. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The system promptly displayed a quest notification. Help Pioneer Village fend off 10 waves of goblin attacks. Completing the quest will grant rewards, while failure or death will result in being ejected from the instance with rewards halved. Additionally, due to selecting the real difficulty, a special warning was issued. Instance protection mechanisms are disabled. Death will result in permanent death, and failing the quest will result in losing all rewards and being permanently barred from attempting this difficulty again. These warnings came as no surprise to Chen Yu. In his cultural studies classes, instance difficulty mechanics were a major topic, and the lethal risks of the real difficulty were highlighted with red warnings. After accepting the quest, the village chief handed Chen Yu a set of basic quality Pioneer Village leather armor. Though this Y-tire equipment was simple, providing only 100 additional health points and 5 defense points, it had no level requirements and was a decent boost for a novice adventurer. Once he was properly equipped, Chen Yu climbed up onto the village's defensive structure. The so-called wall was actually a dirt embankment less than 3 meters high, with a climbable inner side and a vertical defensive outer face. Standing atop the wall was a row of spearmen. Using his detection skill, Chen Yu examined their stats. These level 20 Pioneer Village warriors had attributes far superior to ordinary low-level monsters, and were equipped with the skills Piercing Strike and basic spear techniques. Even an unmotivated adventurer could likely survive a few waves with the help of these soldiers. Pioneer Village was built against a mountain, requiring only the defense of a single 400-meter-long wall. The village's 100 or so warriors were evenly distributed, just enough to cover the entire defensive line. At that moment, a long horn sounded, echoing across the sky. The warriors in the village sprang into action, quickly taking their positions and preparing for battle. Chen Yu gazed into the distance beyond the village. Emerging from the dense white fog several hundred meters away, small green-skinned creatures were pouring out in an endless stream. These creatures were covered in wrinkles, dressed in tattered clothing, and stood no taller than 1.4 meters. In their hands were either wooden sticks or rusty, broken swords. Some of them were missing limbs, crawling grotesquely on the ground like mutated zombies. They were clearly frail and feeble, not even worthy of being called cannon fodder. Chen Yu put on his detective glasses and activated his detection skill. Data immediately appeared. Weak goblin. Level 10. Base attributes: Strength 30, Agility 30, Constitution 32, Spirit 20. Skills: none. Just as I thought, cannon fodder. Chen Yu nodded to himself. A few minutes later, no more creatures emerged from the white mist. The first wave of the attack consisted of approximately 300 goblins. Given the disparity in attributes between the two sides, even if Chen Yu didn't intervene, the warrior villagers of Pioneer Village would easily handle the situation without casualties. However, if the villagers killed the monsters, the experience points wouldn't be credited to him. After weighing his options, Chen Yu summoned 100 thorn vine fiends to set up a defense below the city walls. Around 10 minutes later, the goblin horde finally stumbled chaotically toward the walls. A nearsighted goblin rushed to the forefront, mistaking a thorn vine fiend for a human girl. Drooling, it let out an excited screech and made a lewd gesture before lunging forward. The thorn vine fiend, unfazed by the provocation, mechanically raised its arm. In an instant, a vine whip extended over 10 meters and precisely shattered the goblin's head. The system notification immediately popped up. Defeated level 10 goblin, EXP 30. This experience multiplier is amazing. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Normally, hunting a level 10 monster in the wild would yield only 10 experience points, but in this dungeon, the rewards were tripled. The battle below the city walls raged on. The thorn vine fiends swung 5 vine whips each, their whooshing sounds filling the air. The green vines danced like frenzied serpents, and the system notifications continued to ring in Chen Yu's ears. Defeated level 11 goblin, EXP 33. Defeated level 10 goblin, EXP 30. Defeated level 12 goblin, EXP 36. In less than a minute, the hundreds of goblins had been reduced to mangled corpses. A few limping goblins struggled to crawl away, paralyzed by fear at the sight of their slaughtered comrades. Chen Yu helpfully sent out the thorn vine fiends to end their misery with a few swift lashes. The warriors atop the city walls, having witnessed the entire scene, were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. The first wave of the attack was officially over. Not wanting to wait, Chen Yu ordered the thorn vine fiends to pursue the monsters into the white mist. However, as soon as they approached the mist, they collided with an invisible barrier. It turned out the white mist marked the dungeon's boundary and the monster spawn point. Frustrated, Chen Yu had no choice but to recall the thorn vine fiends. A moment later, a notification sound chimed. The system notification sounded as Chen Yu successfully repelled the first wave of goblins, earning 10 points of basic contribution. Due to his outstanding performance, the system awarded an additional 100 contribution points. Opening the exchange list, a variety of defensive structures and supplies were available. From the most basic rundown wooden arrow towers firing 1 arrow every 5 seconds, costing 10 points, to brand new wooden arrow towers firing 1 arrow every 3 seconds, costing 20 points, and even advanced rundown stone arrow towers firing 3 arrows every 5 seconds, costing 100 points. There were also stone walls, ballistae, turrets, and other advanced defensive facilities, as well as rare items like the elite Pioneer Village helmet 20 points and various supplies. So, this is a tower defense dungeon? Chen Yu quickly grasped the game mechanics, earning contribution points by fending off monsters and using them to upgrade defenses. However, he scoffed at the idea and converted all his contribution points into stamina potions and mental recovery potions instead. Half an hour later, the second wave began. This time, the goblin numbers surged to over 1,000. Under Chen Yu's command, 100 thorn spirits descended like an inescapable net, instantly shattering the enemy's barely formed charge formation. The system awarded 20 points of basic contribution and an additional 200 points. The thorn spirits didn't retreat but formed an impenetrable defensive line at the 100-meter-wide monster spawn point. The surplus vines, lacking space, had to retract. When the third wave started, every goblin emerging from the white mist was instantly torn to shreds. The kill notifications flashed continuously: level 16, level 20, level 17. Chen Yu's experience points steadily increased. From the 4th to the 10th wave, the attacks turned into a farce. The warriors of Pioneer Village had nothing to do. Some even sat down on the ground, playing a card game Chen Yu had never seen before. Watching this scene, Chen Yu pondered whether this behavior was part of the game's program mechanics. When the last level 35 goblin fell, the system announced the end of the 10th wave, rewarding 100 points of basic contribution and an additional 1,000 points. When asked whether to exit and finalize the results, Chen Yu chose to stay without hesitation under the real difficulty mode. he could retain his progress and continue the challenge after the cooldown period. At the replica square of Jiangyang No. 1 High School, Chen Yu's figure had just disappeared into the dungeon portal when two teammates released their grip on Li Wei. "Why are you holding me back?" Li Wei spun around, glaring angrily at the warrior teammates behind him, his eyes burning with fury. "Li Wei, don't be so reckless," the mage girl beside him said gently but firmly. "We all know Chen Yu is your close friend, but you should also consider our feelings." Li Wei looked around at his 5 teammates, his voice tinged with confusion. "Our team only has 6 people. The school's 3 beginner-level dungeons all allow up to 8 players. Why can't we bring one more?" "Yes, we only have 6 people, but this lineup is more than enough to clear the dungeon and get the rewards," one teammate's voice grew louder. "Adding another person won't bring any extra benefits. It'll just dilute the experience points. Besides, if you were bringing in someone with high combat power, we might understand. But dragging along someone whole only hold us back. What's the logic in that? Li Wei, you may be the core of the team, but you don't have the right to compromise the group's interests for personal reasons." Li Wei fell silent. Suddenly, he felt as though his teammates had become strangers. They usually flattered him and let him take the lead in battles, but the moment he suggested something that wasn't in their favor, they turned on him without hesitation. "Well, I guess they're just temporary teammates anyway." Li Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Why would I expect anyone to indulge me? Just because I can take a hit?" Meanwhile, near the dungeon portal, Lin Daonan was staring at his watch with confidence. "It's 9:32 now. I guarantee he'll die and come out before 9:40. If not, I'll write my name backward." "Nan Daolin, are you kidding me?" Someone mocked nearby. "He went in to guard the village. The first wave doesn't even require fighting. And besides, writing your name backward just makes it the same. Whatever. He won't last long before he dies and comes out." Lin Daonan's face turned red with frustration. "Who are you saying will die and come out?" A pleasant female voice suddenly interrupted. The crowd parted, making way for Su Miaoyue, dressed in a striking blue-purple outfit, as she approached gracefully. Yeah. Lin Daonan immediately put on a fawning smile. "I was talking about Chen Yu. A planter daring to solo a dungeon? Isn't that just asking for death? He thinks being first in the grade makes him special, but he's just a show-off. And those rumors about him and you? Utter nonsense." Some people. Lu Pingping suddenly stepped out from the crowd, sneering, "Always think stepping on others will make them look noble. Too bad they can't even look in the mirror and see what they really are." "Lu Pingping, what's that supposed to mean?" "Everything I said is true," Lin Daonan retorted indignantly. "And everything I said is true too," Lu Pingping shot back. "Enough. Stop arguing," Su Miaoyue interjected, cutting off their quarrel. "Do you even know what difficulty he chose? It should be easy, right?" Lin Daonan hesitated. Dungeon difficulty could only be selected after entering, so outsiders had no way of knowing. Su Miaoyue nodded, unsurprised by Chen Yu's decision to enter alone. After a misunderstanding with Chen Yu in the skills practice room that morning, she had asked Qin Lan to confirm the description of the thorn spirit. The answer she received was clear: this was undoubtedly a legendary level life form. Alright, with a legendary plant life form in tow, clearing dungeons is a breeze. Forget soloing on easy mode. Even normal or hard difficulty wouldn't be a challenge. Lin Daonan wore a sycophantic smile, his demeanor reminiscent of a eunuch in a historical drama. He turned to Su Miaoyue and said, "Right, yeah? Don't you think that Chen Yu is someone who doesn't know his limits?" "I think the one who doesn't know their limits is you." Su Miaoyue cut him off coldly, her gaze filled with evident displeasure. "And Lin Daonan, please address me by my full name." "I." Lin Daonan's face turned beet red, like a boiled liver. Flustered and annoyed, he retorted, "What's so great about that Chen Yu? Why are you defending him like this? He's just a Planterno future in that." "Huh." Su Miaoyue let out a cold laugh. "How about we make a bet?" "A bet? On what?" "I bet he'll clear the dungeon. If you lose, you'll apologize to him in person. If I lose, he'll pay you 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 gold coins? Lin Daonan's breathing quickened, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Alright, we'll take that bet." Although his family was well off, 10,000 gold coins was still a considerable sum. As for losing, that thought never crossed his mind. To him, the idea of a newly turned planter clearing a beginner dungeon was pure fantasy. Meanwhile, the battle in the dungeon unfolded in an unexpected way. The monster spawn points were littered with goblin corpses, and the thorn vine fiends were gleefully feasting on them, ravenously absorbing their flesh and blood essence. Watching this scene, Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel at how even monster corpses could serve as nourishment for plant life forms. The system notifications chimed in quick succession. "You have chosen not to settle the task. Task evaluation will accumulate upon final settlement. You have received the quest, Defend the Village Phase 2. Fend off 10 waves of goblin attacks and prevent Pioneer Village from being overrun by monsters. The old village chief appeared on the city wall at some point and expressed his gratitude to Chen Yu. Honorable warrior, thank you for protecting Pioneer Village. As a token of our appreciation, the village's advanced armory is now open to you. The system then announced that Chen Yu had gained access to the high-tier exchange rights for Pioneer Village merits. Browsing the exchange list, Chen Yu discovered that all items had upgraded versions. Steel arrow towers replaced the standard ones, and there was even a new turret option. In terms of equipment, the Pioneer Village Warrior set had been added. Although also classified as rare, its attributes far surpassed the Elite set, comparable to level 50 rare grade gear. Chen Yu exchanged for a batch of advanced potions and focused on honing his skills. With the extra nourishment, the Thorn Vine Fiends grew even faster, and their skill effects improved significantly. Warrior, the next wave of enemies will be even stronger. I suggest upgrading the city defenses, the old village chief advised when he noticed Chen Yu hadn't made further exchanges. This is your village's defense, not mine. Why should I use my merits to help you upgrade it? Don't you have the materials to upgrade it yourselves? Chen Yu retorted. The old village chief was left speechless, as if his system had crashed, sinking into an awkward silence. Ignoring him, Chen Yu continued to tend to the reluctant Toact primal spirit, Xiaofeng, while training the well-fed Thorn Vine Fiends. The interval between the 10th and 11th waves was unusually long. 2 whole hours passed before a new wave of green-skinned goblins emerged from the white mist. Ladies, it's time to entertain. With a single command from Chen Yu, 100 more Thorn Vine demons were unleashed from the supreme sacred land. This new batch of summoned creatures was even more formidable than before, including over a dozen legendary thorn spirits with extraordinary strength. The 11th wave of enemies emerged from the white mist green-skinned goblins, ranging from levels 35 to 40. Despite their relatively high levels, their attributes paled in comparison to the Thorn Vine demons. Against these powerful beings with attributes in the thousands, the goblins' defeat was nothing short of a spectacular display. Most of the goblins didn't even manage to fully step out of the mist. Some were dismembered the moment they revealed half their bodies, while others had only a hand or head peeking out before being snatched and torn apart by the competing vines, becoming a feast for the demons. The battle was over in mere minutes. Although Chen Yu barely saw the enemy's appearances, the experience notifications provided some intriguing insights. Killed level 30 Elite Goblin Warrior, EXP 300. Killed level 31 Elite Goblin Assassin, EXP 310. Killed level 30 Elite Goblin Priest, EXP 300. Surprisingly, this group of goblins included 8 elite monsters, forming a complete party of specialists. Typically, level 30 elite monsters had attributes ranging from 170 to 180, but due to the goblins' racial traits, their actual stats were only slightly better than the soldiers from Vanguard Village. Chen Yu calculated in his mind. Such enemies, combined with the monster waves, could easily annihilate Vanguard Village. He estimated that the village's warriors could barely hold off 2 waves of attacks. By the 3rd wave, monsters would likely breach the defenses, and by the 4th wave, casualties would begin. By the 5th wave, not only would a significant number of monsters slip through, but the army's losses would exceed half. By the 6th wave, total annihilation was inevitable. Time passed relentlessly, and every 30 minutes brought 5 minutes of intense combat. By the 15th wave, Chen Yu decided to switch up his defensive forces. He recalled the Thorn Vine demons blocking the entrance and replaced them with 100 Hunter Flower demons and 100 Lily Flower demons. Hunter Flower demons were the epic evolved form of carnivorous plants, exhibiting a humanoid appearance that surpassed even the Thorn Vine demons. They resembled delicate, pale-skinned human girls, with hair and limbs nearly indistinguishable from those of ordinary people. However, the moment they detected prey, any part of their bodies could instantly bloom into massive carnivorous flowers to devour their targets. Each Hunter Flower demon could unleash up to 10 blooms simultaneously, making their combat prowess truly formidable. The legendary evolved form of the Hunter Flower demon, the gluttonous spirit, showcased even more astonishing ability as it could devour 20 prey at once. In front of the mist-shrouded monster spawn point, a sea of flowers bloomed. Several greedy gluttonous spirits even pressed their massive carnivorous flowers against the invisible air wall, patiently awaiting unsuspecting prey to walk into their trap. The weaker lily flower demons could only fret from the rear, unable to even approach. As the number of monsters surged, the digestion capacity of the Hunter Flower demons reached its limit. Monster corpses began piling up, finally giving the lily flower demons in the rear a chance to share in the feast. By the 20th wave, ordinary monsters had evolved into level 45-50 goblins, and the elite squads of 8 monsters had increased to 10 teams, with their levels rising to 50. However, these enhancements were still futile. Before Chen Yu's defensive line, not a single monster managed to break through. System notifications popped up continuously. Completed the 20th wave of attacks, earning 200 contribution points, with an additional performance reward of 2,000 points. These contribution points could be used to exchange for various resources in Pioneer Village, but could not be taken out of the instance. When asked whether to settle the mission, Chen Yu chose to continue, with the system notifying that the mission evaluation would accumulate for the final settlement. The third phase of the mission was then triggered: continue defending Pioneer Village and withstand the next 10 waves of attacks. Based on the previous intervals, the next wave would take at least 2 hours to arrive. Chen Yu recalled the plant life that had just feasted, casting several instances of rapid growth on each one before sending them back to the sacred soil, leaving only a few newly evolved thorn spirits as targets for skill usage. As expected, some plant life immediately ascended to legendary status upon returning to the sacred soil. At this moment, the elderly village chief, having restarted his duties, appeared to thank Chen Yu for his assistance and informed him that he had applied for military supply exchange privileges in Toot City on his behalf. Reinforcements and the quartermaster were on their way. Chen Yu suddenly realized that the introduction of reinforcements made the third phase of the mission more reasonable. After all, the difficulty of the 20th wave had already exceeded the limits of 8 top-tier hidden class players, and the 21st wave was guaranteed to be insurmountable. 3 minutes later, the synchronized sound of galloping hooves echoed through the valley. A unit of armored cavalry charged forward, led by a commander wielding a heavy sword glowing with a faint purple light, exuding an imposing aura. Chen Yu silently marveled at the efficiency of the reinforcements and, with 15,000 merit points in hand, joined the village chief in welcoming the approaching quartermaster. After analyzing the attributes of the reinforcements, Chen Yu frowned slightly. The reinforcements sent from Toot City were astonishingly powerful: 200 elite heavy cavalry, each a level 30 elite unit with incredible stat strength 310, agility 230, constitution 350, spirit 200 and possessing 2 level 5 skills, fearless charge and piercing strike. Even more shocking was their commander, Cast, a level 40 BOS steer figure with terrifying attributes: strength 1250, agility 830, constitution 1300, spirit 600. This force's combat capability far exceeded expectations. By all accounts, this alone should be sufficient to defend Vanguard Village. However, Chen Yu remained cautious. Either the upcoming goblin assault would be far more intense than anticipated, or these reinforcements themselves harbored hidden risks. Perhaps they might withdraw midway, make critical tactical errors, or even face internal betrayal. As soon as the cavalry commander Cast arrived in the village, he exhibited an authoritative demeanor. Mounted on a towering steed, his silver armor gleaming, he called out in a commanding voice, "Who is the village chief of Vanguard Village?" The elderly village chief quickly trotted forward, his face full of obsequiousness, his smile creating countless wrinkles. "That would be me. From this moment on, the defense of Vanguard Village is under my control. Do you have any objections?" Cast asked coldly, looking down at the old man. "None at all, General. You are, of course, our supreme commander," the village chief replied, nodding repeatedly. Cast then inquired about the external reinforcements. The village chief promptly brought Chen Yu, who had been observing nearby, to him. As Cast's gaze swept over the thorn spirit behind Chen Yu, a flicker of greed and malice flashed in his eyes, a subtle expression that did not escape Chen Yu's notice. Chen Yu felt no goodwill toward this NPC who had clearly developed ill intentions toward his plant-based companion. Without preamble, he asked, "Where is the quartermaster?" "The quartermaster hasn't arrived yet," Cast replied, slightly embarrassed, before quickly adopting a more domineering tone. "For now, I am the highest authority here, and you must obey my commands. I've heard that you've taken it upon yourselves to modify the defensive structures. In light of your assistance in defense, you'll overlook this for now. However, I now order you to dismantle all non-original constructions immediately." "What? Say that again?" Chen Yu stared at Cast in disbelief. "Demolish any unnecessary structures that do not belong to Vanguard Village," Cast shouted sharply from atop his horse, pointing around with an air of authority. "Now, move quickly, or I will execute you all for treason against the Empire." "General, are you planning to construct new defensive structures?" Chen Yu asked, looking up at him. "Vanguard Village needs no additional defenses. My army alone can crush anything in our path," Cast replied arrogantly. Chen Yu immediately understood. This was clearly a game quest, and the problem lay with this reinforcement commander. Cast's obstinate and reckless demeanor meant that an ordinary team of players would likely have to painstakingly build up his favor. But for Chen Yu, this was hardly an issue. "Didn't you hear me? I told you to tear down the extra structures." Cast's eyes flashed with cold menace as he swiftly drew the greatsword from his saddle, pointing its sharp tip directly at Chen Yu. "Act or die." My lord, my lord." The village elder hurriedly clung to Cast's leg. "This warrior has not built any structures in our Vanguard Village. You may check for yourself." "No structures? Impossible." Cast hesitated for a moment before commanding one of his knights, "Go and take a look." The knight spurred his horse and rode around the village walls. After completing a circuit, he reported back, "General, there are indeed no unnecessary structures in Vanguard Village." "None? Fine." Cast turned his cold gaze back toward Chen Yu. "Then I order you to dismantle the walls of Vanguard Village. My cavalry needs an open path for their charge, and these walls are an obstacle. Before the next monster attack, I want nothing standing in our way. Fail to comply, and I will have you executed for defying military orders." Chen Yu frowned. The behavior of this NPC was clearly abnormal. Not only was he excessively targeting players, but his orders seemed to directly aid the enemy. Taking a step back, Chen Yu raised his hand and summoned a group of plant creatures, issuing a concise command. "Take him down." In an instant, a thorn spirit lashed out, its vines cracking through the air like whips. Despite his high constitution and full set of rare gear, Cast was knocked off his horse by the strike, coughing up blood as he hit the ground. "Traitor to the Empire! Kill him!" Cast shouted as he scrambled into the formation of his knights. "Kill!" the lead knight roared, charging forward with 200 knights following closely behind in a tight assault formation. "Kill them all!" Chen Yu commanded. In a flash, vines and massive carnivorous flowers filled the battlefield. The elite knights, though level 30, were no match for the plant creature's onslaught. The lead knight barely advanced a few steps before a carnivorous flower swooped down from above, biting off his head and carrying it away. His warhorse was torn in half by whipping vines. A single thorn spirit swept through the ranks, bringing down dozens of horses in one blow. The knights, still mid-fall, were shredded to pieces by the relentless vines. In less than 5 minutes, all 200 knights lay dead, and their commander, Cast, had been devoured by one of the gluttonous plant creatures as a mere snack. Chen Yu opened the notification window to review the kill log. Defeated level 30 elite, Tut Heavy Cavalry. No experience gained as you are currently aligned with the Tut City faction. Defeated level 30 elite Rebel, Tut Heavy Cavalry. Experience 300. Defeated level 40 boss, Rebel Tut Heavy Cavalry Commander Cast. Experience 80,000. So, he was a double agent. That explains everything, Chen Yu muttered as he read Cast's kill notification, finally piecing it all together. Moments later, the plant creatures brought a large pile of glowing loot to Chen Yu's feet, spoils of war from the treacherous knights. Chen Yu opened the loot interface, and what greeted his eyes was a large assortment of equipment and items. Among them, the most eye-catching was a level 30 purple epic gear set. Judging by its design, it was clearly the Heavy Cavalry Commander set dropped from Cast's corpse. This set included 5 pieces: a helmet, armor, leggings, boots, and a cloak, each radiating with a purple glow. The stats were astonishing. The helmet provided a 50-point boost to both constitution and strength, along with 100 points of defense. The armor was even more impressive, adding 100 points to constitution and 200 points to defense. Altogether, the full set increased 4-dimensional attributes by 200 points, added 500 points to defense, and came with the Fearless Charge skill. When activated, it doubled all stats, dealt massive damage to the target, and stunned them for 5 seconds. What a pity, Chen Yu sighed inwardly. This top-tier gear, restricted to knights, was useless to him. However, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price on the trading market. Additionally, there were 3 blue-quality knight sets. Though their stats were inferior, they were still considered premium equipment. As he rummaged through the miscellaneous items, a glowing golden letter caught his attention. Opening the envelope, he found a badge engraved with a figure of agony and a sheet of letter paper. The system promptly provided a description. This was evidence of Baron Stettel's betrayal. As the deputy officer of Tut City's defenses, he had defected to the Abyssal Demons and offered Pioneer Village as a token of his loyalty. The letter also included the Abyssal Lord Uncipher's badge, a reward for the traitor. I see, Chen Yu realized. The game's original storyline was likely designed for players to uncover Cast's suspicious behavior through investigation, then persuade other heavy cavalry soldiers to join forces in taking down the traitor. However, the sudden attack by the Flower Demons had disrupted this sequence, wiping out all the heavy cavalry outright. At this moment, the villagers of Pioneer Village, who had been terrified by the fierce confrontation between Chen Yu and the reinforcements, cowered in fear nearby. It wasn't until Chen Yu presented the contents of the letter that they understood the truth. The elderly village chief wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said gratefully, "Thank you, brave warrior. Once again, you have saved Pioneer Village." If it weren't for Chen Yu's wisdom and bravery in uncovering Custer's betrayal, Vanguard Village would have been doomed. A system notification immediately appeared. Contribution 5,000 for exposing the conspiracy of Tut City's heavy cavalry commander, Custer, and quelling the rebellion. 2 hours later, the 21st wave of the Goblin army arrived as expected. This batch of goblins showed a significant improvement in overall quality, with each reaching level 50. Their attribute stats were impressive: Strength 110, Agility 110, Constitution 110, and Spirit 85, along with mastery of the Charge LV3 skill. Among the approximately 2,000 regular goblins, there were as many as 100 elite level ones. Ladies, it's dinner time. At Chen Yu's command, over 500 plant-based life forms sprang into action. Vines and blossoms danced through the air, rushing eagerly toward the enemy forces. This call of dinner time unexpectedly startled Xiao Feng, who had been curled up in Chen Yu's hand. She suddenly broke free, flying into the air, looking around nervously while asking, "Where? Where's the food?" Her expression, a mix of tension and anticipation, was accompanied by the sound of her swallowing. This marked the first time Xiao Feng had ever spoken voluntarily since her birth. Hee. Here, Xiao Feng, try this. Xiao Yin mischievously grabbed Chen Yu's finger and tried to push it into Xiao Feng's mouth. Instinctively, Xiao Feng opened her mouth and gave Chen Yu's finger a light lick before retreating, disappointed, into his pocket, muttering softly, "Not edible." From the 21st wave onward, although the quality and quantity of the enemy forces increased substantially, they still couldn't escape their fate of becoming fertilizer for the plants. By the 25th wave, a level 40 boss had barely appeared before it was simultaneously bitten by two carnivorous flowers belonging to the gluttonous spirit demons. The two demons fought over the delicacy, eventually tearing the boss in half and devouring it. From that point on, every wave included a boss, with the 30th wave featuring two bosses at the same time. The number of elite monsters also increased steadily, reaching a staggering 500 in the final wave, accounting for half of the total enemy forces. This feast left the plant creatures thoroughly satiated. After the battle, system notifications indicated that Chen Yu had leveled up to 44 and then 45. The level caps for rapid growth and plant reinforcement were unlocked to level 10. His plant-based life forms also leveled up to 45, and the skills of the legendary spirit demons automatically advanced to level 10. This phenomenon of plant life, leveling up in sync with their master, was highly unusual. According to Zhou Bowen, plant life forms typically required planters to invest large amounts of magic crystals and special items as fertilizer to gradually match their master's level. However, Chen Yu's plant life forms always remained perfectly synchronized with him, clearly another hidden feature of the Supreme Holy Land. Chen Yu turned his gaze to the talent section of his attribute panel, focusing on a powerful ability. Absolute Enhancement Supreme Level. Designate a target for absolute enhancement. The target may include but is not limited to life forms, items, skills, or talents. Cooldown progress, 2. Watching the cooldown progress inch forward, Chen Yu silently anticipated the next opportunity for enhancement. System notifications flashed continuously. Repelling the 30th wave of goblin attacks earned 300 contribution points, with an additional 3,000 points awarded for outstanding performance. After all waves were defeated, a bonus of 10,000 points was granted. A new notification appeared. Contribution points can be exchanged for merit points at the quartermaster in Toot City, which can be used to obtain rewards that can be taken out of the instance. The completion notification for the third stage dungeon task followed shortly after. Players could choose to settle immediately or enter a free exploration mode, the latter allowing settlement at any time in a non-combat state. A special note reminded players that dungeons in real difficulty could only be experienced once. Chen Yu understood the implications. No wonder there was a contribution reward for the final wave. It was meant for merit exchanges. The free exploration mode was clearly an extra reward for the dungeon, offering opportunities to gain more experience and enhance the dungeon evaluation. The village elder approached with his usual politeness. "Honorable warrior, thank you for repelling all the goblin attacks and protecting our pioneer village." Under his guidance, Chen Yu arrived at the village entrance. A limping veteran was leaning against a short tree, seated on a stone slab to rest. Beside him was a two-horse carriage. The old soldier struggled to his feet and gave Chen Yu a deep bow. "Honorable warrior, greetings. I am the quartermaster of Toot City. Your merits will forever be remembered by the Empire." The system immediately displayed the unlocked merit exchange privileges for Toot City. The exchange list unfolded, showcasing an array of items, from the basic exchange rate of 100 contribution points for 1 merit point, to valuable items like professional gear sets, vitality potions, portable arrow towers, city defense blueprints, and even various warhorses and rare seeds. Chen Yu carefully browsed the list, noting that every item was immensely valuable. Unfortunately, he could only exchange up to 500 merit points, leaving many coveted items out of reach. However, since the exchange list could be accessed anytime, there was no need to rush this decision. The quartermaster handed a map to Chen Yu and said in a gentle tone, "Honorable warrior, this is a map of the terrain surrounding Toot City. It should come in handy if you plan to travel." "Thank you very much," Chen Yu replied, taking the map and examining it closely. "You're welcome. Toot City is a beautiful place. I'm sure you'll love it," the quartermaster added warmly. Chen Yu walked away with the map, studying it as he went. The map centered around Vanguard Village, a settlement built at the mouth of a canyon, backed by Toot City. Ahead lay the Goblin main city, marked in red. According to the map, Toot City governed 13 villages, while the Goblin main city controlled 27 villages. This is my chance to earn merit points. Chen Yu's eyes lit up as he focused on the dense red dots on the map. Clearing out these Goblin villages would surely yield a significant amount of merit points. During the previous 30 waves of Goblin attacks, a white mist surrounding Vanguard Village had formed an invisible barrier of air. Now that the attacks were over and the mist had dissipated, Chen Yu immediately sent out a thorn spirit to investigate. As expected, the spirit easily crossed the boundary where the mist had been, confirming the barrier's disappearance. Chen Yu chose the nearest Goblin village as his target and led an army of over 500 plant-based creatures on the march. However, after half an hour of travel, he realized the pace was too slow. According to the map, the Goblin villages were generally spaced over 10 kilometers apart, and at this rate, the journey would take far too long. After weighing his options, Chen Yu recalled all his plant-based creatures, leaving only 2 of the most agile thorn spirits to serve as mounts. The decision paid off immediately. What would have taken 2 or 3 hours was now completed in just over 10 minutes, and they arrived at their first target village. This Goblin village was larger than Vanguard Village, but far more chaotic. Crude shelters made of branches and grass were scattered haphazardly, garbage and waste littered the ground, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Go, my minions! Without hesitation, Chen Yu unleashed all his plant-based creatures. Over 500 plant warriors surged into the village like a tidal wave, launching a ferocious assault. Screams filled the air, and kill notifications echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Killed level 15 Goblin, EXP 45. Killed level 33 Elite Goblin, EXP 330. Killed level 30 Goblin, EXP 90. Killed level 50 Goblin, EXP 150. In less than 10 minutes, the entire village was wiped out. A system notification followed. You have eradicated a Goblin village. Toot City merit points 300. Checking his status panel, Chen Yu saw that his experience points had risen from 12 at level 45 to 24. A single village had provided 12 of the experience needed for his next level. Combined with the 500 merit points earned earlier from defending Vanguard Village, his total had now reached 800 points. Referring to the merit exchange list, Chen Yu eyed 2 items he desired most: the Toot City Commander Cultivator Set and the rare seed of the Mo Yun Vine, a powerful plant-based life form. These rewards now seemed within reach. With a few more Goblin villages cleared, he would have them in his grasp. At the replica square of Yangjiang First High School, the commotion caused by Chen Yu solo clearing a dungeon quickly subsided. The novice adventurers formed their teams and entered their chosen dungeons one after another, leaving only a dozen or so people scattered across the square, including Su Miaoyue's group. Due to her wager with Lin Daonan, neither of them teamed up for the dungeon. Su Miaoyue's teammates stood nearby watching the scene unfold. Lu Pingping sidled up to Su Miaoyue, nudging her shoulder with her elbow and wearing a mischievous grin. Yeah, how are things going between you two? When are you going to treat us to wedding candies? Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing going on between us. Su Miaoyue's cheeks flushed as she hastily denied it. Nothing going on. Lu Pingping exaggerated her expression in mock shock. Could it be even faster than I imagined? What stage are you at? Don't tell me. You've already done it? Is he good? You little brat. Are you itching for a beating? Su Miaoyue, now thoroughly embarrassed and angry, pinched Lu Pingping's cheek hard. I told you. It's not like that. Hee. Lu Pingping raised an eyebrow at her. Think about what you just said, Lin Daonan. I'll make you a bet. If I lose, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. If you lose, no need to pay me back. Just apologize to our Chen Yu. Our yeah. Such a fierce protector of her man. Shut up. Su Miaoyue's face turned crimson as she lowered her head and shoved Lu Pingping aside. Not far away, Lin Daonan noticed the commotion and saw Su Miaoyue's flustered expression. A mix of anger and jealousy boiled within him. He glared darkly at Su Miaoyue. Su, don't forget the 10,000 gold coin wager when Chen Yu fails and gets kicked out. Of course, I'm not the type to renege on a bet, Su Miaoyue replied calmly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. After Lin Daonan interrupted, Lu Pingping stopped her teasing. The original group of teammates had now split into 2 factions. On one side were Archer Lin Daonan and 2 male warriors, while on the other were Su Miaoyue, Knight Lu Pingping, Mage Li Yanran, and Healer Lu Zixin, forming a team of 4 girls. Time ticked by. 2 hours passed, and Lin Daonan wore a confident smile, assuming the NPC soldiers defending the village would soon falter. Though he had offended Su Miaoyue, earning 10,000 gold coins seemed like a decent consolation. However, as time dragged on, his smile began to freeze. 2.5 hours, 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Yet Chen Yu still hadn't appeared. By the 4th hour, Lin Daonan's expression had turned ashen. Over 5 hours later, Su Miaoyue stood up and walked over to Lin Daonan. In the Defend the Village dungeon, a wave of monsters spawns every half hour. The 10th wave appears around the veranda half-hour mark. The fact that Chen Yu hasn't come out yet means he's cleared the dungeon. What do you have to say now? Maybe he's just hiding somewhere. Clearing the dungeon? No way. Lin down and retorted stubbornly. Then let's keep waiting, Su Miaoyue said with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Chen Yu, after nearly an entire day of effort, had finally wiped out all 27 goblin villages. Most of the journey was spent on the road. Even with the incredible speed of the thorn spirit beasts, their lack of flight or teleportation abilities meant they had to race across the ground. The journey proved to be highly rewarding. A surge of experience points pushed Chen Yu's level all the way up to 47 at 52. The loot was piled high, although individual goblins dropped very little. Their sheer numbers more than made up for it. The reward chests obtained after clearing out goblin villages added even more to the haul. The 10-slot beginner's backpack was long overburdened, and a dedicated area in the Supreme Holy Land had to be set aside to store the spoils from these village guardian dungeons. The merit points earned were equally impressive. Since the strength of monsters varied greatly across the goblin villages, the merit points gained differed as well. The most formidable villages yielded over 800 merit points, while weaker ones with just a few hundred elderly and infirm goblins often provided only a few dozen. In total, the 27 goblin villages contributed 9,000 merit points to Chen Yu, bringing his total to 9,500 when combined with his previous balance. Eagerly, Chen Yu opened the exchange list and immediately purchased the long-coveted Toot City Commander Breeder set. This epic quality level 50 gear, designed for professions like beast tamers, cultivators, and spirit masters, consisted of a crown, top, pants, boots, and gloves. The set offered staggering attribute boosts: Strength 200, Agility 150, Constitution 450, and Spirit 450, along with a set effect that increased all attributes by an additional 400 points. Even more enticing was the set skill Spring and Autumn in a Moment, which allowed any combat creature's juvenile form to reach its peak state within an hour. Though it could only be used once per day, it was a perfect solution to the breeder's most frustrating challenge, the long growth period. After purchasing the set, Chen Yu turned his attention to the Mayun vine seeds. 2 consecutive purchases consumed 4,000 merit points, leaving the stock depleted. With 4,500 merit points remaining, Chen Yu reopened the map. The final target awaiting his attention stood out, a goblin capital city that opposed Toot City. Let's finish off this last spot quickly and then retreat, Chen Yu calculated silently. The last goblin village was already quite close to the goblin's main city. The thorn sprite carried Chen Yu as they sprinted forward, and after half an hour, a low earthen city appeared on the horizon. This so-called main city could hardly be called grand. Its yellowish earthen walls were only 4 or 5 meters tall, slightly higher than those of the frontier villages. The walls were uneven, with some sections leaning precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. However, compared to the goblin villages surrounded by sparse wooden fences, this earthen city could be considered impressive. The goblin race had some glaring weaknesses: low individual combat strength and questionable intelligence. Yet, their survival hinged on 2 astonishing advantages. First, their extraordinary adaptability. They could eat almost anything, even subsisting on humus-rich soil. Second, their incredible reproductive capability. They could mate with most humanoid species, with a gestation period of only a few weeks, and each litter could produce several to over a dozen offspring. Even more surprising, these offspring reached adulthood in less than a year, growing at an astonishing rate. Because of this, expecting such a species to develop a civilization akin to humanity's was nothing short of fantasy. The city walls lacked proper gates, with only a few openings 4 or 5 meters wide. Disorganized patrols wandered around the perimeter, and sentries occasionally sneaked away from their posts. Judging by this level of defense, it seemed they would only realize the gravity of the situation when an enemy army was already at their doorstep. Xiaofeng, wake up! Chen Yu reached into his pocket, gently tapping the small figure's disheveled head. Xiaofeng tilted her head, looking at Chen Yu with a blank expression. It's your time to shine, Chen Yu said, pointing toward the earthen city ahead. See that city? Destroy it, and kill every living thing inside. This goblin main city, spanning about 10 square kilometers, would be challenging to attack with plant-based life forms. Not only would it take time, but strong bosses might also unintentionally harm innocent plants and flowers. A large-scale forbidden spell was clearly the more efficient choice. Oh, and one more thing, Chen Yu added. Try to preserve the monster corpses. The plant life could use the nutrients. Got it. Xiaofeng floated out of Chen Yu's hand, swaying slightly as she closed her eyes and extended her arms. She began chanting a strange incantation. A wisp of green energy started forming between her hands, and a fierce wind suddenly swept across the wasteland, causing Chen Yu's clothes to flap wildly. 5 minutes later, Xiaofeng's eyes glowed with a green light as she slowly lowered her arms. Endless wind pressure. In that instant, Chen Yu felt a suffocating pressure, as if the air around him had been sucked away. Over the goblin main city, the compressed air generated immense heat, distorting and warping the atmosphere. The next moment, a deep boom echoed as the city walls crumbled into rubble. A series of successive booms followed, as if an invisible, colossal ram was relentlessly pounding the city into oblivion. From the first sound, Chen Yu's mind was flooded with a continuous stream of notification alerts. Killing various types of goblins continuously brought a significant amount of experience points. Level 34 Common Goblin 102, Level 51 Elite Warrior 1020, Level 60 Boss Priest 600,000, Level 63 Boss Demon Bishop 630,000, Level 53 Enchanted Goblin 318, Level 60 Boss Chieftain 600,000. The system notified that Chen Yu had leveled up to 48, and the destruction of the Goblin main city awarded 5,000 merit points for Tut City. 5 minutes later, a strong, visible shockwave erupted from the sky above the Goblin main city, expanding outward at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, grass, trees, and rocks were obliterated, and the ground soil was lifted several meters into the air. Dust filled the air, plunging the world into darkness. When the dust finally settled, Chen Yu looked toward the direction of the main city, and the sight before him left him in awe. The entire Goblin main city seemed to have been subjected to some kind of dimensional compression weapon, flattened into a two-dimensional painting. Scattered across the ground were specks of red matter, the remains of goblin corpses compressed to the extreme. Horrifying, Chen Yu muttered to himself. Compared to Xiao Yan's chaotic apocalyptic forbidden spell, Xiao Feng's endless wind pressure resembled the impromptu masterpiece of a deranged artist, wild yet retaining a certain elegance. He released his plant-based life forms into this dead city painting. These creatures were not picky. Whether it was embedded flesh or inaccessible nutrients, they absorbed everything through their roots. As Chen Yu admired this art piece, he noticed an unusual protrusion in the center of the city. There, a scarlet barrier slightly jutted above the ground, forming the only three-dimensional structure in the flattened landscape. Following his commands, two thorny spirit creatures swiftly dug into the barrier. It turned out to be a shield about 10 centimeters thick, inside of which lay a blood-stained, flattened long-haired woman. As the shield dissipated, a miraculous transformation occurred. The flattened, human pancake began to expand. First, the head regained its rounded form, with facial features becoming three-dimensional again, followed by the gradual restoration of the rest of the body. Finally, a tall woman dressed in a tight leather outfit emerged. She had waist-length, winered wavy hair, alluring almond-shaped eyes radiating charm, and lips as red as burning flames. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous, with her ample chest almost bursting through her attire. She exuded a fiery yet dark aura. At that moment, she was gasping for air, clearly recovering from a severe ordeal. Chen Yu put on his detective glasses and used his probing skill on her. Abyssal Lord, Unisevers, Near-Death State, Silver Boss Level, 51 Attributes? Talent? Skills. Seeing the woman's title, Chen Yu's heart stirred. He took out a black badge from his backpack and examined it closely. This Abyss Lord badge was crafted by Unnamed, specifically designed to reward turncoats in enemy factions. The bearer could exchange it with her for abyssal power. After repeatedly confirming, Chen Yu was certain that the woman in front of him was indeed the real deal. However, judging by her current half-dead state, even if he presented the badge, he doubted he'd get anything worthwhile in return. Still, as a silver tier boss, her quality far surpassed that of ordinary or bronze tier bosses, so the equipment she dropped shouldn't be too bad. With a look of anticipation, Chen Yu commanded the Thorn Spirit to finish her off. The two spirits immediately stepped forward, their fingers transforming into greenish-brown thorny vines. Wait, no. Yuna Zephysi, caught in her thoughts, trembled and cried out in terror. She had come in response to the call of the fallen, intending to feast on sacrifices and corrupt more creatures. Yet, as soon as she descended, before she could even say a word, a terrifying forbidden curse had struck her, reducing her to a battered state. If not for the tenacity of a demon's vitality, she would have already disintegrated into loot. From the young man before her, she could sense two overwhelmingly powerful auras. One was as violent and oppressive as the gales from the deepest layers of the abyss, capable of stripping a creature of its flesh and blood in an instant. Clearly, this was the power of the one who had unleashed the forbidden curse. For demons, begging for mercy was not shameful. Even abyssal demon gods would kneel before a stronger adversary without hesitation. Honorable warrior, please spare me for a moment. I have something to say. Save it for your next life. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. The thorn spirit's vines lashed forward with immense force. In desperation, Yuna Zephysi hastily erected a transparent red barrier. Crack the vines struck the barrier, instantly creating web-like cracks. Stop. Let's talk this through. Seeing the vines about to strike again, Yuna Zephysi's pupils contracted. She quickly shouted, I have a mythical skill book that adapts automatically to any class. If you kill me, it won't drop. Hold. Chen Yu raised his right hand. The two vines, about to smash into the red barrier, froze midair, stopping less than a meter away. You claim to have a mythical skill book that adapts to any class? Show it to me. Relieved as Chen Yu paused, Yuna's effusi exhaled deeply. In an instant, her demeanor shifted from a frightened little rabbit to a graceful noblewoman, a charming smile gracing her lips. Great warrior, your strength has earned my admiration. I have decided to grant you the opportunity to acquire the mythical skill. All you need to do is complete a task that is but a trifle for someone like you, and you shall gain the ultimate mythical skill. Notification. Abyss Lord Yuna Zafusi invites you to join the Abyss faction. An invisible force immediately enveloped Chen Yu. A strange and eerie power quietly spread through the air. Though it caused no physical harm, it struck directly at the soul. Chen Yu felt countless fragmented images flashing through his mind: power, wealth, beauty, everything he could desire. A beguiling voice whispered incessantly in his ear. Follow the woman of the abyss before you, and all of this will be yours. However, Chen Yu's rationality only sneered in response. With his current rate of progress, he didn't need to wait long to achieve everything he desired. This realization brought him instant clarity. This was nothing more than an attempt to slow him down. Foul creature, how dare you try to manipulate me? Chen Yu roared in his heart. At that moment, a faint green aura emerged from within him, instantly dispelling the enchanting power. It was the protection of the world tree. But truth be told, the safeguard was unnecessary. Chen Yu hadn't been swayed in the slightest. Something I can achieve in a year, and you want me to wait 10? This is your so-called temptation? Chen Yu sneered coldly. The Abyss Lord's art of seduction is nothing impressive after all. Two thorny vine whips lashed fiercely through the air. Wait, Unicivis cried out in panic. Even if you kill me, you won't get the mythical skill. This quest is ridiculously easy for you. She was utterly baffled. She had felt certain her allure had taken hold. Why had he not only resisted but grown even angrier? Could it be that his greatest desire was her life itself? The vine whips struck down mercilessly, shattering the crimson barrier with ease. Wait, I'll give it to you. The skill book is right here. Unicivis finally screamed as the whips neared her body. But Chen Yu ignored her completely. Smack! A whip struck her shoulder, and violet blood sprayed out. I'll give it to you. Just don't kill me. Unicivis trembled as she extended her hand, revealing a multicolored diamond-shaped crystal, the mythical adaptive skill book. Stop. Seeing the genuine article, Chen Yu finally ordered the thorn spirit to halt. The skill book was still in her possession, and killing her recklessly might not guarantee its drop. Take it. This time, Unicivis didn't dare to make any demands. She simply tossed the crystal toward him. Clearly, she had realized that trying to tempt this young man without offering a real price was utterly futile. Chen Yu caught the diamond-shaped crystal, only to see a strange red glow enveloping it. The properties of the crystal changed immediately. A system notification revealed it was a mythical adaptive skill book, but it had been sealed by the Abyss Lord, Unaxifis. Unusable, non-transferable, and can't be placed in the inventory, Chen Yu silently read the restrictions of the seal. The only way to lift the seal is by accepting Unaxifis's mission. The mission was straightforward. Do not kill Unaxifis in the dungeon. If he violated this condition, the skill book would be reclaimed, and any mythical skills already acquired would be erased. The system emphasized that his actions in the dungeon wouldn't affect its progression, and he could conclude the dungeon at any time. After weighing his options, Chen Yu nodded and accepted. The value of a mythical class professional skill far outweighed the potential rewards of defeating Unaxifis. He understood well that even rare-level skills could fetch high prices in the market. Epic-level ones were incredibly scarce and guaranteed to sell for astronomical sums at auction. Legendary skills had never been seen on the market, and mythical ones? They were unheard of. Is that good enough now? Chen Yu looked at Unaxifis. Phew, of course. Unaxifis breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. With a light touch of her fingertip, the red membrane on the crystal's surface vanished instantly. Chen Yu, however, didn't use the crystal right away. Instead, he placed it in the supreme sacred soil to let the world tree evaluate it. A mythical skill book this precious, casually handed over by a demon, was undoubtedly suspicious. As expected, the world tree quickly issued a warning. The crystal did not contain a mythical skill but rather a fragment of abyssal will. If used, the abyssal will would be activated, probing the user and granting a corresponding mythical skill based on the results. However, during this process, the user's will would be corroded and corrupted by the abyssal will, turning them into a pawn of the abyss. It turned out Unaxifis had been leading him into a trap from the very beginning. She deliberately created the illusion of being forced to hand over a mythical skill, enticing him to switch allegiances and setting up mission constraints to make the opportunity seem hard-earned. The moment he eagerly used the crystal would be when the demon revealed her true nature. Feeling regretful, Chen Yu took out the crystal, preparing to destroy it. But just then, a new message came from the world tree. Master, you can use this crystal. Oh, you can help me resist the corrosion of the abyssal will? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, the abyss and I are of the same level in essence. Though I am smaller in scale compared to the abyss, my will is whole, while the abyssal will is but a minuscule fragment. Resisting its corruption would not be difficult. Are you sure? Chen Yu asked nervously. If the abyss will suddenly increases its power, can you handle it? The world tree's response was firm and resolute. Even with just 1/10th of my complete will, I can obliterate this fragment of the abyss will and sever its connection to the greater abyss will. Great. Chen Yu's face lit up with a look of ecstatic joy. If 1/10th can handle this fragment, then even if the abyss will increases its power, the world tree won't be phased. Taking advantage of the abyss will for free? Just the thought feels amazing. Ahem. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, this is called taking the enemy's sugar-coated bullets, eating the sugar coating, and sending the bullet back their way. With the world tree's assurance, Chen Yu decisively took out a mythic-grade adaptive skill book. With a crisp, shattering sound, the diamond-shaped crystal broke apart. At that moment, Yuna Cypher's expression twisted abruptly, revealing a sinister and maniacal grin. Her body began to undergo a violent transformation. Her height surged to nearly 3 meters, her pale skin turned into a molten, fiery red, and 2 curved horns erupted from her head. Her nails grew over an inch long, gleaming with a deadly edge. 2 massive bat-like wings unfurled from her back, and a 3-meter-long pale tailbone extended from her lower back, ending in a barbed, triangular spike. This was her true form as an abyss demon, wild, alluring, and terrifying. "O supreme abyss," she cried out. "Your humble servant, Yuna Cyphers, offers you a gift. A human prodigy with godlike potential is about to fall into your vast embrace. Descend, O great abyss will." A crimson halo enveloped Chen Yu. In an instant, all colors around him receded like a retreating tide, and the world was consumed by a deep, unbroken darkness, as if he had fallen into the silent depths of the universe or been swallowed by a black hole. In this darkness, which transcended the concept of time, a humanoid figure made of white light suddenly appeared. It instantly materialized in front of Chen Yu, gazing at him with an intangible, yet palpable, focus. Even though the figure had no discernible features, Chen Yu could clearly sense its complex emotions: surprise, confusion, disbelief, followed by joy, sorrow, loneliness, and finally, a profound blend of devotion and reliance. This is the world tree's will? A wave of intense familiarity and trust surged within Chen Yu's heart. This feeling was unique and unmistakable, something that could only come from his life-bound plant. The humanoid figure of white light gently cupped Chen Yu's face, leaning in to touch its forehead to his. Chen Yu felt a warm kiss, followed by a mysterious power flowing into his body. Gradually, the white light figure began to fade, as if savoring these final moments together. At that moment, another taller humanoid figure of white light suddenly appeared beside Chen Yu. To his astonishment, Chen Yu felt the same deep sense of familiarity and trust toward this new presence. However, unlike the first figure, this one exuded an aura of coldness, rationality, and scrutiny, yet it too harbored profound dependence and devotion toward him. Chen Yu was baffled. If the white light figure that gave me its power is the world tree's will, then what is this one? Which of them is the true will of the world tree? In the endless darkness, time and space seemed to stand still. Chen Yu gazed at the scene before him, his mind swirling with countless questions, yet he could only watch in silence. The smaller humanoid figure of white light was the first to move. It bowed deeply to the larger figure of white light that had appeared behind it, its gesture radiating sincere gratitude and goodwill. Then, it turned its gaze toward Chen Yu. In that instant, Chen Yu saw a pair of eyes that left him utterly shaken, ancient and profound, filled with the wisdom of ages, yet gleaming with an unyielding madness and resilience that could never be extinguished. Those eyes stirred a strong sense of familiarity within him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. Desperately, he searched through the memories of his 2 lifetimes, as though dissecting every fragment with a sharp blade, yet the answer remained elusive. "Who are you?" Chen Yu mustered all his strength to project this thought, hoping for a response. The humanoid figure of white light seemed to sense his confusion but offered no answer. Instead, it cupped Chen Yu's face once more, leaning in gently. Starting from its toes, specks of light began to peel away like pieces of a disassembling puzzle. Perhaps sensing its imminent dissolution, its kiss grew increasingly fervent and lingering, as if pouring all its boundless longing and emotions into this single act. Yet, an invisible barrier kept it from voicing the countless words it yearned to say. Finally, The humanoid figure of white light disintegrated into countless points of light, vanishing into the darkness. Moments later, cracks began to appear in the dark realm, spreading like shattered glass until the entire scene crumbled away. Before Chen Yu's eyes, the image of the goblin capital city re-emerged. A system notification followed, announcing that Chen Yu had obtained the supreme skill, Abyssal Devotion. This skill allowed him to summon the will of the abyss at any moment to resolve crises, with its usage increasing by 1 time after each class advancement. Who are you? Really? Chen Yu murmured softly as he read the skill description. The abyss, a mysterious entity in the era of universal class advancements, was a force that inspired awe and fear even among the most talented professionals. This protection granted by the will of the abyss was undoubtedly the ultimate safeguard. Yet, despite acquiring such a powerful skill, Chen Yu felt no joy. All that remained was an even deeper sense of confusion and contemplation. Is there such a thing as love without reason in this world? Chen Yu was deeply perplexed. Who was that abyssal will, manifesting as a humanoid figure of white light? And where did that overwhelming, suffocating love come from? Though feelings may not require a reason to bloom, there should at least be a beginning. Yet Chen Yu was certain he had never had any connection with the abyss. While he was lost in these thoughts, a piercing, maniacal laugh suddenly echoed through the air. Looking up, he saw a crimson-skinned demoness, towering over 3 meters tall, laughing wildly without restraint. What are you laughing at? Chen Yu asked coldly. What's so funny here? I'm celebrating. Eunaxophis spread her arms wide as if to embrace the world. Congratulations to the future demon god, about to fall into the abyss's embrace. Look, the great abyssal will itself has come to guide you. She pointed to the sky. Chen Yu followed her gaze and saw a massive, ethereal eye gradually materializing in the air. The sight deepened his confusion. If this was the abyssal will, then what was the humanoid figure of white light he had encountered earlier? The supreme skill on his status panel wouldn't lie. As he pondered, the pupil of the ethereal eye suddenly emitted a beam of red light that enveloped him. A surge of chaotic and frenzied power flooded into his body. A system notification appeared. Mythic skill acquired. Embrace the abyss. Effect. Select a plant-based life form to transform it into an abyssal being. All attributes 100, and gains the skill Corruption. Note: this skill has no level cap and advances automatically with each class upgrade. Note: this skill consumes the unique attribute Abyssal Mana. Another notification followed. You have acquired the unique attribute Abyssal Mana. Note: Abyssal Mana cannot be gained through free attribute points. It can be replenished by slaying abyssal creatures or studying abyssal fundamental arts. At the same time, an overwhelming force of will began to invade Chen Yu's consciousness. A cacophony of maddening whispers filled his ears, some coaxing, some commanding, others pleading, all urging him to submit to the abyss. Fragmented visions flickered before him. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, wealth and beauty, a throne of ultimate power. It far surpassed Eunaxophis's earlier attempts at seduction. This was no mere temptation. It was a forcible transformation. Come, join us. Eunaxophis's maniacal laughter echoed around him. In this critical moment, a faint green figure suddenly appeared beside Chen Yu. It was a young woman with waist-length hair, dressed in a loose gown woven from fresh leaves, her curvaceous figure faintly visible. She gently tapped Chen Yu's shoulder, instantly forming a transparent protective barrier around him that blocked out the red light. In the next instant, the girl flashed into the air before the massive eye and delivered a powerful punch directly into its pupil. The colossal, ethereal eye shattered and dissipated without a sound. On the ground, Eunaxophis's laughter abruptly stopped. She shouted in disbelief. The show, is this possible? No, this can't be real. She stared blankly at the pale green girl, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the towering wall within her heart, symbolizing the supreme authority of the abyss's will, crumbled to dust. As a devout follower of the abyss, witnessing the pale green girl shatter the illusory, I felt like watching the destruction of the faith she had clung to since her very existence. Surprised, aren't you? Chen Yu said in a calm tone. What is that thing? Who are you? Eunaxophis's voice trembled with clear terror. You don't need to know, Chen Yu replied, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. What you should be thinking about now is what you're willing to trade for your life. Several thorned spirits immediately understood and encircled her, poised to strike at any moment. Having acquired the mythical skill, Chen Yu had already formed a clear judgment. The white humanoid figure in the dark world and the illusory giant eye he had just encountered were both manifestations of the abyss's will, but they were not the same entity. The illusory giant eye was a hidden poison planted by Eunaxophis, while the white humanoid figure had appeared unexpectedly, presenting itself to Chen Yu to demonstrate its presence and intent. This implied that the white humanoid figure was an unforeseen bonus, whereas the illusory giant eye was the true target of his collaboration with the World Tree. Although he ultimately succeeded in obtaining the mythical skill, Eunacephus remained oblivious. In her eyes, she had only seen the illusory giant eye being destroyed, entirely unaware that it had also been robbed. This meant she had no idea that the task she had issued was still valid. If Chen Yu killed her, he would lose the chance to gain another mythical skill. Gulp, Eunacephus swallowed hard. Her towering three-meter figure quickly shrank, transforming back into a human female form. She knelt on both knees, pressing her forehead to the ground. "Oh, mighty one, I beg for your mercy. I am but a wretched abyss demon, unworthy of sullying your noble hands." "You won't sully my hands. You'll merely become fertilizer for them," Chen Yu said, gesturing to his plant-based life forms. "If you can't offer anything worthwhile, I'll have no choice but to let you explode into loot." "My lord." Eunacephus forced a flattering smile. "I can give you unparalleled pleasure. Many human men would risk their lives for a single night with a female demon. Though I am not a succubus, I can still provide you with that kind of joy. You can do whatever you want, as long as you spare me." As she spoke, she feigned frailty, patting her chest to emphasize her exaggerated curves. "Are you gold-plated or diamond-encrusted? Just how valuable do you think you are?" Chen Yu snapped angrily. "Hand over something useful now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing that Chen Yu was utterly unmoved, Eunacephus spread her hands in resignation, deciding to give up entirely. "My lord, I truly have nothing more of value to offer. I'm just a clone. Even if you kill me, you won't get anything worthwhile." "A clone?" "Of course, just a clone." Eunacephus forced a bitter smile and said, "To earn the title of a lord, especially one with the abyss prefix, you must at least be a level 401 diamond boss. Do you think someone with my combat power could truly be an abyss lord?" Chen Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, an abyss lord shouldn't be this weak." Just as he was about to tally his gains and settle the dungeon, Eunacephus quickly added, "Due to the rules, if you want to gain benefits from me, you'll have to join the abyss faction and earn merit points to exchange for rewards. I can use my authority to lower the prices to the minimum and increase the merit gain to the maximum." "Merit points? How do I earn them?" Chen Yu asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Eunacephus cautiously studied Chen Yu's expression. "By destroying the villages and main cities of the human empire," she replied. This statement immediately reminded Chen Yu of his earlier experience while farming the rebel boss, Caste. Back then, as part of the Toot City faction, even accidentally killing good heavy knights didn't yield any rewards. If he joined the Abyss faction, members of the Toot City faction would turn into monsters that could drop experience and loot. "Alright, invite me to switch factions now," Chen Yu said decisively. Eunacephus widened her eyes in shock. She had been prepared to be killed, never expecting Chen Yu to agree. Without hesitation, she sent the faction invitation. System notifications popped up one after another, reminding Chen Yu that he still had unredeemed merit points from the Toot City faction. He quickly declined the faction switch and opened the merit exchange list to review it carefully. After previously redeeming the planter's set and 2 cloud vine seeds, he had 4,500 points left. Adding the 5,000 points earned from destroying the goblin main city, he now had a total of 9,500 merit points. The exchangeable items were all incredibly valuable, especially the architectural blueprints, which even large guilds, noble families, and official organizations were willing to purchase at high prices. The Super Vitality Potion was particularly priceless, a life-saving item that restored one of both mental and physical energy per second for 100 seconds, allowing a combatant to fully recover and re-enter battle. After careful consideration, Chen Yu began his exchange. Toot City Wall Blueprint Rare, 2,000 merit points. Spearhead Defense Tower Blueprint Rare, 3,000 merit points. 45 Super Vitality Potions, 4,500 merit points. Once his merit points were depleted, Chen Yu confirmed the faction switch. The system notified him that he had officially joined the Abyss faction, granting him access to the faction's exchange list and enabling him to settle the dungeon rewards at any time. "Are you seriously planning to destroy Toot City?" Eunacephus asked in disbelief. She couldn't fathom how someone powerful enough to defeat the will of the Abyss could betray their faction so effortlessly. "Obviously," Chen Yu replied, mounting his thorn spirit beast without looking back. "With or without the merit exchange, I'd still do it. For a professional player, everything in a dungeon is just a monster to be farmed. With a 7-day dungeon cooldown, it'd be a waste not to milk every bit of experience, gold, and loot." Half a day had passed. As the mighty city of Tut crumbled into ruins under the ravages of war, the entire instance was left barren. The system notifications popped up in succession. Level increased to 49, and shortly after, to 50. Simultaneously, a warning appeared. All experience gained would be temporarily stored in the experience pool until the class advancement was completed. The rewards for destroying Tut City were substantial, granting a one-time bonus of 10,000 Abyss faction merit points. For Chen Yu, the timing couldn't have been better. Level 50 marked the maximum cap for novice players. Only by completing the class advancement task and progressing to the first tier could his level continue to rise. Opening the Abyss faction exchange list, Chen Yu's face lit up with satisfaction. Thanks to the adjustment in permissions by Unicephus, the items here were not only priced lower than those in Tut City but also offered a wider selection of high-quality goods. After careful consideration, Chen Yu exchanged all his merit points for a set of accessories, a seed, and a batch of recovery potions. The epic grade Demon's Whisper set included bracelet, 200 to all attributes, damage reduction 5. Necklace, 300 to all attributes, final damage 5. 2 rings, each provided 100 to all attributes, 500 magic damage, and 2 final damage. The most enticing feature was the 4P set effect, Demon's Descent. By sacrificing 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, Chen Yu could randomly summon a level 100 ordinary BOS tier Abyss Demon for 1 hour. Although the skill had a 3-day cooldown, it served as a rare source of abyssal energy for Chen Yu. Additionally, he acquired an epic-grade Yellow Spring Flower Seed, said to originate from the banks of the Yellow Spring, capable of guiding kings to their afterlife. 20 bottles of alchemical demon potions, capable of instantly restoring the full state of any unit below level 200. These potions were rumored to be the prized creation of a female demon lord, coveted by male demon lords for containing traces of her bodily essence. While the Abyss shop offered accessories with higher attributes, Chen Yu's decision to choose the Demon's Whisper set was well thought out. The set's demon summoning effect could create chaos during large-scale battles and, in critical moments, force a boss to perish alongside enemies. However, its greatest value to Chen Yu lay in its ability to provide the abyssal energy required for his Embrace the Abyss skill, ensuring the production of abyssalized plants. Chen Yu donned the Tut City set and the Whisper of the Demon set, his gaze falling on his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Class, Cultivator. Mutation level, 500. Strength, 121,300. Agility, 131,250. Constitution, 255, 1550. Spirit, 270, 1550. Abyssal power, 5. Free attribute points, 0. Additional attributes. Final damage, 9. Damage reduction, 5. Talent, Absolute Enhancement Supreme. Allows any target to receive absolute enhancement, including life, items, skills, talents, etc. Class passive. Supreme Holy Soil LV1. Establish exclusive Holy Soil. Plants cultivated within will gain significant enhancement. Each class advancement allows the designation of a core plant to reach ultimate sublimation and instant maturity. Skills. Accelerated Growth LV9. Slightly speeds up plant growth. Plant Enhancement LV7. Increases all plant attributes by 70, lasts 100 seconds, cooldown 380 seconds. Abyssal Favor of the Supreme. Can summon the Abyssal will at any time to resolve crises. An additional use is granted with each class advancement. Current uses available. 1. Myth Embraces the Abyss. Transforms a selected plant into an abyssal form, granting 100 to all attributes and bestowing abyssal skills. Indeed, fine feathers make fine birds. Chen Yu sighed while looking at his attribute panel. The 2 epic sets had significantly boosted his power, with over 1,000 points added to all attributes, making him feel brimming with strength. Begin dungeon settlement, he commanded decisively. The dungeon had been completely cleared, leaving only Unicephus, who had barely survived by sacrificing a mythic skill, hiding somewhere in the shadows. The surrounding scenery began to lose its color, and the world froze in that moment. Dungeon settlement. Difficulty. Realistic. Completion. 100. Exploration. 1000. Overall rating. SSS. Rewards. Gold coins. 1200. Experience points. 1,500,000. Free attribute points. 150. Skill points. 20. Legendary dungeon chest. 1. System notification. Perfect completion of realistic mode. This difficulty is now permanently locked. A portal of light appeared before Chen Yu. He stepped through it and returned to the dungeon plaza at Jiangyang No. 1 High School. Despite 48 hours of continuous dungeon exploration, he felt no fatigue, only exhilaration from the abundant rewards. The plaza was sparsely populated, with most adventuring teams already gone, leaving only a few latecomers grinding supplementary runs. Chen Yu headed straight back to his dormitory, locked the door, and entered the Supreme Holy Soil. Under the World Tree, a mountain of treasure chests and loot was piled high, with the legendary dungeon chest glowing orange at the summit. Unable to contain his excitement, he grabbed the chest and opened it. A dazzling orange light shot skyward. The notification sound chimed as Chen Yu opened the legendary dungeon chest, revealing 3 precious rewards: 5,000 gold coins, the legendary fundamental technique Vitality Calculation, and the legendary title Sky High 3 Feet. He first examined the title's attributes. Though the name Sky High 3 feet sounded somewhat peculiar, its effect was astonishing. It doubled the probability of uncovering hidden clues at any time or place. The title's description was equally intriguing. You are someone who maximizes the use of resources to their fullest potential. While it can't be said there will never be another like you, there has certainly never been one before. Chen Yu shook his head with a light chuckle. He was well aware of the double-edged nature of this title. More opportunities inevitably came with greater risks. However, given his current strength, these risks presented the best opportunities for honing his abilities. When his gaze fell upon the skill book radiating an orange glow, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Fundamental techniques, in this world of universal career advancement, were akin to cultivation methods in a world of immortality. They formed the foundation for the path from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Unlike other worlds, career practitioners here did not need to endure lengthy cultivation processes, which only made fundamental techniques even more valuable. The reason was simple. Fundamental techniques determine the quality of a practitioner's attributes, and these attributes were the source of all career-specific skills. Take a mage's mana, for example. A value ranging from 0 to 100 could transform the same basic fireball spell from barely enough to kill a rabbit into a devastating skill capable of taking down a boss. While practitioners automatically gain career attributes upon reaching level 50 and completing their career advancement, these attributes could not be increased through standard methods. They could only be enhanced through extremely rare special means, with learning fundamental techniques being one of the primary methods. On the market, even a basic level fundamental technique could sell for tens of thousands of gold coins, with prices soaring to over 100,000 during shortages. As for legendary level fundamental techniques, their value was so immense that they could spark conflicts between powerful factions. Without hesitation, Chen Yu used the vitality calculation skill book. The system promptly notified him. You have acquired the legendary fundamental technique vitality calculation LV1. All attributes increased by 200 points, and vitality increased by 10 points. What made this fundamental technique particularly unique was its ability to deduce the evolutionary path of plant life quality by consuming vitality. The higher the quality, the greater the vitality consumption required. No wonder it's a legendary foundational skill. Chen Yu stared at the attribute panel of vital calculation, his heart surging with excitement. At just LV1, it provided a 200-point boost to all attributes and an additional 10 points to profession-specific attributes. Such enhancements far exceeded the single-digit increases most professionals received during job advancements. Without hesitation, he began upgrading the skill. After spending 5 skill points, vital calculation advanced to LV2, doubling the base all-attribute bonus to 400 points, with a vitality boost increasing to 20 points. Seeing such an incredible improvement, Chen Yu didn't hesitate to pour all his remaining skill points into it. Before long, vital calculation reached LV5, granting an astonishing 1,000-point enhancement to all attributes and a 50-point vitality bonus. More importantly, it unlocked a powerful active effect consuming vitality to deduce the quality advancement path of plant life. The higher the quality, the more vitality required. This ability was a priceless treasure for a cultivator. Although Chen Yu had always relied on the supreme sacred soil to nurture plant life, it had its limits. Legendary quality was the cap. Previously, plant life in the sacred soil would display their evolutionary state, but upon reaching legendary quality, this state vanished. The active effect of vital calculation could help Chen Yu break through this bottleneck, allowing him to discover a method to elevate legendary plant life to mythic quality. He recalled Zhou Bowen mentioning that mythic quality plant life could rival humans in many aspects. This was evident in Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng. Both of their physical forms bore striking similarities to humans. At this thought, a sudden idea struck Chen Yu. If primordial spirits like Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng improve their quality, will they grow older? He turned to look at Xiao Yin, only to find her busily rummaging through a pile of items. The little spirit was adorning herself with all sorts of jewelry. A jade ring hung around her neck, pearl necklaces wrapped around her body, and golden earrings perched on her head, making her look like a sparkling little dumpling. What are you doing? Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he poked her head. Master, do I look pretty? Xiao Yin twirled proudly, beaming with delight. Yes, very pretty, Chen Yu replied, barely suppressing his laughter. Really? That's great, Xiao Yin exclaimed, dragging out another glittering pile of jewelry. Master, look, isn't Xiao Feng pretty too? Chen Yu focused his gaze and spotted a small head with light green hair barely peeking out from under the heap of accessories. It was Xiao Feng, completely buried in jewelry. All right, you two can play later. Chen Yu cleared his throat. For the sake of your future happiness, for greater strength, I've just acquired a skill that can deduce your quality advancement paths. Quality upgrade? These two words seemed almost magical. The previously dazed Xiaofeng's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly shook off the jewelry wrapped around her and floated lightly into the air, clinging tightly to Chen Yu's face like a tiny facehugger. Master, I want it. I want it. Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. She immediately joined the scramble, circling Chen Yu anxiously. Me too. Me too. I want it too. It wasn't just the two of them. Dozens of legendary-grade plant life forms silently gathered around, surrounding Chen Yu completely. Clearly, he had underestimated their desire for evolution. Calm down, Chen Yu said, feeling a headache coming on. Take it easy, one at a time everyone will get their turn. At that moment, a faint green light coalesced into the figure of a young girl beside Chen Yu. Was the manifestation of the World Tree's will. In the Sacred Land, aside from Chen Yu as the master, the World Tree was the supreme authority. While the plant life forms could act spoiled around Chen Yu, no one dared to challenge the dignity of the World Tree. The moment the World Tree appeared, the legendary plant life forms immediately retreated. However, Xiaofeng and Xiaoyan showed no fear. Xiaofeng remained clinging to Chen Yu's face, her soft touch and faint fragrance almost making him enjoy the sensation. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, excitedly lunged at the World Tree's manifestation. Mom! Mom! She cried, only to pass straight through the green light. Undeterred, she happily flew in circles around the glowing figure. Children, don't be naughty. Listen to the master and don't make things difficult for him. A gentle, sweet voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Master, are you planning to use the fundamental law to deduce their ascension paths? The World Trees will ask softly. Do you want to give it a try too? Chen Yu replied with a wry smile. I've only obtained the fundamental law for legendary levels. I doubt I have the capability. After all, the World Tree was an existence of the highest order, and he didn't believe his life calculus could deduce an ascension path of such magnitude. Not at all, Master, the World Tree explained. When you granted me life, my path forward became clear. Although these two are my children, they are of one mind and spirit with me. My path is also their path. You're saying you know their ascension paths? Chen Yu asked, his tone filled with surprise. Exactly. As primordial spirits, they represent the most fundamental elements that make up the material world. Their ascension path lies in fulfilling the second-order mission inherent in their existence, creating a world. A mission? Creating a world? Chen Yu frowned, deep in thought. If what the World Tree said was true, wouldn't that mean the primordial spirits couldn't improve their quality in the short term? After all, the ability to create a world would require power of an unimaginable level. At the current level of Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng, they are still far from that step. It's not as you imagine, Master. The World Tree's gentle and melodious voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind. As the World Tree, every part of my being holds the potential to develop into a complete world. The elements represented by the primal spirits are the very foundation of world creation. Once all 8 primal elemental spirits are born, I can begin creating the first world. The primal elemental spirits involved in this creation will also grow alongside the world they help bring into existence. The 8 primal elemental spirits? What specific attributes do they represent? Chen Yu inquired further. Earth, fire, water, wind, light, darkness, time, and space. These are the 8 primal elements, the cornerstones of world building. Chen Yu nodded, already calculating ways to acquire resources for these attributes. Earth, fire, water, and wind were relatively easy to obtain, as corresponding magic crystals could be purchased on the market. Light and darkness were more expensive, but still attainable with enough money. The real challenge lay in the attributes of time and space. Monsters possessing these elements were incredibly rare, and the chances of obtaining attribute crystals from them were nearly negligible. Other resources containing these 2 attributes were equally scarce, requiring significant effort to acquire. Still, the thought of gathering all 8 attributes to create a world of his own filled Chen Yu with determination. By the way, Chen Yu suddenly remembered, you mentioned that creating worlds is the second priority of the primal spirits. What is their first priority? Naturally, it is to serve their master. We exist for our master, live for our master, and serving our master is our highest mission and honor. Haha, excellent. That's how it should be. Chen Yu laughed heartily. In truth, when the World Tree first mentioned the primal spirit's mission, he had felt a brief moment of displeasure. Everything within the sacred land belonged to him, and no being should be bound by a so-called mission. If there was to be a mission, it must align with his will. Master, if there's nothing else pressing, I suggest you complete your class advancement task as soon as possible, the World Tree added. Once you advance to the next stage, I have a way to enhance your class attributes. Before the voice faded, the green light that formed the World Tree's consciousness dissolved into countless glowing particles, slowly dispersing before Chen Yu. For some reason, he felt that the World Tree's last words carried a hint of shyness. Must be my imagination, Chen Yu muttered, shaking his head, though he made a mental note of the World Tree's suggestion. The idea that the World Tree could enhance his class attributes was an unexpected delight. The class advancement task indeed needed to be prioritized, but before that, he wanted to max out all his skills. Currently, he had 3 skills awaiting upgrades: plant reinforcement at level 7, rapid growth at level 9, and vitality calculation at level 5. If he didn't want to slowly accumulate skill proficiency, he would need to directly spend skill points. A total of 29 skill points were required to max out all 3 skills. Higher difficulty dungeons offered skill points and free attribute points as rewards for meeting specific clearance ratings. It seemed he'd need to grind a few more dungeons to gather enough resources. Never mind, there's no rush, Chen Yu mused. First, they'll deduce the advancement path for legendary plant-based life forms and see what materials are needed. Oh, and I need to start collecting the primal element attribute resources that are available for purchase. With that, Chen Yu summoned a thorn spirit and activated vitality calculation for her. Chen Yu placed his hand on the top of the thorn spirit's head and activated the life calculation ability. Instantly, a soft green glow enveloped the thorn spirit, flowing like water. Through this light, every characteristic of the thorn spirit was vividly presented in Chen Yu's mind. After thorough analysis, 2 optimal evolution paths emerged. The first was the gigantification path, retaining its current humanoid traits but developing a massive form, focusing on enhanced strength, vitality, and defense. The second was the humanization path, further developing its intelligence and personality, evolving towards a more advanced humanoid form, combining attributes of both plant and flesh-based life. This path would greatly enhance adaptability, flexibility, and cognitive abilities. Both paths could elevate the thorn spirit to a mythical quality. While the gigantification path seemed to offer greater combat prowess, it primarily relied on instinctive fighting. In contrast, the humanization path would allow the thorn spirit to engage in more refined combat using skills and intelligence. Considering that the gigantification path contradicted the thorn spirit's current evolutionary trajectory and would require significantly more resources, Chen Yu decided on the humanization path without much hesitation. As the analysis deepened, the required materials gradually became clear. First, the absorption of a golden tier boss corpse of the same level, with higher level and quality increasing the success rate. Additionally, 10 units of legendary grade life water and at least 1 leaf from a myth grade tree of life were necessary. However, at that moment, Chen Yu suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, and the glow around the thorn spirit dimmed. Due to his profession's life energy being depleted, the material deduction process was forced to halt. This meant he would need to level up his skills and obtain higher professional attributes to complete the deduction. After 2 consecutive days of dungeon exploration, combined with the life calculation just now, even with Chen Yu's remarkable attributes, he was utterly exhausted. He decided to remove his equipment and use the thorn spirit as a pillow, falling into a deep sleep amidst its faint fragrance. The next morning, Chen Yu awoke on a bed of soft vine leaves. It turned out the thorn spirit had deliberately grown a large number of vines and leaves to weave a natural mattress for his comfort. As Chen Yu got up, the thorn spirit clumsily manipulated the vines to reassemble into a humanoid form. Its short existence meant it was still inexperienced with such drastic transformations. "Thank you," Chen Yu said with a smile, gently ruffling the thorn spirit girl's hair. Its texture was somewhere between human hair and plant fibers, unique and fascinating. The thorn spirit conveyed her thoughts to Chen Yu, expressing her joy at being able to serve her master. She gently tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve, her eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to receive more of her master's affection. To plant-based life forms, their master was everything: a pure loyalty and dependence that was irreplaceable. Chen Yu's lips curled into a soft smile as he said warmly, "No need to rush. Once you ascend to the mythic level and your emotions grow deeper, we'll have endless time together." He firmly believed that the plant beings he had nurtured would one day accompany him into eternity. Seeing the thorn spirit excitedly vow to work harder toward her advancement, Chen Yu chuckled and pinched her coarse-textured cheek. The sense of accomplishment from cultivating a mere seed into such a devoted and beautiful girl filled him with pride. However, when he looked up and saw the 500 other plant maidens not far away, his smile froze. Quickly striding over to the world tree, he found Xiao Yan teasing Xiao Feng with various spoils of battle. Chen Yu intervened immediately, pinching Xiao Yan's tiny foot between 2 fingers and tossing her aside. He then carefully rescued Xiao Feng from the pile of trinkets and gently placed her into his pocket. "Master, you're stealing Xiao Feng again and bullying me." Xiao Yan flew back angrily to protest. Without changing his expression, Chen Yu caught her and gave her a thorough tousling until she was dizzy, then released her before turning his attention to sorting through the loot. A series of notification sounds rang out as various items, equipment, gold coins, skill books, and blueprints appeared one after another. While the quantity was impressive, the truly valuable finds were the rare skill books and blueprints. Next, Chen Yu selected a suitable spot to plant the seeds of the yellow spring flower and 2 cloud vine seeds. These new plants clearly grew much slower than the ones before them. Xiaoyan curiously leaned in to observe, but Chen Yu quickly distracted her with the treasure pile. When he mentioned selling the treasures, Xiaoyan immediately clung to the pile in panic, her pitiful eyes pleading with him. After leaving the supreme sacred land, Chen Yu headed straight to the largest professional marketplace in Jiangyang City Treasure Pavilion. This nationwide chain was his go-to trading venue, sparing him the hassle of negotiating with small shops. As soon as he stepped inside, the familiar round-faced receptionist enthusiastically greeted him. After some playful banter and a gold coin tip, she quickly brought out a menagerie twin-tailed girl with a cold expression. Despite her doll-like face and her outfit of a pink dress and white socks, the manager maintained a poker-faced demeanor that contrasted sharply with her adorable appearance. Xiao Luoli, the general manager of the Treasure Pavilion in Jiangyang City, personally handled the acquisition of items sold by Chen Yu during his first 2 visits. Although the items weren't particularly valuable, for some reason, they had caught the attention of the pavilion's top manager. Take it out, Xiao Luoli said as she walked up to Chen Yu, tilting her head up to look at him with her lifeless, deadpan eyes. All right. Without a word, Chen Yu dumped his spoils in front of her. A pile of items, glowing with blue and purple light, quickly formed a small mountain, towering even higher than Xiao Luoli herself. Her mouth fell open, and her usually dull eyes widened in surprise. The unexpected reaction added a rare touch of age-appropriate cuteness to her demeanor. Chen Yu couldn't help but glance at her again, thinking to himself how well that expression suited her. If this were his previous life, he might have gone to great lengths to win her over, just to playfully feed her lollipops. But in this life, his aspirations lay elsewhere, and he left things to fate. What did you do? Rob some store? Xiao Luoli asked in astonishment. Just lucky, that's all. Give me an estimate, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Hold on, Yun Luo. Stop standing there and come help. Xiao Luoli called out to the round-faced assistant, who was still in a daze. Yes. Miss Su, General Manager. The round-faced girl snapped out of her stupor and hurried over to assist with the inventory. The two began meticulously inspecting each item. Epic equipment. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Oh my god. A heavy cavalry commander set. The skills on this set are incredible. And it's not just one set, the round-faced assistant exclaimed. So many epic accessories. And purple accessories that can form a set? Chen Yu sat leisurely to the side, sipping tea, when he suddenly felt a movement in his pocket. A small gust of wind carried a sense of longing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Xiao Feng, who climbed onto the teacup and stuck its head inside, draining the tea in one gulp. It wore a satisfied expression before returning to its usual stiff posture. So you like food and drink, huh? Too bad with your size, you can't hold much, Chen Yu chuckled as he playfully poked its soft, flat belly. About an hour later, the inventory was finally completed. Xiao Luoli reported, honored guest, the collection includes 7 epic sets, 2 of which are accessory sets, 103 epic items, including 23 accessories, 16 rare sets, and 423 rare individual items. Based on our Treasure Pavilion's acquisition price, the total value is 198,700 gold coins. If you confirm the sale, the payment can be transferred immediately. No problem, Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The offer was even higher than he had anticipated. Oh, and there's something else. Give me a price for these as well. As he spoke, he handed a wooden box to Xiao Luoli. When she opened the box, her lifeless eyes widened again. Rare grade city wall blueprints? Rare grade arrow tower blueprints? Level 50 rare set blueprints. 7 rare grade blueprints. Name your price, Chen Yu said, casually fiddling with Xiao Feng in his hand, a calm smile on his face. Seeing the little girl's poker face twist repeatedly, Chen Yu felt a trace of amusement. He got straight to the point and named his price, 500,000 gold coins. The little girl was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. All right, deal? Chen Yu nodded in agreement. The little girl was always fair with her prices, which was why he frequently chose the Treasure Pavilion. Also, I need to purchase some materials. Go ahead. Magic crystals of earth, fire, water, wind, light, and dark attributes 1000 of each. Additionally, 10,000 ordinary magic crystals. As for seeds, I need 1,800 man-eating vine seeds, 1,800 carnivorous flower seeds, and 900 poison lily seeds. The little girl immediately calculated the price. Light and dark attribute magic crystals are 10 gold coins each. The other 4 attributes are 3 gold coins each. Ordinary magic crystals are 1 gold coin each. All seeds are priced at 1 gold coin each. The total comes to 46,500 gold coins. No problem, just deduct it from the payment, Chen Yu replied, then added, I'd also like to inquire about a few materials magic crystals or other resources with time and space attributes, as well as the leaves of the Tree of Life and the Water of Life. Are these available at the Treasure Pavilion? If so, what's the price? If not, where can I find them? The little girl furrowed her brows, thinking for a long time before answering. Of the items you mentioned, the water of life is the easiest to acquire. It's the main ingredient for crafting height-ear instant recovery potions, and we have a stable supply chain for it. However, it's extremely expensive. Just one unit could buy half of Jiangyang City's treasure pavilion. As for the tree of life, it's the mother tree of the elves. A mature tree of life is a mythical grade plant life form of 5-colored legend status. What you're looking for is likely a mythical grade material containing the essence of life itself. Such items are extremely rare and can only be found by chance, possibly through specific dungeons. Time and space attribute resources are even scarcer, with no current stock available, and their prices fluctuate greatly. If you're interested, I can keep an eye out for you. The water of life is always available? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, 5 million gold coins per unit, ready for immediate transfer, the little girl replied calmly. Do you want to buy it? Chen Yu gave a wry smile. That price? It's a bit out of reach for now. However, let's add each other as friends. If you come across any time or space attribute resources, let me know. All right. The little girl opened her friends list and added him. Thank you. No need to thank me, she said seriously. But if I find the materials and help you complete a transaction, you'll charge a commission. Chen Yu's mouth twitched. This greedy little girl. Anything else you need, esteemed customer? If not, they'll finalize your bill now. That's all. The little girl promptly transferred 660,000 gold coins through the friend's interface. Until next time then, Chen Yu stood, placing a lollipop in her hand as he waved goodbye. Oh, and this is for you. As he left the treasure pavilion, Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement. With the materials secured and resources abundant, the world tree could once again give birth to new primordial elves. In the treasure pavilion, the little girl watched Chen Yu's departing figure with a solemn expression, remaining silent for a long time. Miss, Yun Luo stomped anxiously. Look at how much he's grown. If we don't make a move now, we'll lose the chance. Do you think a true prodigy is so easy to recruit? Yun Bue glanced at her indifferently. Do you think I don't want to invest in him? There was never an opportunity from the start. How is that possible? Yun Luo retorted, unconvinced. When he first came here, he had just switched professions and wasn't even at level 10. Even now, he's still a novice. If you made him an offer, he might not refuse. Foolish. Yun Bue shot Yun Luo a cold glare. True prodigies never bow to others. They carve out their own path step by step, relying on themselves rather than the charity of others. Those who are content to be someone's lackey are destined for limited achievements. Then why did you decide he was an extraordinary prodigy the first time you met him? Yun Luo asked. Wasn't it because of my appraisal skill? Your skill couldn't predict even a fraction of his future, Yun Bue said with a smirk. I used my innate talent to assess him, but I couldn't decipher his abilities or passive skills. Wait a minute. Yun Luo exclaimed in shock. Even your talent couldn't see through him? Doesn't that mean his abilities and passives are above mythical level? Exactly. Yun Bue nodded. Just now, I used appraisal on him again and discovered he now has 2 more skills I can't observe, as well as a legendary core technique. 2 mythical skills and a legendary core technique? Yun Luo gasped. How is that possible? Isn't he an orphan with a poor background? Could his parents secretly be powerful figures, and all the information we found is false? Not necessarily, Yun Bue replied, shaking her head. A prodigy naturally possesses great fortune. Perhaps we are but a minor part of his destiny, merely helping him save a bit of time on his path to greatness. She paused. By the way, did you notice what he was playing with just now? It was a beautifully crafted doll, Yun Luo recalled. If I'd had the chance, I would have asked where he bought it. A doll? Yun Bue scoffed. That was a plant-based life form, and my appraisal skill couldn't discern its information either. A mythical grade plant life form? Yun Luo's breathing quickened. So, Yun Bue asked calmly, what do you think we can use to invest in him or win him over? Our charm? Yours or mine? Mine. Yun Luo exclaimed excitedly, cupping her face with both hands, her expression dreamy. Young, handsome, and with such a bright future. If he's willing, I'll welcome him with open arms. Miss, give me to him. I don't mind at all. To be with such an amazing man every day. She closed her eyes, a love-struck smile on her face. Ah, miss, I'm ready. Give it a rest, Yun Bue said, her lips twitching. You're a 5th-tier mortician, reeking of corpse stench. Aren't you afraid you'll make him sick the moment you take off your gear? Besides, you already gave him your contact information, plain as day. Has he ever reached out to you? Then use yours, Mississippi. Yun Luo chuckled awkwardly and said, he stared at your lips 3 times just now, once for a second, once for 3 seconds, and once for 2 seconds. Miss, can you guess what he was thinking? Get lost. Yun Bue snapped, delivering a swift kick to Yun Luo. Ah, Yun Luo groaned. rubbing the spot where he was kicked. Dejectedly, he muttered, "So we're just going to watch such an exceptional talent slip away from us? Who said that?" Yun Biyue raised an eyebrow with a sly smile, twirling the lollipop in her hand. "Didn't I just say it? Perhaps we are part of his destiny. Don't you think the heavens have orchestrated this quite cleverly? I happen to need a peerless genius to back me up, and he just so happens to appear before me." "Miss, wake up," Yun Luo said urgently. "He won't be backing you up, stop dreaming. The old geezers in the family are already stepping all over us. If you don't take some action soon, be careful they don't find some excuse for an arranged marriage and marry you off. They wouldn't dare," Yun Bus said coldly. "Don't forget, in our branch of the family, my elder sister is the one who holds the power. Even though she doesn't bother with the family's dirty politics, no one would dare to easily provoke a seventh-turn overlord. Besides," she said, unwrapping the lollipop and placing it in her mouth, "I've already made my move. Otherwise, do you think he'd come to our shop 3 times in a row?" She elaborated further. "Geniuses like him hate wasting time squabbling over business matters, so they often seek reliable business partners. By adjusting the acquisition price slightly above market value, I'm showing sincerity. People are creatures of habit. Once he gets used to working with me, he'll naturally think of me first when something comes up. Like today, he asked me to keep an eye out for resources he needs." Yun Luo's eyes sparkled. "Miss, you're brilliant. Truly a master of the subtle art of striking when least expected. Your brain, as small as it is, can only understand that much," Yun Bus sneered. "Pathetic." Heh. Yun Luo smirked. "Then, miss, don't change your clothes or put on lip gloss." Crunch. Yun Biyue glared at Yun Luo angrily and bit down hard, shattering the lollipop in her mouth. Meanwhile, after leaving the treasure pavilion, Chen Yu found a quiet spot to enter the supreme sacred land. As soon as he appeared, Xiaoyan came running to him, sniffling and pleading for her toys back, promising never to bully Xiaofeng again. Unfortunately, all those toys had already been exchanged for gold coins. Chen Yu pulled out a lollipop and handed it to her. "Here, be good. Take this." Xiaoyan held the oversized candy ball in her hands and tentatively licked it. The sweet taste lit up her eyes, and she immediately forgot about the toys, happily savoring the treat. After sending Xiaoyan off, Chen Yu walked over to the world tree and spread magic crystals around its roots. Soon, most of the ordinary crystals disappeared, while the elemental ones were completely absorbed. The branches of the world tree quickly bore a row of vibrant, multicolored fruits. One bright yellow fruit detached from the branch and floated gently down. Chen Yu extended his hands to catch the fruit. It cracked open, revealing a petite, elegant beauty with an oval face, shoulder-length hair, a toned figure, and long legs, a mature yet delicate spirit. She knelt in Chen Yu's palm, her voice filled with reverence. "Supreme Master, I, the primordial earth spirit, pledge my eternal loyalty to you. From the moment you granted me life, I vow to love what you love, hate what you hate, and align my every word and action with your will. Supreme glory, to live for you, to fight for you, unwavering and eternal, until the very end." Chen Yu fixed his gaze on the primal earth spirit, studying her closely. Unlike Xiaoyan's playful charm and Xiaofeng's adorable innocence, she exuded a solemn and dignified aura. Her every movement carried a sense of ceremonial grace. However, Chen Yu cleared his throat lightly. "As your master, I feel proud of your loyalty. But, you might want to put some clothes on first." The primal earth spirit froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing red. With a gentle wave of her hand, the cracked shell on the ground transformed instantly into an intricately designed suit of armor. The armor fit her perfectly, accentuating her elegant curves while highlighting her valiant demeanor. "My apologies, master. Please punish your servant for her offense," she said, bowing her head in guilt. No, you've done nothing wrong. In fact, you've been very respectful, and I appreciate it," Chen Yu quickly reassured her. "But let's keep this kind of thing just between us, okay? Don't let anyone else see." "Understood, master. Your servant will comply," she responded firmly, dropping to one knee with a serious expression. All right, no need to be so formal," Chen Yu said, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. He pondered for a moment, considering what to name her. Following the naming pattern of the other 2 primal spirits, he initially thought of calling her Xiao Tuesday. However, the name felt too plain. Suddenly inspired, he declared, "From now on, your name will be Hutu." "Thank you, master, for bestowing me this name." Hutu knelt once more, bowing deeply in gratitude. With her name decided, Chen Yu opened Hutu's attribute panel. Primal Earth Spirit Hutu. Grade: 1 Colored Mythic. Level: 50. Attributes: Strength: 5,500. Agility: 5,500. Constitution: 5,500. Spirit: 11,000. Innate ability: Earth Elementalization. Enter an elementalized state. Immune to all physical and earth elemental damage. Earth elemental damage dealt is increased by 500. Passive ability, Primal Earth Spirit. Reduces the resource cost of earth elemental skills by 99. Enhances the power of earth elemental skills by 100. Skills. Mountain Crushing Earthquake, Forbidden Spell. Falling Meteor, Forbidden Spell. Wall of Size, Forbidden Spell. Atomic Solidification, Forbidden Spell. Her overall attributes were similar to those of Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng, but the skill Atomic Solidification caught Chen Yu's particular attention. This ability could trap living beings within a specified area in a unique state between life and inanimation. While retaining their original properties, they would be unable to move. Compared to the destructive and overwhelming forbidden spells of Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng, this skill seemed far more practical. It avoided unnecessary destruction and allowed for quick corrections in case of accidental harm. The only drawback was its lack of direct damage, which might make it less efficient for farming monsters. Chen Yu's gaze shifted back to the world tree. Although there were still plenty of ripe fruits hanging from its branches, the mental message conveyed by the tree itself dampened his desire to mass-produce primal spirits. The ripening of the fruits merely provided the energy and external attributes necessary like nourishment, but was far from sufficient to ensure the birth of a primal spirit. The true essence lay in the spiritual vitality bestowed upon them by the world tree. While the original elves were mythical beings with immense potential, even the world tree required 3 full days to complete their gestation process and couldn't create new elves instantly. 3 days to produce a whole group of little elves, it's almost as fast as making dumplings, Chen Yu thought, envisioning a future where countless forbidden spells would be unleashed simultaneously. He grew excited at the thought. Alright, time to hit the dungeon. He swiftly tucked Xiao Feng and Ho Tu into the left and right pockets of his coat, respectively, and turned to leave the sacred land. Behind him, Xiao Yan's frustrated voice rang out, "Master, don't leave me behind." Xiao Yan stomped her feet angrily as she watched Chen Yu take the other 2 companions while leaving her behind. Sitting atop the world tree with her lips pouted, she thought bitterly, before, it made sense when Master only took Xiao Fenghe was worried I'd bully her. But Ho Tu clearly isn't the type to be easily bullied. Humph, lousy Master. Leaving me out of the fun. After entering the sacred land, Chen Yu found a restroom stall to hide in. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar waves of abyssal magic energy. These were noticeably weaker than the power he wielded, suggesting they might belong to individuals using demon-related abilities. He was initially inclined to dismiss it, but then he heard 2 hushed voices outside the stall. "Glory to the demon god." The phrase instantly heightened Chen Yu's vigilance. Judging by the solemn tone of their voices, this was no casual remark. Looks like they're part of a cult worshipping the demon god, he speculated silently. Though Chen Yu also utilized abyssal powers, the abyss and the demon god were entirely different concepts. Abyssal energy was inherently neutral and could be wielded by Blue Star's practitioners. The demon god, however, was synonymous with destruction and aggression. Followers of the demon god often wreaked havoc on Blue Star, including atrocities like blood sacrifices of entire cities. Carefully, Chen Yu peeked out from above the stall to observe the situation. 2 figures stood facing each other, each with an outstretched hand. Resting in their palms were black insignias, etched with the image of a scarred, agonizingly twisted humanoid figure. That insignia? Chen Yu suddenly recalled obtaining a similar one after defeating a rebellious knight in a school dungeon. According to its description, the insignia allowed the bearer to join the Abyss faction unconditionally and reap its benefits. While these 2 might have acquired their insignias from a similar dungeon, their behavior strongly suggested that these were tokens of a cult. Chen Yu continued observing the 2 individuals' movements. Surprisingly, there wasn't much conversation between them. They simply flashed their badges, exchanged an item, and prepared to leave. Leaving? Should I follow them? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Chen Yu realized the flaw in the plan. Wait, why would I resort to such an inefficient tactic like tailing? He quickly sorted out his thoughts. Once the 2 split up, they would likely go into hiding, making it nearly impossible to gather valuable information without dedicating a significant amount of time to surveillance. And wasting time tracking cultists wasn't an option for him. Even if he discovered something, reporting it to the bureaucratic higher-ups in Jiangyang City might not yield any meaningful response. In fact, he had a better plan. He still had that demon's badge, which looked quite similar to the ones the 2 individuals were wearing. With it, he could try infiltrating their group and subtly probing for information. If infiltration failed, it wouldn't matter given his strength. Capturing these 2 low-level professionals and interrogating them was another viable option. An 80-level warrior and a 90-level archer? They were weaker than a thorn vine demon and posed no threat to him. Besides preventing cultist sabotage, Chen Yu had another motive in mind. In this world, professionals were pragmatic. Any organization hoping to recruit people needed to offer enough incentives. If there was an operation, there had to be funding. If the opposing side wasn't particularly powerful, he might even help himself to a little wealth redistribution after all. He was indeed short on money lately. With that thought, Chen Yu pushed the door open and got straight to the point. You two, what are you discussing? The two professionals spun around abruptly, startled at first. Then their expressions darkened as they silently moved to block Chen Yu's escape route from both sides. Heh, why the big reaction? Is it really necessary? Chen Yu casually pulled out the Abyss Lord's badge from his backpack and held it up for them to see. The Archbishop's badge? How is that possible? The two froze for a moment, then their faces shifted to a mix of doubt and reverence. Archbishop's badge? Chen Yu's mind raced. Judging from their reactions, this badge belonged to the same system as theirs, but was clearly of a higher rank. May I ask, your Archbishop's badge, where does it come from? One of them asked cautiously. Unnamed, Chen Yu replied directly. Have you heard of that name? He was silently speculating. Since the badge was handcrafted by Unnamed, she might hold a significant position within this system. Hiss, the two audibly drew in sharp breaths. To dare speak the name of the abyssal demon god so casually while holding the highest-ranking abyss badge, this person was evidently no ordinary figure. Wait, one of them suddenly reacted. My lord, are you saying that your badge was personally given to you by that figure? Chen Yu hesitated briefly. Did that figure refer to Unnamed, their organization's leader, or some other prominent individual? Although he wasn't entirely sure, it seemed safest to go along with their assumption. Of course, Chen Yu said, his expression turning stern. That figure was concerned you might mess things up and sent me to keep an eye on you. And as expected, your vigilance is far too lacking. I've been here this whole time, and you didn't even notice me. If someone stronger had shown up here instead of me, do you realize what the consequences would have been? This tactic was called seizing the initiative. Although the two had surely checked the restroom before meeting, Chen Yu had been in the Supreme Holy Land at the time, making it impossible for them to detect him. The fact that he later emerged from a stall perfectly supported his claim of their carelessness. By scolding them up front, he could effectively reduce their suspicion. Sure enough, the two broke into a cold sweat and lowered their heads in apology. Forgive us, my lord. At this point, they no longer dared to question the origin of Chen Yu's badge. Impressive, my lord. Your skills are beyond compare, whispered two professionals nervously in the restroom, their voices filled with flattery. With our limited abilities, how could we possibly detect your presence? After all, you're the chosen archbishop. Chen Yu glanced at the two quick-witted professionals before him and replied calmly, I'll let it slide this time. Be more careful in the future. He wasn't eager to drag out the conversation after all. He was just an imposter, and too much interaction could risk exposing himself. Yes, my lord, you're absolutely right. We'll be extra cautious from now on. The two nodded repeatedly. By the way, I just arrived. How is your progress? Chen Yu asked casually. My lord, we wait. One of them said, suddenly scanning the surroundings warily. Let's not talk here, it's too risky. Chen Yu nodded and led the way out of the restroom. Don't you know to meet in a tea house or a cafe? Why choose a restroom where anyone could walk in at any time? For a high-level organization, meeting like this is really low class. The archer professional chuckled awkwardly and explained, we were trying not to attract attention. You know how at ICE if anyone gets discovered, they'll face a thorough investigation. Maintaining zero visible connections is the only way to avoid implicating others. Fair point, but your methods need improvement, Chen Yu remarked. Being overly cautious can sometimes make you stand out even more. The three of them soon entered a private room in a cafe. The warrior professional immediately handed over a list. My lord, this is the list of potential recruits I've compiled. The archer also presented a list. My lord, I handled the lists for first high and second high schools. Hearing first high, Chen Yu's interest was piqued. He quickly took the list and scanned it. It contained detailed records of names, professions, and each person's circumstances along with suggested methods of persuasion. The individuals listed were promising talents who had yet to achieve recognition. Midway through the list, Chen Yu was stunned to find his own name. Chen Yu, male, profession, cultivator. Note: top of the class at first high school, from a poor family, dissatisfied with his career prospects, can be persuaded with relevant resources. This description left Chen Yu utterly confused. While his family wasn't wealthy, they were far from impoverished. The money his parents had left was more than enough for him and his sister to live comfortably. Moreover, his sister was now a successful professional who often supported him. As for being dissatisfied with his profession, that was nonsense. He was perfectly content with it. What's the meaning of this? Chen Yu asked, pointing to his name with a dark expression. Top of the class, but ranked so low here? About that, the archer explained quickly. My lord, as you know, cultivators lack combat strength in the early stages. They require significant investment in time and resources to become useful, so they aren't prioritized for recruitment. Useless. Is this how you handle things? You dare to draft a list without even seeing the people in question? Chen Yu slammed his hand on the table, causing the coffee cup to rattle violently. Grabbing the list, he pointed at the densely packed names and glared at the two people across from him with eyes as sharp as blades. These people, if they stood in front of you, would you even recognize them? The archer shrank back, his voice cautious. Sir, although I haven't met every single one of them, I've seen their photos. If they were standing in front of me, I should be able to recognize them. Should be able to recognize them? Chen Yu sneered, his slender finger tapping his own name on the list. Have you recognized me yet? The archer froze, his gaze darting nervously between the list and Chen Yu's face. Beads of cold sweat began forming on his forehead. You're actually surprised? Is that so strange? Chen Yu's voice grew colder. What's the matter? Do you think that as a cultivator, I don't deserve to be here? Even on your list, I'm ranked near the bottom. How could the higher-ups possibly take me seriously? He deliberately curved his lips into a sinister smile. Or perhaps you think I'm just a newly transitioned novice who doesn't deserve to stand above you. No, not at all, sir. You've misunderstood. I would never dare to think that. The archer was so terrified he dropped to his knees with a thud. Chen Yu's mind raced. This organization that worshipped the demon god seemed to have a rigid hierarchy. If they could recruit a large number of underappreciated talents, they must have substantial resources. His plan to rob the rich and aid the poor now seemed more feasible than ever. I don't care what you meant, this kind of mistake cannot happen again, Chen Yu said coldly, then softened his tone. All right, stand up. I just arrived here, so I'm still unfamiliar with how you operate. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. The archer, feeling as if he had been granted reprieve, was soaked in cold sweat. You two, put your current tasks on hold and take me to the headquarters in Jiangyang City, Chen Yu ordered calmly. He had already made up his mind to investigate the core of this criminal organization. If necessary, he would use his trump cards, forbidden spells, the World Tree, and the Supreme Sacred Soil to completely absorb their influence in Jiangyang City. The three of them left the cafe and headed to the bus station on the outskirts of the city. The station was bustling with activity, full of adventurers heading out to level up and merchants traveling to acquire goods. They boarded a bus bound for Dongfeng Town. Dongfeng Town? Chen Yu's thoughts stirred. This place, home to 8 beginner-level dungeons, was already his intended destination for dungeon runs. Unexpectedly, his search for this mysterious organization aligned perfectly with his original plan. Over half an hour later, the bus arrived at Dongfeng Town. As soon as Chen Yu stepped off the vehicle, he was struck by the scene before him, a stark contrast to the modernized cityscape he had left behind. The streets were filled with professionals clad in various gear, weapons strapped to their waists. The town's ancient-style buildings, constructed using blueprints, emitted a glow of unique effects from each structure. The town's entrance was bustling with rookie adventurers, creating a lively and chaotic atmosphere. Some held up signs, others shouted at the top of their lungs. Level 36 warrior looking for a party for the hard black wind fortress. 3 skills at level 5. Food provided. Level 25 mage seeking a group for the regular afternoon rainforest run. Level 5 fireball. High DPS. Nightmare Blood Church team needs a debuff support with skills level 6 or above. Join now. Others were calling out. Buying all dungeon loot. Best prices guaranteed. 2 guides led Chen Yu through the noisy entrance and into the busiest part of town, a packed tavern bustling with activity. Although the food here didn't restore health as effectively as potions, its affordability made it a popular spot, evident from the constant flow of patrons. They didn't linger in the tavern. Instead, they passed through the kitchen to the backyard. Beneath the courtyard wall, a section of flooring disguised as dirt was lifted, revealing a staircase descending underground. Following the dimly lit corridor downward, they eventually arrived at a lavish, modern-style hall, glittering with gold and opulence. From a distance, Chen Yu could see the hall's entrance crowded with all kinds of adventurers. His heart tightened as suspicion crept in. Had his cover been blown? Were they planning an ambush? A faint smirk appeared on his lips as he quickened his pace, secretly readying the supreme sacred soil, prepared to unleash plant-based life forms to clear the area if necessary. However, when he stepped into the hall, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. All the adventurers bowed in unison, their voices ringing out together. We humbly welcome His Excellency, the Archbishop, a middle-aged man in a mage's robe, his expression stern yet respectful, stepped forward and said, Your Excellency, Archbishop, I am Lu Peng, the Bishop of the Jiangyang branch of the Church of Suffering. It is an unparalleled honor for us to receive your guidance. Chen Yu nodded faintly, though a sense of incongruity lingered in his mind. Was this really supposed to be a cult? Where were the dark robes and ominous secrecy? This felt more like a formal inspection, complete with bureaucratic pleasantries. Lu Peng even spoke in the tone of a government official. Nonetheless, Chen Yu quickly understood that this so-called Church of Suffering, which worshipped a demon god, was merely a branch in Jiangyang City. His Abyssal Lord insignia evidently signified a status far above that of the local bishop. Let's skip the formalities, Chen Yu said directly. How's the progress on the matter I asked about? Lu Peng's eyes flickered as he studied Chen Yu, then replied, Well, Your Excellency, I will provide a full report shortly. Archbishop, may I kindly ask you to prove your identity? Lu Peng said, his voice laced with caution. Chen Yu, hearing this, calmly retrieved the Abyssal Lord's emblem from his chest pocket and casually tossed it toward Lu Peng. The emblem traced a graceful arc through the air, and Lu Peng scrambled to catch it, terrified that the precious artifact might hit the ground. Examining it closely, his face gradually lit up with excitement. This aura, there's no mistake. This is indeed the abyssal emblem personally crafted by my god. My god? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. This emblem was clearly created by Eunaxophis, yet Lu Peng referred to her as my god. Considering the previous clues, it became evident that this Church of Suffering was a cult devoted to Eunaxophis. But how could that trembling demoness from the dungeon be revered as a demon god? Have you seen enough? Chen Yu asked indifferently. I have, Lu Peng replied respectfully, returning the emblem with both hands. Carefully, he added, however, I must ask the esteemed lord to demonstrate the power bestowed upon you by my god. Do you take me for a circus monkey? Chen Yu's face darkened, his voice sharp and cold. The power granted by my god, mere entertainment for your amusement? Lu Peng immediately dropped to his knees, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I dare not. Truthfully, the moment he sensed the emblem's aura, he had already accepted Chen Yu's identity. The request to display power was merely a formality. Dare not? Chen Yu sneered. Since you're so eager to see, I'll play the monkey for you today. He reached out to the supreme sanctum and summoned a thorn spirit. The beautiful figure materialized in the hall, leaving the congregation puzzled and unsure of her origin. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, It's a legendary plant life form. The room erupted in murmurs and whispers, but Lu Peng's stern command silenced them all. Quiet! The hall fell into an immediate hush, and all eyes turned to Chen Yu, awaiting his next move. A faint smile played on Chen Yu's lips as he gently rested his hand atop the thorn spirit's head. Though he lacked the so-called power of a demon god, he did possess a mythical-level ability granted by the Abyssal Will's Eye. If they worshipped the demon, then he would show them the true might of the abyss. Mythic ability. Embrace the abyss. Activate. A crimson light burst forth from Chen Yu's palm, instantly enveloping the entire body of the thorn spirit. As the abyssal energy surged, the space within the hall seemed to warp. The smooth wooden floor transformed into blood-red, purplish soil, and the once warm glow of the bright incandescent lights now emitted an eerie crimson hue, akin to the color of fresh blood. The air reverberated with the piercing howls of demons, and an ancient, maddening aura spread throughout the space. The abyss. This is the true abyss, a mage stammered, collapsing to his knees, trembling. The other members of the Church of Agony also knelt in reverence. Those with higher spiritual attributes could perceive the purity of the abyssal energy more clearly, as if the essence of the abyss itself had manifested here. Chen Yu, however, paid no attention to their reactions. He was facing a pressing problem. Off the 5 points of abyssal energy he possessed, 3 had already been consumed, and the transformation of the thorn spirit was still ongoing. Quickly, he retrieved an alchemical demon potion as a precaution. Despite its value as a life-saving resource, he was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. If the abyssal energy were to deplete before the transformation was complete, the thorn spirit might end up as a defective creation, or worse, it could die. Fortunately, after a few tense seconds, the transformation was successfully completed, exhausting exactly all 5 points of abyssal energy. Chen Yu immediately checked the thorn spirit's attribute panel. Abyssal Thorn Spirit. Quality: Legendary tier. Attributes: Strength 6000, Agility 6000, Constitution 6500, Spirit 3000, Abyssal Energy 10. Skills: Thornbind LV10, Merciless Lash LV10, Venomous Spike Shot LV10, Blooming Carnage LV10, Abyssal Empowerment LV10. The Abyssal Empowerment skill was astonishing in its effects. By consuming abyssal energy, it could enhance all attributes, reduce damage taken, increase final damage output, and amplify the damage multiplier of all skills. The degree of enhancement depended on the amount of abyssal energy consumed. This transformation filled Chen Yu with exhilaration. The Abyssal Thorn Spirit, now imbued with abyssal power, not only surpassed the three-dimensional attributes of the mythical primordial spirit, but also took on a form more akin to a humanoid demon. While it might still fall short against the forbidden spells of the primordial spirit, in terms of conventional combat strength, she had undoubtedly become the most formidable force under Chen Yu's command. The horns on her head, along with the wings and tail on her back, made this Abyss Thorn Spirit look no different from a typical female abyssal demon. She struggled to speak, her voice halting and fragmented. Master? Good. Very good. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chen Yu's mouth. The fact that the spirit could speak indicated her intelligence and human-like traits had advanced to a higher level. Fight! With a low growl from the abyss thorn spirit, the tail on her back suddenly split apart, transforming into dozens of crimson vines that quickly spread across the walls and ceiling of the hall. These vines were covered in sharp, dagger-like barbs, each tip glowing faintly with a bluish-green hue, clearly laced with potent venom. Any living being grazed by these vines would surely face a gruesome fate, if not death itself. Good girl, that won't be necessary for now. Chen Yu gently stroked the abyss thorn spirit's head. Obediently, the spirit retracted the vines, and her tail reverted to its smooth, fleshy form. Chen Yu cast a calm gaze over the members of the Church of Agony, who were kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently, "Stand up, all of you. Now, does anyone still doubt me?" The members of the Church of Agony trembled as they rose to their feet, none daring to meet Chen Yu's eyes, not even Bishop Lu Peng. Speechless, are we? Lu Peng, I asked you a question earlier. Can you answer it now? Yes, of course, Lu Peng replied hastily, bowing as he shuffled forward. My lord, please follow me. When his eyes inadvertently met the cold gaze of the abyss thorn spirit, his entire body shuddered violently, and he nearly stumbled. The power to casually transform a legendary plant-based life form into an abyssal demon and significantly enhance its abilities, such strength was utterly terrifying. At this point, even if the Pope of the Church of Agony himself claimed Chen Yu was an imposter, Lu Peng wouldn't believe it. He might even turn against the Pope. Lu Peng led Chen Yu out of the hall and deeper into the underground chambers. The entire layout resembled a cathedral, with the central hall dominated by a three-metered demon statue. Its appearance and physique were identical to those of the demon Lord Eunaxifos, whom Chen Yu had previously subdued. The walls of the corridors were adorned with murals depicting scenes from the abyss. In an elegantly decorated reception room, Lu Peng served tea and handed Chen Yu a stack of documents. My lord, the Jiangyang City branch's key operation is currently underway. So far, we've successfully recruited 12 new professionals from various high schools. According to the initial plan, we still need 88 more, with a final goal of reaching 200. As Chen Yu flipped through the documents and listened to the report, he skillfully extracted additional information. Within half an hour, he had a thorough understanding of the Church of Agony. It was indeed a cult, but unlike typical cults, it wasn't obsessed with destruction or slaughter. Instead, its members were law-abiding citizens. They worshipped the abyssal demon god, yearning for its favor. The tasks assigned by the demon god were straightforward: continuously recruit new followers. Based on the quantity and quality of their recruits, members received corresponding resource rewards. If they managed to bring in a true prodigy, the demon god might even grant them formidable power personally. This aligned perfectly with Eunaxifos' modus operandi, Chen Yu noted silently. In the dungeon, Eunaxifos hadn't shown any bloodthirsty tendencies, merely a desire to draw others into the Abyss faction. This had been the case with both Tut City and Chen Yu himself. Even under her rule, a group of goblins had managed to establish a model city that was orderly and thriving. However, this time, the Church of Agony's large-scale recruitment of new professionals wasn't just about expanding their followers. Their true goal was to interfere with this year's high-stakes examination dungeon. The Pain Church's plan gradually unfolded before Chen Yu. This massive conspiracy required a significant financial investment. They recruited newly awakened professionals to carry specially crafted ritual items into the exam halls during the national exams. These items appeared to be ordinary accessories but were, in fact, intricately designed. Once activated at a specific moment, they would resonate with one another and form a powerful array to summon a demon lord's avatar. The goal isn't to disrupt the exams, Lu Peng explained in a hushed tone, but to corrupt the most outstanding young professionals of this generation in the Tunglong Empire, turning them into agents of the Abyss. Most of the bribed examinees were completely unaware of the Pain Church's true identity. They agreed to bring these accessories into the exam halls solely for monetary reward. In their dormant state, the ritual items were indistinguishable from ordinary trinkets, even under the most advanced detection methods. Distributing the items among multiple carriers is to avoid suspicion, Lu Peng continued. If a single examinee carried too many accessories, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the examiners. Summoning a demon lord's avatar required an immense number of ritual items, and Jiangyang City was only a small piece of the overall plan. Within the various local chapters, only the bishop and a few core senior priests were privy to the full scope of the operation. Other members were tasked solely with routine recruitment efforts. It wasn't until shortly before the exams that the bishop would distribute the ritual items. Each ritual item costs 20,000 to 50,000 gold coins? Chen Yu muttered to himself in astonishment at the staggering expense. Yes, sir. That price was set by His Holiness, Lu Peng replied. There are approximately 200,000 examinees nationwide. We need at least 10,000 ritual items to ensure the success of the ritual. So, the total investment comes to at least 5 billion gold coins? Chen Yu couldn't hide his shock. A fanatical gleam appeared in Lu Peng's eyes. Exactly. To secure a group of top-tier talents with such a small price. His Holiness's methods are truly brilliant. Chen Yu's lip twitched. 5 billion gold coins being referred to as a small price was beyond absurd. However, if they could gain control over the top talents of an entire generation, the investment might indeed be worth it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu declared solemnly, "From now on, I will take over this operation." "My lord." Lu Peng was taken aback. "You've only just arrived. Perhaps you should familiarize yourself with the church's operations first." Chen Yu interrupted with a cold smirk. "Your team's vigilance is lacking, and your methods are far too clumsy. I seriously doubt your ability to complete this mission." Seeing the hesitation in Lu Peng's expression, Chen Yu spoke bluntly, "You can rest assured. I am one of this year's examinees myself. My understanding of the national exams far surpasses yours. I have my own way of bringing the ceremonial items into the college entrance examination dungeon," Chen Yu said with absolute confidence in his voice. "Don't worry about the 200 items in your hands. Even if it's 2,000 or 20,000, it won't be a problem. As for the Pain Church's old methods, I won't even consider using them." He locked eyes with Lu Peng, his tone firm. "Do you think the demon god chose me personally at this crucial moment for no reason? What you need to do is hand over the ceremonial items to me, and trust me." Lu Peng's eyes lit up at these words, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the great demon god crowned a new archbishop at this moment, precisely to entrust him with this monumental task? "Please wait just a moment, my lord. They'll fetch the ceremonial items for you right away." Lu Peng hurried out of the meeting room and quickly returned with a large box, placing it respectfully in front of Chen Yu. Chen Yu lifted the lid, revealing an assortment of items: keychains, badges, small figurines, pink hair clips, and even feminine hygiene products. With a wave of his hand, he transferred the entire box of items into the supreme holy land, while sternly warning Xiao Yin not to tamper with anything. In truth, Chen Yu had no intention of disrupting the Pain Church's plans. On the contrary, he was fully prepared to cooperate and summon the demon god's avatar. After all, who was the great demon god Unasiphus? A generous benefactor. At their first meeting, the demon god had gifted him a mythical skill, an epic set, and a yellow spring seed. Chen Yu was genuinely looking forward to their next encounter. Lu Peng's pupils contracted sharply as he watched Chen Yu effortlessly take possession of the ceremonial items. These items were tied to the abyssal demon god, and ordinary professionals couldn't alter their ownership, let alone store them in their inventory. And the rest? Chen Yu tapped the table. Reporting to you, my lord, that's all there is," Lu Peng replied cautiously. "I meant money." Chen Yu snapped. "Surely you don't think you can handle this mission without spending, while I spend nothing?" Lu Peng quickly forced a smile. "Of course, my lord, you're absolutely right. My apologies for the oversight." He retrieved a neatly packed box of cards from his storage bag. "My lord, these are unregistered cards from the professionals' bank. Each holds 100,000 gold coins, ready for withdrawal at any time." Chen Yu counted the cards 120 in total, amounting to 12 million gold coins. This unexpected windfall lifted his spirits. "You can contact the other regional bishops. If there are any difficulties with the mission, reach out to me anytime." "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Lu Peng heaved a sigh of relief. Quietly recruiting 200 novice professionals had been a daunting and stressful task. Now that a powerhouse had taken over this hot potato, he was naturally overjoyed. After leaving the tavern, Chen Yu immediately reached out to his friend, Treasure Pavilion Little Lowly. "Chen Yu. Hey, you there? I've got business for you." Little Lowly replied instantly. "Go on, Chen Yu. I need to order life water. 2 units for now." "Yun Bue? Question mark. Chen Yu. What do you mean by question mark? Is there a problem?" "Yun Bue. Do you even have the money?" Chen Yu. Professionals Bank unregistered savings cards, 100,000 gold coins 100. In the Treasure Pavilion, a bored Little Lowly chewing on a lollipop suddenly widened her eyes. "Miss, what happened? Is there trouble?" A round-faced assistant rushed into the back room, alarmed. "It's nothing. Leave." Little Lowly waved her off and reopened the friend panel to message Chen Yu. "Where did you get so much money? Did you rob some major faction?" Chen Yu saw the message from the little girl and immediately felt annoyed. "Stealing?" he muttered to himself. "That's such an ugly way to put it. This is legitimate income, and I even helped solve a major problem for them." He quickly replied, "Earnings from my hard work. There's no need to report that to you, right? Now, tell me, how can I buy the water of life?" "Sorry, that was rude of me," Yun Bue responded, then explained in detail. "The water of life needs to be pre-ordered, with a deposit of 1 million gold coins per unit, and the remaining balance paid upon delivery. Once the deposit is paid, you can request shipment. If the supply is sufficient, it will arrive within a week. If it's scarce, it may take up to a month. If you're sure about purchasing it, I can help you apply now, and you can pay the deposit whenever you're available. Thanks. Next time, I'll treat you to a hot dog extra big, Chen Yu replied from the treasure pavilion. The little girl glanced down at the half-eaten hot dog in her hand, then at Chen Yu's message on her friend panel. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red, clearly thinking of something that made her a bit embarrassed. Dongfeng Town, as a bustling commercial hub, owed its prosperity to the presence of 8 beginner-level dungeons. These dungeons were not originally located there, but were relocated by various factions for easier management and profit generation. At the dungeon management office, 8 counters were neatly arranged like bank teller windows, each selling tickets for a different dungeon. Chen Yu bought tickets for all 8 dungeons in one go, spending a total of 100 gold coins, 10 gold coins for each of 6 dungeons, and 20 gold coins for the other 2. This price was exorbitant for the average beginner adventurer, as only experienced teams familiar with the dungeons could barely break even, essentially working for the dungeon owners. Each dungeon had its own independent teleportation hall. Chen Yu entered the Blackwind Stronghold dungeon hall with his ticket. Inside, a prominent LCD screen caught the attention of many adventurers. They gathered around it, fervently discussing the leaderboard. First place, Brave Squad, Captain Wang Jiming, time, 1 hour 25 minutes. Second place, Money Squad, Captain Huang Zicheng, time, 1 hour 32 minutes. I heard the Sanshan Guild and the Snowfall Guild are competing for the leaderboard, someone said. Don't they have anything better to do? Another person commented. You don't get it, a third person explained. It's the beginner-adventurer transition period. They're trying to build a reputation to recruit talent. I heard both guild captains are level 50 experts from Yunchuan Professional University who deliberately didn't advance their classes just for the leaderboard prize promised by their guilds. Look, they're here. Everyone turned toward the hall entrance in unison. 2 well-equipped 6-member teams walked in simultaneously. One team was led by a male berserker wearing a badge with a Z emblem, while the other followed a female mage with a snowflake emblem pinned to her chest. Chen Yu's eyes lingered on the berserker captain, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. As he reflected carefully, Chen Yu suddenly remembered, wasn't this the same opponent who faced off against the planter in the video shown to him by Zhou Bowen? In that video, Huang Yishan's stiff performance made him an easy target for the planter, who used attack momentum to effortlessly take him down. He was then overwhelmed and subdued by a group of ordinary plant life. The 2 teams stood before the dungeon's teleportation portal. The berserker captain, Huang Yishan, wore a confident smile as he addressed the mage captain, Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan, whether you admit it or not, the strength of our 3 Mountains Guild is undeniably greater than your Snowfall Guild. Taking the top spot in the Eastwind Town beginner dungeon is a goal we will achieve. Li Jingyuan sneered at his words. Clearing a dungeon requires strategy and teamwork, not brute strength. Besides, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Everyone at Yunchuan University knows you. Huang Yishan couldn't even beat a planter. Her words hit right where it hurt. Huang Yishan's face instantly turned bright red. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself unable to, had indeed lost to a planter in the arena, and it had been a decisive defeat. Even a so-called trash class like a planter managed to beat you. Your combat prowess is clearly nothing special, Li Jingyuan continued, her tone dripping with mockery. Is that all you can say? Huang Yishan's forehead veins bulged as his temper flared, his aura becoming increasingly chaotic. A berserker who can't even defeat a trash planter, how embarrassing. Li Jingyuan pressed on mercilessly. Chen Yu, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Though his situation was unique, he was also a planter. Li Jingyuan's open disdain for the class in front of him felt like a direct provocation. Chen Yu stepped forward with a stern expression but didn't directly confront Li Jingyuan. Instead, he patted Huang Yishan on the shoulder. The embarrassed and furious Huang Yishan turned around, startled to see a stranger addressing him. Brother, Chen Yu said in a steady voice, it doesn't matter who you've lost to in the past. Every class has had its share of strong players. What truly matters for a professional is skill, not the opinions or judgments of others. You're here to compete for the leaderboard, right? This is the time to let your strength speak. She's trying to mess with your mindset to throw you off your game. Stay focused, beat her, and all the idle gossip will naturally disappear. These words struck Huang Yishan like a wake-up call. Overcome with emotion, he quickly regained his composure. As a berserker, he was prone to impulsivity, but he wasn't foolish. Thanks to Chen Yu's reminder, he immediately realized he had fallen into his opponent's trap. Brother, thank you so much, Huang Yishan said gratefully. We're on a mission now, but once this is over, I owe you a drink. No need. Chen Yu waved his hand with a smile. I just couldn't stand her attitude. Defeating her will be the best thanks you can give me. Helping out a stranger like Physiori, a righteous man, Huang Yishan said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Not exactly a stranger, Chen Yu replied with a grin. I've actually known about you for a while. You've known about me? Huang Yishan frowned in confusion. He wasn't a local of Yunchuan province, having only come here to study at the province's professional university. How could someone have already known about him? I'm a planter too, Chen Yu explained. I have a teacher named Zhou Bowen, and he mentioned you to me. Good luck, brother. With that, Chen Yu gave Huang Yishan a fist gesture of encouragement and turned to step into the dungeon's teleportation portal. Zhou Bowen? Huang Yishan froze for a moment before the name clicked in his mind. Wait, Zhou Bowen is the teacher of that planter who beat me in the arena. To some extent, Huang Yishan's frequent ridicule for losing to a cultivator was closely tied to Zhou Bowen. The competition video that Zhou Bowen turned into a teaching material unexpectedly made Huang Yishan famous at Yunchuan University. That guy is actually a disciple of that old Zhou Bowen? And a cultivator too? Huang Yishan's face twitched, silently cursing Zhou Bowen for meddling. Li Jingyuan noticed Huang Yishan regaining his composure and frowned slightly. She was well aware their team was no match for the opposition, and now that their opponent had calmed down, their chances of winning became even slimmer. She also regretted her earlier reckless comments about cultivators. She had intended to provoke Huang Yishan, but ended up offending a cultivator capable of soloing dungeons. Such powerful cultivators must have significant resources backing them, and offending someone like that without achieving her goal was a losing deal. Li Jingyuan, let's settle this with our skills. Huang Yishan said coldly, glaring at her. All you do is play petty tricks. Let's see how capable you really are today. We'll see who claims the top spot. Let's go. Li Jingyuan, though feeling uneasy, maintained her sharp demeanor and led her team into the dungeon portal. Brother Huang, shall we head into? The shield warrior in Huang Yishan's team stepped forward to ask. All right. Huang Yishan nodded, then added, Gongzi, you're from Zhongyang City and have better connections. Keep an eye on that guy from earlier. His teacher is formidable, and he can solo dungeons too. If there's a chance, we should invite him to join the guild. The shield warrior immediately moved into the crowd, exchanging a few words with a novice warrior. The novice warrior smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Stay sharp, everyone. Don't let the Moonfall Guild overshadow us. After the shield warrior returned to the team, Huang Yishan led his group into the portal. Inside the dungeon, a system notification appeared. Black Wind Stronghold. Level restriction, level 50. Team limit, 6 players. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Please select difficulty. Easy, normal, hard. Chen Yu frowned. No higher difficulty? What about nightmare or true difficulty? The system responded. This dungeon only offers 3 difficulty levels for professionals to choose from. Alright, hard it is, Chen Yu said with slight disappointment. If there were a true difficulty option, he could earn a large number of skill points and a significant amount of gold. Unfortunately, not all dungeons offered higher difficulty levels. This dungeon features a completion time leaderboard. Would you like to make your or your team's information public? Chen Yu finally understood that the leaderboard displayed on the wall wasn't manually entered but directly extracted from the dungeon data. Are there rewards for making it onto the leaderboard? The dungeon leaderboard currently does not offer rewards for ranking. For related inquiries, please contact the dungeon owner. Then don't make it public. Chen Yu chose the option to keep the dungeon leaderboard private, as he had little interest in such recognition at the moment. The moment he made his selection, the scene shifted abruptly, and he found himself on a winding mountain path. On one side was a bottomless cliff, and on the other, a steep rock face. After walking along the path for a short while, the entrance to Black Wind Stronghold came into view. Standing at the gate were 2 small bandit-like creatures in simple attire. A quick scan revealed they were level 30 with unremarkable stats. Feeling unimpressed, Chen Yu casually summoned a few thorn vine fiends. Go get them, he commanded. The thorn vine fiends extended their vine-like arms, which danced like serpents as they approached the targets. As they entered the attack range, the 2 bandits shouted mechanically, Halt! Who dares trespass on Black Wind Stronghold? They charged forward, swinging their blades without any expression on their faces. With 2 quick thuds, the bandits collapsed to the ground. A system notification popped up. Defeated level 30 Black Wind Stronghold bandit. Gained 60 experience points. Due to level restriction, experience points have been stored in the experience pool. The thorn vine fiends promptly absorbed the bandits' corpses, leaving behind only fragments of bony and impeccable display of natural decomposition. Chen Yu continued summoning more thorn vine fiends and advanced further. The scattered bandits along the path were swiftly turned into nourishment. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he arrived at a wide platform. On the platform stood a pavilion, with the words Halfway Pavilion carved onto a nearby stone tablet. The platform was occupied by over a dozen bandit-like creatures, while 3 figures sat inside the pavilion. A burly boss and 2 elite enemies wearing straw hats. The system displayed their details. Black Wind Stronghold 3rd boss, level 35 boss. Black Wind Stronghold Enforcer, level 35 elite. Ladies, it's feeding time. Chen Yu called out. The thorn vine fiends swarmed forward, wiping out the smaller enemies on the platform in mere seconds. Strangely, the three figures in the pavilion remained motionless until all the small enemies were eliminated, then leapt into action. I am the third boss of Black Wind Stronghold. State your name. My men do not fight nameless ghosts. The third boss bellowed as he unsheathed his blade and charged forward before Chen Yu could even think of a grandiose alias. Not playing fair, huh? Get him. Chen Yu sneered, and dozens of vine whips lashed out in unison. The third boss fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. Gasping, he muttered, I never expected such strength from you all. I am unwilling big brother, second brother. Take care, third brother goes ahead first. With that, he breathed his last, dropping a rare dungeon chest. So, it wasn't scripted invincibility after all, Chen Yu remarked, amused by the boss's insistence on delivering dramatic last words. Picking up the chest, he added, don't worry, your big brother and second brother will be joining you soon. And they'll become fertilizer too, so you can all be one with nature literally. Beyond halfway pavilion, the mountain path grew steeper, and the density of enemies increased. However, the relentless advance of the thorn vine fiends made it all a non-issue. Before long, Chen Yu reached the mountaintop platform where the assembly hall stood. Inside the hall, 3 tiger-skin-covered chairs were arranged at the head of the room. One of them was occupied by a boss of similar stature to the third boss. The system displayed, Dungeon Boss, Black Wind Stronghold Second Boss. On either side of the hall were 8 additional chairs, each occupied by a Black Wind Stronghold Enforcer. Who are you? The second boss roared, and the 8 enforcers rose in unison. To have made it this far, could it be my third brother Isa? Third brother. The second boss let out a grief-stricken howl. I will attack. Chen Yu interrupted, cutting off the dramatic monologue and commanding his thorn vine fiends to launch an all-out assault. Dozens of vine whips lashed through the air with a sharp cracking sound, striking mercilessly at the second-in-command and the 8 elite monsters. The second-in-command's words were abruptly cut off, replaced by his final anguished cry, I refuse to accept this, brother. Chen Yu glanced at the fallen bodies, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Even in death, these bosses could still talk. It seemed to be a unique skill of the Black Wind Stronghold. Just then, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from outside the assembly hall. No. Second brother. A larger, more imposing humanoid monster, the big boss, charged into the hall, flanked by 12 elite subordinates. How dare you kill my second brother? They'll make you pay with your lives, the big boss bellowed as he charged forward. Yet, under the relentless assault of the thorn vine demon, he couldn't last even a second. Still, he displayed the same post-death dialogue ability as his brothers. Despite his empty health bar, he managed to squeeze out one last line. I won't accept this. The system immediately displayed the results screen. Instance completion summary. Instance difficulty, hard. Completion rate, 100. Exploration rate, 200. Time taken, 12 minutes 34 seconds. Overall rating, SSS. Rewards, gold coins, 100. Experience points, 50,000. Free attribute points, 5. Skill points, 1. Epic instance chest, 1. The system notified him of a 10-minute rest period, with the option to exit immediately. Such poor rewards, Chen Yu muttered as he picked up the chest dropped by the big boss and chose to exit. Achieving the highest rating in a hard difficulty instance had only yielded a single skill point, and the other rewards were hardly worth mentioning. Fortunately, there were still 7 instances he could run. Hopefully, one of them would offer a greater challenge. As he was about to leave, a novice warrior suddenly approached him. Hey man, you're out already? It's only been 12 minutes. Did you even take down the gatekeepers, the hum and ha duo? Too easy. Already cleared it, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. Buffed, the young warrior chuckled, gesturing toward the instance gate. Big talk. Huh? You sure you even got past the gatekeepers? No offense, but running instances requires an efficient, fixed team. By the time the novice turned back, Chen Yu was already gone. He had no interest in wasting time on such trivial arguments. Arriving at the entrance of the second instance, Chen Yu handed over his ticket. The system displayed the following details. Instance, Zombie Crisis. Level requirement, level 50. Team size limit, 6 players. Cooldown, 7 days. After confirming that all conditions were met, the system prompted him to select a difficulty. Unfortunately, the highest available difficulty was still hard, which left Chen Yu slightly disappointed. After selecting the hard difficulty, the system noted that the instance leaderboard had no rewards set up yet and suggested consulting the instance owner for further information. As the scene around him darkened, Chen Yu entered the instance. Unlike the natural scenery of the Black Wind Stronghold, this place was steeped in the bleak, apocalyptic atmosphere of a biochemical disaster. The sky was gloomy and oppressive, casting a dull pall over streets littered with decayed garbage and dried bloodstains. Rusted cars, stripped down to their skeletal frames, lay scattered across the desolate scene. On both sides, crumbling high-rises teetered precariously, as if ready to collapse at any moment. This setting was vastly different from the traditional Outplayers transition games. Here, there were no Western-style magical beasts or Eastern fantasy demons. Instead, the atmosphere was steeped in the bleakness of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. In this world, anything could happen from hordes of zombies to interstellar wars. Compared to Blackwind's stronghold, this space was much more expansive. Zombies roamed not only the streets but also lurked within the empty, desolate shops on either side. With a commanding shout, Chen Yu called out, "All right, team, let's go." In an instant, over 500 plant entities sprang into action, some appearing directly within the zombies' attack range. A few zombies let out guttural growls and lunged toward Chen Yu, only to be pierced through by countless vines in mere moments. The system notifications rang out in quick succession. Defeated level 15 zombie, EXP 30. Due to level restriction, EXP temporarily stored in experience pool. Defeated level 15 zombie, EXP 30. Due to level restriction, EXP temporarily stored in experience pool. Defeated level 20 zombie, EXP 40. Due to level restriction, EXP temporarily stored in experience pool. The plant entities, now fully matured, needed no further instruction to efficiently clear the horde. Chen Yu, relaxed and unbothered, leaned against a lily spirit, enjoying her floral fragrance without even needing to lift a finger. Within a mere 5 minutes, the boss defeat notification sounded, and the dungeon entered the settlement phase. Once again, Chen Yu received the highest rating, earning 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points comparable to the rewards from Blackwind Stronghold. After all the plant entities returned, he chose to exit the dungeon, preparing for his next challenge, the Bloodstained Chapel. He recalled overhearing someone near the town outskirts recruiting for the nightmare mode of this dungeon. Meanwhile, the Blackwind Stronghold dungeon hall was abuzz with chatter. Place your bets, place your bets. I'm putting down 1 gold coin that 3 Mountains Guild will take the top spot. 3 Mountains Guild does have impressive strength. Don't forget Snowfall Guild Thief got 2 mages. Their clearing speed might outpace everyone else. Mage damage is high, sure, but their sustainability early on is pretty weak. As the crowd debated, the leaderboard screen suddenly updated. All ranks shifted down 1 position, and the top spot now read, completion time 12 minutes and 34 seconds. All information about the challenger was listed as undisclosed. Wait, the results are already in? 12 minutes and 34 seconds? That's insane. It takes over 10 minutes just to get from the entrance to the mountain peak. Hold on, is the player information hidden? Stop speculating. We'll know when the team exits the dungeon. All eyes turned toward the dungeon's teleportation portal. Not long after, a team led by Huang Yishan emerged. Though they looked slightly battered, their expressions radiated triumph. Look, they're out. It's the Sanshan Guild. With a cry of surprise, the crowd of curious bystanders surged forward, surrounding Huang Yishan's team as they emerged from the dungeon. Huang Yishan and his teammates exchanged confused glances, utterly clueless about what was happening. They knew they had performed well this time, likely surpassing the Shuelua Guild to claim the top spot, but this level of attention was completely unexpected. Congratulations to the Sanshan Guild for taking first place. Captain Huang, you're incredible, clearing the dungeon in such a short time. The flurry of congratulatory voices left Huang Yishan, a berserker known for his emotional tendencies, feeling a bit smug. Haha, thank you everyone, he replied with a grin. Just then, a familiar figure squeezed through the crowd. It was the rookie warrior who had been tasked with observing Chen Yu earlier. The young man looked at Huang Yishan with admiration in his eyes. Brother Huang, you guys are amazing. Keep it up. You'll get there someday, Huang Yishan said with an encouraging smile. Brother Huang, can you tell us how you managed to clear the dungeon in 12 minutes and 34 seconds? The rookie asked excitedly. The surrounding crowd of professionals chimed in enthusiastically. Yeah, that's so fast. Just traveling through the dungeon takes us that long. 12 minutes and 34 seconds? Huang Yishan and his team froze. They distinctly remembered the Indof dungeon summary showing their completion time as 54 minutes and 12 seconds. Captain, did I hear that right? Did they really say 12 minutes? The mage in the team whispered, seeking confirmation. You heard it right, Huang Yishan muttered, frowning in thought. And isn't there supposed to be a delay in the rankings? We just came out, how could they already know such an exact time? At that moment, the shield warrior pointed toward the wall-mounted display. Captain, look! Everyone's gaze shifted to the screen. The top-ranking spot prominently displayed an anonymous, unpublicized completion record with a time of precisely 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Huang Yishan's eyes widened, as if struck by a lightning bolt. The expressions of his teammates froze in shock as well. Haha, Brother Huang, the dungeon center's efficiency is really impressive. They updated the rankings before you even walked out, the rookie warrior laughed. But you guys were a bit careless. Choosing to keep the record unpublicized will definitely lead to others claiming it as their own in the future. Huang Yishan quickly waved his hands in denial. Wait, everyone, there's been a misunderstanding. That record at the top isn't from our Sanshan guild. He finally understood the crowd had mistakenly assumed that the mysterious 12-minute and 34-second record belonged to them. No wonder they were so enthusiastic. But the problem is, that record wasn't even set by them. One of the onlookers exclaimed excitedly. The Huang Yishan team's attempt to climb the leaderboard had indeed been meticulously planned, even compressing their completion time to under an hour through a burst of effort. However, a record of 12 minutes and 34 seconds was simply unfathomable for a team below level 50. Even with battle time minimized to the extreme, just recovering their status would take considerable time. Come on, Huang, don't be so modest, a rookie warrior said with a knowing smile. Because of your leaderboard attempt today, hardly any other teams have gone in. The Snowfall Guild hasn't come out yet, so it couldn't have been them, right? But that record really wasn't ours, Huang Yishan replied with a helpless smile. Our team's completion time was 54 minutes and 12 seconds, and we chose to make our information public. You'll see the record soon enough. Really not you? The onlookers exchanged uncertain glances. While some skepticism lingered, their tone was no longer as confident. Huang Yishan felt a sense of regret deep down. If they could claim that record, they absolutely would. After all, achieving such a lightning-fast time could generate massive attention with some strategic promotion, far more valuable than an ordinary leaderboard position. Unfortunately, with their decision to make their information public, there was no way to falsely claim it. A few minutes later, the Snowfall team completed the dungeon and returned to the lobby. Seeing Huang Yishan surrounded by the crowd, Li Jingyuan felt a twinge of irritation. Congratulations, the top spot for this dungeon belongs to the Three Mountains Guild now, she said coolly as her team passed by. Wait, Huang Yishan suddenly called out. What now? Li Jingyuan turned back, her expression frosty. Huang Yishan didn't speak, but pointed toward the leaderboard screen. Following his gesture, Li Jingyuan looked over and immediately widened her eyes. How is this possible? The 12-minute and 34-second record shattered her confidence in an instant. Comparing it to her team's 1 hour and 2-minute completion time, the massive gap filled her with a deep sense of defeat. You've won. We're no match for your team, Li Jingyuan said bitterly. Realizing her misunderstanding, Huang Yishan clarified. You know my skill level. Do you really think I could set that record? It wasn't us. Not you? Then who could it be? I'd like to know that too, Huang Yishan sighed. This kind of result doesn't seem achievable by players at our current stage. Just as they were talking, the leaderboard updated. The first place record remained unchanged, while the second and third places shifted. Second place, completion time, 54 minutes and 12 seconds. Team, Three Mountains. Captain, Huang Yishan. Third place, completion time, 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 35 seconds. Team, Snowfall. Captain, Li Jingyuan. The two teams exchanged glances and quietly left the lobby. Their earlier confidence had completely dissipated. However, as they approached the next dungeon lobby, they noticed a large crowd of players gathered at the entrance, animatedly discussing the leaderboard. Both Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan felt an ominous sense of foreboding. The two teams quickly handed over their tickets and entered the dungeon hall. All eyes were immediately drawn to the leaderboard on the electronic screen. Astonishingly, the first-place team had cleared the dungeon in just 4 minutes and 3 seconds. However, all information about the players, including the strategist, captain, and team members, was marked as confidential. Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan exchanged a shocked glance. The result was simply unbelievable. The dungeon, named Afternoon Rainforest, was known to be as challenging as Black Wind Stronghold, but its terrain was far more intricate, and the variety of monsters was extensive. Just traversing the terrain alone would take over half an hour. Even elite teams from the Three Mountains Guild and Snowfall Guild required an hour to clear Black Wind Stronghold. Achieving completion in under an hour and a half in the Afternoon Rainforest dungeon was already considered exceptional. Should we still compete? Li Jingyuan bit her lower lip, hesitation evident in her voice. Although Huang Yishan and Li Jingyuan were not on good terms usually, he shared her sentiment at the moment. We have to. This is a guild task. In situations like this, there's nothing we can do. Then should we start? Li Jingyuan gestured toward the dungeon portal. Even if first place is out of reach, we can still aim for second, Huang Yishan said after a brief pause. Exactly. It's not my fault we ran into a monster team. Second place is still worth fighting for, Li Jingyuan said, her determination reigniting. That's the spirit. Now it's getting interesting. Huang Yishan laughed heartily as he led the team into the portal. The dungeon, after the catastrophe, was one of only 2 available Nightmare Mode dungeons in Dongfeng Town. After stepping through the portal, Chen Yu skillfully selected the highest difficulty and chose to hide his personal information. When the transfer was complete, a desolate gray plain unfolded before him. Scattered across the ground were the remains of various creatures, while skeletons and rotting zombies roamed the area. These zombies, originating from a Western fantasy world, were undead creatures that moved sluggishly and had low stats, much like sci-fi zombies. However, they lacked the toxin buffs of sci-fi zombies that caused continuous health loss or slowed movement. Chen Yu lightly patted the left pocket of his coat, and the primordial earth spirit, Hutu, immediately flew out, looking aggrieved. Master, please let me fight for you. My apologies, Chen Yu said sincerely. Unlike the quiet Xiaofeng, the lively Hutu clearly wasn't suited to being confined in a pocket for long periods. Master, you mustn't, Hutu exclaimed fearfully. Your will is supreme, and your decisions are always correct. How could you apologize to subordinates like us? All right, Chen Yu said, exasperated, flicking her forehead lightly. Fly up and take a look. How big is this dungeon? Yes, master. Huta bowed in acknowledgement before soaring into the air to scout the area. Moments later, she landed in front of Chen Yu and reported, Master, based on the distribution of monsters, this dungeon appears to be a circle with a radius of approximately 2 kilometers. Our position was very close to the edge of the dungeon, while the boss was located on the opposite side. Chen Yu scanned the surroundings, quickly assessing the battlefield situation. 2 kilometers in radius? He raised an eyebrow. With such a vast area and sparse monster distribution, even deploying all 500 plant-based entities in combat would take considerable time to clear. The lifeless environment of the dungeon stood in stark contrast to the vibrant and thriving atmosphere of the supreme sacred land, making Chen Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. This kind of setting would likely only appeal to undead creatures, or those with related professions. All right, I'll leave it to you. Fight for me, Hutu. Clear this dungeon for me. Yes, master. Huta responded excitedly. This was the first time since her creation that she had received a combat mission from her master. She clenched her right hand, and a long sword materialized out of thin air. At the same time, her original hollowed-out light armor transformed into heavy armor under a faint glow. It can transform too? Chen Yu's eyes lit up, and his mind involuntarily wandered to various outfit possibility stockings, backless sweaters, sailor uniforms, a minimalist wedding dress. Of course, Hutu was completely unaware of these thoughts. Hutu raised her sword to the sky and began chanting an incantation. After several seconds, she suddenly shouted, Break! Mountains! Shatter! Earth! The long sword glowed faintly yellow as she slashed it across the ground. A tiny crack appeared on the grayish-white surface, which instantly expanded into a bottomless chasm. More cracks spread like a spiderweb in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the entire dungeon was covered in fissures. The ground trembled violently, and the deafening roar of the earth echoed through the skies. The once flat terrain collapsed instantly, and countless monsters fell into the dark crevices before they could react. Just as Chen Yu thought the move seemed slightly underwhelming, a thunderous rumble erupted from beneath the ground. Moments later, a pillar of crimson lava shot up from the rift, followed by a series of eruptions. The entire gray and white world was instantly painted in dazzling red. The lava fountains continued for over 10 seconds, transforming the dungeon into a searing sea of molten magma. Kill notifications flooded Chen Yu's mind one after another, leaving him almost dizzy. Master, mission accomplished, Hutu declared proudly as she returned to Chen Yu's side. Looking at the drastically altered landscape of the dungeon, Chen Yu nodded repeatedly. Good. Impressive. Very strong. The dungeon settlement process began immediately, displaying a flawless SSS rating. However, just as Chen Yu was about to collect the loot, a system warning sounded, announcing that due to the severe destruction of the dungeon, he would be forcibly teleported out. Hey wait, I haven't picked up the loot yet. Chen Yu protested urgently. The system notified him that all dropped items would be automatically stored in his inventory, with any excess placed in a temporary bag valid for 10 minutes. It reminded him to handle the items promptly to avoid losing them. A few seconds later, Chen Yu stepped out of the dungeon portal and eagerly opened his inventory to check his haul. Beside the fully packed inventory slots, there was an additional row of translucent, phantom-like slots filled with various spoils of battle. Most of them were low-value trinkets, rib bones from skeleton warriors, a rusty cleaver from a decaying zombie, and ashes imbued with an undead aura. Such items would only interest necromancer-class professionals. The real treasures were 2 items, an epic chest dropped by the dungeon boss and a legendary chest awarded upon dungeon completion. Chen Yu swiftly emptied his inventory, transferring all the items to the supreme sacred land. To his surprise, even the ordinary materials saturated with undead energy were readily absorbed by the world tree without hesitation. Without wasting any more time, Chen Yu headed straight to the bus station and boarded a coach bound for Zhongyang City. This trip to Dongfeng Town had been incredibly rewarding. Completing 8 dungeons had earned him a total of 10 skill points and 50 free attribute points. Such results could only be achieved by someone like him, who managed to score an SSS rating in every dungeon. It was worth noting that dungeon ratings decreased with larger team sizes, longer completion times, or failing to eliminate all monsters. Even elite teams like Huang Yishan's and Li Jingyuan's, despite securing spots on the dungeon completion leaderboard, could only achieve an A rating at best, leaving no chance for free attribute point rewards. Chen Yu immediately allocated the 10 skill points to the legendary core technique, Vitality Calculation, raising it to level 7. He also invested all the free attribute points into Constitution. The bus sped along the highway and reached Jiangyang City's urban area within half an hour. After disembarking, Chen Yu hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Adventurers Guild. Although his skills were still 19 points shy of reaching level 10, the dungeons in Dongfeng Town could reliably provide 10 points each week, meaning he could max out his skills in 2 weeks at most. He planned to accept the class advancement quest now to familiarize himself with the requirements in advance. The class advancement counter in the guild's lobby was unusually quiet. Chen Yu chose a random window, only to find the clerk completely absorbed in a mobile game. He tapped lightly on the glass and explained his purpose. Startled, the clerk relaxed only after confirming he wasn't a supervisor. She then switched to a professional smile and greeted him in a sweet tone. After filling out a form and paying a fee of 1 gold coin, the clerk led Chen Yu into a spacious hall. The ceiling soared over 10 meters high, and at its center stood the Pillar of Origin surrounded by a powerful energy matrix. The young teller quickly stepped forward and activated the formation of the Pillar of Origin. Her expression turned serious as she looked directly at Chen Yu. Sir, as this is your first job transfer, I must remind you of something important. The transfer task is divided into 5 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. But please note, failing 3 times in a row will forfeit your transfer opportunity. I suggest you choose carefully based on your abilities. Chen Yu nodded slightly and walked toward the Pillar of Origin. In his mind, the difficulty was not an issue. With his current strength, no transfer task was beyond him unless he encountered one of those absurdly scripted plot traps designed by a brainless writer. He placed his palm firmly on the Pillar of Origin and immediately received a system prompt. Level 50 detected. Would you like to accept the transfer task? Yes. Please select task difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Warning: tasks at hard or below can be attempted 3 times, nightmare twice, and hell only once. Failure will result in the permanent loss of transfer eligibility. Confirm? Confirm. Although the system's rules differed slightly from what the teller had mentioned, Chen Yu made his choice without hesitation. Soon, the task was generated. First tier promotion task. Difficulty: hell. Executor: Chen Yu. Task objective: achieve the top score in the current imperial examination of the Tenglong Empire. Special note: the task may involve disruptions such as bias, targeting, or temporary inability to refer to resources. Failure conditions include not achieving first place or tying for first place with others. Chen Yu carefully read the task description. This was truly worthy of the hell difficulty, standing out among countless examinees nationwide, while accounting for various uncontrollable factors. However, for someone with supreme level talents like him, it was hardly a challenge. After all, in this world, the highest talent level was merely mythic. Even if someone matched his combat power, he could still summon the overwhelming force of the abyssal will to crush them. With just over 2 weeks left until the examination, the dungeon in Dongfeng Town could refresh twice, giving him enough time to gather skill points and max out all his abilities. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Chen Yu headed toward the treasure pavilion to pay the deposit for the life water he had promised the little girl. Passing by a street food stall, he bought a few extra-large grilled sausages and stored them in his inventory. After all, he had promised to treat the little girl to hot dogs, and he intended to keep his word. In the Eastwind Town dungeon lobby, the teams from the Sanshan Guild and the Snowfall Guild emerged one after another from the teleportation portal, their faces showing traces of exhaustion. This time, the Sanshan Guild's performance was less than stellar, finishing only about a minute faster than the Snowfall Guild. So, where to next? Li Jingyuan turned to ask Huang Yishan. Let's pick a more challenging one. How about after the cataclysm? Huang Yishan's gaze was resolute. Once we complete this guild mission, I'll move on to my class advancement quest. Everyone's warmed up now, so I want to give it my all, and see if I can achieve rating in a nightmare-level dungeon during the novice period. Sounds good, that's what I was thinking too. Li Jingyuan nodded in agreement but then shifted the conversation. By the way, what difficulty level are you planning to take for your class advancement quest? Probably standard. What? Not going to try the hard level? Scared? Li Jingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Huang Yishan shook his head and explained, the hard level is meant for geniuses aiming for hidden classes. Even with the standard level, I can't guarantee a 100 success rate. I might even fail twice and end up having to downgrade to the easy level. Pfft, now you're being modest? Li Jingyuan covered her mouth with a light laugh, a glimmer of interest in her eyes. I think you should give it a shot. This isn't modesty. I know my own limits, Huang Yishan said seriously. A hard-level class advancement quest requires someone with a strong background, exceptional talent, and a powerful class. You need all three to succeed. Someone like me doesn't stand a chance. As for those prodigies who can attempt nightmare-level challenges right after their first class advancement, I can only imagine how extraordinary they must be. Hearing this, Li Jingyuan's lips curved into a confident smile. Among the novice professionals in our cohort, 12 people have completed nightmare-level class advancement quests. One of them is actually from Jiangyang City. Jiangyang City? Who's that impressive? Huang Yishan asked in surprise. A genius secretly trained by some prominent family? Jiangyang City is just a small place. You think only influential families can produce exceptional talents? Li Jingyuan sneered. Let me tell you, she's not from any big family. According to the records, she has no parents, no relatives. She made it entirely on her own. All right, let's stop getting sidetracked and focus on the dungeon. Huang Yishan quickly changed the subject. Li Jingyuan let out a cold snort and led the team forward, with the Sanshan Guild's group following close behind. When the two teams entered the After the Cataclysm dungeon lobby, the sight before them made them freeze. The hall was bustling with noise, packed with players. Both teams immediately turned their attention to the leaderboard on the wall. First place, completion time 1 minute 14 seconds. Strategy team, not disclosed. Leader, not disclosed. Members, not disclosed. Am I seeing things? Huang Yishan rubbed his eyes hard, staring in disbelief at the time. After the Cataclysm was a large map dungeon. What the heck? Li Jingyuan exclaimed, her voice breaking. 1 minute 14 seconds? Forget novice professionals, even third or fourth tier professionals couldn't pull that off. Well, it might be possible with high tier magic scrolls. After a long silence, a mage from the Snowfall Guild team broke it, his voice carrying a tone of certainty. The terrain after the plague event is roughly a 2-kilometer radius circle. A top tier 5th rank or an average 6th rank area attack skill could easily clear it all in an instant. That's the only possibility I can think of. A magic scroll? Li Jingyuan furrowed her brows, lightly tapping her staff against her waist. It's true that it could work. But who would be so wasteful as to use a high-level magic scroll on a standard dungeon? The rewards from this kind of dungeon are nowhere near the value of a single high-level magic scroll. She paused for a moment, recalling the perplexingly fast completion times of the previous 2 dungeons. Her brows knitted even tighter. I thought we were dealing with some kind of genius, but it turns out to be a rich fool. What a waste. With that, she led the Snowfall Guild team toward the dungeon entrance. But why did the Blackwind Stronghold dungeon take 12 minutes, then? A mage from Huang Yishan's team suddenly questioned, his voice full of confusion. 12 minutes makes sense, someone replied. Maybe they started fighting normally, but got bored and decided to use a scroll. As Huang Yishan was about to lead his team into the teleportation portal, a rookie warrior, who had been hanging back as a cheerleader, suddenly widened his eyes as if he had remembered something crucial. This rookie, acquainted with the team's shield warrior, had been quietly observing from behind. Wait, he exclaimed, running up to Huang Yishan with excitement. Brother Huang, the person you asked me to keep an eye on didn't their dungeon runtime match exactly 12 minutes? Every team takes over an hour to clear the Blackwind Stronghold dungeon, but they did it in just 12 minutes. You mean that cultivator? Huang Yishan's expression instantly turned to one of astonishment. The scene shifted to the treasure pavilion inside the Jiangyang City Professionals Trading Center. Chen Yu stepped into the bustling hall and immediately spotted the familiar round-faced girl. She was seated on a chair, head down, engrossed in her phone, her cheeks slightly flushed as she occasionally let out silly giggles. In the midst of this busy hall, where all the other attendants were hurrying about their tasks, she alone appeared leisurely and carefree. It was Chen Yu's 4th visit, and every time he had found her slacking off. Knock inspection. What are you up to? Chen Yu intentionally put on a stern tone, tapping on the glass. Who is it? What's your problem? The round-faced girl raised her head impatiently, but upon recognizing Chen Yu, her expression immediately shifted into a sweet smile. Oh, Mr. Chen, you're here. Did you make another quick profit? Is your manager in? She's in the back. She mentioned that if you came by in the next few days, I should take you straight to her. Chen Yu flicked a gold coin as a gesture of thanks. It traced a perfect arc through the air and landed precisely in the girl's cleavage. However, she didn't keep it. Instead, she grabbed Chen Yu's hand and placed the coin back into it. What's this? Not accepting tips anymore? Did the rules change? Chen Yu asked curiously. Not at all, the round-faced girl threw him a playful, albeit slightly awkward, wink. It's just that your way of giving tips isn't quite right. It should be like this. She guided Chen Yu's hand closer to herself, seemingly inviting him to place the coin there personally. Chen Yu clearly saw the initially unfamiliar seductive expression on Yun Luo's face gradually transform into a crazed smile. She even unabashedly stared at him and swallowed hard. What the? Chen Yu quickly pulled his arm back, thinking to himself, my sister was right, boys really need to learn how to protect themselves out there. There are just too many bad people in this world. Slurp, it's just a tip. No need to overreact like that, the round-faced girl nonchalantly slurped, clearly adopting the if I'm not embarrassed, the other person will be mindset to handle the situation. Follow me. Yun Luo turned and led the way, with Chen Yu cautiously trailing behind. Fortunately, this time she didn't pull any tricks. She simply brought Chen Yu to a spacious study in the back of the treasure pavilion and then left. The study was filled with books and various decorative items. A young girl was sitting somewhat ungracefully on the desk, her pink dress revealing a pair of legs wrapped in white stockings, swinging back and forth. She had a creamy ice cream cone in her mouth and looked at Chen Yu with a cold expression. You're here, the young girl said flatly, extending her tongue to lick away a bit of cream at the corner of her mouth. I was careless. Chen Yu thought to himself, why did I offer her a hot dog? Wouldn't ice cream have been a better choice? Yeah, I came to deliver the payment. Chen Yu took a deep breath and stepped forward, handing her a box containing unregistered cards from the professional's bank. The young girl accepted it and put it away without hesitation. Aren't you going to count them? Ha! The young girl sneered. I trust you're not the type who can't even keep track of a few cards, right? Chen Yu then inquired about news regarding the time and space materials. The young girl explained that the acquisition notice had just been posted, so he would need to wait. As a token of gratitude, Chen Yu handed her the hot dog, holding both the hot dog and the ice cream. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Under Chen Yu's expectant gaze, she expressionlessly opened her mouth, revealing sharp little teeth, and bit into the hot dog with a crunch, chewing slowly. Just as Chen Yu was about to take his leave, the young girl called him back and handed him a delicate jade box. Inside, nestled on silk, was a thumb-sized gray lotus seed with all its attributes marked as question marks. This is an auxiliary item obtained from a high-level real mode instance, the young girl explained. Although it's just an auxiliary item, its essence should be quite valuable. Unfortunately, even the best appraisers at our treasure pavilion couldn't determine its quality or effects, Chen Yu said with a frown. Our cultivators have tried everything, but it still won't sprout. If your treasure pavilion can't figure it out, what am I supposed to do with it? The little girl spread her hands expressionlessly. It's a gift for you. If you don't want it, just give it back. Since it's a token of your goodwill, I'll accept it. With a swift motion, Chen Yu stored the box in the supreme sacred soil, thinking to himself, if I don't take it, it's a waste. This thing came from an advanced true replicate, might actually be something extraordinary. With the advantage of the supreme sacred soil, I might just be able to make it grow. The little girl hopped lightly off the table, walked barefoot to Chen Yu's side, and unceremoniously shoved him out of the study before slamming the door shut. Chen Yu helplessly knocked on the door. Thanks. I'll take you to see my goldfish next time. Really beautiful. The round-faced girl who had been waiting outside immediately rushed up. Mr. Chen, the general manager is very busy and doesn't have time. How about taking me instead? How big are your goldfish? Are they 18 centimeters? I love big goldfish. Her eyes sparkled. Actually, the size doesn't matter as long as they're tasty. Smaller ones are even better, the bit-sized and won't get stuck in your throat. Ahem, Miss Yun Luo. Goldfish are ornamental creatures, not for eating. Just looking is fine too. The round-faced girl said excitedly. Come on, let's go. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Chen Yu remembered that there were still 2 beginner replicas available at the school. These replicas allowed free entry on the first day of opening. Afterward, there was no longer a restriction, but each entry required a maintenance fee of 1 gold coin, a much fairer deal compared to Eastwind Town's entry fees. He quickly returned to the school and cleared both replicas outside the village defenses. These challenging replicas rewarded him with 10 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Back in his dorm room, Chen Yu locked the door and immediately entered the supreme sacred soil. He retrieved the jade box gifted by the little girl, opened it, and spoke to the world tree. Can you help me identify what this is? Master. The world tree's voice resonated in his mind. Could you place it on my body? I need to sense it closely. Chen Yu was a bit surprised but complied, placing the lotus seed at the base of the world tree. The tree released strands of faint green energy that seeped into the seed. As time passed, the energy grew denser, eventually forming a translucent, tender green vortex that surged into the lotus seed with great intensity. Without receiving commands, the life forms in the botanical garden stood still, yet they could feel the boundless vitality in the air. One by one, they began to gather toward the green vortex. From legendary to rare species, even the ordinary plants that had just been planted instinctively leaned toward the tender green aura emitted by the world tree. 2 Mo Yun vine saplings, already over 10 meters tall, extended their tendrils, their tips reaching toward the vortex. Even the demonized abyss thorn spirit relaxed and basked in this gift. Only the bud of the yellow springs flower in the corner remained solitary, continuing its quiet growth. A few minutes later, the pale green aura in the sky gradually thinned. Chen Yu's gaze fell on the center of the vortex there, where a lotus seed, once grayish-white like weathered stone, had transformed into something smooth and jade-like. A crack appeared at the tip of the seed, and a tender green lotus sprout emerged. Master, I have fulfilled your request. The world tree's voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind, gentle yet tinged with exhaustion. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Yu gently stroked the trunk of the world tree. Did you figure out its origin? I was able to revive it, but I still cannot fully discern its nature. Its essence is similar to mine, but it seems to be of a higher level, comparable to the sacred soil in which I am rooted. Comparable to the supreme sacred soil? Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean it's a supreme level existence? Yes, master. Its essence aligns with the supreme sacred soil, but it is not a supreme level being. What does that mean? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. How can its essence be on par with the supreme level but not actually be supreme? The world tree explained. Perhaps its progenitor or ancestor once reached the supreme level. During that time, the supreme essence was passed down through its lineage. However, without extraordinary circumstances, it is likely to remain at the mythic level, with the supreme essence dormant within. I see. Like how the descendants of emperors aren't necessarily emperors themselves, Chen Yu said, understanding dawning. Is there a way to activate that trace of supreme essence? Perhaps the power of the sacred soil could help. It's the same force that elevated me from an ordinary level to the pinnacle level and bonded my fate with yours. Perfect. Once I change classes, I'll make it my next lifebound plant. Chen Yu said, excitement evident in his tone. Master, I advise you to choose carefully. Why? The supreme sacred soil allows you to elevate one lifebound plant with each class change, but the pinnacle level is far from the supreme level. Moreover, my hypothesis may not be entirely accurate. A single ascension might not fully awaken its supreme essence. Chen Yu's enthusiasm waned instantly. So, it's basically a bottomless pit. I'd have to use multiple lifebound plant ascensions on it, and there's no telling how many would be enough. That's correct, but we could try nurturing it over time. The world tree explained that it was currently just a seed, and only after it matured and stabilized could it make more accurate judgments. Chen Yu nodded in agreement and carefully planted the lotus seed beside the world tree. Although ordinary lotus seeds required underwater mud to grow, this special seed, combined with the miraculous properties of the supreme sacred soil and the protection of the world tree, would undoubtedly thrive without any issues. By the way, world tree, Chen Yu looked up and asked, how should I choose my next lifebound plant? A thorn spirit, a lily spirit, a gluttonous spirit, or something else? What will they look like after being strengthened? Master, the world tree immediately dismissed these options. You should select an existence with high evalescence. That red spider lily would be an excellent choice. Not only does it possess essence close to the highest level, but its power is also incredibly unique. Chen Yu squatted in front of the small red spider lily, which was barely over 20 centimeters tall. I didn't expect you to have such an impressive background. Since the world tree recommends you, it's decided you'll be the one. The red spider lily seedling seemed to understand his words, swaying joyfully as it conveyed a faint sense of happiness. After settling the lotus seed and confirming his next lifebound plant, Chen Yu donned the Devil's Whisper set and gathered the 3 primal spirits along with the other plant life at the edge of the supreme sacred soil. He instructed everyone to form a circle. Ladies, get ready to welcome our guest. Give it the warmest reception possible, and make sure it never leaves. The plant life and the 3 spirits perked up, eager and ready. In the center of the circle, Chen Yu placed 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 low-grade magic crystals, activating the set skill, Demon's Descent. As the gold coins and magic crystals disappeared, a crimson glowing portal emerged. The first thing to appear was a long, bread-like red fleshy objecta massive nose. It sniffed the air greedily before a 2-meter tall, muscular red demon eagerly crawled out. The demon closed its eyes in ecstasy. Ah, what a marvelous sin of life. So vibrant. It feels like it holds all the world's hope and beauty. It spread its arms wide with delight. I shall tear it apart. Destroy it. Oh, the splendor of blood spraying everywhere. Ha ha ha. Run, my prey. I'll count to 3 before I open my eyes. 1, 3. When the demon opened its eyes, its grin froze instantly. Surrounding it were hundreds of expressionless, beautiful girls, each exuding a formidable aura. Leading them was an abyssal being whose abyssal magic rivaled that of a legendary abyss lord. Above, 3 doll-like spirits radiated overwhelming power, and in the distance, the towering world tree loomed with an oppressive presence, making the demon's legs tremble. Gulp, the long-nosed demon swallowed hard, forcing out a smile uglier than a grimace. Ahem, thank you all for watching my performance. No need to pay me. How about I do another one? Well, seems like you've got a mind of your own, Chen Yu remarked with interest as he scrutinized the long-nosed demon before him, a level 100 standard BOS class creature. The long-nosed demon had also noticed Chen Yu, and was quickly calculating its options. This human, who had summoned it into such a perilous place, was clearly no ordinary person, especially with a group of terrifyingly powerful subordinates around him. It didn't take long for the demon to figure out the key point. If this human had summoned it, there must be a purpose. Completing the task might just be its only chance at survival. My lord, the long-nosed demon immediately changed its demeanor, falling to its knees in a grand display of submission and crawling toward Chen Yu. However, after only a few steps, it was lashed by dozens of vines and promptly hoisted high into the air. My lord, I am but a humble servant you summoned, the long-nosed demon cried out tearfully, dangling helplessly in midair. Whatever you command, I shall do, even if it means climbing mountains of swords or plunging into boiling oil. Serving you is my greatest honor. I actually preferred that defiant attitude of yours earlier, Chen Yu said with a click of his tongue. But as it happens, I do have something I need you to do. Please, my lord, speak. The long-nosed demon felt a glimmer of hope. Even if it costs me my life, I will see it done. I need you to replenish my mana, Chen Yu said casually. Replenish mana? The long-nosed demon froze in confusion. It was aware that certain abyssal creatures, like succubi, could restore the mana of powerful demons, but it was neither a succubus nor did it possess such a skill. Still, the situation left it no choice but to force a smile and say, yes, my lord. However you wish for me to do it, I shall comply with all my might, even if it means my death. Oh, you've got a flair for words, Chen Yu remarked, shaking his head. Shame you're using it in the wrong way. All right, get to it. Make sure it doesn't suffer too much. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of legendary plant beings and 3 primal spirits eagerly surrounded the demon. In less than a minute, it was all over. The system notification popped up. You have slain the level 100 boss, the Ripping Demon. As it was a summoned creature, there are no rewards or drops. Chen Yu opened his status panel to find that his abyssal mana had increased from 0.5 to 25. This indicated that a level 100 demon boss could restore 2 points of abyssal mana. Combined with his Demon Whisperer set's ability to summon once every 3 days, he calculated that he could fully replenish his mana in 9 days and continue creating demonized plants. As for whether using demonic powers would label him a traitor to humanity, in this era of universal class advancement, that wasn't a concern at all. Professions like demon warlocks and demon hunters were inherently tied to demonic forces. To any professional, power that could be harnessed was always a good thing. How inelegant of me. As a primal spirit, how could I resort to using my physical body to attack? Xiao Yin said smugly, stepping away from the now unrecognizable pile of sludge that had once been the demon's corpse. She saw the legendary plant life forms locked in an intense battle and couldn't resist joining in. Every punch and kick brought her unexpected exhilaration, fueling her courage and determination. By the end, at least half of the demon's lost health was thanks to her little fists. Well done, Chen Yu praised Xiao Yin habitually, pulling a lollipop out of his pocket as a reward. Wow. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled as she eagerly unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, savoring its sweetness. Nearby, Xiao Feng tilted her head curiously, staring at the colorful lollipop. She fluttered over lightly, sniffed the sugary scent, and her eyes lit up. Taking advantage of Xiao Yan's distraction, she swiftly took a bite. Xiao Yan immediately turned around to shield her candy, determined to keep it all to herself. But having tasted the sweetness, Xiao Feng wasn't about to give up. Her already adorable face puffed up like a little dumpling with determination. She quietly hovered above Xiao Yan, then launched a surprise attack, pushing off Xiao Yan's shoulder with her tiny foot. As Xiao Yan toppled over, Xiao Feng snatched the lollipop and quickly retreated into the canopy of the world tree. Climbing back to her feet, Xiao Yan stared at her now empty hands in disbelief. Looking up, she spotted Xiao Feng's triumphant figure. Overcome with grievance, she plopped down on the ground and burst into tears. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yan, who usually bullied Xiao Feng, had finally gotten a taste of her own medicine. Despite their adorable appearances, the primordial spirits carried an innate pride. Other than Chen Yu and the world tree, only their close-knit sisterly bond could provoke such heartfelt tears. Wa Master doesn't care about me either. Xiao Yan cried even harder upon seeing Chen Yu laugh. Chen Yu quickly scooped her up into his hands, gently comforting her. There, Xiao Yan, don't cry. I'll give you a new one. He kissed her tear-streaked little face and handed her another lollipop. Sniffling, Xiao Yan accepted the candy, nibbling on it while tears continued to trickle down her cheeks. Chen Yu then pulled out another lollipop and offered it to Ho Tuesday. Would you like one? Thank you for your generosity, master, Ho Tu said, accepting the candy with a slightly bewildered expression. But the moment she took her first taste, she was captivated by the sweetness. Do you like it? Chen Yu asked, smiling. Master's gift is my greatest honor. Even an ordinary blade of grass would rival the finest delicacies with your blessing. Ho Tu mumbled around the lollipop, her words muffled. Oh, give me a break. Chen Yu chuckled, flicking her forehead, amused by her deliberate flattery. Glancing at his phone, Chen Yu noticed it was already 7 p.m. Instead of leaving the supreme holy land, he walked over to the world tree and began channeling energy to accelerate the growth of the lotus seeds. In the office of the Jiangyang City Professionals Association, President Su Zhenghui was intently examining a photo and a stack of documents in his hands. These materials, sent from the Dongfeng Town Dungeon Center, had plunged him into deep thought. The photo captured an astonishing discovery. Earlier this afternoon, a young boy had single-handedly cleared all the beginner dungeons in Dongfeng Town. Even more shocking were the completion times he achieved, which shattered conventional expectations of beginner-level abilities. He dominated the leaderboard for all 8 dungeons, particularly in the After the Catastrophe dungeon, where he completed the challenge in just over a minute. Experts at the dungeon center speculated that such extraordinary performance was likely achieved using advanced magic scrolls for an instant full map clear. Initially, Su Zhenghui assumed the boy was a privileged scion of a powerful organization showing off his abilities and was even prepared to intervene. However, the investigation results were unexpected. The challenger was a local beginner professional from Jiangyang City, a high school student named Chen Yu from Jiangyang No. 1 High School. An orphan, his elder sister, Chen Yu, was last year's top scorer in Yunchuan Province's college entrance exams and currently studies at the empire's highest institution, Tunglong University. What stood out even more was that within just 1 month of enrollment, Chen Yu had completed a nightmare-level first-year class advancement task, and 2 months later, all her records were classified as top secret, including her family information. A genius from Tunglong University would certainly have the ability to help her family like this, Su Zhenghui mused. But this level of indulgence seems a bit excessive. He couldn't help but feel some regret. If he had known about Chen Mo's potential earlier, he would have established connections with her much sooner. Suddenly, a detail came to his mind. Wait, isn't this Chen Yu on good terms with Yaya? At that moment, the office door swung open, and a young girl in a vintage tassel dress gracefully stepped inside. Great-grandpa Yaya is here. Su Miaoyue's sweet voice rang out. Su Zhenghui quickly put away the documents and nodded with satisfaction. Thinking about Su Miaoyu's recent success in transitioning to a hidden profession, he felt a surge of pride. Among the many talented younger members of the prestigious Su Familia family of distinguished professional Su Miaoyue was undoubtedly the most gifted, with the potential to surpass even his achievements as the family patriarch. Well, already at level 12? Su Zhenghui remarked approvingly after sensing her level. At this pace, you'll even have a shot at qualifying for Tunglong University. He then began calculating the rules of the professionals' college entrance exams in his mind. 2 rounds of testing. In the first round, each province selects 1,000 candidates. The second round determines both national and provincial rankings through competition in a shared dungeon. Top-tier universities value both national rankings and provincial rankings when offering special admission slots. This system often leads less dominant talents to relocate to weaker provinces, hoping to secure a coveted spot through special admissions. The strength of a professional in this world is often closely tied to their level. For rookie professionals, leveling up becomes their top priority during the period between their career transition and the college entrance examination. For those with average talent in combat-related professions, reaching level 10 before the exam is considered standard. Achieving level 20 would place them among the top 1,000 in the province, qualifying them for the second-round ranking competition. Outstanding individuals who reach levels 25-30 are strong contenders for the top spot in the province. In the world of professionals, experience points gained from defeating monsters are distributed based on contribution. While there is no level penalty system, the practice of having high-level professionals weaken monsters for rookies to finish off yields minimal benefits. As a result, no organization adopts this method to train newcomers. Although the dungeon system implements an equal distribution of experience points, it enforces strict level restrictions. Rookies cannot enter dungeons above level 50, and professionals who have transitioned to their second career phase cannot enter rookie dungeons. If rookies lack the strength to achieve high rewards in these dungeons, they must rely on expensive, high-damage consumables. However, even well-funded organizations are unlikely to use such costly methods solely to improve their rankings in the college entrance exam. The most extravagant training approach involves maintaining a dedicated team of level 50 professionals who specialize in rookie dungeons to assist others. Yet, this high-cost method is only feasible for a handful of powerful organizations. Promising rookies typically avoid short-term gains that could jeopardize their future, while those lacking talent rarely have a chance to excel. Thus, a professional's level before the college entrance exam usually serves as an accurate reflection of their actual ability. While rare cases of organizations sparing no expense to train successors do exist, they remain exceptions. Great-grandfather, I want to apply for access to family resources, Su Miaoyue stated seriously as she stood before Su Jingwei. In these long-established professional families, resource allocation follows strict rules. One must demonstrate their value to receive support. Mediocrity is not tolerated. Of course, for someone like Su Miaoyue, who possesses a hidden profession and exceptional talent, the family is naturally more lenient. Ordinary members of the Su family would find it difficult even to meet Su Jingwei in person. You're asking for access to the rookie dungeon, right? I've already approved it for you, Su Jingwei said with a smile. And here, take this. He handed Su Miaoyue a rectangular stone tablet. Su Miaoyue took the tablet and, after examining it carefully, her face lit up with surprise and delight. Thank you, great-grandfather. It was a rare quality rookie dungeon cooldown charm, capable of instantly resetting the cooldown time of a rookie dungeon, with 20 uses in total. Do you think you can reach level 25 before the college entrance exam? Su Jingwei asked. Absolutely no problem. Su Miaoyue replied confidently, waving the stone tablet in her hand. With this, I might even reach level 28. Oh, by the way, Su Jingwei added, I heard you've been getting along quite well with a male classmate at your school and even shared access to the skill practice room with him. Is that true? It is, Su Miaoyue admitted without hesitation. This information was already transparent and easy to verify, and there was nothing inappropriate about it. Very good. Su Jingwei nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. That kid has a solid background and impressive talent. You should spend more time with him. Oh, by the way, I'll grant you a family dungeon slot for bringing someone along. What? Su Miaoyue's eyes widened in disbelief, almost thinking she had misheard. In her mind, her great-grandfather should be advising her to focus on leveling up and not get distracted by romantic entanglements. Noticing her confusion, Su Jinghui's lips curled into a meaningful smile. What? Did you think I was going to warn you about staying away from boys? He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind those rumors, whether they're true or not. Even if they are true, it doesn't matter. Associating with strong individuals allows you to see higher horizons, while sticking with the weak only drags you into their troubles. Whether it's friendships or relationships, never choose people far below your level. It'll only leave you frustrated and prideful. Frustrated because their limited perspective can't resonate with yours, and prideful because their problems are too easy for you to solve. Su Miaoyue hesitated before speaking. But, great-grandfather, even though I have a good relationship with him, sharing family resources, isn't that inappropriate? It's fine, Su Jingwei replied with a slight shake of his head. Thank you, great-grandfather. Su Miaoyue's face lit up with joy. She knew Chen Yu's strength all too well, was the kind of person who could venture into level 10 areas on the very first day of his class change. Teaming up with him for dungeon runs would essentially mean effortless leveling for her. Previously, she had been too embarrassed to ask him to help her with public dungeons, as that would reduce his own rewards. But a family dungeon? That was a win-win situation. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Holy Land, Chen Yu set an alarm to ensure he wouldn't miss the dungeon cooldown, then focused his attention on the rapid growth of the lotus seeds. He maintained a steady rhythm, resting to recover when tired, and continuing to accelerate their growth once restored. After 3 days of relentless effort, the lotus seed's tender sprouts had finally grown to 10 centimeters. With the cooldown for his demonic whisper skill complete, he summoned a level 100 demon boss. However, this demon was particularly aggressive, launching into a frenzy of indiscriminate attacks the moment it appeared, only to be swiftly subdued by Xiao Yin. Meanwhile, under the world tree, a promising sight was unfolding. A nearly transparent fruit swayed gently on its branch, signaling the imminent birth of a new primordial spirit. The branches of the world tree swayed gently as a fruit slowly descended from its boughs. Chen Yu extended his hands and carefully caught the fruit. To his surprise, it was remarkably light, almost weightless, as if a wisp of air was floating in his palms. Suddenly, the fruit cracked open. But contrary to Chen Yu's expectations, there was no tiny spirit inside, and even the fruit shell vanished without a trace in an instant. My primal spirit? Where is it? Chen Yu stared in shock at his empty hands, and quickly sought help from the world tree. The world tree's consciousness immediately conveyed a tone of reproach. Primal darkness, do not toy with your master. Come out at once. Hee, a playful laugh echoed in the air. Shortly after, the faint outline of a transparent figure began to take shape, gradually filling in with vibrant colors. Within seconds, a small spirit dressed in a black, gauzy outfit and wearing a mischievous smile appeared before Chen Yu. Master, the spirit called out sweetly. So, you're the primal dark spirit. I'll call you Shaoan, Chen Yu said as he opened the attribute panel. Primal dark spirit Shaoan. Grade. mythical 1 star. Level 50. Attributes: Strength 5500, Agility 5500, Constitution 5500, Spirit 11,000. Innate talent: Dark elementalization enters an elementalized state. Immune to all physical and dark element damage, while dark element damage increases by 500. Passive: Primal Dark Spirit Dark Element skill cost reduced by 99, power increased by 100. Skills: Silent Dark Domain Forbidden Spell, Chaotic Dark Domain Forbidden Spell, Eternal Banishment Forbidden Spell, Final Equilibrium Forbidden Spell. Unlike traditional dark attributes, this primal dark spirit represented not the opposite of light, but rather a more elusive and intangible existence symbolizing the unseen side of the world. Her enigmatic abilities, combined with her capacity to enter a formless state, led Chen Yu to believe she was better suited as the 6th ranked among the primal spirits, rather than the 4th. Over the next 3 days, Chen Yu remained in the supreme sacred land, continuously nurturing lotus seeds while relying on his prepared provisions for sustenance. On the 3rd day, the primal water spirit was born. Primal water spirit Xiao Miao. Grade: mythical 1 star. Level 50. Attributes: Strength 5500, Agility 5500, Constitution 5500, Spirit 11,000. Innate talent: Water elementalization enters an elementalized state. Immune to all physical and water element damage, while water element damage increases by 500. Passive: Primal Water Spirit Water Element skill cost reduced by 99, power increased by 100. Skills: Frost Domain Forbidden Spell, World-Ending Torrent Forbidden Spell, Scorched Earth Forbidden Spell, Dissolution of All Things Forbidden Spell. Xiao Miao had long, waist-length hair of icy blue and a gentle, warm smile that gave her a serene, elder sister-like aura. However, to Chen Yu's surprise, all 4 of her forbidden spells were highly offensive and destructive, a stark contrast to the supportive, healing, controlling, and defensive nature typically associated with water elements in his mind. The intervals between the births of primal spirits and the summoning of demons were precisely 3 days apart. To celebrate the birth of Xiao Miao, Chen Yu generously summoned a demon to give the plant creatures a special feast. Defeating the demon boss not only provided a hearty meal for the plants, but also fully restored Chen Yu's abyssal mana. As a result, another thorn spirit completed its transformation and embraced the abyss. The next day, with the dungeon cooldown refreshed, Chen Yu decided to leave the Supreme Sanctuary to collect free attribute and skill points. The moment he returned to the outside world after 7 days, his phone buzzed incessantly, as if it were about to explode. The screen was flooded with messages from Li Wei and Su Miaoyue. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking suddenly echoed at the door. Old Chun, you're in there, right? I can hear your phone. Li Wei's anxious voice came from outside. As soon as Chen Yu unlocked the door, Li Wei burst in like a gust of wind. He grabbed Chen Yu's shoulders and patted him vigorously. Damn, you're still alive. You scared the hell out of me. Where the hell have you been these past few days? You weren't in the dorm, and your phone had no signal. Out hunting monsters. My phone ran out of battery, Chen Yu replied with a smile. It's pretty normal for professionals to lose contact. When you're running dungeons, not only can your phone not connect, but even the friend interface is unusable. What level are you now? Chen Yu asked, changing the subject. Just hit level 8 yesterday. Only level 8? Chen Yu frowned. Don't you have a fixed team? It's been almost 2 weeks since the job transfer. Professionals with a fixed team should be at least level 10 by now, and those who are more diligent could even be level 12 or 13. A shadow flickered across Li Wei's face. A fixed team? It disbanded a while ago. I've been leveling solo these past days. You're soloing as a shield warrior? Chen Yu asked, surprised. Shield warriors have low attack power, making solo leveling extremely inefficient. Why not just find a new team? It's not that I can't find one, just don't wanna. Li Wei brushed his hair back with a feigned nonchalance. Sheep flock together, but beasts hunt alone. These days, my soloing skills have become top-notch. The dungeon's refreshed. Come on, let me show you what I can do. We were supposed to level together before, but those idiots ruined it. From now on, ITLL just be the 2 of us beasts teaming up. No more putting up with that herd of cattle. Chen Yu stayed silent. He knew very well that Li Wei had given up on his fixed team and honed his soloing skills all for the chance to level up with him. This period before the college entrance exams was a golden opportunity for new professionals to change their fate. Having experienced the workplace, Chen Yu had once doubted whether people who would go to such lengths for their friends even existed outside of fiction. But Li Wei's actions proved that such people were very much real. After a brief pause, Chen Yu let out a soft sigh. All right, the 2 of us beasts will team up. Let's clear a dungeon first. When treated with sincerity, he would respond in kind. Since Li Wei considered him a true brother and was willing to sacrifice his own prospects, it was only natural for Chen Yu, now at max level, to help Li Wei secure a brighter future. Besides, for someone like Chen Yu, Carrying someone through a dungeon wouldn't affect his own gains in the slightest. Chen Yu and Li Wei left the dormitory and arrived at the entrance to the instance plaza. The supervising teacher routinely asked for their class and names. Class 1, Chen Yu. Li Wei. The teacher quickly verified their information on the computer and carefully compared their faces before saying, "Your free attempts have already been used up. From now on, it costs 1 gold coin per person to enter an instance. Which one do you want to run?" Apocalypse Survival. Li Wei blurted out. This instance featured sci-fi zombies, similar to the zombie crisis in Dongfeng Town. Chen Yu, with a sly smile, pulled out 6 gold coins and handed them to the teacher. "We'll take them all." All of them. The teacher accepted the coins and handed Chen Yu 6 instance tickets. Li Wei's face turned pale instantly. Wait, 3 instances? Can we even handle that? As a shield warrior, he was well aware of his lack of damage output. Just 1 zombie crisis instance was enough to keep him busy for half a day, let alone something like defending the village, where monsters came in endless waves. At this moment, Li Wei didn't have much faith in Chen Yu's combat abilities. He had specifically researched the planter class recently and estimated that Chen Yu might have 20 or 30 small tree sprites and maybe 2 mature vine lashers at most. Moreover, a planter's early-stage plant summons were precious resources and couldn't be used recklessly. This meant that most of the burden of fighting would inevitably fall on him, the shield warrior. What's there to be afraid of? Let's see what you're made of. Come on. Chen Yu patted Li Wei on the shoulder and stepped into the plaza ahead of him. Damn it, I'll risk my life for this guy today. Li Wei gritted his teeth and followed. At the instance portal, Chen Yu sent out a party invitation, which Li Wei immediately accepted. System notifications popped up in quick succession. Party successfully formed. Chen Yu automatically designated as leader. Experience distribution rules confirmed. Chen Yu selected free loot distribution rights. When Chen Yu handed over the tickets to the registration teacher, Li Wei glanced nervously at the defending the village portal. We're starting with the hardest one? Scared of a little challenge? Without giving him a chance to argue, Chen Yu kicked Li Wei straight into the portal and followed right after him. The system displayed the instance information. Defending the village, level cap 50, maximum party size 8, cooldown 7 days. Since Chen Yu had achieved a perfect clear last time, the true difficulty mode was locked, leaving only easy, normal, hard, and nightmare options. Nightmare. Chen Yu selected without hesitation. When the two appeared in Vanguard Village, Li Wei shouted in alarm. Wait, you picked nightmare difficulty? Are you out of your mind? We're here for a challenge. Chen Yu grinned. What's the point of low difficulty? There's no decent reward. With that, he went straight to the village elder to accept the mission and headed toward the city walls. Are nightmares something for rookies like us to handle? Even a level 50 pro would struggle with this, right? Li Wei said, his face full of bitterness. Though uneasy, he knew there was no real difference between retreating and dying once they had entered the dungeon. Resigned, he quickly selected a set of temporary gear and followed Chen Yu up the city wall. Standing atop the wall, Li Wei immediately noticed how vastly different this nightmare dungeon was compared to the real difficulty run Chen Yu had done last time. The previously sprawling, shaped valley defense line, hundreds of meters long and wide at the front but narrow at the back, had now transformed into a compact gourd-shaped terrain. The wall's length had been reduced to just a few dozen meters, and the defending force consisted of only 20 village vanguard warriors. However, this terrain seemed to make the defense significantly easier. A piercing horn shattered the silence, and the first wave of enemies emerged from the white mist, group of hobbling, frail goblins. Hey, old Chun. Li Wei's eyes lit up. These little guys look easy to handle. How about we rush in and grab some loot first? Even if we fail to defend later, at least we'll come out with more rewards. Fail to defend? Not happening. Chen Yu smirked, then waved his hand. Out of nowhere, hundreds of epic tier plant creatures appeared. These were the fruits of a week of cultivation in the supreme sacred landle. 4,500 seeds had evolved to epic tier. What the hell? What is this? Li Wei stared, dumbfounded, at the stiff, doll-like plant girls that had suddenly materialized around them. Ladies, dinner time. At Chen Yu's command, the plant creatures surged over the wall like a tidal wave, charging toward the enemies. In an instant, the few hundred meters separating them were crossed, and the goblins were annihilated before they could even react. The plant creatures didn't return to the wall but instead stationed themselves at the edge of the white mist, sealing off the spawn point entirely. Carnivorous plants feasted greedily, thorned vine monsters devoured with relish, and only the poor lily maidens were left scavenging scraps at the rear. Experience notifications flashed continuously. Li Wei stood in a daze for a long moment before snapping out of it. Old Chen, those girls? Are they your plant creatures? That's right, Chen Yu replied. Wait, Li Wei pointed at the dense crowd of plant creatures near the mist's edge. I heard the closer a plant creature resembles a human, the higher its quality. They're at least epic tier, right? Correct. They're all epic tier, Chen Yu said with a smile. Still scared now? All of them? Li Wei fixed Chen Yu with a resentful glare. While I've been busting my butt bashing monsters with a shield to level up, you've already turned into a god-tier player. As someone familiar with the planter class, Li Wei knew full well that epic-tier plant creatures could surpass even hidden classes of the same level in combat strength. A few hundred fully matured epic-tier plant creatures were nothing short of game-breaking. Why even bother fighting? Time to kick back and relax. Li Wei plopped down against the wall, grinning as he watched his experience bar climb steadily upward. The number of monsters in the Nightmare Dungeon is far fewer compared to the real dungeon. The first wave of the real difficulty brings over 300 monsters, while the Nightmare difficulty only has about 40 to 50. Half an hour later, the second wave was about to begin. Li Wei cautiously peeked out, trying to catch a glimpse of the upcoming monsters. However, he didn't spot any monsters directly. Instead, the sudden increase in his experience bar alerted him that the monsters had already respawned. Upon closer inspection, he saw countless vines and flowers swaying and intertwining in the air in front of the wall of white mist, but not a single monster was in sight. Hey, Chun. Li Wei shook his head helplessly. Can't you tone it down a bit? There's no need to unleash so many epic level ones. A few epic level creatures with some rare ones would be enough to clear this dungeon. Don't reveal such powerful cards so easily. While Li Wei was genuinely happy for Chen Yu's impressive strength, he couldn't help but be curious about how Chen Yu managed to possess so many high-quality plant-based life forms. However, this was clearly a private matter for Chen Yu, and the fact that he was willing to reveal these abilities in front of him already spoke volumes about their brotherly bond. Li Wei knew well that prying into a brother's secrets was a major taboo. More importantly, he worried that such extraordinary power might attract the wrong kind of attention. I've got plenty of cards left to play, Chen Yu said with a light chuckle. These are just minor tricks. He fully understood Li Wei's concerns, but the batch of plant life forms he had just summoned was actually the lowest quality in his arsenal. To him, epic level and even legendary level plant life forms had already become standard combat forces that could be mass-produced. Although Chen Yu understood the saying, a tall tree attracts the wind, he believed that one shouldn't hold back out of fear of being noticed. Properly showcasing one's strength could not only attract malicious attention but also draw goodwill. If anyone dared to target him, those with weak abilities wouldn't pose a threat, and he could easily deal with them using a few forbidden spells. As for those so powerful that even forbidden spells couldn't handle, they would have to contend with the World Tree or the Abyssal Will instead. As long as you know what you're doing, Li Wei said, dropping the subject. He then immersed himself in the thrill of his rapidly increasing experience points. This leveling up experience was unlike anything he'd ever had. No need to tank hits while protecting teammates in a group, nor to endure damage and find counterattack opportunities when leveling solo. All he had to do now was sit back and relax, effortlessly earning a steady stream of experience points. Chen Yu, finding the alerts bothersome, had long since turned off his notification sounds. Li Wei, on the other hand, couldn't bear to do so. To him, the constant chime of notifications was the most beautiful music in the world. Late at night, the two left the school's dungeon plaza. They had spent almost all their time in the Defend the Village dungeon, completing the other two dungeons in just a matter of minutes. That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Is this what it's like to be carried by a pro? Li Wei smacked his lips in satisfaction. Not only were the dungeons cleared to perfection, but they also achieved flawless ratings. That night's haul had propelled him straight from level 8 to level 18. Not only that, Chen Yu also obtained a legendary treasure chest and 2 epic treasure chests. Although he wanted to give them to Li Wei, his offer was politely declined. After resting for the night, the next morning, Chen Yu set off with Li Wei to Dongfeng Town. Standing at the entrance of the dungeon hub, Li Wei asked excitedly, "There are 8 dungeons in Dongfeng Town. Are we clearing them all today?" "Of course, we're clearing them all," Chen Yu nodded. Even without using forbidden spells, half a day should be enough. Li Wei immediately ran to the ticket booth, confidently slapping down 200 gold coins to buy tickets for both of them to all the dungeons. "Which one do we start with?" "Let's start with the closest one." The two stepped into the After the Catastrophe dungeon hall, the nearest Entrancia nightmare-level dungeon, and one of the 2 in Dongfeng Town. Once inside, Chen Yu unleashed hundreds of epic-level plant-based life forms, with a few legendary ones mixed in. In just half an hour, the dungeon was completely cleared, earning them the highest SSS rating. The subsequent dungeons fared no better, as none lasted more than 2 hours against Chen Yu. By the time they walked out of the dungeon hub, Li Wei was overwhelmed by the endless stream of kill notifications. So much so that he felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. "I can't take it anymore. I need to go back and rest," Li Wei said, holding his forehead. "We've cleared all the dungeons. What else is there to do but head back?" Chen Yu replied with a smile. At that moment, a girl dressed in a mage's robe approached them quickly, her face slightly flushed. "Excuse me, can I have a word with you?" she asked. Chen Yu was about to politely refuse when he noticed her silently mouthing the word, "church." "Li Wei, I've got something to take care of." You head back first, Chen Yu said. Li Wei glanced at the two of them and gave Chen Yu a knowing smile. All right, old Chen, you two talk. I'll head off, he said, even giving a thumbs-up gesture as he walked away. Once Li Wei was gone, the girl led Chen Yu to a secluded corner. She lifted the sleeve of her mage robe, revealing the emblem of the Church of Pain. Teacher Lu asked me to bring you over. A few minutes later, Chen Yu arrived at the familiar tavern. As he was about to pass through the kitchen to reach the backyard, two professionals stopped him. A chef quickly intervened to resolve the situation. Get out of the way. This is the boss's esteemed guest. With the guide leading the way, Chen Yu passed through a hidden door, walked down a corridor, and arrived at the front hall of the Church of Pain. Lu Peng was already waiting for him. What's so urgent that you had to see me? Chen Yu asked directly. My lord, Lu Peng replied. You mentioned before that if other regions' churches face difficulties, they could seek help. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Someone from another region is here? Where are they? After all, this was someone who had traveled a long way to bring him wealth. Let's go and meet him, Chen Yu said calmly. Following Lu Peng's lead, Chen Yu arrived at the reception room. A few minutes later, a young woman walked in. She was dressed in a torn, blood-stained blue bodysuit, and her pale complexion was deeply concerning. Sir, I am Zhuang Caixin, the bishop of the Kutong Church's Yu City branch, the woman said respectfully, bowing. Chen Yu frowned as he looked her over. You're a bishop of an entire city, yet you look like this? What happened? Sir, Zhuang Caixin said bitterly, I was ambushed by the Rift Church on my way here. Surviving was a stroke of luck. The Rift Church? Chen Yu turned to Lu Peng. What's going on? Lu Peng quickly explained, Sir, the Rift Church's influence in Yunchuan province far surpasses that of our Kutong Church. They're a group of bloodthirsty maniacs who harbor extreme hostility toward us. Whenever they identify one of our members, they relentlessly hunt them down. Lately, they've become even more aggressive, openly exposing themselves just to oppose us. In Jiangyang City? Chen Yu's expression darkened. No, not here, Zhuang Caixin hastily clarified. The attack occurred in Yu City, where I was ambushed by a fifth-tier warrior. Luckily, as an assassin, I had stealth skills that allowed me to escape. Chen Yu nodded in understanding. Since it happened in Yu City, it had no bearing on his upcoming college entrance exams, so there was no need to dwell on it. The ritual items, did you manage to keep them safe? Zhuang Caixin retrieved a large box from her backpack. Here are 500 ritual items from Yu City. She then conjured a smaller box seemingly out of thin air. And this is our mission funding. Chen Yu stored the ritual items in the Supreme Sacred Land and opened the smaller box. Inside were 300 unregistered bank cards, each with a value of 1 million yuan. Your funding seems quite generous, Chen Yu remarked with satisfaction. We wouldn't dare skimp when asking for your help, sir, Zhuang Caixin replied with a smile. Chen Yu cast a meaningful glance at Lu Peng, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. Hastily, Lu Peng pledged, if you require additional funds, sir, our Jiangyang City branch can scrape together 10 million gold coins. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Great. Hand it over now, I could use the money. With a pained expression, Lu Peng pulled 120 cards from his backpack and handed them over. Excellent, Chen Yu said with a grin. Next time I meet our deity, I'll be sure to put in a good word for you. Thank you, sir. Lu Peng exclaimed, visibly elated. Meeting the demon god? Zhuang Caixin's heartbeat suddenly quickened. The person before her could directly meet the great demon god and spoke with such ease and casualness it was almost unbelievable. She carefully observed Chen Yu's expression, recalling Lu Peng's earlier words. Could it be that he truly had an extraordinary relationship with the demon god? Otherwise, how could he dare to speak of the demon god so casually, even promising to intercede on their behalf? Not even the Pope himself would dare to mention the demon god in such a light-hearted manner. As for the truth of Chen Yu's claims, Zhuang Caixin had no doubts. Anyone personally bestowed a medal by the demon god must have an identity beyond question. No true believer in the divine would joke about their faith or use it to deceive others. Lu Peng gave Zhuang Caixin a meaningful look, and she immediately bowed deeply to Chen Yu. Thank you, my lord. However, the two of them had no idea that Chen Yu's meeting wasn't in the usual sense. It referred to his encounter with a manifestation of Unnamed during the college entrance exam. Clearly, Unnamed valued her avatar greatly and didn't want it harmed. This might serve as a bargaining chip. Perhaps he could demand some compensation for the trouble of summoning the avatar later. Chen Yu nodded slightly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. My lord, Zhuang Caixin called out in haste. Yes? Chen Yu paused. I heard some news in Yu City. There are indications that the Rift Church may have plans for this year's college entrance exam. Chen Yu's brows furrowed. This exam was crucial for his job advancement and left no room for error. If any major issues arose, he might have to resort to the trump card of invoking the Abyss Great Will. I see. Be careful. If you obtain any concrete information about the Rift Church, contact me immediately. With that, Chen Yu turned and walked away. After he left, Zhuang Caixin cautiously asked, Bishop Lu Peng, can this lord really? Of course. Lu Peng interrupted firmly. The lord has demonstrated his abyssal powers before. It's the purest, most advanced abyssal energy I've ever seen. When facing him, I felt as though I was standing before the demon god himself, or rather, the abyss itself. Even demonic practitioners among humans, or actual abyssal demons, pale in comparison to him. I see. Zhuang Caixin's face lit up with joy. This trip to Zhongyang City had been well worth it. On his way back to the city, Chen Yu pondered how to deal with the Rift Church's potential threat. Reporting it to the authorities was out of the question. How could he explain that he was a leader of a cult, and that this intelligence came from his subordinates? One thing was certain. The Rift Church couldn't possibly destroy the college entrance exam outright. Each exam site was guarded by multiple taboo class individuals, with defenses that were nearly impenetrable. If the Pain Church aimed to corrupt the candidates, the Rift Church's goal might very well be to slaughter them. Given the tight security, the Rift Church had only two possible plans. They could strike before candidates entered the exam site, or they might adopt a similar approach to the Pain Church. Considering that candidates would be teleported directly to the exam site, the first option seemed highly impractical. This made it highly likely that the Rift Church would mimic the Pain Church's strategy. Lu Peng had mentioned that the Rift Church had been targeting the Pain Church frequently of late, which supported this theory. If manifestations of two opposing demon gods clashed within the exam site, it would undoubtedly result in conflict, preventing either side from achieving their goals. If the Rift Church truly intended to summon a demon god's avatar during the exam scenario, Chen Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath wound that mean double the chaos. After returning to the urban area of Zhongyang City, Chen Yu headed straight to the treasure pavilion at the Professional Exchange Center. With the newly acquired 40 million in cash, he already had a clear plan in mind to purchase the Water of Life from the little girl. Adding the 2 units he previously ordered to the 8 units he planned to buy this time, he would have just enough to upgrade a Thorn Spirit to mythical quality. Walking into the treasure pavilion, Chen Yu instinctively approached the counter where the round-faced girl usually worked, only to find that she wasn't there. He paced back and forth in front of the display case, waiting for half an hour, but there was still no sign of her. Is your general manager available? Could you help me get in touch? Chen Yu stopped a passing staff member. Sir, do you have an appointment? The staff member maintained a professional smile. Appointment? No, I don't. Apologies, sir, but without an appointment, we are not authorized to contact the general manager for you. Is Yun Luo here? Surely, I don't need an appointment to see her, right? The staff member glanced at the empty counter. Supervisor Yun Luo is not here at the moment. If you'd like, I can call her for you. No need, I'll call her myself. Chen Yu politely declined the offer. Returning to the counter, Chen Yu dialed Yun Luo's number. Although they had exchanged numbers during their first meeting, this was the first time he had actually called her. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered, and he was greeted by the sound of labored breathing. Huff huff. Sorry to disturb you, Chen Yu said quickly and hung up. A few seconds later, the round-faced girl called him back, her voice clearly breathless. Huff, Mr. Chen, I'm here. What can I do for you? Her tone suggested she had just finished something extremely taxing. Are you available right now? Of course, of course. Whenever you need me, I'm available. I'm in the first floor lobby of the Treasure Pavilion. I'd like to meet with your general manager. Got it. He'll be right there. Not long after, the round-faced girl rushed out from the back. She was wearing a loose-fitting robe, her face flushed, and the strands of hair on her forehead were damp with sweat, sticking to her skin. Sorry to bother you, Chen Yu said sincerely. Not at all. You're more important than anything else. The round-faced girl replied, brushing her hair back as she approached him. At that moment, a foul stench assaulted Chen Yu's nose. It wasn't the smell of seafood or the scent of osmanthus flowers as he had imagined, but an overwhelmingly nauseating sour odor like the stench of a rat decomposing in a house for days during the peak of summer. Chen Yu subtly stepped back, his gaze flickering slightly. Miss Yun, may I ask how often you think one should take a bath? A bath? Of course, every day. The round-faced young woman's eyes lit up, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Sometimes, I even take several baths a day. If Mr. Chen needs one, I'm always available to join. As she spoke, she moved closer to Chen Yu, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hee hee hee. Asking this question, does it mean you're finally going to respond to my feelings? She reached out, attempting to grab Chen Yu's arm. Chen Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he skillfully turned to avoid her. Ahem. Let's talk to your general manager first. The suffocating scent she exuded compelled him to maintain a certain distance. Led by the round-faced girl, Chen Yu kept at least a meter of safe distance from her at all times, even holding his breath when necessary. It wasn't until they entered the study of the petite girl that he finally exhaled in relief. Inside the study, the petite girl was intently polishing several pieces of equipment that seemed to have quite some history. Upon seeing Chen Yu enter, She stood up and poured him a cup of tea. You're here? Have a seat. I just happen to have something to discuss with you. Something to discuss? Chen Yu's face brightened. Have you found the time type and space type materials? Not yet. The petite girl shook her head. It's about something else. In a few days, they'll be leaving Jiangyang City. Leaving Jiangyang City? A job transfer? Where to? To Dongdu City, she explained. But don't worry, Jubioj is a nationwide chain. Whatever you're looking for, once it's found, it can be delivered anywhere. Hearing this, Chen Yu immediately clasped his hands in a congratulatory gesture. Dongdu City? A promotion? Huh? Congratulations. In the ranking of cities within the Tunglong Empire, Dongdu City was one of the 2 capitals and 6 metropolises. The 2 capitals were Yujing and Shangjing, while the 6 metropolises included Dongdu, Shidu, Nandu, Baidu, Zhongdu, and Modu. Above all these was a single super city, Jingdu City, the central hub of the Tunglong Empire. In comparison, Jiangyang City was like an undeveloped small village, and even Jufeng City, the provincial capital of Yunchuan Province, paled in comparison. Thanks for the kind words. The petite girl's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness before she quickly shifted the topic. This time, I'm here to deliver money to you. Chen Yu chuckled as he took out his card holder. The deposit for the water of life 8 units. 8 units? The petite girl sized him up. Did you rob Jiangyang City's treasury? Jianjiang's treasury? That's nothing. I robbed Jingda's treasury. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. So, what do you think? Impressed? Show off. The petite girl rolled her eyes. If you were that capable, why would you still be buying things from me? The two bantered back and forth, eventually finalizing the transaction details. Before leaving, Chen Yu deliberately took out a large fish tank, inside which swam a koi over a foot long. Here, this is for you. The goldfish I raise at home are too small, but this one's the right size. See if you can cook it, you might need to get used to it in advance. The petite girl stared at the fish tank with an exasperated look at first. Then, as if realizing something, her face turned slightly red. She bit her lower lip and shouted angrily, if you've got nothing better to do, get out, and stop giving me these weird things. After Chen Yu left, the round-faced girl pushed the door open and entered. She immediately noticed the little girl staring at the fish tank with a peculiar expression. Miss, is this from Mr. Chen? Yun Luo curiously leaned closer to the tank, examining the koi swimming inside. He said the fish was just the right size and suggested I try eating it to get used to the idea in advance. The little girl said expressionlessly, why not eat it? Even though it's an ornamental fish and a bit small, it looks like it has plenty of meat, Yun Luo suggested eagerly. How about we make sweet and sour fish tonight? Oh, really? The little girl raised an eyebrow. You're surprisingly straightforward for once. Straightforward about what? Yun Luo blinked in confusion, then froze as if struck by lightning. Wait, just the right size? Try eating it? Get used to it? She stood there, stunned, muttering to herself. I can't believe there's a day when I, Yun Luo, get completely run over by innuendo without realizing it. Miss, you truly are on another level. Yun Luo exclaimed with genuine admiration. Want to give it a shot? Think you can stomach it? The little girl smiled mischievously, pushing the fish tank closer to Yun Luo. I think I'll pass. Yun Luo forced an awkward smile. I'm not as quick-witted as you, Mississippi. Your words are far more sharp. Haha, you're just itching to try, aren't you? The little girl sneered, curling her lips. Hypocrite. Oh, no, no. Compared to your unmatched skill in verbal sparring, I'm nowhere close, Yun Luo said humbly, gesturing to the teacup that Chen Yu had drunk from on the table. After some casual chatter, Yun Luo's expression turned serious. Miss, our return to the eastern capital this time might not be peaceful. Are you sure you don't want to inform the eldest lady? It's just a test, Yun Biyue replied calmly. They know as well as I do that now isn't the time for a final showdown. If we fight for real, it'll only end in mutual destruction. By the way, did you finish what I asked? Mission accomplished. Yun Luo grinned excitedly. 2 5th-tier elite corpse puppets, 1 demon boss, and 1 human hidden class combatant. Even a single 6th-tier professional is killable. Then there's no problem. Yun Biyue nodded. Go take a bath. A bath? Why? You reek of corpse stench. Anyone else would have been nauseous just standing this close to you. Meanwhile, at Jiangyang No. 1 High School, after returning to his dorm, Chen Yu locked the door and entered the supreme sacred land to cultivate lotus seeds. He worked until his mental and physical energy were completely drained, then leaned against the world tree and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the sound of crying. Opening his bleary eyes, he saw a fiery red little sprite sobbing on his chest, tiny Sesame's-sized tears streaming down her face. What's wrong? Chen Yu asked tenderly, picking up the little sprite and wiping away her tears. Sob. Master, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng bullied me, the little sprite. Xiao Yin. choked out between hiccups. How did Xiao Feng bully you? Isn't it usually you bullying Xiao Feng? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. After a series of intermittent sobs and fragmented explanations, Chen Yu finally pieced together what had happened. The day before yesterday, when he left the sacred land, he had handed out candies and snacks to all the little sprites. Among them was a piece of candy in Xiao Yan's favorite flavor. She couldn't bear to eat it right away, so she secretly hid it. But when she wanted to enjoy it last night, she discovered it had disappeared. Xiao Yan searched all over the supreme sacred land and finally found Xiao Feng devouring her candies with great enthusiasm. She stomped her feet in frustration, but could only watch helplessly as her most cherished candies disappeared one by one under Xiao Feng's rapid movements. If karma really works in mysterious ways, Chen Yu chuckled as he witnessed the scene. Whenever food was involved, Xiao Feng could instantly transform from a harmless little companion into a mischievous troublemaker. This wasn't the first time Xiao Yan had her food snatched, and the culprit was always Xiao Feng. All right, don't cry, Chen Yu said as he took out a handful of candies from his storage space and handed them to Xiao Yan. Here, have some new ones. Wow, master, you're the best. Xiao Yan immediately broke into a smile, taking the candies with both hands. Yet, deep down, she wasn't confident how long she'd be able to protect them this time. After comforting Xiao Yan, Chen Yu called over Xiao Miao and Xiao and prepared to leave the supreme sacred land with them. These two little beings had never seen the outside world since their creation. It was time to take them out to explore. As soon as they stepped out, Xiao spun around excitedly. Wow, what an enormous world. And look at the other side of the world, the endless darkness. Master, can I go explore the other side of this world? Sure, go ahead, just don't get lost. Though Chen Yu didn't fully understand what the other side of the world meant, he had always indulged these little spirits. Master, you're amazing. Hua Xiaoan gave Chen Yu a quick kiss on the cheek and instantly disappeared. However, just a second later, with a loud thud, Xiaoan reappeared beside Chen Yu, badly injured and collapsing to the ground. Alarmed, Chen Yu quickly picked her up and returned to the supreme sacred land in an instant. The world tree immediately emitted countless streams of soft green energy, enveloping Xiaoan. After a few minutes, she began to recover. What happened? How did you get hurt? Chen Yu asked anxiously. It was the first time a primordial spirit nurtured by the world tree had ever been injured. Master, Xiaoan's voice trembled. The other side of the world is terrifying. It's full of monsters. I sensed an incredibly dreadful presence there. Was it that presence that hurt you? Chen Yu asked, his brows furrowed in worry. No, Xiaoan shook her head. If it had attacked me, I wouldn't have survived. I'm too insignificant for it to even notice me. The one that hurt me was just one of the most ordinary monsters there. Even with my dual domains deployed, I couldn't withstand a casual strike from it. If it weren't for my natural affinity with darkness, which grants me immunity to dark-type damage, I would have been dead. Chen Yu was shocked upon hearing this. Can you estimate that monster's level? Based on the information I was born with, it's roughly equivalent to a peak level 10th transformation. This is. Chen Yu rubbed his forehead. Xiaoan, I think it's best you stay away from that place. Though he wanted to avenge her, a peak level 10th transformation being was something even the entire Tunglong Empire would avoid provoking. And such a creature was described as merely ordinary in that place. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Wait, Xiaoan, is there any chance those monsters could suddenly appear on the front side of the world? If Xiaoan could traverse between the two sides, did that mean other monsters had the same ability? If a monster at the peak of the 10th tier were to appear on the world's front side, it wouldn't take many, just a few going berserk could destroy most of the Tunglong Empire. That won't happen, master. Xiaoan shook her head. I'm unique. Aside from the primordial darkness or similar beings, nothing else can easily traverse between the two sides of the world. Xiaoan extended her slender fingers, and a transparent sphere the size of a soccer ball slowly formed in front of her. Master, look. If this represents the world, then the front side where you live is the surface of the sphere. The backside of the world is the inside of the sphere. The world is enclosed. The front and back sides never intersect. Unless what? Chen Yu pressed. Unless the world is destroyed. Xiaoan lightly tapped the sphere, and it instantly shattered into countless fragments, disappearing into the air. Chen Yu let out a breath of relief. As a novice practitioner who hadn't even reached the first tier, worrying about monsters from the world's backside was indeed a bit excessive. But anyone who became aware of that terrifying world's existence would have trouble sleeping peacefully. But master, Xiao N's voice carried a clear note of concern. The monster I saw earlier is incredibly powerful and is growing stronger at an alarming rate. No matter how strong it becomes, as long as it doesn't affect the world's front side, it has nothing to do with us, Chen Yu said. You just need to avoid entering the world's backside until you have enough strength. How could I ever defeat that monster? Xiaoan gestured a large circle in the air with her hands. It's so powerful. Even mother might not be able to defeat it. Chen Yu gently patted Xiao N's head to comfort her. Your mother is still young. Once she matures, she'll naturally be able to handle it. Although the world tree had already matured, its size was still small, lacking the time and power to accumulate strength. It hadn't even begun creating its own world yet, and was still just a fledgling among world trees. That's not what I meant. Xiaoan hurriedly clarified. I mean, our essence is inferior to that monster's. Our essence is inferior? Chun Yu's expression turned serious. The world tree was a supreme existence. If that monster's essence was even higher, could it be an ultimate being? Sensing Chen Yu's thoughts, Xiaoan continued to explain. That monster's hidden essence hasn't yet reached the ultimate level. Its current quality isn't even at the supreme level. But its growth rate is astonishing. If it continues at this pace, it could awaken that sliver of essence and become a powerful entity among the supreme beings. By then, the world won't be able to restrain it. Are you saying it might enter the world's front side? No, it's not the primordial darkness. It can't enter the front side. Xiaoan shook her head. But it could destroy the entire world. Master, do you know the purpose of the world's backside? It supports the existence of the front side. Like this sphere, the surface is just a thin layer. With the backside support, the world remains complete, with stable laws, rules, matter, and energy. If the inside expands excessively, the sphere would explode? Chun Yu frowned. Not explode, collapse, Xiaoan corrected. If the backside expands infinitely, the front side would be infinitely diluted. At that point, all laws and rules would fall into chaos and cease to function. All energy and matter fall silent, and the world enters a state of deathly stillness. Chen Yu gazed at the scene before him. My skill chaos dark domain exists to mimic this state. When will it break through this sphere? Chen Yu pressed urgently. If time was running out, he needed to prepare in advance. Xiaoan looked puzzled. Probably a lot of years? And how many years is a lot? Chen Yu's expression darkened immediately. 10 years? 100? 1,000? No, 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 not that soon. Xiaoan shook her head and explained. At its current pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will take at least over 1 billion years. 1 billion years? Chen Yu's face twitched, then he let out a sigh of relief. Sorry for bothering you. Please, take your time. Develop slowly, very slowly. He placed Xiaoan on the world tree, cautioning her, be careful in the future. Don't venture into the world's reverse side so casually. With that, he exited the supreme sacred land. As the primal spirit that serves as the foundation of the world, her thought process was indeed similar to that of a creator god. To beings like her, 1 billion years felt as urgent as a ticking clock. The countdown for this world's life had already begun. But for the young Chen Yu, a threat billions of years away was hardly worth worrying about. By then, his strength would undoubtedly surpass his current self. Who knows, he might be able to resolve the issue with a single slap. Moreover, even if this world were to collapse, he still had the world tree, the abyss, and other realms to retreat to. By then, the supreme sacred land would surely have evolved into an independent world. At the school cafeteria, Chen Yu ordered a heartwarming breakfast, along with 2 servings of dessert and drinks. Xiao Miao crouched beside the tray. Though she had little interest in the food, she still picked up a single grain of rice and accompanied him through the entire meal. Just as he left the cafeteria, Chen Yu's friend panel began flashing incessantly. Opening it, he saw a barrage of messages from Su Miaoyue. Are you there? Where are you? Are you busy lately? Why aren't you answering my calls? What's up? Chen Yu replied. Su Miaoyue seemed to have been waiting for him. Want to run a dungeon? Not interested. I've cleared all the dungeons they're all on cooldown. That fast? You've finished both the schools and Dongfeng Town's dungeons? Yep. My family has 2 private dungeons. If you're interested, want to team up? Wait, I can enter your family's dungeons? Are there any extra conditions? You can. I have permission to bring someone in. The only condition is you have to team up with Mino solo runs. Got it. Where are you? He'll head over now. Chen Yu thought to himself, why not take advantage of someone else's dungeons? He might not need experience points at the moment, but skill points and free attribute points were always valuable. I'm at the school dorm. I ran the school's dungeon yesterday. How about meeting me at the school gate? Sounds good. This was the privilege of having connections. Families like Su Miaoyue's, belonging to powerful factions, not only owned private dungeons, but could also exchange entry slots with other factions. This gave their newcomers far more resources for leveling up compared to ordinary people. In contrast, rookie professionals from less affluent backgrounds couldn't even afford dungeon tickets and were forced to grind painfully in the wild for meager experience points. This world was never truly fair. As the saying goes, being born into the right circumstances is a skill in itself. At the school gate, Chen Yu stood waiting. 10 minutes later, a figure dressed in blue came briskly from the direction of the dormitory building. Su Miaoyue wore a light blue, vintage-style outfit, her ponytail swaying gently with her movements, exuding the heroic aura of an ancient martial heroine. Aren't you bringing your teammates? Chen Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Su Miaoyue gracefully tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a faint smile playing on her lips. Since I've become more familiar with my skills and combat style recently, I've been soloing. My class is naturally suited for solo combat. Before her words had fully settled, a luxury car pulled up at the school gate. Let's go. We'll talk on the way, Su Miaoyue said, leading Chen Yu into the car. Chen Yu noticed that her bodyguard lineup had been adjusted from a second-tier mage and first-tier combat healer to a combination of second-tier shield guardian and healer. Half an hour later, the car entered a sprawling estate covering approximately 2 square kilometers. Even though land speculation didn't exist in this world, the sheer size of the private estate in a modern city spoke volumes about the Su family's influence in Zhangyang. The estate featured ornamental rocks, ponds, rare trees, and lush greenery, with a dungeon portal situated within its grounds. After stepping out of the car, the two walked past a series of neatly arranged villas and courtyards, arriving at a standalone hall. A man in his 50s or 60s immediately stood up and greeted them respectfully, "Young Mississippi." He then opened the door for them. As they were about to enter, a group of 6 emerged from the hall. The archer leading the group suddenly called out to them, "Wait, what's the matter?" Su Miaoyue's tone was icy. "This person," the archer said, pointing at Chen Yu with a voice full of accusation, "isn't from the Su family, is he? Su Miaoyue, how dare you? Who gave you the authority to bring an outsider to use our family's precious resources?" Chen Yu frowned slightly but hadn't spoken before Su Miaoyue took action. "Who gave me the authority?" she sneered, her hand resting on her sword hilt. "Of course it's my strength." A flash of cold light streaked by as Su Miaoyue instantly moved to the archer's side. His once prized hairstyle was reduced to a clean buzz cut, the fine, black strands falling like snow. This display, utilizing her passive sword-drawing skill, showcased an agility speed of nearly 400 points in her unarmored state, far exceeding her actual attribute of around 50 points. Such was the power of her hidden class. "You, how dare you?" The archer trembled all over, clutching his now bald head, stammering incoherently. A pale yellow liquid dripped from his pant leg, clearly revealing his terror. "Pathetic," Su Miaoyue said disdainfully, sheathing her sword. "You'll regret this." The archer spat out a threat, but fled in panic. The remaining 5, realizing the situation, quickly changed their tune and flattered Su Miaoyue. "Young miss, your strength is truly admirable." "Young miss, please," that was Su Miaohong's individual behavior. "It has nothing to do with us. We hope you won't hold us accountable." Su Miaoyue responded indifferently. Su Miaoyue nodded lightly and stepped into the hall. Watching her retreating figure, the 5 others heaved a collective sigh of relief and quickly left the scene. "TSK, the young lady sure has an imposing aura." Chen Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. "That guy earlier is my cousin," Su Miaoyue explained. "He transitioned into the same class year as us. He has a common profession and poor talent. In actual combat, he gets so timid that he can't even utilize 30% of his strength against monsters." She paused before continuing. "The family naturally doesn't pay special attention to people like him and only provides standard treatment. However, because he's from the main branch and I'm from a side branch, he always thinks I stole his resources. He keeps picking fights for no reason, though he's too much of a coward to make a fuss when intimidated." "Wait, your family of professional combatants even distinguishes between main and side branches?" Chen Yu asked curiously, images of palace intrigue dramas and underdog success stories from novels flooding his mind. "There's a distinction, but it's not that strict," Su Miaoyue replied with a smile. "After transitioning, it mainly depends on talent and strength. They call me young lady because I have a hidden profession. Over 3 generations of the Su family, my accomplishments are bound to be the highest." "Impressive, impressive." Chen Yu gave her a thumbs up. "You're way more capable than I am." Despite his words, Su Miaoyue was indeed far superior. After all, someone surpassing her might appear if you went back 4 generations in her family. Meanwhile, in Chen Yu's family, even across 18 generations, no one could compare to him. "You're the impressive one." Su Miaoyue rolled her eyes at him, inwardly amused at how this supposed owner of a legendary plant-based life form was pretending to be a newbie. With his potential, he'd at least reached the 6th transition. She quickly sent him a party invitation. "Let's get to work." "Wait, let me do it." Chen Yu declined her invitation and initiated one himself instead. Su Miaoyue was puzzled but still accepted. "I've already shared the dungeon details and monster attributes with you. What difficulty do you think we can handle?" Su Miaoyue asked. "I can solo the normal difficulty, though it might take some time. With you, we should be able to handle hard mode, right?" "Of course." Su Miaoyue nodded confidently. "No problem at all." Chen Yu grinned, exuding confidence. "Let's go." With that, he stepped directly into the dungeon portal. A system prompt appeared. Dungeon name, underground mine. Level restriction, level 50. Party size limit, 6 players. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days. Notice, level and party size requirements met. Cooldown complete. Please select difficulty. Options, easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Without hesitation, Chen Yu selected nightmare difficulty. After the teleportation, the two of them found themselves in a dark, eerie mine. Dim torches were sporadically embedded in the walls, faintly illuminating the pitch-black tunnels. From deep within, unsettling squeaks echoed, a chilling blend of rats and bats. Did I see that right? You chose nightmare difficulty? Su Miaoyue asked incredulously. Are you sure we can handle it? Of course. Chen Yu replied firmly. Really? Su Miaoyue still looked uncertain. Dungeon difficulty didn't scale linearly. If normal difficulty was a 1, hard would be a 3, and nightmare would leap straight to a 10. Naturally, the rewards increased proportionally as well. Really? Chen Yu said confidently. I'm a pro when it comes to dungeons. All right then, let's begin. I'll follow your lead, Su Miaoyue said. Just fight however you like, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly as he summoned dozens of plant-based creatures, led by a legendary thorn spirit. The creatures charged directly into the depths of the mine. In a dungeon with only one main path, an army like this was more than enough. Before long, the notification of gained experience began to ring incessantly. Su Miaoyue stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with shock. Every time she thought she had grasped Chen Yu's capabilities, he always managed to unveil something even more astonishing. Dozens of plant-like beings resembling humans, what did that signify? A single legendary-grade plant life form was enough to guarantee a 6th-tier advancement, but this many legendary entities? It was as if they were aiming straight for a forbidden-level breakthrough. Why are you just standing there? Go pick up the loot. We'll split the rewards 50-50. Chen Yu's voice snapped her out of her daze. Oh, right. Got it. Su Miaoyue finally came to her senses and hurriedly followed the trail of the plant creature's onslaught. Along the way, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, where are the monster corpses? As she moved forward, there were only scattered drops on the ground, no sign of any intact monster remains. They probably turned into fertilizer, Chen Yu said, pointing to a dark corner. See that? There's still a bit left over. In the corner, there were indeed traces of crushed bone fragments. Your plant creatures ate them? Su Miaoyue shuddered, goosebumps rising all over her skin. Those seemingly elegant and delicate beings turned out to be something that consumed their prey down to the bones and ground them into dust. Ate them? That sounds so crude, Chen Yu chuckled. I prefer to call it returning to the soil to nourish the flowers. Anyway, once we leave, the dungeon will reset. So why not make good use of the leftovers? Su Miaoyue couldn't help but laugh at his twisted reasoning. As they continued onward, Su Miaoyue's hands began to ache from all the looting. She understood that when tackling nightmare-level dungeons, players typically avoided sidepath monsters to save time and aim for higher final ratings. After all, raising the dungeon's overall evaluation by 1 grade yielded far better rewards than simply defeating more minor enemies. However, Chen Yu's plants were relentless, leaving no corner untouched, not even sparing the monsters hidden in the shadows. A few minutes later, they finally caught up to the advancing thornvine demons. The only reason they could catch up was not the slow pace of the creatures, but the fact that this wave of thornvine demons was smaller in number, allowing them to absorb nutrients at leisure. Su Miaoyue watched in horror as several thornvine demons shredded a small monster into pieces in an instant, leaving nothing behind as they absorbed every last bit. The scene sent chills down her spine, and she instinctively hid behind Chen Yu. Only after the thornvine demons moved on did she dare to step forward and collect the loot. Your dungeon clearing speed is truly unmatched, Su Miaoyue remarked. Not long ago, over in Dongfeng Town, there was a maniac who cleared a nightmare-level dungeon in 1 minute, and it caused quite the stir. But I heard he was a big spender who used high-tier consumables in a beginner's dungeon. I think if you went all out, you could match that speed. No problem. Chen Yu's expression turned strange at her comment. That 1-minute nightmare dungeon clear? It was him. And he hadn't used any consumable, she had employed the forbidden spell of an earth element primal spirit. Maybe, Chen Yu ventured cautiously, just maybe, it's possible to achieve that without using consumables? Absolutely not. Su Miaoyue shot back firmly. At least, no beginner-level player could pull that off. The natural disaster aftermath dungeon is vast. Even running in a straight line to the boss's location would take over 10 minutes, not to mention the need to clear monsters along the way. That person is so wasteful. Su Miaoyue exclaimed while striding forward briskly. Using consumables of that level, those alone could buy the entire dungeon. And yet, after breaking the record, they didn't even leave a name. At this point, Su Miaoyue had no idea that the dungeon record holder was Chen Yu. Although Su Jingwei had already uncovered Chen Yu's identity, he deliberately chose not to share this information with his sister. Maybe they just don't want to be famous, Chen Yu said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he listened to Su Miaoyue's complaints. Ah, those second-generation elites are just on another level compared to us ordinary people, Su Miaoyue sighed enviously. What we see as priceless treasures are probably just disposable items to them. But still, it's heartbreaking. Those were at least tier 5 peak level offensive consumables. Using 8 of them at once, what a waste. Watching Su Miaoyue's distressed expression, Chen Yu silently mused to himself. So I'm the one who's the second-generation elite? 10 minutes later, the plant creatures finally reached the far end of the mine. It was a cavernous hollow within the mountain, spanning several acres and standing about 10 meters high. In addition to the boss, the space housed several elite monsters and over a dozen smaller creatures. The boss itself was a humanoid figure over 2 meters tall, with long ears but no Isa cave dweller chieftain, a level 45 boss. Be careful, Su Miaoyue warned, her expression serious. This is a high agility boss with environmental bonuses in the cave. Once its health drops below half, it will enter a berserk state, significantly boosting its stats. Your plants can use their vines to restrict its movement, and then, before she could finish her sentence, the plant creatures had already charged forward. Thorny vines lashed through the air, producing sharp whistling sounds as they struck. A few seconds later, the system notification chimed. Level 45 boss cave dweller chieftain defeated. Experience gained. 130,000. What were you saying just now? Chen Yu turned to Su Miaoyue. Nothing. Su Miaoyue stammered, blinking rapidly. She knew Chen Yu's plant creatures were powerful, but she hadn't expected them to be this overwhelming. That was a dungeon boss, yet it had been reduced to the level of a mere small fry in front of these plants. Remembering her struggles against a level 15 boss on easy difficulty, she couldn't help but feel disheartened. How could the gap between people be this vast? All done. Let's move on to the next one, Chen Yu said as he approached the loot chest dropped by the boss. But before he could open it, the ground began to quake violently. With a deafening crash, the stone wall at the back of the cavern split open. A massive black spider, 5 or 6 meters long, crawled out, accompanied by 4 medium-sized spiders over 2 meters long and an overwhelming swarm of smaller ones. The tide of spiders, numbering in the hundreds, flooded the cavern in an instant. Even the half-meter-long small spiders alone seemed to number at least 500. What's going on? Chen Yu asked, frowning as he turned to Su Miaoyue. This wasn't mentioned in the dungeon information she had shared earlier. I have no idea, Su Miaoyue replied, staring in shock at the scene unfolding before her. Chen Yu stared at the horde of monsters in front of him, his brows furrowed slightly. Cave Spider Queen, a level 50 boss, its level 50 elite spider guards, and swarms of level 30 minions. Such a lineup left him puzzled. Is this dungeon yours? Haven't you figured out what kind of monsters are in here? Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. Su Miaoyue hesitated for a moment before replying. It's probably some hidden mechanic that got triggered, summoning a hidden boss. Both dungeons and the wild areas have hidden mechanisms, usually related to clearing speed or boss kill timing. But our Su family has never triggered anything like this while running dungeons. I see, Chen Yu nodded, recalling how in the wild, Xiaoyan's single forbidden spell had triggered a slew of hidden mechanics. Having a hidden boss in a dungeon isn't that surprising. Oh, by the way, Su Miaoyue added, I've heard that in the Blackwind Stronghold dungeon near Dongfeng Town, someone has already figured out how to trigger the hidden boss. Blackwind Stronghold has a hidden boss too? Chen Yu's interest was piqued. He had cleared that dungeon twice with the highest rating but had never encountered any extra monsters. Su Miaoyue explained, during the final boss fight, if you can kill the second-in-command within 1 minute, the hidden boss Blackwind Stronghold's leader will appear. But it's nearly impossible for a team below level 50 to pull that off. Chen Yu thought of the burly and loud bandit leader who always shouted, "Second brother," and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He realized he might have encountered hidden bosses before but failed to notice due to his lack of understanding about dungeon mechanics. If he hadn't read a guide beforehand and known this dungeon wasn't supposed to have spider monsters, he might have dismissed them as ordinary bosses. Looking at the terrifying mass of spiders, Su Miaoyue grew a little nervous. There are so many monsters. Should we retreat into the mine to fight? No need. Just watch. Chen Yu pulled her back to the mine entrance, and then gave the command for his plant-based summons to attack. As Zhou Bowen had once said, a planter should act like an elegant commander, not engage in melee combat themselves. With a crisp snap, a vine whip struck a small spider heavily. Greenish-blue blood splattered as the spider instantly burst apart. The strike enraged the entire spider horde. Led by the cave spider queen, the mass of spiders charged at the plant summons. However, under the relentless storm of vine whip attacks, the small spiders burst one after another like fragile water balloons. In just 2 minutes, the massive body of the cave spider queen exploded with a loud crash, and the dungeon transitioned into the settlement phase. Instant settlement in progress, the system notification sounded. and a series of messages appeared. Nightmare instance completion. 100, exploration. 300, time taken. 16 minutes 5 seconds. Overall rating. SSS. Rewards, gold 500, experience points 120,000, free attribute points 10, skill points 2, legendary instance chest 1. Oh my god. Su Miaoyue suddenly exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. What's wrong? Why the fuss? Chen Yu turned to her with a puzzled expression. The highest rating. You actually achieved the highest rating. And a legendary instance chest too. This is unbelievable. Su Miaoyue's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Yu remained unfazed. You're overreacting. What's so surprising about it? Isn't this normal? He thought to himself that this young lattice perspective seemed rather limited, at least when he ran instances with Li Wei. There wasn't such an exaggerated reaction. Normal? Su Miaoyue became even more animated. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to achieve the highest rating in a nightmare level beginner instance under normal circumstances? There are barely a handful of people in the entire Tenglong Empire who can do it. Take the last batch. For instance, among the 12 geniuses who completed the first turn nightmare mission, only 5 managed to achieve the highest rating during their beginner phase. Even getting an S rating is extremely challenging. She continued explaining, do you realize how valuable those extra free attribute points are? If I could consistently achieve the highest rating, I'd definitely focus on accumulating as many attribute points as possible during the beginner phase before advancing. Chen Yu, however, didn't share her enthusiasm. With his 2 sets of gear and foundational skills, his lowest attribute was already over 2,000. A few dozen free attribute points didn't seem significant to him. Moreover, the cooldown time between instances was too long. Relying on grinding instances for attribute accumulation would take ages. Doesn't the difficulty of advancement missions increase over time? Aren't you worried that if you delay too long, you won't be able to complete them? Chen Yu asked. Even if the mission difficulty increases, it won't outpace my growth, Su Miaoyue said, her eyes gleaming with determination. Who knows? If I accumulate for 2 or 3 years, I might be able to take on the highest level Hellgrade advancement mission. Chen Yu was speechless. So, her plan to stockpile attributes was all for the sake of challenging a Hellgrade advancement mission. After collecting the loot, the two prepared to exit the instance. Just as Chen Yu was considering heading to another instance, Su Miaoyue stopped him, smiling mysteriously as she handed him a palm-sized shard of stone. Taking it, Chen Yu saw that it was a rare quality beginner instance cooldown charm, capable of resetting the cooldown time of a beginner instance. It still had 20 uses left. Seeing the effect of the dungeon reset talisman, Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel at how different life was for those from prominent families. Such an unheard-of item made him better understand Su Miaoyue's earlier words. Just one reset talisman could allow someone to run a dungeon 20 times, effectively gaining 200 free attribute points and 40 skill points. It was indeed a tool for rapid growth and domination over peers of the same level. He immediately opened his friend's panel and contacted the little girl. After waiting for about a minute, the chat box lit up. I'm here. What's up? Don't tell me you've gotten your hands on another few million gold coins. Even though the supply of life water is stable, it's still limited. Yun Bue replied. It's not about the life water. It's this new B dungeon reset talisman. How much does your Jubioj guild sell these for? I want to buy a batch. Chen Yu had already made up his mind. If Jubioj had them for sale, he would convert all his funds into reset talismans and repeatedly run a high reward dungeon to farm resources. Yun Bus sent 2 quick messages. What are you thinking? Do you really think Jubioj would put something like this up for sale? And you want to buy a batch? You don't sell them? Then do you know where I might find a large supply of reset talismans? For a large supply, the treasury of the Tenglong Empire might have some. You're quite capable, why not try your luck there? Yun Bue replied with a hint of sarcasm. Chen Yu was left speechless. You're something else. For most organizations, items like this are treated as priceless heirlooms. And here you are wanting a large supply. Can you at least keep an eye out for me? If you hear of any being sold or auctioned, let me know. I don't need the newbie level ones, only those above that. From what I know, dungeon reset talismans are rarely sold or auctioned. Even if they are, it's usually through bartering. The newbie dungeon reset talisman you have is already worth a fortune. Thanks, that's all I needed. It was only then that Chen Yu realized how unattainable such items were for ordinary people. Most professionals wouldn't even know of their existence throughout their entire lives. He used one reset talisman on the mining dungeon, watching the cooldown timer reset to 0 and the usage count change to 1920. Afterward, he handed the talisman back to Su Miaoyue. The two entered the nightmare-level underground mining dungeon again. This time, Chen Yu stayed in place, summoning nearly 100 thorn vine monsters to collect loot. Su Miaoyue was more than happy to take it easy. After all, the underground mining environment was harsh, so why not relax when given the chance? The two rested at the dungeon entrance, with Chen Yu playing with Xiao Miao and feeding her snacks. Breaking the silence, Su Miaoyue asked, By the way, Chen Yu, the college entrance exams are coming up soon. Which university are you aiming for? Tenglong University, Chen Yu replied without hesitation. As the top institution in the Tenglong Empire, Tenglong University was not only the leader of academic powerhouses but also held countless rare resources. It is said that Tenglong University has dozens of dungeons available, and all dungeons from level 0 to 4 are free for students to access. This kind of privilege is unparalleled in the entire Jiangyang city after all. The city doesn't even have dungeons above level 2, forcing professionals above level 101 to endure meager experience point gains in the wild. Tenglong University, huh? Su Miaoyue's face lit up with a look of longing. That's my goal too, just like you. Sounds good. Chen Yu nodded in response. Let's hope we can still be classmates then. We definitely will. Su Miaoyue's eyes sparkled with determination. With Chen Yu as a strong teammate helping her achieve the highest ratings in Nightmare Dungeons, and with the 20 dungeon cooldown tokens at her disposal, she could earn 100 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Adding the high experience points from dungeon monsters and final calculations, reaching close to level 40 wouldn't be a problem. With such strength, her chances of getting into Tenglong University were much higher. Then congratulations in advance. Chen Yu said. I should be thanking you. Su Miaoyue sat down in front of Chen Yu. She knew very well that without Chen Yu leading her through the dungeons, her chances of success would be significantly lower. You're welcome, Chen Yu replied calmly. To him, this was merely a mutually beneficial collaboration. The dungeon belonged to the Su family, and so did the cooldown tokens. Both parties were simply getting what they needed. Huh, what's that? In the dim firelight, Su Miaoyue noticed the small creature in Chen Yu's hand. Its delicate features and petite figure immediately struck a chord with her girlish heart, and her eyes almost turned into heart shapes. What an adorable doll. She instinctively reached out but stopped midair. Can I touch it? As Su Miaoyue extended her hand, the small creature, Xiao Miao, instantly wore a frosty expression. Get your filthy hands away from me, you disgusting female beast. How dare a lowly breeding machine like you attempt to touch my pure and flawless body? Eek! Su Miaoyue was startled. It's alive. Beast, are you blind? Or is your filthy, brainless mind too stupid to distinguish between living beings and inanimate objects? Xiao Miao snapped with disdain. Chen Yu was secretly amazed. As expected of the original spirit with 4 attack skills, its aggressiveness was unmatched. I'm sorry, Su Miaoyue apologized awkwardly, feeling a bit dazed by the scolding. Although Xiao Miao's words were harsh, she wasn't about to argue with Chen Yu's companion. This is my pet, Xiao Miao. She doesn't like others getting close to her, Chen Yu explained. Oh, Su Miaoyue nodded in understanding. A plant-based life form? Yes. Impressive. Su Miaoyue genuinely admired it. A plant-based life form so close to resembling a human and capable of speech was clearly another legendary existence. However, she wasn't overly surprised, knowing that Chen Yu's other creatures were also beings of immense potential. Compared to the vine warriors capable of devouring monsters whole, this petite plant pet might be slightly less formidable in combat. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed from deep within the cave. The dungeon's Spider Queen boss had appeared. A minute later, with the kill notification flashing, the dungeon entered the settlement phase. After completing the calculations, Chen Yu waited for the plant-based creatures to finish collecting the dropped items before exiting the dungeon. As soon as he appeared outside, Su Miaoyue eagerly held out the cooldown talisman in front of him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shall we continue? Sure. Chen Yu nodded in agreement and immediately used the cooldown talisman on the dungeon. Over the next period, the two of them tackled the dungeon 11 more times in a row. Besides the underground mine, they also quickly conquered another dungeon belonging to the Su family. Although the rewards from this dungeon were slightly less lucrative than those from the underground mine, the difference was minimal. Even after the continuous battles, Su Miaoyue remained energetic and seemed far from satisfied. Chen Yu, too, still felt the fighting spirit burning within him. Noticing that the cooldown talisman had not been damaged despite being used up, he asked, the cooldown talisman can be recharged, right? This assumption seemed reasonable after all. The little girl had mentioned that major factions regarded cooldown talismans as family heirlooms. If they were merely disposable items, they wouldn't be held in such high regard. It can be recharged, but it's quite troublesome, Su Miaoyue explained. It requires the combined efforts of a 4th tier or higher formation master and talisman maker, along with a significant amount of resources. How much does it cost to recharge? Chen Yu pressed further. The materials alone cost about 10,000 gold coins per recharge. Chen Yu quickly did the math in his head. Each dungeon run yielded 2 epic-grade boss chests and 1 legendary dungeon chest. While the loot from nightmare-level dungeons wasn't as valuable as those from reality-level ones, they still guaranteed at least 2 epic items and 1 legendary item. Considering that equipment below level 50 was mostly transitional and even legendary gear wasn't overly expensive, Each dungeon run still netted about 7 to 8,000 gold coins on average. As for Su Miaoyue, even though the boss chest went to Chen Yu, the legendary dungeon chest she received as part of the dungeon rewards was worth 4 to 5,000 gold coins, nearly covering most of the cooldown talisman's cost. Why don't we pool our resources and recharge it for one more run? Chen Yu suggested. He still had over 40 million gold coins looted from the Church of Pain, more than enough to cover multiple recharges. Even if he found himself short on funds later when paying off the little girl, with his current status as the archbishop personally appointed by the great demon god Unisivus, he could easily borrow or even forcibly take money from the Church of Pain. You think a cooldown talisman can be recharged whenever you feel like it? Su Miaoyue gave him a sideways glance and elaborated. The material cost is actually the least concern. Talisman makers are in the crafting profession, while formation masters, though technically combat-oriented, are more akin to life professions, like cultivators. Low-level talents in these professions are easy to find, but high-level ones are incredibly rare and are heavily invested in by the major factions. Their expertise comes at a steep price. Even my great-grandfather would need to call in favors to get them involved. It would take about 10 days to fully charge the cooling talisman for 20 uses. There's no way it can be ready before the college entrance exams, Chen Yu said regretfully. Hearing this, Su Miaoyue smiled slightly. Why the rush? There are other dungeons we can farm. Zhangyang City doesn't have only the Su family's private dungeons. We have agreements with other factions to exchange dungeon slots. Wow, Su Xiaohua, you're really resourceful. Chen Yu gave her a thumbs up. Can you stop with the nonsense? Su Miaoyue said, feigning anger. Do I not have a name? That school bell nickname might be flattering when I hear it behind my back, but it's awkward when you say it to my face. All right, Su Miaoyue. Is that better? Chen Yu replied, agreeing on the surface but laughing to himself. Ha, women, they love it inwardly but always deny it outwardly. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Su Miaoyue pursed her lips. Let's get to work. Let's do this. Chen Yu said enthusiastically. Today, we'll make sure every beginner dungeon in Zhangyang City bears our mark. Exactly. Su Miaoyue's spirits were lifted too. Most factions have leaderboards for their beginner dungeons. Soon, every rookie dungeon runner in Zhangyang City will know our names. It's just a pity that the teleportation array isn't open right now. Otherwise, rookies from other regions could also witness our glory. Zhangyang City boasted an impressive number of beginner dungeons, nearly 20, more than double the 8 in Dongfeng Town. This highlighted the advantages held by rookies from major factions. Under Su Miaoyue's leadership, the two of them swept through the city's dungeons, leaving behind record-breaking clear times on most of the leaderboards. News spread quickly throughout the neighboring cities. Rumors of Zhangyang City's rookie king dominated the scene. The astonishing dungeon clear times shocked the upper echelons of various factions. While everyone was aware that Su Miaoyue was a hidden-class professional with exceptional combat ability, these results clearly exceeded the expected capabilities of a hidden class. Naturally, all eyes turned to her teammate, Chen Yu. Investigations into Chen Yu revealed that his personal information was encrypted. The only details available were orphaned, has a sister, owns a house. Since he was teaming up with Su Miaoyue, many assumed he belonged to the Su family. Su Jingwei's phone was bombarded with calls, and invitations flooded in like snowflakes, from a 120-year-old tycoon's son's 100-day celebration to a 12-year-old guild leader's son taking a second wife. Even trivial events like a life-class professional reaching their 4th tier became excuses to send invites. However, Su Jingwei, as the president of the professional association, was adept at poaching talent from others and wasn't about to let anyone steal from him. Seeing Su Miaoyue and Chen Yu growing closer and their strength advancing rapidly, he was even less inclined to let outsiders interfere. Using his signature diplomatic finesse, he deflected all inquiries. Talent scouting depends on vision. Our Su family invested half a dungeon's worth of cooling talismans and sent our most outstanding junior to secure this talent. Do you think you can just take him because you want to? Under President Su's maneuvering, the various factions had no choice but to temporarily give up their attempts to probe into Chen Yu. Thanks to Su Jingwei's protection, Chen Yu had managed to avoid trouble from various unsavory characters over the past few days. He used this time to systematically conquer all the private dungeons available in Zhangyang City. Once the cooldown for the Dongfeng Town dungeon ended, he immediately set off with Su Miaoyue and Li Wei to begin a new round of public dungeon clearing. This time, the trio worked together with remarkable synergy, and their dungeon clearing speed was no less impressive than when Chen Yu had carried Li Wei solo. They located and defeated all hidden monsters, yet the final dungeon rating dropped from SSS to SS. This result gave Chen Yu something to ponder. Apparently, dungeon ratings were closely tied to the number of team members. 2 seemed to be the maximum for achieving the highest rating. He speculated that forming a full team might further lower the final score, possibly capping it at an S rating. However, this hypothesis still needed to be tested. Under the world tree in the sacred land, Chen Yu gazed up at the lush canopy. Through the gaps in the dense foliage, He could distinctly sense a powerful life force taking shape. New being was being born under the world tree's domain. The sixth primal elemental spirit, the primal light spirit. As the light spirit's fruit fell from the tree, it was as if a second sun had graced the sacred land. Warm, gentle light bathed the earth, adding a divine aura to the already vibrant world. Chen Yu reached out and caught the radiant fruit. The moment it cracked open, a burst of even brighter, yet soothing, sacred light erupted forth. The light gradually coalesced into the form of a petite girl clad in a simple, elegant dress. She knelt in Chen Yu's palm, as exquisite as an ivory sculpture. Her every movement exuded both the grace of an Eastern noblewoman and the refinement of a Western aristocrat. Smiling, the girl stood, gently lifted her skirt, and lightly tapped her right foot on the lines of Chen Yu's palm as she curtsied gracefully. The primal light offers you its blessing. Greetings, my master. Chen Yu thought for a moment before saying, you are the primal light spirit. So from now on, your name will be Xiaoguang. The girl's eyelids fluttered, and her elegant smile froze momentarily. However, she quickly recovered and smiled even brighter. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, my master. Good girl, Chen Yu said with delight, stroking the light spirit's crystal-like, shimmering hair and handing her an orange-flavored candy. It seemed this was another innocent and adorable little spirit, just like Xiaoyan, who was also overjoyed upon receiving a name. Xiaoguang's attribute panel appeared shortly after. Rank, Mythic 1 color. Level, 50. Attributes, Strength, 5,500. Agility, 5,500. Constitution, 5,500. Spirit, 11,000. Talent, Light Elementalization. Enter an elemental state, becoming immune to all physical and light-based damage while increasing personal light-based damage by 500. Passive, Primal Light Spirit. Light-based skill consumption reduced by 99, power increased by 100. Skills, Holy Domain of Light Forbidden Spell, Shadow Domain of Light Forbidden Spell, Thunder Domain of Light Forbidden Spell, Light of Despair's End Forbidden Spell. After welcoming Xiaoguang, Chen Yu opened his own attribute panel and allocated the skill points and attribute points he had accumulated. In an instant, his stats surged dramatically, and all his skills reached their maximum level before his first class advancement. Chen Yu's stats were astonishing. Class, Cultivator Mutation Level. Base Attributes, Strength, 500. Agility, 13 12 52,000. Constitution, 455 15 52,000. Spirit, 470 15 52,000. Abyssal Power, 3 max, 5. Vitality, 100 max, 100. Free Attribute Points, 0. Skill Points, 21. Additional Attributes, Final Damage 9, Damage Reduction 5. He possessed the Absolute Supreme Enhancement talent, enabling him to strengthen any target absolutely. His passive class ability, Supreme Sacred Soil LV1, allowed him to cultivate special sacred soil that significantly boosted the growth of plants. Furthermore, with every class advancement, he could designate one life-bound plant to instantly mature. Skills, Accelerated Growth LV10, speeds up plant growth. Plant Enhancement LV10, boosts all plant attributes by 100 for 100 seconds. Legendary Vitality Computation LV10, increases all attributes by 2,000 and consumes vitality to enhance plant quality. Mythical Abyssal Embrace, transforms plants into abyssal entities with magical abilities. Supreme Abyssal Favor, summons the will of the abyss to resolve crises. Current uses remaining, 1. At 8 a.m., sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating the sports field of Jiangyang No. 1 High School. The atmosphere was lively today as new career holders from all 4 high schools in the city gathered here. On the podium, 4 principals sat side by side, smiling as they observed the bustling students below. Principal Jiang, your No. 1 high school is making waves this year. The principal of No. 2 high school remarked enviously. Not only do you have the highest proportion of combat career holders, but you've also produced a rare hidden career holder. Principal Jiang is truly a role model. Great teachers nurture great students. The principal of No. 3 high school chimed in. You're too kind. It's all just luck. What does it have to do with this old man? Jiang Tianming replied modestly, though his wide grin betrayed his pride. Look over there, that's our No. 4 high school's most outstanding combat career holders, said the bearded principal of No. 4 high school, pointing to a corner of the field. Why don't you all take a look and see how they measure up? The other 3 principals immediately used their detection skills. Li Jinming Mutated Archer, level 21. Chang Hua Mage, level 20. Zhai Zhongshu Mutated Swordsman, level 22. Impressive. Such promising talents, the principal of No. 2 high school exclaimed. Indeed, career holders in their 20s were guaranteed to advance to the second round of the college entrance exams. At that moment, a group of career holders wearing No. 2 high school badges walked in through the school gate. The principal of No. 2 high school's eyes lit up. Oh, Our top students from number 2 high school are here too. Several principals instinctively turned their gazes toward the school gate. Mu Ziming, ancient martial artist, level 22. Ren Xiaoyun, mutated martial cultivator, level 29. A level 29 mutated profession? They might even have a shot at becoming the provincial top scorer. You've been hiding this talent from us. How could we not know about such a genius? Tonight's dinner is on you. Exactly. We're all colleagues here. Can't you be a little more forthcoming? The number 2 high school principal chuckled with a proud smile. Oh, it's nothing. Just their own hard work. At that moment, a commotion arose on the school field. The students' gazes all shifted toward the school gate, where 3 figures were striding in. Leading the group was a male professional, walking with his head held high and carrying a large shield radiating a platinum glow. His entire body was surrounded by a bluish-purple aura with hints of orange effects, exuding confidence with every step. Behind him, a man and a woman walked side by side, maintaining a distance of less than half a meter. These two appeared much more modest, without any flashy effects activated. Aside from their striking appearances, they seemed relatively ordinary. The students murmured among themselves. Wow, his gear is insane. Whose subordinate is this? No, which family does he belong to? Why show off like that? Must be some nouveau riche. Who activates equipment effects just to enter a school? Isn't that Su Miaoyue behind him? The school beauty from number 1 high school, and a hidden class professional too. School beauty? She's the rookie champion of Jiangyang City now. Rookie champion? So what if she's a hidden class? We're all still in the beginner stage. How much stronger could she possibly be? Have you been grinding in the wild too long? You don't even know about Su Miaoyue's achievements? What achievements? In just 1 week, she dominated the leaderboards of nearly every beginner dungeon in Jiangyang City. She clears nightmare dungeons faster than you can load your gear. What? She can clear nightmare dungeons in a minute? I don't believe it. No way. That's impossible. On the stage, the number 2 high school principal frowned and asked, Old Jiang, that shield warrior's one of your top picks from number 1 high school, isn't he? I can tell he's pretty good, but there's just something annoying. The number 3 high school principal interjected. Exactly. That's the word. The number 2 principal agreed. The number 4 high school principal silently cast a detection spell. Li Wei, shield warrior, level 34. What the? Level 34? Level 34? The other 3 principals were instantly stunned, disbelief written all over their faces. In a small city like Jiangyang, where resources are scarce, reaching level 25 or 26 before the college entrance exams is already considered top tier. A level 34 warrior would be regarded as a formidable elite even in the provincial capital. Principal Jiang, who is this person? Since when did Jiangyang produce such a powerful shield warrior? The principal of 2nd high school asked with wide eyes. Jiang Tianming shook his head with a wry smile. I'm not entirely sure myself. He recalled his brief encounter with Li Wei during the job transfer ceremony. Level 45? The principal of 4th high school suddenly raised his voice. Am I seeing this correctly? That's Su Miaoyue, said the 2nd high school principal, immediately recognizing her. She's the one who's been dominating the rookie dungeons alongside Chen Yu these past few days. I just didn't expect her to reach this level. She's definitely top scholar material. As expected from the descendant of Su Zhengwei, one of Jianjiang's hidden class elites, her reputation is well-deserved. The 3rd high school principal remarked with admiration. Compared to the relatively unknown Li Wei, Su Miaoyue's rise to level 45 seemed less surprising, given her recent surge in fame throughout Jiangyang. Jiang Tianming's gaze shifted to the figure standing beside Su Miaoyue. Activating his detection skill, his expression froze. Chen Yu, mutated cultivator, level 50 pre-job transfer. Level 50? The number almost made Jiang Tianming's eyes pop out of his head. As someone who knew Chen Yu best, he was well aware of Chen Yu's perfect epic-grade plant life form, a talent rivaling even hidden class elites. However, even with Su Miaoyue as his teammate and access to the Su family's abundant resources, Chen Yu's level shouldn't surpass Su Miaoyue's. The reactions of the other 3 principals were even more dramatic. The 4th high school principal nearly fell out of his chair. Chen Yu's name was often mentioned alongside Su Miaoyue's, but compared to her, he was far more enigmatic. So this is the super genius Su Zhengwei has been keeping under wraps. No wonder he's been so secretive, afraid someone would poach him. It's been years since Jiangyang has seen a pre-exam max-level genius. Genius? This is beyond genius, it's monstrous. Across the entire nation, how many rookie-class individuals reach max level before the exams? Indeed, there are barely any nationwide. The principals exchanged remarks one after another, their shock and amazement palpable. Such a monstrous genius is nearly impossible to cultivate, even in the 2 capitals, the 6 major cities, or the imperial center itself. The principals of schools 2, 3, and 4 surrounded Jiang Tianming, their eyes glinting with envy. Old Jiang, I heard you used to speak highly of Chen Yu, always mentioning him as your proudest student during casual gatherings. One principal gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of dumb luck did you stumble upon? How could such a prodigy come from your school? It's so unfair. I've been a principal for 30 years, and I've never even encountered a hidden class student, let alone a full-level genius before the college entrance exams." Another principal vented indignantly. This time, no one bothered to flatter Jiang Tianming's teaching skills. After working together for so many years, they all knew each other's abilities well. A level 50 cultivator before the college entrance exams was clearly a result of innate talent, having little to do with Jiang's mentorship. What made them even more resentful was that this extraordinary genius not only came from Jiang Tianming's school, but also shared a close relationship with him. This meant that when Chen Yu inevitably achieved fame and success in the future, Jiang Tianming's name would often be mentioned, at the very least earning him the reputation of having an eye for talent. Jiang Tianming couldn't hide his wide grin. No need for such remarks. If you treat every student with sincerity, I'm sure you'll have such opportunities in the future too. Internally, he felt relieved that he hadn't misjudged Chen Yu back then. This student was indeed remarkable. After this year's college entrance exams, Jiang Tianming was certain he would become a highly regarded figure in the education system of Yunchuan province and even its neighboring regions. As time passed, at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, the gates of Jiangyang First High School slowly closed. This year's exam site was set in Jufeng City, the provincial capital of Yunchuan province, as arranged by the unified system of the Tenglong Empire. Standing on the podium, Jiang Tianming picked up the microphone and announced, "Dear students, the school has set up a teleportation array that will directly send you to the exam site. I won't say much in terms of encouragement, just wish you all success in making it to the top. Teleportation begins now." On the school field, Chen Yu and Su Miaoyue ignored the gazes cast their way. For Su Miaoyue, this kind of attention was nothing new. As for Chen Yu, he had never paid such things any mind. "Confident about getting into Tenglong University?" Chen Yu asked with a smile. "Of course." Su Miaoyue replied confidently. "Then let's do our best, my future university classmate. Let's both work hard." As intricate patterns lit up on the ground and in the air, a flash of white light enveloped the field, and the students there vanished in an instant. The sensation of teleportation wasn't particularly unusual. After a brief moment of weightlessness, Chen Yu found himself standing in a vast, enclosed plaza. Beneath the transparent glazed dome, nearly 1,000 people had gathered, but he didn't see Su Miaoyue or Li Wei. They must have been assigned to other exam sites. Soon, a solemn voice echoed, announcing the exam rules. The plaza fell silent as all the examinees focused intently. The rules strictly prohibited bringing personal equipment, using consumables, or accessing inventory slots. Violators would not only be disqualified, but also face administrative penalties. A temporary hall rose in the plaza, where staff began distributing standardized equipment and collecting personal belongings. Chen Yu, however, had already stored his personal items in the supreme sacred soil and didn't need to deposit anything. Once everyone was prepared, the hall vanished, replaced by a massive blue portal. The dignified voice rang out again. "The dungeon portal is now open. The exam begins." Without a word, the examinees began stepping into the blue portal that led to the test site. Chen Yu followed the crowd through the dungeon portal and, in the blink of an eye, found himself standing on an open, desolate stretch of land. A system notification promptly sounded, informing him that due to the dungeon's unique properties, his inventory had been locked. He quickly checked and confirmed that he could not use any items. A mechanical voice announced at just the right moment, "Attention, examinee. The first stage of the test is about to begin. Test content: Level 10 Common Monsters, Goblin Warriors 15, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown hit 0, a goblin wielding a rusty short sword appeared about 10 meters away. The green-skinned creature let out a piercing screech before charging at Chen Yu with its weapon raised. Chen Yu smirked disdainfully, not even bothering to summon any plants. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick, shattering the goblin into pieces. The monster vanished instantly, leaving behind no trace, not even a corpse. That was way too easy, Chen Yu thought to himself. With the 2,000 points of all attribute stats provided by his legendary core technique, dealing with level 10 monsters was complete overkill. Even the standard issue equipment provided in the test, which only added 50 points to all attributes, would have been sufficient for the average examinee. The first stage of the test is complete. Total time: 12 seconds. Rating: good. The system voice announced. You have 10 minutes to rest, or you may begin the next stage immediately. Note: rest time does not accumulate. Start the next stage right away, Chen Yu said, silently appreciating the thoughtful design of this exam system. As the second stage began, 5 goblin warriors appeared ahead of him at once. This time, Chen Yu summoned a carnivorous flower spirit and gestured for her to take care of them. The flower spirit happily obliged. 5 stalks sprouted from her back, each topped with a massive, blooming carnivorous flower. The 5 flowers opened wide and instantly swallowed the goblin's whole. However, the flower spirit soon displayed a puzzled expression. She cautiously opened one of the flower petals to inspect inside. The flower's interior was lined with sharp teeth and corrosive fluids, but there was nothing left of the goblins. The flower spirit turned to Chen Yu with a confused look, conveying her uncertainty. Chen Yu gently patted her head to reassure her, offering no further explanation. He had already noticed that the monsters in this special dungeon were different from those in regular dungeons. Here, the monsters left behind no corpses or kill notifications upon being defeated, suggesting they might simply be data constructs or some kind of unique illusions. The second stage of the exam is completed in 5 seconds. Evaluation. Excellent. As soon as the system notification sounded, Chen Yu immediately opted to begin the third stage, forgoing the 10-minute break. With a deafening howl, 2 robust level 15 wild wolves materialized in front of Chen Yu. This was no longer the kind of beginner-level challenge from before. Level 15 wild wolves typically had base attributes around 40 points. Even a level 10-11 professional wearing standard issue gear could struggle against them, with weaker combatants potentially being eliminated outright. However, for Chen Yu, the third stage still posed no real challenge. The carnivorous flower spirit seemed to remember the lesson from earlier when its food vanished. This time, it didn't attack immediately, but instead extended its vines to grab the 2 wolves, carefully sensing their life force. Once it confirmed they were genuine monsters, it opened its petals and devoured them. Yet, its caution was ultimately in vain. Just like the goblins before, the wolves vanished without a trace the moment they died. The flower spirit tilted its head in confusion and looked at Chen Yu. "Never mind, you can take a break," Chen Yu said as he recalled the flower spirit and summoned several thorn vine spirits and a single lily spirit. The lily spirit gracefully knelt on the ground, causing a giant lily to bloom in front of her. Chen Yu reclined on the soft, white petals, resting his head on the lily spirit's lap, indulging in the delicate fragrance. The third stage of the exam is completed in 21 seconds. Evaluation. Excellent. No need to confirm with me again. After each stage, just proceed to the next one automatically, Chen Yu said impatiently. The system, as per protocol, still asked, "Do you confirm that you want to forego all rest periods and continue without interruption?" Confirm. The fourth stage began immediately. 5 level 15 wild wolves had barely appeared before they were struck down by over a dozen vines. They didn't even have time to let out a single howl before being shredded into pieces. Chen Yu closed his eyes and rested, calmly waiting for the stage to end. Meanwhile, in Jufeng City, the capital of Yunchuan Province, a massive circular building stood in the western part of the city. This was a dedicated venue for the National College entrance exams, closed to the public except during the annual examination period. The staff inside the venue were all full-time professionals, highlighting the immense importance the Tunglong Empire placed on the exams. In the exam command center, a display screen on the wall showed real-time information and rankings of the examinees. At the central seat, a middle-aged man in blue and a figure in a black robe occupied the chief positions. These two were the forbidden powerhouses overseeing this year's exam, serving as the chief examiner and the head inspector, respectively. Around them, Yunchuan province officials and senior members of the professional association sat in tense silence, not daring to make a sound. This year's exams were somewhat unusual. Both forbidden powerhouses had close protégés participating, and one of them had even transferred from the capital on short notice, clearly aiming for Yunchuan province's special admission quota. As a native of Yunchuan, the chief examiner naturally harbored some resentment about this. On the screen displaying the rankings, countless names shifted rapidly, but 2 names consistently held the top spots. The first place candidate, ID 00128, had already reached the 12th level, completing the previous 11 levels in just 115 seconds. Close behind was candidate ID 13987, who was also on the 12th level but had taken 127 seconds for the first 11 levels. A minute later, the top-ranking candidate had advanced to the 15th level, while the second-place candidate was still struggling on the 14th. Observing this, the middle-aged man in blue, the Frostlord, curled his lips into a faint smirk and said mockingly, "It seems that the Flame Throne's forbidden curse was cast in vain. Huh. The exam has barely started. Frostlord, aren't you celebrating a bit too early?" Came a cold female voice from beneath a black robe. Her tone suddenly turned sharp and irritated as she added, "And besides, I've already said, I didn't cast any forbidden curse in your Yunchuan province." "Didn't cast it?" The Frostlord sneered. "How many fire element forbidden curse mages does the Tunglong Empire even have? If it wasn't you, then who was it? The Crimson Flame Lord stationed on the battlefield? The Tianhua Lord overseas? Or, even more absurd, the Radiant Sun Sovereign busy exploring secret realms? Oh, right, I almost forgot the current emperor of the Tunglong Empire himself supposedly knows the Judgment of Doom. Could it be that His Majesty was bored recently and decided to practice his skills here in Yunchuan province?" The black-robed figure was momentarily speechless, before replying icily, I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. Do you think an 8th-tier professional like me would stoop to lying about such a thing? Fine. The Frost Lord let out a derisive laugh. If you say it wasn't you, then it wasn't you. Either way, it's already done, and your protege has already shown up, so there's no point arguing further. Let's just see if your protege can salvage your reputation. Let's see, the black-robed figure replied coldly. The two of them stopped arguing and turned their attention back to the screen. In the early levels, the monsters were weak, so any moderately skilled professional could pass with ease, leading to significant shifts in rankings. However, after the 10th level, the rankings began to stabilize, particularly at the top. Suddenly, two new names rocketed to the top of the leaderboard, as if propelled by rockets. In mere seconds, they claimed the first and second places, pushing the previous leaders down to third and fourth. The screen displayed. First place, candidate ID 36589, completed all 30 levels with a total time of just 205 seconds. Second place, candidate ID 36329, currently on the 18th level, with the first 17 levels completed in 292 seconds. Who are these two? The Flame Throne exclaimed in astonishment from under the black robe. 205 seconds to clear 30 levels? You're telling me Yun Chuan has talents like this? If I'd known, why would I have bothered coming to Yun Chuan? I have no idea either. The Frost Lord shrugged, looking equally stunned. If I'd known someone like this was here, I'd have sent my own kid to another province long ago. The difficulty of the levels beyond the 10th was supposed to increase exponentially, designed to filter out candidates. Even for geniuses, progress typically slowed as the levels advanced. Yet completing all 30 levels in just 205 seconds was an achievement that left the two forbidden powerhouses utterly astonished. And the second-place performer, too, had far exceeded the performance of the young girl they had initially been focused on. The Flame Throne wore a peculiar expression as he glanced at the leaderboard. It seems like Yunchuan Province is full of hidden talents this year. At that moment, the leaderboard showed that the younger generation from the Frost Lord's family, ranked third, had only reached the 17th level, with a total time of over 300 seconds for the first 16 levels. Meanwhile, the younger generation from the Flame Throne's family, ranked fourth, hadn't even cleared the 16th level. This doesn't make sense, the Frost Lord said, frowning deeply. With the scores of these two candidates, they should have been in the top two spots. Puzzled, the Frost Lord pulled up the records of the top two candidates. The first thing that caught his eye was the data for the candidate in first place. 12 seconds for the first level with a good rating, 5 seconds for the second level with an excellent rating, excellent again for the third level. And it wasn't until the 5th level that they started receiving perfect ratings. I see now, the Frost Lord said with sudden realization. The ratings from the earlier levels dragged down their overall score. But this only affects the real-time ranking during the exam. The final score will record full marks for the basic levels, so the ranking naturally rises. Then, he noticed a startling detail aside from the longer time taken in the initial levels. The subsequent levels showed nearly identical completion times. This suggested that the candidate only needed to wait for the monsters to respawn and confirm their positions before eliminating them instantly. The Frost Lord was in disbelief. The 30th level has 5 level 30 elite monsters. Even the geniuses at the capital's exam venues would need significant effort to clear it. Yet this candidate, number 36589, can eliminate them instantly? To him, 5 level 30 elite monsters are no different from low-level common ones. Looking at the records of the second-place candidate, number 36329, he saw that while the first 2 levels took more time, their progress afterward was rapid. However, compared to the extraordinary performance of the first-place candidate, this seemed relatively normal. The first-place candidate must be moving on to the score-based levels now. Pull up their real-time data, the Frost Lord ordered. Yes, my lord, replied the assistant in an examiner's uniform, promptly arranging for the staff to carry out the task. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, Chen Yu had just finished resting for a little over 2 minutes when the system notification sounded. You have completed all 30 basic levels. You may choose to end the exam and exit the hall, or you can opt to enter endless mode. In endless mode, monsters will continuously respawn, and the number of kills will be converted into points, which will serve as the initial score for the ranking competition. A 10-minute rest period is provided before starting. The system added, the final score from the ranking competition can be exchanged for various resources after the exam or converted into campus points upon confirmation of admission. The Education Department of the Tunglong Empire strongly encourages capable candidates to fully challenge the endless mode. Let's begin, Chen Yu said decisively, choosing to activate endless mode without hesitation. An opportunity to reap such rewards couldn't be missed. In the basic levels, each stage provides exam hints and a countdown to help participants prepare. However, the endless mode is far more straightforward. At the very moment Chen Yu chose to start, a translucent portal materialized out of thin air not far from him. 10 fully armed goblin warriors emerged in single file, their equipment glinting coldly under the light. With his extensive experience, Chen Yu immediately assessed their levels to be between 30 and 35. Not even a challenge, Chen Yu murmured, shaking his head slightly. The thorn vine demons could no longer hold back. Dozens of vine whips lashed out with a whooshing sound, instantly reducing the goblin warriors to a mess of flesh. A notification from the system echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Defeated level 30 goblin warrior, EXP 30. Due to level restriction, EXP automatically stored in the experience pool. Defeated level 31 goblin warrior, EXP 31. Due to level restriction, EXP automatically stored in the experience pool. Before the remains of the goblins could fully dissipate, the thorn vine demons eagerly began feasting on them. Simultaneously, a palm-sized number 1 appeared in front of Chen Yu, accompanied by another system message: defeated goblin warriors 10, high exam points 1. The portal remained open. About 30 seconds later, another group of 10 goblin warriors stepped out, only to be instantly swept away by the green glowing thorn vine demons. Some unlucky goblins were ensnared by multiple vines at once, torn apart, and turned into spoils of war fiercely contested by the demons. But the thorn vine demons soon found themselves with less need to compete. The portal began spewing out goblin warriors at an increasing pace, with each wave doubling from 10 to 20. The rate of monsters spawning quickly outpaced the demons' ability to handle them, leaving piles of corpses accumulating around the portal. Noticing this, Chen Yu waved his hand, summoning hundreds of plant creatures. Carnivorous flower demons, the masters of scavenging, appeared in droves. Countless flower stalks shot into the sky, forming a vast, towering sea of carnivorous plants. Now, the portal's spawning speed couldn't keep up. The goblins were obliterated the moment they emerged. Sensing the competition, the thorn vine demons hastened their feeding pace. Meanwhile, Chen Yu sat leisurely on the side, cradling a petite lily spirit in his arms, watching the feeding frenzy between the vines and carnivorous plants with great amusement. Around him, over 20 lily spirits sat companionably, keeping him company. One particularly clever carnivorous flower demon took a different approach. Rather than joining the chaotic scramble, she discreetly positioned several of her flowers directly against the portal. Before long, the flowers swelled up with prey, and she retracted them to replace them with fresh ones, patiently waiting for more to fall into her trap. The man-eating plants waited until all their flowers were stuffed with prey before retreating from the encirclement, satisfied. This scene reminded Chen Yu of how the clever man-eating plants in the realistic game copies operated in a similar manner. Those epic-level man-eating plants, which always managed to fill themselves, had now mostly evolved to the legendary level. Seeing the effectiveness of this tactic, other man-eating plant monsters began to imitate it. Soon, the monster-spawning portal was surrounded by layers upon layers of man-eating plants, leaving no gaps. The thorn vine monsters, seeing this, had no choice but to withdraw temporarily and wait on standby alongside the lily monsters. As time passed, the spawning speed of the monsters gradually increased, eventually surpassing the digestion capacity of the man-eating plants. At this point, the thorn vine monsters found an opportunity to rejoin the battle. During this seemingly timeless fight, the area around the portal became densely packed with thousands of plant creatures, all of which had joined the fray only after the spawning speed had surged dramatically. Chen Yu glanced at the score panel, where the number had climbed to 5,000. This meant that his army of plants had successfully slain a total of 50,000 goblin warriors. After waiting for a moment and seeing no new monsters appear, Chen Yu ordered the plants to clear a path and approached the portal himself to investigate. The transparent portal was still present, but no goblins were emerging from it anymore. Is that it? Chen Yu thought skeptically. After all, the final stage of a basic level usually featured a level 35 elite monster, and it seemed unlikely for the endless mode to only produce such low-level creatures. Meanwhile, in the examination command center of the Yunchuan province's college entrance exam venue, the increasing difficulty of the levels had caused more and more examinee names on the screen wall to dim, indicating that their exam journeys had ended. However, the two forbidden class powerhouses serving as the chief examiner and chief overseer had their full attention fixed on the name at the top of the leaderboard. They watched intently as the red score number continued to climb, soaring from 1 to 5,000. At that moment, an assistant wearing an examiner's uniform hurried over to the Frost Lord's side and whispered a report. Chief Examiner, there's a small issue in the exam venue. What's the matter? Speak, the Frost Lord asked calmly. The Goblin Warriors, the beginner-level monsters prepared for combat-based professions in endless mode, are running out, the assistant replied cautiously. Running out? The Frost Lord frowned. If there aren't enough, replenish them immediately. We can't let this affect the scores of top-tier talents, especially the one ranked first. The assistant gave a wry smile. Sir, the problem lies in the mechanism itself. In endless mode, aside from the fixed time intervals for spawning monsters, there's a hidden mechanism. When the number of monsters in the scene falls below 80 of the upper limit, the spawn interval shortens, and the number of monsters per wave increases until the scene is replenished. Simply put, the faster the examinee kills monsters, the faster they spawn, and this speed has no cap. Based on our observations, the top-ranked examinee has never allowed monsters to accumulate on the field. The monsters prepared for the exam were all wiped out by him alone, weren't they? The Frost Lord nodded, his gaze fixed on the large screen. The top candidate's score displayed a glaring red 5,000, signifying that a total of 50,000 level 30 goblin warriors had fallen at his hands. According to the exam rules, every 10 goblin warriors earned 1 point. Each scene in the first phase of the endless mode could host a maximum of 500 monsters. Even a max level 50 candidate with a hidden class specialized in area damage couldn't possibly clear the field in such a short time. The Frost Lord frowned slightly. Capturing and containing monsters consumed vast resources, and in previous years, only a handful of geniuses could even make it to the endless mode. 50,000 goblins was already 5 times the total demand of previous years. This wasn't a case of insufficient preparation by the exam organizers. This candidate was simply too extraordinary. Too bad the elimination round dungeons can't be observed, the Frostlord thought regretfully to himself. At that moment, the Flame Throne stood up from her seat and walked over to the Frostlord, her brows furrowed. Chief Examiner, could it be possible that this top candidate is cheating? Should we investigate? The Frostlord cast her a glance, as if looking at a fool. Are you suggesting he might have used disposable consumables? There was a note of uncertainty in the Flame Throne's tone. The Frostlord took a deep breath and replied in a flat tone, before presiding over the exams, did you not familiarize yourself with the relevant rules? Items were already inspected before the exam began. Even if someone managed to sneak something through, the item inventory in the exam dungeon is sealed. This applies equally to everyone, including you and me. Moreover, the dungeon is equipped with a highly sensitive detection system. Even using a single drop of potion would trigger an alarm and result in immediate expulsion from the dungeon. Then could it be a case of someone taking the exam on his behalf? The Flame Throne suggested. I've heard that some rookie professionals intentionally stay at level 50 without advancing their class. Before she could finish, the Frostlord's indifferent gaze made her realize how absurd her idea was. Candidates' identities were rigorously verified. If impersonation were possible, it would imply corruption at the highest levels of the education system. Even so, no one would dare act so brazenly. Besides, such a record was beyond the reach of even the top talents in the capital. For an unadvanced rookie to achieve this was pure fantasy. Ahem, the Flame Throne coughed awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Well, given the situation, what should we do now? According to the examination system, during the first phase, the test site should continuously provide monsters for the candidates. However, faced with this candidate's astonishing speed of defeating monsters, replenishing them seemed futilely. Had adopted a strategy of camping at the spawn point, eliminating every monster that appeared. The Frostlord nodded slightly. Let's conclude his first phase for now, but how should we calculate the score? The Flame Sovereign questioned. Only slightly more than half of the first phase's time has passed. According to the infinite mode setup, monsters should spawn endlessly, and every monster contributes to the candidate's score. In this case, the candidate clearly has the ability to continue earning points, but the test site can no longer supply monsters. The Frostlord pondered for a moment before calmly proposing a solution. According to the supplementary regulations of the vocational college entrance examination of the Tunglong Empire, if a test site oversight causes a candidate to lose potential earnings in infinite mode, a compensation of 100 to 5,000 examination points can be awarded. Considering the current situation, I suggest compensating this candidate with 5,000 points. What do you all think? I second that. The Flame Sovereign immediately raised her right hand. The other examiners and supervisors nodded in agreement. The Frostlord promptly announced, now, I declare manual intervention in the examination process for candidate 36589, ending the first phase of their infinite mode. Turning to the staff, he instructed, Secretary, please record the reasons in detail, along with the examination command center's live footage and instance information. Executor, proceed with the necessary operations. The two staff members immediately began their respective tasks. At this moment, the Flame Sovereign suddenly removed her hood, revealing a striking and bold face with sharp features. With a slight smile at the corner of her lips and her right hand lightly resting on her chin, she remarked, based on the spawning mechanics of infinite mode, earning 5,000 points in just half the time suggests that the candidate could have achieved at least 800 to 900 points in the second half. This is even considering the limitations of portal efficiency. That's true, the Frostlord replied. However, according to the regulations, 5,000 points is the maximum compensation allowed. The Flame Sovereign smiled and reminded him, there's another rule in the examination guidelines. Chief examiners or supervisors at the 8th tier or above can personally award candidates up to 5,000 additional points as a private commendation. These points don't count toward the candidate's ranking in the entrance exam, but are equivalent to regular examination points when used to redeem resources later. Of course, the awarder must provide equivalent resources to the education system. That being said, she paused. I've decided to award him an additional 5,000 points. The Frostlord's expression turned peculiar. That rule does exist, but are you sure about this? This rule was originally designed to allow powerful individuals to invest in promising newcomers. Keep in mind, infinite mode points count toward the ranking competition and can be exchanged for resources after the exam, while commendation points do not contribute to the rankings and can only be used for resource exchange. More importantly, these points require the awarder to exchange their own resources, incurring a higher cost than directly gifting resources. For this reason, it's rare for any forbidden level expert to use this method. Even if they do, it's usually just a few dozen or a few hundred points. Giving the full 5,000, as you're suggesting, is almost unheard of. Large rewards may be tempting, but the risks involved cannot be overlooked. The examination rules are strict, and the examiners cannot access detailed information about the candidates. Even those considered formidable can only learn about their own junior's exam numbers by inquiring in advance. This means investors might unintentionally allocate resources to prodigies nurtured by rival factions. This doesn't just mean wasting your investment. More importantly, it could damage your reputation among your peers, the Frostlord explained with a frown. For instance, if you were to allocate 5,000 points to one of my juniors, it would only bring fame to my family while subjecting you to criticism for lacking talent within your own ranks. The Flame Throne, however, appeared confident. The top candidate this year certainly performed impressively, but to us, the so-called forbidden powerhouses, it's nothing extraordinary, he remarked with a hint of nonchalance. Every year, the exams produce astonishing newcomers, but how many of them ultimately rise to the ranks of forbidden powerhouses? Clearing the basic stages quickly and achieving outstanding results in the first stage's endless mode is indeed rare. But it's not irreplicable, the Flame Throne continued to analyze. As long as there's a high-damage talent paired with a high-endurance classer, the reverse similar results can be achieved. Not to mention professions like Beastmasters, Spirit Tamers, Cultivators, Summoners, and Necromancers, which can summon auxiliary units. With high-quality summons, they can accomplish the same. Moreover, he added meaningfully, who would believe that a rookie capable of such feats lacks the backing of a powerful faction? Seeing the Flame Throne's firm stance, the Frostlord reluctantly agreed. I hereby announce that the chief overseer of this year's provincial exams in Yunchuan, the 8th-tier professional Ling Xiuhe, also known as the Flame Throne, will grant an additional reward of 5,000 points to candidate number 36589. After completing the reward allocation, the Flame Throne gave the Frostlord a pointed look. Let me remind you, if your junior is truly important, you'd better extend some goodwill as well. The provincial top spots in this year's exams are likely out of reach for both our families. Regardless of this candidate's background, in this year's ranking competition, other candidates will need to tread carefully around them. Of course, he added with a touch of sarcasm, if you believe Tunglong University is irrelevant and prefer to nurture talent on your own, then forget I said anything. The Frostlord, who had been focused on the large screen, froze upon hearing this. His expression subtly shifted. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a grim expression. I hereby announce that for this year's college entrance examination in Yunchuan Province, the chief examiner, an 8th-tier professional Wanjiang, titled Frostlord, will award an additional 5,000 points to candidate number 36589. Furthermore, prepare the next stage of monsters immediately. Ensure the numbers are replenished before other candidates enter the endless mode. In the examination field, Chen Yu stood still, quietly waiting for new monsters to emerge from the portal. Behind him, the plant-like creatures stared intently at the portal, drooling uncontrollably, clearly eager to begin. Minutes passed, yet the portal remained inactive. Suddenly, a clear announcement echoed. Notice, candidate number 36589, due to insufficient monster numbers in the examination field, the first stage of endless mode has ended prematurely. Your remaining time has been converted into 5,000 college entrance exam points. So even the college entrance exam can have errors. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, upon reflection, receiving 5,000 points as compensation didn't seem too bad. Shortly after, another announcement followed. Candidate number 36589, the chief supervisor of the Yunchuan Province College entrance exam, 8th-tier professional Ling Xiuhe, titled Throne of Flames, awards you an additional 5,000 points. The system further clarified. Note, additional awards are a personal recognition of your outstanding performance during the exam by 8th-tier or higher examiners or supervisors. These bonus points can be combined with your exam points after the test, but will not count toward your base score for the second-round ranking competition. Chen Yu's score panel now displayed 10,000 points, with 5,000 labeled as bonus points. Looks like I've caught the attention of some powerful figures, Chen Yu thought to himself. Clearly, The chief supervisor of the exam was trying to show goodwill. This 5,000-point investment was likely an attempt to recruit him after the exam. As for whether there might be exploitation or oppression involved, Chen Yu smirked. Someone bold enough to fleece even abyssal demon lords wouldn't be intimidated by a forbidden-tier powerhouse. Worst-case scenario, head summon 6 little sprites and launch a counterattack with forbidden spells. However, not long after, yet another announcement echoed. Candidate number 36589, the chief examiner of the Yunchuan Province College entrance exam, 8th-tier professional Wang Jiang, titled Frostlord, awards you an additional 5,000 points. This left Chen Yu somewhat puzzled. If the two powerhouses had awarded differing amounts of points, it could be interpreted as a competition for his favor. But with both granting the same 5,000 points, were they leaving the decision entirely up to him? As he pondered, the system prompt sounded again. The first stage of endless mode has concluded. You now have a 30-minute rest period, or the option to proceed directly to the second stage of endless mode. Proceed directly to the second stage. Chen Yu decided without hesitation. The matter of the bonus points could wait. The exam was his priority for now. As the second stage began, 10 massive figures emerged from the portal one after another, each over 2 meters tall, with green skin, menacing tusks, and wielding heavy melee weapons. Orcs. Observing these humanoid monsters, Chen Yu immediately associated them with the classic designs from games in his previous life. These creatures are officially known as Northrend warriors, and Chen Yu recalled reading related accounts about them in ancient texts. Northrend, like goblins, belongs to the green-skinned race, but their combat abilities far surpass those of the latter. In terms of monster attribute growth, an average small creature gains about 2 points to its primary attributes with each level up, whereas Northrend achieves an astonishing increase of 2.5 to 3.5 points, vastly exceeding the goblin's meager 1 to 1.5 points. The previously deployed plant life had already feasted, consuming a total of 50,000 goblins. Chen Yu retracted these satiated plants into the supreme sacred soil and instead unleashed a new batch of epic-level plant life. This time, in addition to the usual thorn vine spirits, lily spirits, and carnivorous flower spirits, 2 imposing skirich vines joined the fray. These 2 skirich vines had been meticulously cultivated and had evolved to epic-level status. Each consisted of a massive vine over a meter thick and more than 100 meters long. They possessed 4 powerful abilities: regeneration, rooted, mighty force, and extension. In the rooted state, all attributes were enhanced. Mighty force significantly boosted their attack power, and extension allowed the vines to instantly stretch to 10 times their original length. Judging by their attributes and skills, the combat prowess of the skirich vines even surpassed that of the other 3 epic-level plant life forms. However, the formidable skirich vines had their shortcomings: they lacked intelligence. Without Chen Yu's guidance, they could only act on instinct, a clear disadvantage compared to humanoid plant life capable of basic reasoning. When the colossal skirich vines appeared, the 10 Northrend warriors froze momentarily before resuming their charge. But 2 enormous vines descended from above, crashing heavily into the orc formation. With a thunderous impact, the ground caved in, and the 10 warriors were instantly pulverized into dust. Chen Yu was quite pleased with the performance of the skirich vines. Although it felt like overkill, these 2 entities were undeniably effective tools for clearing large waves of enemies, far faster than the thorn vine spirits. With them standing guard, the other plant life forms hardly needed to act, as they could feast on the pulverized remains. This was a rare feast for the lily spirits, but less so for the carnivorous flower spirits, which couldn't even find an intact corpse to devour. The endless mode had entered its second phase, and the enemy spawn mechanism had clearly undergone a shift. After the first wave of monsters surged out of the portal like a tide, the spawning mechanism for the second wave became more systematic, strictly adhering to a rhythm of 1 wave every 30 seconds, with a maximum of 50 monsters per wave. Chen Yu quickly calculated the distribution of the monsters: 100 in the first 10 waves, 200 in waves 11-20, 300 in waves 21-30, 400 in waves 31-40, and a fixed 50 monsters per wave from waves 4-11-20. Over the course of an hour, there were 120 waves of monsters, totaling 5,000 Northrend warriors. Although these warriors awarded double the points of goblins, 1 point for every 5 warriors, their limited numbers meant a maximum yield of only 1,000 points. This is way too few, Chen Yu muttered, frowning as he calculated. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Notice to candidate 36589. Due to insufficient monster numbers in the examination arena, the spawning mechanism for the second stage of endless mode has been adjusted. You have been compensated with 5,000 bonus exam points. Upon completion of the second stage, you may choose to rest for 30 minutes or proceed directly to the third stage. Seeing his points increase to 16,000, Chen Yu decisively said, proceed directly. The third stage opponents were 10 massive brown bears, each over 5 meters tall. As one of the bears prepared to roar, it was instantly smashed by the enormous tendrils of the Mayun vine. The system notifications rang out in rapid succession. Level 50 Elite Rage Bear killed. Experience points 250. Experience automatically stored in the pool. This notification repeated 10 times, and just like that, the third stage abruptly ended. Chen Yu stared at the mere 200-point increase, 20 points per elite monster, struggling to believe it. What surprised him even more was the absence of any compensation. This time the 10 monsters were actually the entirety of the third stage. Next stage, Chen Yu said grimly, already expecting that the rewards for the upcoming levels would be far less lucrative than the earlier ones. Meanwhile, Su Miaoyue had also completed all the basic levels. The difficulty of the 30th level was considerable, so she chose to rest for half an hour before entering endless mode. From the portal emerged 10 goblin warriors. Su Miaoyue immediately unleashed her Qiushui sword technique to counter them. Her sword movements were graceful yet deadly, and in a flash of cold light, she dispatched all her enemies, clearing the field in just 20 seconds. The next 8 waves followed the same pattern, with her eliminating all enemies within 30 seconds each time. However, by the 11th wave, when 20 goblins appeared simultaneously, the speed of her Qiushui sword technique began to lag behind. By the time the 12th wave arrived, 4 goblins from the previous wave still remained on the battlefield. Su Miaoyue gritted her teeth and unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy. A flash of silver light cut through the air, and several goblins fell to the ground instantly. Without hesitation, she launched into the Qiushui sword technique, swiftly weaving through the horde of monsters and cutting them down one by one. Finally, she cleared the battlefield just before the 13th wave of monsters arrived. Faced with the new wave of 20 monsters, she opted for the most resource-efficient strategy. She refrained from using any other skills, relying solely on the Qiushui sword technique. Though this technique dealt incredible damage with minimal energy consumption, it demanded exceptional movement precision from the user. As for her other 4 skills, a burst mode ability, a passive skill that increased weapon damage, and 2 sword immortal class attack skills, a linear sword energy slash, and a crowd control skill called water severing flown one were practical in the current situation. As the battle dragged on, she adjusted her approach, shifting her focus from clearing the field to conserving stamina through evasive maneuvers. The number of goblin warriors on the battlefield grew rapidly, forming a dense wave of monsters. The increasing numbers significantly raised the difficulty of maintaining precise movement. A single misstep and getting surrounded could result in the premature end of her exam attempt. Similar scenes were unfolding in other examination arenas. Every candidate who qualified for the endless mode was an exceptional talent, yet even they could only skirt the edges of the monster swarms, occasionally using ranged skills to pick off enemies and gradually build up their exam scores. In stark contrast, Chen Yu's relentless and overwhelming performance stood out as truly extraordinary. At the National College Entrance Exam Command Center, 2 forbidden class powerhouses and numerous examiners and monitors collectively sighed in relief. If another shortage of monsters occurred, it would not only draw reprimands from the headquarters of the Tenglong Empire's education system, but also tarnish the reputations of the Frost Lord and the Flame Throne. When the exam entered its third phase, the mode shifted from survival to challenge. The portals no longer released waves of low-level monsters, but instead summoned a smaller number of elites. Though there was no time limit, candidates were required to eliminate all enemies to pass this phase. For ordinary candidates, this stage offered higher scores, but for Chen Yu, the rewards paled in comparison to the gains from the previous 2 phases. Against his twin Emo Yun vines, monsters below level 50 were utterly helpless. He quickly advanced to the 10th stage, where he faced the final boss, a level 60 ogre. This boss was remarkably powerful, capable of holding its own against the 2 epic tier Emo Yun vines. If it had faced the Thorn Vine demons instead, it might have been able to take on 5 at once. Seeing that the Mo Yun vines were struggling to bring down the boss, Chen Yu immediately mobilized all his plant-based creatures for an all-out assault. The concentrated firepower of hundreds of level 50 epic tier creatures was too much for even a level 60 boss to withstand. The Lily Flower Demon unleashed a toxic powder first, followed by the acid attacks of the carnivorous flower demons and the poisonous barbs of the thorn vine demons. The boss fell before it could retaliate, and even after its collapse, the relentless barrage of ranged attacks continued to rain down on its lifeless body. After a round of relentless attacks, the powerful and ferocious ogre boss was utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The system immediately began calculating Chen Yu's total score, completing all 30 levels in the basic mode, plus an impressive 18,500 points in the endless mode. As the system notification sounded, it informed him that his inventory would be unlocked upon exiting the dungeon, and all loot from the endless mode would be automatically stored. If there wasn't enough space, a temporary bag would be created. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Chen Yu's figure disappeared from the dungeon, reappearing in the bustling exam plaza. By now, a sizable crowd of examinees had gathered, animatedly discussing the challenges of the test. Ugh, I only made it to the 6th level. This exam was insanely hard. One student lamented with a distressed expression. Exactly. That human archer on the 8th level was so sneaky, hiding in the back and sniping at me. Took me out before I even saw it coming. Another agreed. That just shows your combat skills need work. As long as you're above level 10 and use the standard issue gear from the exam, getting to the 10th level isn't that hard. An experienced examinee analyzed. The first 10 levels are all about testing your combat adaptability. If you're not completely terrible, it's manageable. As they spoke, another flash of white light appeared, and a student with tattered equipment materialized in the plaza. Despite his disheveled appearance, his face radiated excitement as he threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I made it to level 25. Level 25. Level 25? That's incredible. The surrounding students looked at him with envy. One of them remarked, I heard the cutoff for Jufeng University last year was level 23, right? Yeah, my cousin got into Jufeng University last year with 23 levels. Another chimed in. Based on the usual standards, getting to level 25 guarantees admission. That's a top-tier university. Graduates can easily become second-tier professionals and land positions in major guilds or companies. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Someone sighed with resignation. Since the time taken to clear levels and rest periods varied among the examinees, most had already completed the test by now, while the remaining ones were either tackling the final levels or pushing through the endless mode. A few minutes later, exam staff arrived to guide the students away. Those with outstanding performances were invited to the dorms to rest and await the announcement of final rankings the next day. The top 1,000 from the first round would qualify for the ranking tournament, while those with unsatisfactory results were free to leave. Chen Yu followed the staff to the dormitory area, which consisted of several adjacent hotel-style buildings. His assigned room was on the top floor of the first building, where only 10 rooms were located. Each door was marked with the examinee's number and name. His suite spanned over 200 square meters, fully equipped with luxurious amenities, including a balcony and an outdoor swimming pool. Clearly, this level of premium treatment was reserved for the highest-performing candidates. Not long after, the service staff delivered an exquisite meal to his room. After dinner, Chen Yu leaned back on the sofa to rest. Behind him stood a lily spirit, quietly exuding a delicate fragrance. As the night deepened, the clock on the wall pointed to 10, and a sudden knock on the door broke the room's tranquility. Chen Yu got up to open the door, greeted by two visitors with distinctly different temperaments. Hello, Chen Yu. I'm Ling Xiuhe, said the woman in a black robe with a smile. Her features were refined but carried a hint of sharpness, exuding an air of confidence. Hello, I'm Wan Jiang, added the middle-aged man in blue beside her, his expression serious yet dignified. Hearing their names instantly triggered Chen Yu's memory. They were the two formidable examiners who had awarded him points during the examination. He had expected someone to summon him, but he never imagined these prominent figures would visit him in person. Chief Examiner, Chief Inspector. Chen Yu greeted them respectfully. No need for formalities, Ling Xiuhe said with a wave of her hand and a smile. Wan Jiang and I are here in a personal capacity to meet a young talent of the Tunglong Empire. Behind the two powerful figures stood two younger individuals. One was a boy with a gloomy demeanor, his head lowered, while the other was a lively-eyed girl. Aluo, come here. Wan Jiang called the girl forward. This is my younger relative, also a candidate in this year's exams. Hello, great one. The girl, Lin Aluo, beamed brightly. I'm Lin Aluo. I'm a cultivator too, but I'm a beast tamer. She enthusiastically extended her right hand. Chen Yu politely shook her hand. Meanwhile, Ling Xiuhe nudged the timid boy beside her forward, bringing him face-to-face with Chen Yu. This is my younger relative, Ling Fideo, also a candidate this year. Hello, Chan, the boy stammered, his voice trembling slightly as he extended his hand, clearly struggling with social anxiety. Once the four were seated, Chen Yu served tea. Although the two powerful figures praised him effusively during their conversation, they made no mention of the point's reward or the purpose of their visit. Through their subtle hints during the exchange, Chen Yu quickly understood they hoped he would look out for their younger relatives in the second round of the exams. Such a request was, of course, left unspoken. Chen Yu responded with equally subtle assurances, indicating he would help within reasonable limits. Satisfied with his answer, the two powerful figures exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing with their young relatives. For Chen Yu, keeping an eye on Lin Ailuo and Ling Fideo was a trivial task. When the time came, he could simply assign a plant-based life form to assist them, ensuring they achieved decent results. A small effort to gain favor from two taboo-level powerhouses, why not? In the accommodations area for the college entrance exam in the central capital of the Tunglong Empire, 5 teenagers gathered in a spacious room. At the center of the room, a refined young man, Li Hao, was carefully handling a set of intricate tea utensils. Every movement he made exuded elegance. Before long, a pot of clear, fragrant tea was poured into 5 teacups. Come on, have some tea. Li Hao pushed the cups to 5 spots on the tea table, his face adorned with a gentle smile. By the window, a girl dressed in light clothing was holding a beer can and smoking a cigarette. She curled her lips disdainfully and said, "Tea, I say. Li Hao, are you an old man already? Why are you acting like those old geezers, drinking tea?" "Actually, I quite enjoy tea too. It has nothing to do with age." Yuan Xiao, a girl with a bun hairstyle sitting on the sofa, picked up a teacup and took a sip. A look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. "I have to admit, Li Ritian might not be good at much else, but his tea-making skills are pretty impressive. Yuan Xiao, can you call me by my proper name?" Li Hao's face immediately darkened. "Hee, sorry. Nope." Yuan Xiao giggled as she poured herself another cup of tea. Leaning against the doorframe, a young man in traditional attire, Lu Huang, spoke with a serious expression. "Everyone, let's settle down. I have a proposal regarding tomorrow's ranking competition for the college entrance exam." The scholarly girl with glasses and braided pigtails took over the conversation. "Lu Huang, you're suggesting that we form an alliance, and with us at the center, we recruit and divide other strong talents from different regions to maximize our benefits in the exam, right?" During the ensuing discussion, Yuan Xiao mentioned a big shot from the Yunchuan province, catching everyone's attention. It was said that this candidate was extraordinarily powerful, receiving the highest level rewards from both the Flame Throne and the Frost Lord. The rebellious girl scoffed at the alliance idea, tossing out the line, "Predators hunt alone. Sheep flock together," before walking out of the room. The remaining four reached a consensus to form an alliance, but the specifics of their plan would be discussed after entering the simulation. Finally, as Li Hao got up to leave, Yuan Xiao quickly finished her tea and chased after him. "Hey, where are you running off to? Wait for me." The next morning, at the Gaokao examination site in Jufeng City, Yunchuan Province, sunlight streamed over the dense crowd gathered outside the examination center. The first round of the Gaokao had concluded the previous day, and today marked the pivotal moment when the results would be announced. Within the onlooking crowd, numerous headhunters from small to mid-sized organizations discreetly observed each student emerging from the exam hall. The rules were straightforward. The top 1,000 candidates would advance to the second round, while the rest would be eliminated. Those who managed to remain in contention until the second day were undoubtedly exceptional talents, likely ranking near the top 1,000. These individuals had the potential to gain admission to prestigious universities. For the headhunters, this group represented the most desirable prospects graduates who could achieve a second-tier breakthrough upon entering the workforce, with the potential to advance to third and fourth tiers in the future. They were ideal candidates to become the backbone of any small to mid-sized organization. At precisely 8 a.m., the massive display screen in front of the exam center lit up. The rankings began to scroll down like a cascading waterfall, revealing one name after another. All eyes instinctively focused on the most prominent spot at the very top of the list. Rank 1. Candidate name: Chen Yu. Exam number: 36589. Hometown: Jiangyang City, Yunchuan Province. Exam results: basic levels cleared, 30. Endless mode score: 18,500 points. Bonus points: 10,000 Flame Throne, 5,000 Frost Lord, 5,000. The announcement of these results sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. This top scorer is something else. Scoring 1,850 points in endless mode is insane. Open your eyes and look again. That's 18,500 points. 18,500? My god, this guy's a monster. No way. He must have cheated. Cheat? Are you kidding? This is the Gaokao we're talking about. Do you think this is still the old era? Cheating in the Gaokao during the era of descent is impossible. An older, seemingly knowledgeable spectator chimed in. Don't be too shocked, everyone. While 18,500 points is remarkable, it's not the highest score in the history of the Gaokao in the Tenglong Empire. The record is 73,600 points, set by the now 9th-tier arcane master Luo Tianqing. However, the rules for endless mode were different back then and actually more challenging. Under the current rules, the highest score is 32,600 points, achieved by the current forbidden stronghold wielder, the Frost Throne. Your explanation was fine until now, but the more you elaborate, the more exaggerated it sounds. Are you seriously comparing this to a forbidden power? Believe it or not, Chen Yu has indeed caught the attention of the forbidden powers. Both of the forbidden powers overseeing the college entrance exams awarded him the highest honors. The online discussion was heating up. Does that mean this year's top scorer has the potential to become a forbidden power? Becoming a forbidden power might be a stretch, but reaching the 7th tier is definitely within reach. Even the second-place scorer this year is impressive, over 1,600 points. Wait, they're from Jiangyang City too? Where exactly is Jiangyang City? I've never heard of it. I know Jiangyang City, it's just a small town. But somehow, in recent years, it's been producing remarkable talents. Look, even the 7th-place scorer, Li Wei, is from Jiangyang City. Wasn't last year's top scorer also from there? My son's taking the college entrance exams next year. Should I send him to Jiangyang City to soak up some of that good fortune? Maybe he'll come back with a top score too. Go to bed early. In your dreams, your son might bring back a top score for you. Meanwhile, in Jiangyang City, inside the principal's office of Jiangyang High School, Jiang Tianming was glued to the live broadcast of the exam results. When Chen Yu's name appeared at the very top of the rankings, his heart pounded wildly. Once he confirmed it was indeed his student, he could barely contain his excitement, itching to rush out and announce the news with the biggest banner he could find. 2 consecutive provincial top scorers from his school. This was an unparalleled honor for an educator in a small city. 18,500 points? Plus 10,000 points awarded by 2 forbidden powers combined. Jiang Tianming was so stunned by the score that his eyes nearly popped out. Just then, the phone rang. It was the principal of the city's second high school, his tone dripping with envy and admiration. Old Jiang, congratulations. Another top scorer from your school, and this one's even more extraordinary than the last. Jiang Tianming paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Thank you, thank you. Chen Yu is from Jiangyang City, and he's really brought glory to our hometown this time. At the same time, in the Nine Peak City exam venue, the excitement of the first round of results had little effect on the top 1,000 candidates. They were about to embark on the even more grueling second round ranking competition. The candidates would be transported into a massive simulation, where they could freely explore and earn points. This stage tested not only individual combat ability but also intelligence, emotional intelligence, social skills, family background, and even sheer luck. On the plaza, the 1,000 candidates stood in neat rows. On the raised platform, the exam team, led by 2 forbidden powers, stood with solemn expressions. The Frost Lord stepped forward. Candidates, aside from the prohibition on bringing consumables from the outside, there are no rules in this ranking competition. Your mission is to do whatever it takes to earn as many points as possible. From the moment you enter the simulation, the exam begins. Do you understand me? Answer yes or no. Yes. The resounding response shook the air. Then, on behalf of Yunchuan Province, I wish all of you success in securing your place on the honor roll. May you reach for the stars. Open the portal. At the command of the Frost Lord, a faint blue portal gradually formed in the center of the square. The candidates maintained an orderly line, stepping into the portal one by one. The moment Chen Yu stepped into the portal, the scene before him shifted abruptly. He found himself standing on a cobblestone street, flanked by classic medieval Western-style buildings. Gothic structures with pointed spires lined the street, and pedestrians in robes and leather armor complemented the city's ancient charm. Suddenly, it was as though the entire world had been frozen in time. All colors drained into shades of gray, and time itself seemed to halt. In front of Chen Yu, a line of golden text slowly appeared, introducing the context of the examination. The story unfolded, Tunglong Era 8020 College Entrance Exam Ranking Trial, The Dragon and the Princess. It described how, a year ago, an unknown dragon had attacked the kingdom of Heratic, abducting Princess Delia, the kingdom's heir, and occupying 7 major cities. The king of Heratic was now preparing for war, vowing to slay the dragon and reclaim both his land and his daughter. The trial's mechanics were then revealed. Monsters no longer granted experience points, but instead awarded college entrance exam points directly. Each candidate received a book of emblems, which allowed them to gain attributes and skill enhancements by placing emblems within its pages. The book initially had only 1 page, but could be expanded by defeating monsters and completing tasks. Candidates would participate as adventurers of the kingdom. Notably, candidates were allowed to attack one another. However, killing another candidate would not yield points and would instead result in the victim's elimination, with their accumulated points halved. The examination lasted 7 days, with a final mission announced before its conclusion. The outcome of this mission would determine the final scoring phase. The golden text was soon consumed by black flames, disintegrating into sparks that vanished into the air. The world regained its colors and vitality, and time resumed its flow. A system prompt followed, informing Chen Yu that he had obtained the special equipment, book of emblems, and 10 basic blank emblems. Opening his inventory, Chen Yu saw a pristine white book labeled as epic quality, with its current usable pages displayed as 10 out of 100. The blank emblems could be used as currency or handed to an emblem craftsman for enchantment, transforming them into emblems with specific attribute or skill bonuses. Looking around, Chen Yu entered a nearby emblem shop. The shopkeeper, a white man with a ruddy, bulbous nose and a thick beard, greeted him enthusiastically. Hey there, my friend. New adventurer, huh? Come take a look, I've got plenty of emblems that'll be perfect for you. Behind the counter, various enchanted emblems were displayed, including ones that added 10 to strength or 10 to agility, marked as basic quality. How much is this one? Chen Yu asked, pointing to the 10 strength emblem. This is a fine power emblem, and it can be yours for just 50 blank emblems. The bearded shopkeeper rubbed his hands together enthusiastically, a sly glint momentarily flashing across his seemingly honest face. Boss, I don't have that many blank emblems on me right now, Chen Yu said frankly. So, where can I get more blank emblems? The shopkeeper's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. You can take on quests at the Adventurers Guild. Completing them will earn you rewards. Also, monsters outside the city sometimes carry blank emblems. Defeating them might make them drop one. Chen Yu nodded in understanding. Clearly, in this dungeon, blank emblems were equivalent to gold coins in the outside world, serving as universal currency. Oh, my dear friend. The bearded shopkeeper suddenly perked up again. How many blank emblems do you have on you right now? I've got some great items to recommend. Chen Yu placed all 10 of his blank emblems on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up immediately as he pulled out a half-meter-wide map from beneath the counter. 10 is perfect. This is the Hieratic Kingdom's Grand Map, an essential for any beginner adventurer. After completing the transaction, the shopkeeper took out another emblem and showed it to Chen Yu. This teleportation emblem is another must-have for adventurers. It's only 500 blank emblems. It can record 2 teleportation points and allows instant travel, though it requires a 10-second channeling time and can't be used in combat. Noticing the longing expression on Chen Yu's face, the shopkeeper quickly added, I can offer it to you on credit. Just sign a debt contract, and this teleportation emblem is yours. Credit? Aren't you worried I might leave the city and run off without paying? Chen Yu asked with a smile. The shopkeeper proudly explained the binding power of the contract and even boasted about his store security system. See that red button? It's a 1000 blank emblem alarm system. If I press it, the guards will arrive within 5 minutes. Chen Yu stepped forward, positioning himself between the shopkeeper and the button. But what if you don't get the chance to press it? As the shopkeeper's face turned wary, over a dozen thorny spirit creatures suddenly appeared around Chen Yu. One swiftly shut the shop door, while the others used countless vine-like whips to tightly restrain the shopkeeper. Chen Yu flashed a radiant smile. What I mean is this is a robbery. A few minutes later, Chen Yu walked out of the shop, efficiently locking the door behind him. His supreme sacred land was now filled with spoils of war. Dozens of enchanted crests glimmered faintly, while thousands of blank crests were neatly stacked. In addition, every item that could be moved from the shop, from valuable magical artifacts to ordinary knickknacks, had been swept into his collection without exception. Initially, he had planned to familiarize himself with the map before making any moves. However, since the bearded shopkeeper had clearly intended to take advantage of him, Chen Yu decided to strike first. Just then, a clear notification sounded in his ear. Candidate 36589, congratulations on achieving the milestone. Armed robbery. High exam points 500. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, chuckling inwardly. Earning high exam points for committing robbery? Are you serious? Still, it confirmed one thing. The methods of earning high exam points in this instance were far more diverse than he had anticipated, not limited to simply defeating monsters. Standing by the roadside, he unfolded the freshly acquired map of the Hieratic Kingdom. The map clearly outlined the kingdom's regions. 20 main cities scattered like stars across the land, with a towering royal city at its center. The opposing faction, the Dragon Forces, occupied 6 main cities and 1 Dragon City, arranged in a straight line like progressively challenging levels in a game. Reflecting on the ultimate mission scheduled for 7 days later and the faction-related hints given upon entering the instance, Chen Yu quickly realized something. Candidates were not restricted to serving the Hieratic Kingdom. Other factions were also viable choices. This realization made him glance at the bustling crowd around him, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. These people, they're all potential exam points for me. Stopping a passerby, he exchanged a blank crest for the location of the local Adventurers Guild. Before long, he stood before a grand, cathedral-like building spanning roughly 10 acres. Unlike the lively settings often described in traditional Western fantasy novels, this guild was devoid of adventurers feasting and laughing boisterously. Instead, the place was filled with cautious-looking teenagers. Clearly, most of these adventurers were fellow high exam candidates. Inside the guild hall, several enormous bulletin boards were densely covered with task notices. The missions ranged from gathering minerals and herbs to slaying monsters and escorting caravans. At the top of the boards, a few permanent, repeatable tasks were pinned. Although their rewards were lower than one-time missions, they remained available. Young adventurers crowded around the boards, constantly tearing off task slips and hurrying to the counter. It wasn't long before the bulletin boards were completely emptied. A few minutes later, staff members dressed as maids brought in new task notices to replenish the boards. Chen Yu, uninterested in these tasks, walked straight to the counter. I want to post a task. Of course, sir, the staff member behind the counter replied. If you'd like to accept a task, please present your task slip and adventurer's badge. If you haven't registered as an official adventurer yet, please present your emblem book and pay 10 blank emblems. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed bear-like woman behind the counter said routinely. Suddenly, she froze. You want to post a quest? Yes, I'd like to issue a search quest, Chen Yu replied calmly. He already had a plan in mind. This high-stakes ranking dungeon offered a great deal of freedom. First, he needed to locate Li Wei, Su Miaoyue, and the descendants of the two forbidden powerhouses. By enlisting the help of plant life to earn points, he could also establish an information network. While he wasn't keen on forming alliances, blindly fumbling through this dungeon wasn't a smart move. Sir, posting a quest also requires an adventurer badge, the blonde woman reminded him. Sign me up then. Chen Yu handed over the 10 blank emblems, along with his emblem book. Soon, he received a pentagram-shaped badge with the ID Yuan Chuan 32589. Next, Chen Yu carefully described the physical characteristics of the 4 individuals he was searching for. After diligently recording the details, the blonde woman said, the reward for each person will be 100 blank emblems, totaling 400 emblems, which must be paid in advance. The quest will be synchronized across all main cities' adventurers' guilds, but progress can only be tracked here in Boulder City. After paying the reward, Chen Yu set the Adventurers Guild as his teleportation point and began planning his next move. The map revealed that the closer one got to the Demon Dragon's territory, the higher the level of the monsters. He decided to head straight to the front lines to see if he could earn ranking points through mass monster kills. Spending 100 blank emblems, Chen Yu teleported to the front line's main city, Bastion City. The atmosphere here was starkly different from Boulder City. The streets were steeped in a sense of grim determination, with guards stationed every 5 steps and sentries every 10, exuding the tension of impending war. Not far from the city gates, Chen Yu spotted a massive military camp. Using his detective glasses, he observed that even the patrolling soldiers were above level 60, while the elite troops in training ranged from levels 80 to 90, including some elite and even boss-level units. Clearly, a large-scale battle against the Demon Dragon forces was brewing. Most candidates were only around level 20, and even with equipment, it was nearly impossible to bridge such a vast level gap. Chen Yu pondered. The answer might lie within the emblem book. At that moment, he recalled a question a friend had once asked him. If you discovered your 18-year-old daughter wasn't biologically yours, how would you react? The options were A. Furious, B. Overjoyed, C. Relieved, D. Indifferent, or E. Completely disinterested. He had chosen A at the time, only for his friend to call it the most twisted choice. He couldn't understand why wasn't it normal to choose anger? Option B seemed bizarre, C implied some hidden context, D suggested either saintly tolerance or deep love for the daughter, and E, while reasonable, came across as too detached. He was utterly baffled why was choosing anger seen as the most abnormal response? The Book of Emblems grows its pages through defeating monsters, a unique upgrade mechanism with immense potential. As the number of pages increases, the attribute boost provided by the emblem can reach astonishing levels. Currently, Chen Yu is using a basic emblem borrowed from a bearded shopkeeper, which can only offer a maximum of 50 points to a single attribute. As merchandise from a roadside shop, it is far from top-tier quality. Although Chen Yu has yet to encounter a truly advanced emblem, he firmly believes that emblems capable of granting hundreds of attribute points must exist. After all, this is the high school exam ranking dungeon candidates are not here just to play minor roles. Standing outside the Bastion City, Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings. The barren plains were sparsely covered with weeds, and fierce winds swept up clouds of dust, making the sky appear particularly murky. In the distance, haunting beastly howls echoed intermittently, sounding especially jarring in the desolate wilderness. Far off, black mountain ranges stretched endlessly, their peaks capped with dazzling white snow. Behind him, the Bastion City stood like a weathered frontier veteran, silently guarding this desolate land. Not long after leaving the military camp, scattered monsters began to appear within sight. Most were beast-type creatures. Among them, a giant wolf, standing over a meter tall at the shoulder, spotted Chen Yu and immediately let out a howl before charging towards him. Chen Yu swiftly cast his detection skill. Plains Direwolf, level 40 minion. Within seconds, the direwolf lunged at him. Thanks to his agility stat exceeding 3,000 points, Chen Yu easily dodged the attack, deliberately stepping back a few paces to avoid being splattered by its blood. Just as the direwolf prepared for a second strike, a figure with exaggerated curves suddenly appeared in front of it. Without hesitation, the direwolf shifted its target and leaped forward, only to collide midair with a massive carnivorous flower that had bloomed out of nowhere. Its petals snapped shut instantly, producing the sound of slicing and chewing. Chen Yu realized his earlier concerns were completely unnecessary with the gluttonous spirit accompanying him. Not even bones would be left behind, let alone bloodstains. You lot, clear the way for me. Let's move. Chen Yu summoned several spirits and sped off toward the Demon Dragon territory. Roughly 10 minutes later, 2 towering mountain ranges loomed ahead, with a narrow passage between them called the Wailing Canyon. This location marked the border between the Helladic Empire and the Demon Dragon's domain. At the canyon's entrance, hundreds of candidates had gathered, but Chen Yu had no intention of stopping. He pushed through the crowd and pressed forward. However, just as he stepped into the canyon mouth, a warrior class candidate abruptly blocked his path. Stop right there. A warrior blocked Chen Yu's path, a smug expression on his face. Didn't I make myself clear earlier? Howling Canyon is now under the control of our Huailong Guild. If you don't want to die, leave now and find another place to hunt monsters. Chen Yu paused, slightly taken aback. Huailong Guild? You can form guilds even in the college entrance exam dungeon? At that moment, another examinee quickly approached Chen Yu and whispered, the Huailong Guild wasn't formed in this dungeon. It's a major guild from Dongdu City, and their leader is said to be a 6th-tier powerhouse. The ones occupying Howling Canyon right now are a group of spoiled guild brats. They've gathered a bunch of lackeys under the guild's name and forcibly taken over this leveling spot. Brother, let's just endure it for now and avoid conflict. The examinee continued. Everyone in Barrier City knows this is the best place to grind. Once more people gather, we'll team up and take them down for sure. Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully. He quickly grasped the situation. The guild brats must have promised benefits to rally their underlings. Meanwhile, the other examinees were scattered, each with their own agenda, unwilling to be the first to take a risk. Unless their numbers far surpassed those of the Huailong Guild, reclaiming Howling Canyon would be impossible. But with the limited time of the college entrance exam, waiting would only cause the crowd to disperse further. Excuse me, let me through. I'm just passing by, not here to compete for monsters, Chen Yu said as he stepped forward. Passing by? The warrior examinee sneered. That's the funniest joke I've heard today. No one's getting into Howling Canyon. The other gatekeepers stepped forward as well. An assassin mocked. Passing by to where? The demon dragon's domain? The canyon is guarded by a level 50 boss, and the monsters are all level 50 as well. Tell me, how exactly are you planning to pass through? Whether you're passing by or passing through, a knight chimed in. If you want to enter Howling Canyon, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Examinees leave behind corpses after dying? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. Death in the dungeon isn't real death, so how would there be corpses? The gatekeepers hesitated for a moment, clearly unsure themselves, as none of them had ever witnessed an examinee's death firsthand. After a brief silence, the warrior snapped impatiently, who cares if there are corpses or not? The point is, you're not getting through unless we're dead. Boom. A sudden explosion echoed, and the warrior vanished in a flash of white light. Behind Chen Yu, a thorn spirit slowly withdrew its vine whip. As it turned out, examinees didn't leave behind corpses after death. Chen Yu's lips curled into a faint, sinister smile. So, unfortunately, I won't be stepping over your corpses after all. A planter? The faces of the gatekeeping candidates turned pale as they stared at their opponent, someone capable of manipulating plant life. Instinctively, they took a step back. They knew all too well that the plants capable of instantly defeating a warrior candidate could just as easily end their lives. I'll have you know, we're from the Huailong Guild. One of them shouted, trying to sound intimidating but betraying his fear. You killed our people. Not just in this dungeon. When you leave the high-stakes exam instance, our Huailong Guild will hunt you down. Their words were met not with a response, but with the crack of thorn-covered vines lashing through the air. Flashes of white light marked the end of these gatekeepers' journey in the ranking competition. Chen Yu was not someone who sought out conflict. He had refrained from acting earlier because this group of candidates occupying the Howling Canyon had no direct grievance with him. But since they insisted on blocking his path, he had no choice but to send them on their way. As for the so-called Huailong Guild, he found it laughable. Even if the guild's 6th-tier leader outside the dungeon learned of this, far from seeking revenge, they'd likely be bringing gifts to apologize. After all, the weight of 10,000 reward points was no joke. Even forbidden-ranked powerhouses would think twice before targeting him. Accompanied by a dozen spirit beasts, Chen Yu strode confidently into Howling Canyon. The candidates gathered outside fell silent, none daring to follow. Clearly, the reputation of the Huailong Guild still loomed large in their minds. Even with someone as powerful as Chen Yu leading the way, they were too afraid to act. This disorganized rabble was destined to amount to nothing. Inside the canyon, an eerie wind howled, and a chilling aura filled the air. Everywhere, skeletal figures moved, and pale, translucent ghosts floated ominously. Attack it! Chen Yu commanded one of his thorn spirits, pointing at a vengeful ghost. It was his first encounter with a spirit-type monster. According to the records, such creatures possessed unique spirit armor that could reduce physical damage by 70 to 100. The most powerful among them could even completely negate physical attacks, similar to the elemental forms of primordial spirits. The thorn spirit immediately lashed out with a vine whip. The whip passed through the ghost's ethereal body, striking the ground and sending dust flying. The ghost was split in two, but its health only dropped by a third. Within a second, the two halves reformed, letting out a piercing wail as it charged at the thorn spirit. The thorn spirit, possessing a degree of intelligence, grew enraged upon realizing it hadn't been able to instantly kill a creature of the same level. 10 thorny vines lashed out simultaneously, unleashing its level 10 relentless whipping skill. In a single second, dozens of strikes battered the ground, leaving cracks and craters in their wake. The vengeful ghost disintegrated into nothingness. Don't get so worked up. It's not worth it, Chen Yu said, gently patting the thorn spirit's head. As a level 50 legendary plant-based life form, the thorn spirit could annihilate a boss of its level with just a level 10 skill. A mere small fry like this ghost was no match at all. It turned out the ghostly creature's immunity to physical attacks was still not fully developed. To be on the safe side, Chen Yu summoned the primordial spirits. Xiao Guang and Xiao Miao sat quietly on his shoulders, while Xiaoan remained invisible, though unlikely to venture into the world's reverse side. Ho Tu floated cautiously in front of Chen Yu, gripping dual swords. Not far away, a minor commotion was unfolding. Xiao Feng darted through the air clutching a lollipop, with an irate Xiao Yin chasing close behind. Upon seeing this, Ho Tu softly scolded, "You two, stop fooling around. Can't you see the situation we're in? Get ready for battle." Xiao Feng abruptly halted at the words, glancing around in confusion. Unable to stop in time, Xiao Yin crashed into Xiao Feng's back, and the two small spirits tumbled together toward Chen Yu's chest. Smiling, Chen Yu separated them and handed Xiao Yin another piece of candy to calm her down. Hugging her new treat, Xiao Yin excitedly surveyed the surroundings. "Wow, so many monsters. Master, are we going to fight? Master, do you need me to purify this filthy place for you?" Xiao Guang's sweet voice chimed in Chen Yu's ear. "Not for now," Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. "We've encountered some physically immune creatures, but they're not completely immune. The thorn spirit can handle them. I brought you all out to get some fresh air and just in case." The canyon's entrance was only about 10 meters wide, but as they progressed, the cliffs on either side gradually spread apart. A few hundred meters in, the width had expanded to over 200 meters. The canyon was densely packed with monster skeletons and ghosts scattered everywhere. Chen Yu couldn't help but shake his head, thinking how greedy the Huailong Guild was to want to claim such a vast area for themselves. To speed things up, Chen Yu summoned hundreds of plant-based creatures, which swept through the canyon like a massive razor. Every monster in their path was reduced to ashes. Kill notifications popped up incessantly as his college entrance exam points and experience in the Book of Emblems steadily increased. The plant creatures continuously delivered blank emblems they collected. So Chen Yu summoned a greedy spirit to transform into a giant carnivorous flower to temporarily store the items. Amusingly, when he glanced back, the area he had just cleared was already repopulating with monsters. No wonder this place was called a grinding paradise. After advancing several more kilometers, Chen Yu finally spotted signs of human activity. A group of 300 to 400 professionals had formed a circular formation and were systematically clearing the surrounding undead monsters. The army of plant-based life forms advanced with an unstoppable momentum, leaving absolute devastation in their wake. The grasslands they traversed were left barren. The professional combatants, arranged in a circular formation, quickly noticed this peculiar force. However, instead of attempting communication, they launched an immediate and ferocious assault. Arrows whistled through the air like a torrential rain, and a dazzling array of magical attacks intertwined in midair to form a lethal web of destruction. Yet, against the formidable level 50 epic plant creatures, these attacks were no more than a gentle breeze. The thorny vine demons in the front row swung their whips, weaving an impenetrable defensive barrier that effortlessly neutralized all the ranged attacks from the Huailong Guild's combatants. Chen Yu smirked coldly and waved his hand forward. In an instant, hundreds of epic thorny vine demons and dozens of legendary thorn spirits launched their counterattack. A storm of venomous spikes rained down like a deadly deluge. The defensive combatants on the outermost edge of the circle were the first to bear the brunt of the assault. Even the sturdiest shield warriors and knights were reduced to glowing white fragments under the relentless bombardment of toxic spikes. One by one, the inner circle fighters and martial artists fell, while those in the innermost layer mages, archers, and priests met an equally grim fate. In mere seconds, hundreds of candidate combatants had perished. Only a handful of shield warriors, their large shields raised, managed to survive by sheer luck, thanks to the sacrifice of their frontline comrades who bought them precious time. As the onslaught paused momentarily, 3 individuals stood up from behind the shield warriors, 2 men, and 1 woman raising their hands high in surrender. The man in the lead shouted, "Don't kill us. My grandfather is the vice president of the Huailong Guild in East City." "Your grandfather's the vice president? That's supposed to impress me? I thought your dad was the president himself." "Kill them," Chen Yu commanded with a sneer. Instantly, the thorn spirits lashed out, their vines whipping through the air. In moments, the remaining combatants were struck down, disappearing into specks of light. No loose ends were left behind once engaged in battle, no survivors were spared. After dealing with the Huailong Guild's second-generation candidates, Chen Yu continued leading his army forward. As the canyon narrowed, the density of monsters noticeably increased. Several kilometers later, two bosses blocked their path. A skeletal general towering over 5 meters tall, clad in tattered armor, and a wailing wraith, a humanoid shadow over 3 meters long. Each boss was surrounded by over a dozen level 50 elite monsters. Chen Yu wasted no time and ordered an attack. The pollen of lily flower demons, the poison spikes of thorny vine demons, and the acid of carnivorous flower monsters were unleashed simultaneously. With a single, overwhelming volley, the skeletal general shattered instantly into bone dust, dissipating into the canyon's eerie winds, taking the surrounding elite monsters with it. However, the wailing wraith remained unscathed, floating motionlessly in place, its health bar untouched. Completely immune to physical attacks? Chen Yu muttered in surprise. Just as he registered this realization, the wraith opened its mouth and let out a piercing, bone-chilling scream. The piercing wail echoed through the canyon, amplified 100-fold, like the sound of a blade scraping against glass. Chen Yu felt a wave of irritation and an instinctive urge to flee, but he quickly snapped out of this agitated state. A timely system notification appeared. He had been affected by the boss wailing wraith skill, falling into a state of fear. However, due to his powerful mental attributes, this debuff only lasted a brief 5 seconds. Even though it was just a single skill from the boss, Chen Yu's health bar sustained minor damage. Yet, almost simultaneously, faint green energy began to emanate from his body. The effect of the World Tree's breath of life activated instantly, restoring his health to full. Even outside the supreme sacred land, this formidable regeneration ability kept him invincible. Hutu, the time has come to prove your loyalty to your master, Chen Yu commanded, his expression serious. Hutu froze for a moment before drawing her golden long sword from her waist. With fervent determination, she responded, "Yes, master. I fight for you." Gripping the sword with both hands, she transformed into a golden streak of lightning, charging at the wailing wraith boss. In the blink of an eye, the 10-meter distance closed, and her sword pierced through the wraith's form. The boss dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke. System notifications appeared in rapid succession. 2 level 50 BOSSES Skeleton General and Wailing Wraith defeated, awarding 100 points of exam credits each. The two bosses dropped rare grade crests, one from the Skeleton General granting 200 strength, and the other from the Wailing Wraith boosting 200 mental attributes. Additionally, over a dozen elite monsters contributed common grade crests with attributes ranging from 20 to 50, which were gathered and handed to Chen Yu by a thorn spirit using its vine whip. Chen Yu retrieved his crest book and flipped through the collection he had amassed in the Howling Canyon. With the addition of the 2 new boss pages, the book now held 16 pages in total, signifying that he had slain over 12,000 monsters. Carefully selecting the crests with the highest attributes, he placed them into the book while contemplating the progress of other examinees. In 7 days, capable candidates should be able to achieve about 10 pages, assembling a full set of rare-grade crests without much difficulty. A few thousand such candidates could form a force to be reckoned with. Emerging from the Howling Canyon, the view ahead was a stark contrast. Unlike the endless yellow sands on the other side, the territory of the demon dragon was lush and vibrant, with verdant grass covering the ground, a surprising sight for a land under the rule of dark creatures, where desolation and decay were usually the norm. This region also featured multiple monster zones, each guarded by a boss, with all monsters above level 50. These areas were likely reserved for the strongest candidates to explore in the later stages of the exam. However, Chen Yu had no intention of lingering here. Following the route indicated on the map, he proceeded directly toward the first city under the demon dragon's dominion. In Jiangyang City, within a residential building on the outskirts of town, a young girl dressed in a light blue chiffon dress paired with a pale yellow short-sleeved knit cardigan lounged lazily on the sofa. Her legs were crossed, and her snow-white arms were folded across her chest. Her serene, ocean-like eyes were fixed on the television mounted on the wall. The TV was broadcasting the latest updates on the first round of the National College Entrance Exam rankings. At the bottom of the screen, a program preview read, 7 p.m., 8020 Tenglong Empire College Entrance Exam Ranking Competition Live. The rankings scrolled rapidly, but the top 10 names remained firmly at the top of the list. 18,500 points? 2 Forbidden Powerhouse's highest honors. The girl's lips curved into a faint smile as she reached for a photo frame on the coffee table. In the picture, she was playfully wrapping her arms around a boy's neck, her chin resting on his head while he wore a resigned expression. Ranking competition? Huh? Ill aim for the national top scorer and bring glory to the family. Suddenly, her smile froze, and her gaze shifted toward the door. The next moment, a loud bang echoed as a crimson, claw-like hand punched through the door lock from the outside. With a creak, the now unlocked door was pulled open, and a middle-aged man in a black robe with a sinister expression stormed in. The girl's expression turned cold as she stood up, blocking the entrance. You just broke my door. Betrayer. I found you. The man grinned maniacally. You betrayed the church, the faith, and my God. As the archbishop personally chosen by my God, your betrayal demands the harshest punishment. As the executor of the Rift Church, I will tear your body apart piece by piece. You broke my door, the girl repeated, her tone icy. I'm very angry now. Face judgment. The man lunged forward, his hands glowing with a dark, blood-red light as his claws aimed directly at her heart. And that means serious consequences. The girl's eyes instantly turned a pure, radiant silver. In the space around her, countless eyes of varying sizes appeared, ranging from the size of a basketball to that of a lychee. Each silver iris was flanked by pure white wings. Golden beams of light shot out from the eyes, forming chains that suspended the man midair, immobilizing him. This is the power of heaven. The man's eyes bulged in disbelief as he screamed hoarsely. No, no, how is this possible? You've received my God's blessing and undergone the baptism of the abyss. How can you wield the power of heaven? Why are angels following you? The girl walked slowly toward him, her voice calm. Heaven? Abyss? Power is nothing more than a tool. The young girl shook her head at the middle-aged man and stretched out her right hand. In an instant, her palm began to glow with the same crimson light as the man's. Under the surge of abyssal power, her once smooth skin turned a blood-red hue, and her nails grew rapidly to 2 inches, gleaming with a chilling sharpness. Why can't you people understand? She sneered. Chasing power is one thing, but forgetting whether you're human or a ghost. Faith? The church? Demonic gods? They're nothing more than high-level monsters, walking experience points, and treasure chests. And yet, you actually worship them as deities? Before her words fully settled, her hand shot forward like lightning, piercing the man's chest with the ease of slicing through tofu. With a swift pull, she yanked out a still-beating heart. The middle-aged man coughed up blood, the light in his eyes fading, his face frozen in an expression of disbelief. Look, the girl said coldly, holding the pulsating heart in front of him. Your heart is red too. As a practitioner with limitless potential, you chose to kneel before a glorified monster? I joined you once, but I never understood why. With a casual toss, she flung the heart behind her. The largest eyeball behind her suddenly split open, revealing a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth, which devoured the heart in one bite. Consider it a reward, she said indifferently, pointing at the man's corpse. Eat it clean, every drop of blood. Fail, and you'll be next on the menu. As she spoke, she grabbed the white wing of a smaller eyeball with her left hand. With her right claw, she pinched and severed the other wing effortlessly. The eyeball squirmed violently in her slender grasp but couldn't break free. She chuckled softly, bringing the eyeball to her lips. Biting down at the base of the remaining wing, she ripped it off and discarded it. With a squelch, the eyeball burst in her mouth. Angels, she murmured, savoring the taste, so delicious. She licked the corner of her lips with satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over the other floating eyeballs. The moment her eyes met theirs, they trembled in fear, quickly shutting themselves and vanishing, leaving only the largest one quivering as it continued to consume the corpse. Unbelievable, the girl sighed, turning her gaze toward the broken door. I rarely come back, and this is what happens. I just wanted to see my little brother shining on TV, but now I didn't get to see him, and the door's ruined. She stepped over to the sofa, pulling out a beautifully wrapped gift box and placing it in front of a framed photo. With 2 fingers, she gently tapped the forehead of the boy in the picture. Go for it, little brother. Finally, she turned to the large eyeball, her voice icy. You. Keep an eye on everything and wait for my brother to come back. The scene shifts to the high school examination venue in Jufeng City, Yunchuan Province. Inside the command center, 2 powerful individuals alongside several chief examiners and inspectors sit upright, their attention fixed on the large screen in front of them. The screen displays live footage from the ranking competition segment of the national exam. Unlike the first round of exams, which is not disclosed to the public, the second round is a nationally televised event designed to showcase the strength of the new generation in the Tunglong Empire. Initially, this broadcast had a special purposito: use the fame of gifted candidates to lure out hidden hostile forces and eliminate them in one sweep. However, over time, the effectiveness of this strategy has diminished, and it is now rare for adversarial groups to recklessly target the rising stars of the empire. The broadcast employs a broad perspective, avoiding a focus on any particular candidate. At this moment, the camera is aimed at a city with an architecture reminiscent of the Western medieval period, the view panning slowly in sync with the narrator's voice. Earlier, we provided an overview of the map for this year's ranking competition and gave a detailed introduction to the factions on the map. Now, let's turn our attention to the boundary between the 2 factions, the Howling Canyon. the commentator's voice rings out clearly. This location is not only the anticipated site for the final showdown between the two factions later in the simulation, but also a prime stage for candidates to demonstrate their abilities. According to official information, it serves as a hotspot for monster farming in the early stages of the simulation. As we can see, some candidates have already made their way into the canyon to start farming. It seems the number of monsters in the canyon isn't very high. Perhaps the main group has already cleared out a wave earlier. In Kyoto, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room for the National College Entrance Exam rankings was slightly tense. The renowned industry hosts, Shorin Bushixu and Xiao Tuanzi, sat behind the host desk. Although the two had co-hosted numerous large-scale programs before, the pressure of covering this high-stakes event, which garnered nationwide and even international attention, left them feeling understandably anxious. As the broadcast began, the initial footage was as uneventful as expected. The candidates were busy gathering information and exploring dungeons, leaving little room for thrilling visuals. Following their original plan, the team directed the cameras toward the Howling Canyona monster dense area ideal for showcasing the candidates' skills. However, the scene that unfolded left the two hosts momentarily stunned. Although the canyon was crowded with people, there was an almost complete absence of monsters. For the average viewer, this might not have seemed out of the ordinary, but for the seasoned hosts, it was undeniably a live broadcast mishap. Without intense battle sequences, their first plan to engage the audience had fallen flat. While Shorin Bushixu improvised on camera, Xiao Tuanzi quickly turned to the nearby examiners and asked, "What's going on? Isn't Howling Canyon supposed to be the go-to spot for grinding early on?" The examiners exchanged confused glances, equally puzzled. According to the information widely available at the Adventurers Guild, Howling Canyon should have been teeming with level 50 undead monsters. These creatures, while fragile and low damage, were plentiful and respawned quickly, making them ideal for thousands of candidates to level up. Yet now, the canyon seemed completely stripped clean. If not for future respawns, there wouldn't be a single monster in sight. Could it be that the top-ranked geniuses from various provinces teamed up and cleared the area? One examiner speculated, only to dismiss the idea moments later. Impossible. The top candidates from each province wouldn't all start in the same main city, let alone form a team this quickly. This isn't the time to debate theories, Xiao Tuanzi interjected urgently. Where else can we find some exciting footage? What about the Windhowl Mountains? The density of monsters there rivals that of Howling Canyon, one examiner suggested. Not a chance, another examiner immediately countered. The information about Windhowl Mountains is only accessible through specific quests. There's no way anyone would be there this early. With no time to deliberate further, Xiao Tuanzi hurried back to the host desk. In moments like this, the host's ability to think on their feet was critical. Whether through humor, banter, or casual conversation, they had to keep the audience engaged. Although Shorin Bushixu was doing his best to maintain the energy, it was clear he needed his co-host's support. Meanwhile, the director frantically switched between different areas, trying to find a more captivating scene. After numerous cuts, the camera finally settled on a striking and attention-grabbing moment. In the live stream, more than a dozen candidates were seen attacking a towering ogre boss, over 5 meters tall and grotesquely bulky. Orc Doesn't Wash Hands quickly took notice of the scene and naturally wrapped up his conversation with little Tuanzi before explaining, "As you can see, this well-rounded team of candidates is taking on a level 40 boss. The team comprises 2 mages, 3 archers, 2 support players, 2 healers, a shield warrior, and a knight acting as tanks. The most impressive ones are the 2 martial artists," little Tuanzi chimed in. "Their fluid movements and positioning around the boss are both mesmerizing and highly effective in dealing damage." "Orc, these 2 seem familiar. Do you know who they are?" Orc Doesn't Wash Hands smiled knowingly. "Of course, I did my homework." The male martial artist, Li Hao, ranked 3rd in the Kyoto Exam Center, scoring an impressive 1480 points in the first round. The female martial artist, Yuan Xiao, is the top scorer in Kyoto, astonishing everyone with 2,360 points in the first round. Although both are martial artists, their styles are vastly different. Li Hao is all about raw power. His Xingyi fist technique is absolutely dominating so much, so that even this massive boss quivers under his iron fists. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiao takes a more flexible approach, little Tuanzi added. Her moves are graceful and unpredictable, leaving her opponents guessing her next step. As they spoke, the screen showed Li Hao leaping into the air, delivering a thunderous punch to the ogre's chest. Simultaneously, Yuan Xiao maneuvered behind the boss and delivered a powerful sweeping kick to its legs. Their seamless coordination brought the boss crashing to the ground, giving the rest of the team the perfect opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. What an incredible display of teamwork! Orc Doesn't Wash Hands exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in excitement. Li Hao capitalized on the boss's post-attack vulnerability, while Yuan Xiao perfectly targeted its lower body. The shield warrior and knight immediately pinned it down. The support players buffed the team, and the backline unleashed a relentless offensive. Although the boss struggled to rise, Li Hao and Yuan Zhao's precise attacks kept hitting its weak points, leaving it powerless to retaliate. Under the team's concentrated assault, the boss's health bar quickly dwindled to nothing. This is the strength of the new generation of geniuses in the Tunglong Empire. Orc Doesn't He Wash Hands declared passionately. They are not fragile flowers raised in greenhouses, but the backbone of the Empire's future, the rising sun of our nation. His eyes flicked to the live stream stats, noticing a massive spike in viewer engagement during the boss fight. He exchanged a knowing smile with little Tuanzi. Meanwhile, in the examination field, Chen Yu had already crossed 3 map zones, arriving at the first main city under the control of the dragon forces. Superficially, the city looked no different from the main cities of the Hellratic Kingdom, with its walls and station troops appearing entirely human. Suddenly, the gates swung open, and a general clad in heavy armor and a crimson cape led 1,000 cavalrymen charging toward him. Chen Yu quickly cast an identification spell. City Guardian of Yuan Pass, Iskandar, level 80 bronze boss. Elite Cavalry of Yuan Pass, level 70 elite units. Iskandar reined in his horse before Chen Yu, his booming voice resonating. Adventurer of Hellratic, to appear here alone you are strong. Thank you for the compliment. You're not bad yourself, Chen Yu replied politely with a smile. Iskandar paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. He dismounted, drawing the massive sword strapped to his steed. I yearn to cross swords with the strong and to duel with the brave. Draw your weapon, and let us have a battle to remember. A battle? Chen Yu shook his head. I won't fight you, that would be too dull. Why not? Iskandar's face darkened with anger. Do you think I'm unworthy? Or is it the soldiers behind me that intimidate you? If that's the case, I can have them stand down. That's unnecessary. That's not what I meant, Chen Yu replied, raising a hand to summon an army of humanoid plant creatures. 2 massive, 100-meter-long vine-like yun tendrils unfurled beside him. What you desire is a fight. But what I seek, he paused, his gaze sharp as steel, is war. The sudden emergence of a large number of plant creatures left the boss momentarily stunned. Chen Yu quickly retreated a few steps, stepping into the protective circle formed by the plant creatures, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. This is the modern era who still plays by the rules of single combat before a battle? As a cultivator, he understood well that his strength lay in group warfare, not unknown duels. Annihilate them. At Chen Yu's command, the plant creatures surged forward like a tidal wave, heading straight for the elite heavy cavalry. At first glance, the sight of these delicate-looking girls charging at fully armored knights seemed almost absurd, as if they were throwing themselves into their arms. But the moment they clashed, the girls bared their menacing fangs, transforming into ferocious beasts among sheep. Massive carnivorous flowers bloomed explosively, their gaping maws snapping shut over the heavy cavalry. Thick vine whips, as sturdy as wrists, lashed through the air, each strike reducing a knight into pulp. Though these epicter plant creatures were slightly inferior to a boss of the same tier, they still held an overwhelming advantage against level 70 elite monsters. Iskandar, the defender of Yuanguan town, was horrified by the scene. Raising his greatsword high, he roared orders for his soldiers to mount a defensive counterattack. At that moment, both a voracious spirit and a thorn spirit simultaneously locked onto him as their target. The voracious spirit launched the first strike. 3 flower stalks extended from her back, each tipped with a savage carnivorous bloom that lunged at the boss to bite. Yet, this usually reliable skill failed against the bronze tier boss. With one swing of his sword, Iskandar cleaved all 3 flowers in half. Immediately afterward, 20 vine whips, writhing like serpents, struck with relentless precision, unleashing the level 10 skill merciless lash. The sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly as Iskandar parried with his sword, even managing to counterattack and sever a few vines. However, amidst the relentless onslaught, one vine found an opening, landing a heavy blow on his shoulder armor. With a resounding thud, the metal dented inward, and the boss's health bar dropped by roughly 1. Die! The enraged boss roared, charging at the thorn spirit and swinging his massive sword to unleash a crescent-shaped wave of gray energy. The energy arc sliced through the thorn spirit and several epicter thorn vine creatures behind her, cutting them in half at the waist. Their upper bodies fell to the ground, quickly withering into piles of yellow-brown vines. But their lower halves remained intact, with fresh sprouts already beginning to grow from the severed ends. This scene vividly showcased the power of an 80-level bronze-tier boss. Although legendary-tier plants had attributes comparable to a bronze-tier boss, the 30-level gap created an insurmountable disparity in stats, not to mention the additional advantages from class bonuses. For an ordinary combatant, this strike would have been fatal. Fortunately, the survival capabilities of plant creatures were remarkably tenacious. Losing a leg was far from enough to take them down. Witnessing this resilience, the boss resolved to completely eradicate the thorn spirit, charging at her once more. However, Chen Yu smirked to himself. I won't let you have your way. Go, face him. Chen Yu commanded the abyssal thorn spirit beside him. Yes, master. The abyssal thorn spirit responded mechanically before charging toward the boss. Chen Yu strolled forward unhurriedly, retrieving a few half-wilted plant creatures into the supreme sacred soil, then turned his attention to the battle. The abyssal thorn spirit's strength was formidable, with its power, agility, and constitution all reaching 6,000 points, double that of a regular thorn spirit and on par with the boss, Iskandar. However, the difference in combat experience was glaringly obvious. Within just a few exchanges, the abyssal thorn spirit had been struck multiple times by the boss's skills, losing a third of its health. In contrast, the boss had only taken less than a tenth of its health and damage. This was a common weakness among his plant creatures' lack of combat experience. Most cultivators would opt for immersive micromanagement, taking control of every move as if they were in the fight themselves. But Chen Yu took a different approach. To foster the autonomous combat abilities of his plant creatures, he refrained from intervening too much. After all, every plant creature under his command could evolve to at least legendary grade, possessing considerable intelligence. Combat experience could be accumulated over time. Master, let me burn him. Xiaoyan eagerly volunteered, itching to join the fray as the battle reached a stalemate. No need, Chen Yu shook his head, sending in 2 additional abyssal thorn spirits to join the fight. While the abyssal thorn spirits still had the option to use their demonization ability, which could significantly enhance their power, the cost of consuming abyssal mana made it an unworthy trade-off in this situation. With a 3-0 advantage, the tide of battle shifted rapidly. Iskandar, who was never known for agility, was forced into a defensive position, unable to counterattack and barely managing to hold his ground with the high armor and health typical of his knight class. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's other plant creatures swept through the battlefield like a bulldozer, swiftly clearing out the thousands of elite monsters Iskandar had brought along. Seeing the battlefield nearing its conclusion, Chen Yu decided to end things quickly. He cast Plant Enhancement on one of the abyssal thorn spirits. Plant Enhancement was a level 10 buff skill that doubled all attributes of a plant creature for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. The effectiveness of this skill was directly tied to the creature's attributes. The stronger the plant, the greater the boost. This was why Zhou Bowen, a professor at Yunchuan University, had always emphasized that cultivators must spare no effort in nurturing high-quality plants. The abyssal thorn spirit, already boasting 6,000 points in power, agility, and constitution, surged past 10,000 points after the enhancement. Caught off guard, the boss had no choice but to brace himself for the fastest incoming vine strike in an attempt to block the others. Boom! The enhanced vine struck Iskandar squarely in the chest, instantly denting his armor and sending him flying like a broken kite. His health plummeted from half to less than a tenth. The 3 abyssal thorn spirits showed no mercy, their vines lashing down on the boss like a torrential storm, draining the last drop of his health. A system notification popped up. You have defeated level 80 bronze boss Iskandar. High exam points 3,200. After wiping out the elite cavalry and commanders defending Yuanguan City, Chen Yu not only earned a significant amount of college entrance exam points, but the level of his Book of Emblems also skyrocketed from page 17 to page 20. He noticed that the experience points required to upgrade from page 20 to 21 had suddenly increased from 1,000 to 10,000, making progress much more difficult. The moment the boss fell, 3 abyss thorn spirits erupted into a fierce internal conflict over its corpse. The spirit that Chen Yu had previously strengthened took advantage of its boosted state and unceremoniously used its vines to hurl the other 2 far away, claiming the boss corpse for itself. The other 2 spirits, unable to do anything about it, turned their attention to other valuable corpses on the battlefield. Near the boss body, 3 items were scattered, 2 emblems and a diary. When Chen Yu picked up the diary, the Heavenly Tao system immediately issued a prompt. Due to your title, Sky High 3 Feet, you have obtained an additional hidden clue. Princess Delia's diary. Although the text in the diary was incomprehensible to Chen Yu, the Heavenly Tao system translated it for him. The diary unveiled a complex court conspiracy. The current queen, who was Delia's stepmother, had been scheming to eliminate the princess to ensure her own biological son could inherit the throne. Lacking cunning and strategy, Delia had been losing ground in the palace power struggles and was forced to seek external allies. By a twist of fate, she made contact with the dark magic cult, which was at odds with her stepmother's family, the Stewart Empire. Using the resources of the Helladic Kingdom, Delia quickly rose through the ranks of the cult. She then conspired with the cult's archbishop to stage the so-called Dragon Abducts the Princess incident. Delia's true intention was to use the ensuing chaos to eliminate the queen's faction. At the height of the conflict, she planned to emerge as a hero who reformed the dragon, thereby deposing the old king and claiming the throne for herself. The 7 cities supposedly under the dragon's control were, in reality, under Delia's command, and the so-called corrupted individuals within them were her loyal followers. Through the diary, Chen Yu quickly pieced together the intricate web of alliances and conflicts. The Stuart Empire sought to annex the Helladic kingdom through the Queen, while the dark magic cult aimed to counter this plan by supporting Delia. The current war between the dragon and the kingdom was, in essence, a power struggle between the princess and the queen. The involvement of the dark magic cult and the Stuart Empire would undoubtedly escalate this conflict into a larger-scale war. The interests of the four factions remain unclear, but the candidates are bound to reap substantial rewards from the situation. The current core conflict lies in the opposition between the princess and the queen, while the old king's stance remains enigmatic due to the absence of any mention in the diary. Chen Yu closed the diary and shifted his focus to the two emblems dropped by the boss. Both of these rare-grade emblems carried epic effects. The Strength emblem granted a 500-point strength boost and came with the Mighty Force skill, which, when activated, provided an additional 500 points of strength for 1 minute with a 10-minute cooldown. Similarly, the Constitution emblem offered a 500-point boost to base attributes and included the Rock Solid skill, temporarily increasing Constitution by 500 points with the same duration and cooldown as the Mighty Force skill. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Book of Emblems and replaced the older ones with the newly acquired emblems, feeling the significant enhancement in his attributes. Once the plant-based beings finished enjoying their spoils of victory, Chen Yu led them in a grand march to the gates of Yunguan City. Inside the city, the troops, having witnessed the annihilation of their defenders and elite forces, were paralyzed with fear. The gates were tightly shut, and no one dared to venture out. Faced with this situation, Chen Yu turned to the primal spirits and asked, "Who will take the lead?" Hutu immediately stepped forward, raising her toy-like sword. "I shall slay all enemies for my master." The sword, along with her armor, was crafted from the shells of world tree fruit, designed to enhance her appearance as a loyal general. "All right, go ahead," Chen Yu nodded, signaling her. "Use your atomic solidification spell, and leave some fertilizer for my flowers and plants." "At your command, master." Hutu flew into the air, her sword pointing toward Yunguan City as she began chanting an incantation. Given the small size of the city, the forbidden spell was completed quickly. A ripple of invisible energy spread from the golden sword's tip, freezing all life in its path. It was an eerily silent forbidden spell, no thunderous roars, no tremors, only an oppressive stillness. The flags atop the city walls continued to flutter, but the soldiers were frozen in their final moments. Some were caught mid-conversation, their faces fixed in terror. Others, mid-stride, collapsed stiffly onto the stone ground. Even birds in flight lost their vitality, shattering as they fell. For the plant-based beings, this frozen city was a feast. At Chen Yu's command, they surged toward the city with excitement. The walls posed no obstacle. Some climbed through the cracks with their roots, while others leaped directly onto the battlements. Soon, a flood of notifications about earned points filled Chen Yu's mind. On the third day of the college entrance examination ranking dungeon, Chen Yu hovered above the 6th main city of the Demon Dragon forces. Atomic solidification. At his command, an invisible wave spread instantly, turning the entire city into a motionless sculpture. Plant-based life forms swarmed in, feasting on this grand buffet. The original Earth elemental spirit, having completed its task, wobbled back towards him. Chen Yu caught it steadily with both hands and gently placed it back into the supreme holy soil to recover. This silent and seamless atomic solidification had a significant advantage over other elemental spirits' forbidden spellset, not only preserved enemies intact, but also provided abundant nutrients for the plant-based life forms. The only limitation was the spirit's low level. Even with a 99 reduction in energy consumption, it could only cast the forbidden spell twice consecutively at most. The strength of this 6th main city was indeed formidable. A level 130 bronze tier boss commanded it, supported by 5 level 110 bronze tier bosses and 20 regular bosses of the same level. Additionally, there were over 10,000 elite monsters above level 101 and tens of thousands of smaller monsters at the same level. Such a lineup should theoretically be beyond what examinees could handle, likely intended to appear as plot-related NPCs in the later stages of the dungeon. If faced heat, Chen Yu's army of plant-based life forms might not stand a chance. However, against a forbidden spell, even these powerful monsters were utterly helpless. As the plant-based life forms transported the spoils of victory back, Chen Yu began examining the emblem dropped by the boss. The Crest of Legendary Strength, a legendary grade item that provided a 3000 boost to strength. It came with an attached skill, Strength of Legends, which, once activated, granted an additional 50 increase in strength attributes for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Chen Yu carefully examined the legendary skill emblems in his hands. The Songlong 100 Strikes emblem shimmered with the glow of legendary quality. Its core skill allowed the user to execute 100 consecutive strikes on a target within 5 seconds, with each strike dealing 5 more damage than the last. However, if the combo was interrupted, the the skill would end prematurely, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Accompanying it was the equally legendary Fire Sea emblem, which could release a high-powered, sustained fire-based attack within a designated area. What made these emblems unique was their lack of class restrictions, and the college entrance exam ranking dungeon mages could wield greatswords to unleash the Songlong 100 strikes, and warriors could freely cast Fire Sea. After some careful reorganization and substitution, Chen Yu's four-dimensional attribute bonuses had exceeded 10,000 points, and he had mastered as many as 5 epic-level skills. As night fell, Chen Yu decided to return to the Adventurers Guild in Solidstone City to check the progress of the missing person task he had previously posted. In the guild hall, he handed his adventurer badge to the receptionist. Moments later, the receptionist informed him that 2 of his targets had arrived earlier that morning and were currently waiting in the guild-provided lodging rooms. She then wrote down the room numbers. Ling Fideo was in Building 1, room 3025, while Lin Ailua was in room 3026. As for the other 2 individuals, there was still no news. With the guidance of a staff member, Chen Yu headed upstairs. He had barely knocked on the door of room 3026 when it opened slightly, and Lin Ailua excitedly pulled him inside. To Chen Yu's surprise, Lin Ailua was completely wrapped in a wolf pelt outfit, with even her head adorned with a wolf's headpiece. If she crouched down, she would be indistinguishable from the minor monsters in the dungeon. This is new gear from the dungeon. Looks cool, right? Lin Ailua asked with a playful grin. Chen Yu nodded politely, offering a compliment despite his reservations about her sense of style. When he inquired about her progress over the past 3 days, Lin Ailua pouted. It's just so-so. Only managed to get a little over 500 points in total, which doesn't even match the base points from the last round. Still a long way to go. In the entire examination field, someone as ruthless as Chen Yu was truly one of a kind. Other candidates, even those who topped the first round in their provinces, could only follow the standard routine of slaying monsters and completing tasks in the Hieratic Kingdom region. Right now, most candidates are busy upgrading their book of crests and collecting high attribute crests, Lin Ailua explained, gesturing with her hands. Once their strength increases, they'll be able to gain some benefits from the upcoming war between the Demon King and the kingdom. But, she paused for a moment, with you almost clearing out all the dragons, I doubt this war is even going to happen. Lin Ailua then shifted the topic to the alliances among the candidates, her tone growing serious. Currently, there are 3 major alliances: the Tianxia Alliance led by candidates from Kyoto, the Liudu Alliance formed by candidates from Modu, and the Shangshi Alliance led by candidates from Yujing and Shengjing. Among them, the Tianxia Alliance is the strongest. Her brows furrowed as she continued. It seems the Tianxia Alliance is specifically targeting candidates from Yunchuan Province. Their leader, Yuan Shao, even declared she wants to challenge Yuan Yanon, claiming she wants to test the skills of the top scorer from the first round. She's been spreading rumors that your 18,500 points were definitely achieved through cheating. This kind of talk has been circulating widely among the candidates. Hearing these provocations, Chen Yu only responded with a faint smile. Such a crude attempt at goading might work on other prideful geniuses, but to him, it was no different from an ant flaunting itself before a human utterly insignificant. Don't fall for it, please. Lin Ailua urgently pleaded. They must know they can't beat you, and are trying to lure you into a trap for an ambush. As long as you're in the running, there's no way they can claim the top spot. Don't worry, I won't. Chen Yu replied with a smile. Right now, his sole focus was on accumulating points, and he had no time to entertain Yuan Shao's antics. As for whether the Tianxia Alliance truly intended to ambush him, Chen Yu was entirely indifferent. It was like a human encountering ants on the road. Whether they wanted an unknown fight or a group attack, it simply didn't matter. Have you thought about forming your own alliance? Lin Ailua asked excitedly. With your reputation, I'm sure countless skilled candidates would be willing to follow you if you just said the word. I haven't considered it, Chen Yu replied flatly. To him, the strength of other candidates wasn't much of a help, and forming an alliance was entirely unnecessary. Oh, by the way, here you go. As he spoke, Chen Yu waved his hand, summoning a massive pile of crests that nearly buried Lin Ailua. These were the crests he had recently acquired. Aside from the functional ones and a few sets reserved for Li Wei and Su Miaoyue, he gave away all the remaining common, rare, and epic crests. These exclusive dungeon items could neither be exchanged for points nor taken out of the dungeon, rendering them utterly useless to Chen Yu. After a moment of thought, he decided to gift these items to Lin Ailua and Ling Fideo. Not only would it enhance their strength, but it would also fulfill the trust placed in him by the 2 forbidden powerhouses. While he had initially planned to assign 2 plant-based life forms to care for them, the enhancements offered by these crests were evidently much more practical. These, for me? Lin Ailua's eyes widened in shock, her voice rising in disbelief. Yes, all yours. Chen Yu nodded affirmatively. Do your best, and also look after Ling Fideo. That kid seems a bit shy. With that, he waved goodbye to Lin Ailua and turned to leave the room. Lin Ilua stood frozen for a long time before she snapped out of her daze. In front of her was a pile of crests, among which there were dozens of epic grade 1s and thousands of rare grade 1s. After spending 3 days in the dungeon, she was well aware of their value. Rare grade crests required defeating level 40 bosses to obtain, while epic grade 1s demanded level 60 bosses and had an extremely low drop rate. Most epic grade crests were rewards from completing high difficulty chain quests. Even Yuan Shao, the leader of the Tianxia Alliance, would likely struggle to assemble a full set of epic grade crests. Yet Chen Yu casually dumped out such a vast collection of high-grade crests, as if they were mere trash. It was impossible for him to have gathered them through questing in just 3 days. They must have been dropped by high-level bosses. His power clearly exceeded the realm of ordinary players' comprehension. Wow really is a god-tier player, completely on a different level from us. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast of the college entrance exam ranking competition, the screen showed over 100 examinees trekking through a snow-covered canyon. The orc host, Beast Who Doesn't Wash Hands, enthusiastically narrated, "Ladies and gentlemen, the talented players from the Xiangshi Alliance have reached the edge of the Hieratic Kingdom map. They are the first to discover and complete the hidden quest related to the Queen and make contact with a third-party faction. Soon, the 100-player team encountered the Gatekeeper Bossa level 80 Frost Snow Giant. As the battle began, their teamwork was impeccable. Support classes initiated debuffs, tank classes controlled the boss and absorbed damage, while ranged DPS classes attacked freely from the backline. In just over 10 minutes, the towering 10-meter-tall, ice-encrusted giant collapsed with a thunderous crash. What an amazing display of teamwork! Beast Who Doesn't Wash Hands exclaimed excitedly. This is a textbook example of how to take down a boss. After traversing the canyon and crossing an icebound plain, a magnificent city came into view. Its sheer scale was awe-inspiring, covering an area nearly equivalent to 4 Hieratic capital cities, and 8 times larger than the main city. Towering 20-meter-high walls were manned by heavily armed soldiers, with arrow towers positioned every 30 meters and crystal-powered cannons mounted on turrets every 20 meters. The 2 live stream hosts simultaneously announced, "Congratulations to our examinees for discovering the hidden map faction, the Stewart Empire." A group of 100 members from the Xiangshi Alliance successfully entered the snow-covered megacity of the Stewart Empire using a token obtained from the hidden quest of Queen Hieratic. The towering city walls and heavily fortified defenses showcased the immense strength of this empire. Level 160, level 160? Oh my god, the elite monsters over there are level 170. One examinee exclaimed, constantly scanning the surroundings with a detection spell. The quality of these equipments far surpasses the standards of the Hieratic Kingdom's army. The power of those defensive cannons could probably take down even a level 200 monster in one shot. Amateur. Another examinee scoffed dismissively. There's a level 180 bronze boss over at the military camp outside the city. Why are you so surprised? Someone frowned and voiced their concern. This is supposed to be a college entrance exam dungeon. How are there monsters of such high levels? If the Hieratic Kingdom has allies like this, the Dragon Demon faction must be equally formidable. Even if we turn to page 20 of the Book of Emblems and fully equip rare grade emblems, we might still struggle to handle this. The leader of the Xiangshi Alliance spoke up to reassure the group. These high-level monsters are clearly storyline NPCs and have nothing to do with our exam. All we need to do is focus on achievable objectives and earn as many exam points as possible. The group soon had an audience with Count Zachary and successfully switched factions. As expected, a plethora of high-level faction quests were unlocked for them. Although these quests were similar in nature to those of the Hieratic Kingdom, clearing out monsters or slaying bosses, often even within the kingdom's territory the rewards were significantly more lucrative. The examinees were ecstatic and quickly accepted the quest before setting off back to the kingdom's map. Time passed, and dawn arrived. In the most luxurious room on the top floor of the Adventurers Guild in Stonefort City, Chen Yu woke up from the soft bedding. Having slain a large number of monsters, he had accumulated an excess of blank emblems. Since these emblems would lose their effectiveness upon leaving the dungeon, he had to make the most of them while still inside. "Speak. Who are you?" A sudden angry shout came from nearby. Not far ahead of him, a general clad in armor and mounted on a towering warhorse pointed a massive sword, resembling a door slab, directly at him. Chen Yu quickly deduced that this was the lead commander of the first army of Demon Dragon City, a level 150 boss. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the streets of the 6th main city of the Demon Dragon faction were completely encircled by dense ranks of heavy cavalry. This army was clearly dispatched from the final main city of the Demon Dragon faction. Just yesterday, Chen Yu had cleared out the 6th main city, and Demon Dragon City must have realized the 6 main cities had lost contact, prompting them to send troops to investigate. Without hesitation, Chen Yu summoned all his plant-based life forms. Although these level 150 heavy cavalry minions boasted an average primary attribute value of 700 points, and the level 150 regular boss had an astonishing 7,000 attribute points, they were still no match for his forces. For abyssal thorn spirits charged directly at the boss, while the rest of the plant creatures surged into the group of minions like a flood. In no time, the enemy forces crumbled. After collecting the spoils of battle, Chen Yu immediately set off for Demon Dragon City. Time was crucial for earning high exam points. Every additional investigative unit dispatched meant a greater loss of points. After nearly 2 hours of a high-speed sprint, Demon Dragon City finally came into view. The city was similar in scale to the other main cities, but the quality of its monsters far surpassed the other 6. Outside the city walls, the military camp was packed with level 150 monsters, with elite creatures everywhere and even groups of bosses. Near the city wall stood a colossal black creature resembling a giant lizard, with forward curving horns on its head, akin to the legendary Western dragon. Beneath the dragon's feet stood a human woman dressed in a white bridal gown and adorned with a golden crown. A probing skill revealed the following. Demon Dragon. Level 150 Bronze Boss, a magically corrupted but non-abyssalized sub-dragon species and the ultimate boss of the Demon Dragon faction. Princess Delia. Level 100 Boss, heir to the Hieratic Kingdom, a princess abducted by the Demon Dragon. Chen Yu smirked coldly. This was clearly a misleading description meant to confuse examinees. The true ultimate boss of the Demon Dragon faction was undoubtedly Princess Delia, while the dragon itself was merely a lackey, despite the prince's seemingly weak stats. Faced with the overwhelming strength of Demon Dragon City, which exceeded his own forces by dozens of times, Chen Yu summoned 6 primordial spirits from the sacred earth space. Turning to Hutu, he said, "Hutu, it's all yours." The level 150 elite monsters possess strength surpassing level 50 epic tier creatures, and even the level 150 bosses were individually stronger than a single corrupted thorn spirit. A direct confrontation with his plant-based army would likely result in total annihilation. But so what? If epic and legendary tier powers couldn't prevail, then it was time to unleash myth-tier forbidden spells to pave the way. Rest assured, my lord, with the sword in my hand, I will clear every obstacle for you. Hutu confidently soared into the air, beginning her incantation. Half a minute later, Hutu finished chanting her spell. A lightning-like ripple swept across the entire Demon Dragon City, and under the power of this forbidden spell, the gap between level 150 and level 15 vanished completely. The once mighty army was instantly frozen, transformed into lifelike human-shaped statues. Their exquisite armor and imposing stances were so realistic that even Qin Shi Huang's terracotta army would pale in comparison. My master, the mission is accomplished. Hutu flew back to Chen Yu's side, holding her sword and kneeling on one knee. Well done. Chen Yu plucked a piece from a massive skewer of candied hawthorns and placed it in Hutu's arms. The candied fruit was several times larger than her head, leaving her momentarily stunned. But as the sweet aroma reached her nose, she couldn't resist taking a bite. The sweet and tangy flavor lit up her eyes with delight. It's delicious. Seeing this, Xiao Feng and Xiao Yin quickly flew up to Chen Yu, their large, watery eyes pleading pitifully. Chen Yu distributed the remaining candied hawthorns, ensuring each little spirit got one. Xiao Yin, after receiving her share, immediately hit on Chen Yu's other side. Far away from Xiao Feng having been robbed several times before, she knew all too well that Xiao Feng was a terrifying competitor when it came to food. After handing out the candied hawthorns, Chen Yu summoned his plant life army. All right, my beauties, time to eat. The plant army responded instantly, swarming towards Demon Dragon City. At this point, the difference between legendary and epic ranks became apparent, with 3,000 legendary plant creatures easily outpacing the 2,000 epic ones. Legendary ranked ones, be polite and let the epic ranked cuties eat first. Chen Yu quickly ordered. He knew that while these plant creatures coordinated well in battle, they had no qualms about fighting for food. Without restraint, the legendary ranks would undoubtedly take the lion's share, leaving the weaker lily spirits to suffer. Although the lily spirits were slightly more intelligent, their close combat abilities were far inferior to the thorn and carnivorous plant types. Fortunately, the plant creatures were obedient. The legendary ones stepped aside to allow the epic ones to eat first. While they feasted, Chen Yu approached Princess Delia. She was stunningly beautiful, with golden hair that was soft and silky, and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. Though her mouth was slightly larger, it only added a unique charm when paired with her delicate and vibrant lips. Chen Yu carefully moved her away from the demon dragon to prevent her from being accidentally harmed by the ravenous plant creatures. After all, she was a key character in the storyline. As long as she remained alive, the demon dragon faction could still recruit new members. At that moment, the sharp sound of clashing metal echoed in the air. Chen Yu turned to see dozens of thorn spirits fiercely attacking a demon dragon the size of a small villa. Chen Yu's army of plant-based life forms launched a fierce assault on the demon dragon, including the abyss thorn spirit, which had only been transformed the day before. Vines lashed against the dragon's pitch-black scales, sparks flying everywhere. But they couldn't make a dent in the health bar of this level 150 bronze boss. This came as no surprise. Being a highly evolved dragon-type creature, the demon dragon's primary attributes exceeded 17,000. Coupled with the naturally high defense of its scales, not even the abyss thorn spirit, with attributes peaking at 6,000, could break through its defenses. Witnessing this, Chen Yu immediately instructed the abyss thorn spirit to switch tactics. Target the weak spot's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose areas not protected by scales. The abyss thorn spirit quickly grasped the strategy and directed its poisonous spiked vines to strike precisely at the dragon's vulnerable points. The other plant-based creatures followed suit, and soon, the demon dragon's health bar began to plummet rapidly. Minutes later, the demon dragon collapsed with a thunderous crash, dropping a wealth of emblems. Immediately, a series of notifications from the system echoed. You have slain the level 150 bronze boss demon dragon. High school exam points 4,500. You have single-handedly defeated the demon dragon faction's ultimate boss. Additional reward, 50,000 high school exam points. Since you single-handedly defeated the demon dragon and obtained critical storyline character Princess Delia, you may now choose from the following plot routes. Option 1. A fateful encounter between the princess and the hero. Return Princess Delia to the kingdom of Helratic. Reward, 10,000 high school exam points. Gain. Revered level reputation with the kingdom of Helratic and respected level reputation with the Stuart Empire. Gain. Hated level reputation with the dark magic cult. Note. The mission will fail if the princess does not safely reach the royal palace. Option 2. The hero who becomes the dragon. Inherit the demon dragon's unfinished ambitions and claim Princess Delia. Become the ultimate boss of the demon dragon faction, gaining control over the entire faction. Consequence. Simultaneous hostility from the other three factions. Note. You must retain possession of Princess Delia. Losing her or her death will result in losing your boss status. Brilliant! Chen Yu exclaimed with delight. He had been troubled over how to persuade Princess Delia to join the demon dragon faction, but the system had conveniently provided a perfect solution. I choose the hero who becomes the dragon. The system promptly confirmed. You have chosen to claim Princess Delia and have been automatically promoted to the faction's ultimate boss. You will be targeted by the other three factions and will participate in the final dungeon mission as a boss. You may abandon this status at any time by relinquishing Princess Delia. 2 hours later, the plant-based creatures had finished transporting the spoils of battle. Chen Yu signaled for Ho-Tu to release the control spell on Princess Delia. As the curse dissipated, the princess slowly opened her eyes, bewildered as she looked around. In her memory, she had just been discussing the mysterious loss of contact with 6 main cities alongside her generals. In an instant, everything vanished: the generals under her command, the army, and even the dark dragon behind her. Princess Delia looked around, her eyes falling upon a stranger, surrounded by countless beautiful young women. Who are you? Princess Delia asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Where am I? Did you take me out of the dark dragon's castle? Yes, I brought you out of the dark dragon's castle, Chen Yu replied, standing tall and speaking with conviction. A young and beautiful princess being held captive by a filthy, grotesque dragon? Such a thing is intolerable to me. So I heeded the king's call and set out to find you, your highness. Luckily, I succeeded. Princess Delia's lips twitched slightly, her expression a mixture of joy and worry. Thank you, my brave warrior. But the dark dragon is far too powerful. Please, take me back to the castle quickly, or I will only bring you trouble. She was convinced that Chen Yu must have used some kind of teleportation magic to help her escape. There's no need to worry, your highness, Chen Yu said with a gentle smile. The dark dragon is already dead, slain by my hand. Look. As Chen Yu gestured, the surrounding plants parted on their own, creating a path. Princess Delia followed his direction and saw, lying on the ground, the massive carcass of the dragon reduced to nothing but its skin and bones. Beyond the dragon's remains, she caught sight of the dark dragon's castle in the distance, surrounded by scattered, broken equipment. Honorable warrior, was it you who defeated the dark dragon and its minions? Princess Delia's heart surged with shock and disbelief. As someone from the dark dragon's faction, she knew all too well how formidable they were. Yet this man before her had managed to crush the entire faction hidden, all without her even realizing it. His power was nothing short of terrifying. Yes, it was I who defeated the dark dragon and its minions, Chen Yu replied calmly. Thank you, honorable warrior. Princess Delia stammered, holding back tears. Could you now take me back to the Helratic Empire? My father will surely reward you handsomely. Though she herself was a level 100 boss, she felt an unprecedented unease at this moment, wanting nothing more than to return to her kingdom and escape this fearsome man. I'm afraid not. Chen Yu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Dearest princess, I hereby declare you are mine now. From this moment on, I am the true dark dragon. Chen Yu's declaration as an evil dragon left Princess Delia utterly stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her cherry lips slightly parted, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Brave hero, surely you're joking, right? Delia cautiously asked after a brief pause, her voice trembling slightly. No, 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 your highness. I'm completely serious. Chen Yu exclaimed excitedly, waving to a few thorny dryads. You lot, tie her up. Make sure to keep a close watch on her, and don't let her escape. Oh, and be careful, don't kill her. The thorny dryads immediately sprang into action, their vine-like whips deftly coiling around Delia's body. Thankfully, they retracted the barbs on their vines beforehand. Otherwise, the delicate princess would have been covered in wounds by now. Delia was soon bound tightly, her body resembling a wrapped dumpling, as crystalline tears welled up in her eyes. She was filled with regret after all. Her grand plan had only been to escape her stepmother's oppression during a rebellious phase of her youth. She had schemed with others to fabricate an excuse to leave home, hoping to eliminate her stepmother and inherit the family fortune. Who could have predicted she'd run into such a lunatic? She had assumed this would play out like a classic fairy tale. An evil dragon kidnaps the princess, a brave hero comes to her rescue, and everyone in the kingdom lives happily ever after. But reality had struck her like a harsh slap to the face. The so-called evil draga that had been defeated was nothing more than an expensive mercenary she had hired. And this so-called hero? He had turned on her the moment he rescued her, now intent on claiming her by force. Delia couldn't wrap her head around it. Was her beauty so overwhelming that this powerful hero simply lost all self-control? But on second thought, men of power were often domineering, taking whatever they fancied. The realization made her, for the first time, resent her own celebrated beauty. Take her away, Chen Yu commanded, and the plant-based creatures hoisted Delia up, carrying her in a grand procession into the demon dragon city. Marching straight to the luxurious palace at the city center, Chen Yu claimed it for himself without hesitation. He locked Delia in a small room, assigning 100 legendary plant creatures to guard her strictly, while he made himself comfortable in the most opulent chamber. Chen Yu then turned his attention to studying the unique abilities he had as the faction's boss. Before him appeared a translucent faction interface. Faction name: Evil Dragon Faction. Faction composition: Ultimate Boss, Chen Yu level 50. Special Silver Bosses, 6. Special Bronze Bosses, 4. Bronze Bosses, 2,958. Regular Bosses, 2,042. Elite and Minor Creatures, numerous. These bosses corresponded to his plant-based minions. Epic level beings served as bosses, legendary ones were bronze bosses, abyssal thorn dryads were special bronze bosses, and the 6 primordial spirits were classified as special silver bosses. This categorization seemed logical based on their growth potential. As for the situation with other planters, Chen Yu had no way of knowing. Chen Yu meticulously inspected the special units under his command. He discovered that his epic and legendary units could indeed rival ordinary and bronze-tier bosses of the same level in terms of attributes. The term special referred to these units possessing extraordinary abilities that far surpassed other units of the same quality and level. For example, the Abyssal Thorn Spirit, though a legendary unit, had base attributes that were double those of other units of the same rank and level. Meanwhile, the Primal Elf, as a Rainbow-tier mythic unit, was innately capable of casting forbidden spells, making it a fearsome force in battle. To test his hypothesis, Chen Yu attempted to place an Abyssal Thorn Spirit into the Supreme Holy Land. Sure enough, the number of level 50 special bronze-tier bosses decreased from 4 to 3. When he retrieved the unit, the count returned to 4. This discovery sparked a bold idea in his mind. What if he summoned the World Tree to see which tier of boss she belonged to? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Summoning the World Tree within a dungeon would be tantamount to courting disaster, as it would collapse the entire instance, taking the other candidates down with it. In addition to these bosses, Chen Yu also commanded a large number of minions and elite monsters. These were not plant-based life forms he had cultivated but creatures from the spawn zones of the dragon forces within the dungeon map. While he had cleared out the bosses from these zones, the minions and elite monsters continued to respawn, though no bosses had reappeared. The faction interface displayed 2 critical options: forces and quests. The forces option showed a map indicating his current area of control 7 main cities and their surrounding high-level spawn zones, marked in green. The remaining areas were in red, with the largest light red region representing the Kingdom of Heratic. 2 darker red zones, signifying extreme danger, were located within the Kingdom of Heratic and in the mountains behind Dragon City. The quests option allowed him to issue assignments to other candidates, requiring him to pay emblems and entrance exam points as rewards. However, this feature held little value for Chen Yu, as his identity alone would naturally attract numerous followers. Nonetheless, several permanent system-provided quests caught his attention. Capturing a main city would yield 50,000 exam points, Destroying the kingdom of Heratic would reward 200,000 points, and eliminating the other two factions would grant 500,000 points each. The area bordering mine must be the Dark Demon cult, Chen Yu mused. The Dark Demon cult had once been the backer of the dragon forces, even lending the dragon to Delia. Now that Chen Yu had eliminated the dragon and taken possession of the princess, he was naturally at odds with the cult. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? Chen Yu resolved to eliminate this threat first. To do so, he needed detailed information about the Dark Demon cult, and Delia was undoubtedly the best source. Sitting on the grand bed in the palace, Chen Yu issued an order to a few abyssal thorn spirits standing nearby. Bring the princess here, tie her up, and bring her to me. Inside the palace of Dragon Demon City, in a small room meant for servants, Delia sat slumped on the floor, her face devoid of hope. Her vacant eyes stared at the mottled walls, with not even a thought of escape crossing her mind, because outside this cramped room, hundreds of legendary creatures surrounded her in a dense formation. The sheer number exceeded all the legendary beings she had seen in her entire life combined. As an epic-ranked being guarded by so many legendary creatures could be considered an honor, she thought to herself with bitter sarcasm. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered her train of thought. The door was violently flung open, and a succubus with a cold, expressionless face stepped inside. Delia furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled. A legendary succubus? Another one of his subordinates? She recalled hearing tales of powerful individuals who amused themselves by capturing succubi from the abyss for their pleasure. But if he already had a succubus under his command, why did he still keep her captive? Could it be that her allure surpassed that of a succubus from the abyss? The thought brought a fleeting moment of dark amusement to Delia amidst her despair. Surpassing the beauty of an abyssal succubus as a human woman was certainly a unique kind of honor. Come with me, the abyssal thorn spirit said in a stiff, mechanical tone. Though the creature had gained the ability to speak after its transformation, its emotional expression remained awkward and rigid. All right. Delia stood up and adjusted her tattered white gown. She held her head high, her graceful swan-like neck on display, striving to maintain an air of elegance and composure. However, the abyssal thorn spirit had no interest in her poise. Without hesitation, it extended a finger, instantly releasing a vine that bound Delia tightly like a cocoon. So, not a succubus, just an abyssal plant creature that happens to look like one. Delia felt a pang of disappointment. After struggling futilely for a moment, she shouted, "Hey, could you not do this? Can you let me go? I'm not going to run." The abyssal thorn spirit ignored her pleas entirely, mechanically carrying out Chen Yu's orders without regard for the captive's feelings. As they moved through the palace, Delia could only turn her head to observe her surroundings. The once familiar palace now filled her with dread. Everywhere she looked, there were youthful, stunningly beautiful girls, exuding intoxicating fragrances. Each one radiated the aura of a legendary being. In the short distance from the small room to here, she had already seen hundreds of legendary entities. Finally, the abyssal thorn spirit brought her to what used to be her sleeping quarters. Isn't this my room? Could it be that he's had a change of heart and is moving me to a better place? Delia wondered, but as she lifted her head, her heart sank. There, sitting on her bed, was the mysterious human man who filled her with terror. His piercing gaze was fixed intently upon her. So this is how it is, huh? Has this moment come so quickly? Delia thought to herself. She looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. My cursed beauty. Has it really made even a terrifying being of this level so impatient? She decided to face her fate with composure, silently praying that her adversary would show some mercy. As her mind wandered, the abyssal thorn spirit suddenly hurled her through the air, sending her crashing heavily in front of Chen Yu. Ouch! Delia landed face first on the ground, eating dirt in a most undignified manner. She gasped sharply, glaring at the abyssal thorn spirit with resentment. The bed's right there. Was it really necessary to throw me onto the floor? She thought to herself while rubbing her aching nose. Good thing a level 100 boss body is tough enough for this. After picking herself up, Delia obediently knelt before Chen Yu. She cautiously lifted her head to steal a glance at him and softly said, "Brave hero, please forgive me. I lack any experience in this, but rest assured, I will do my best to learn." Just then, a voice as cold as ice cut through the air. "Filthy wretch, do you want to die? What makes you think that your repulsive, toad-like body is worthy of serving the master?" An overwhelming aura, vast as the ocean, engulfed Delia in an instant. She curled up on the ground like a lone boat in a violent storm, trembling uncontrollably. Though the oppressive force only lasted a second, it left her drenched in cold sweat. When she finally dared to lift her head, she saw a petite girl descending gracefully from the air. Her icy blue hair flowed as she moved, and her expression was utterly indifferent. "Disgusting creature," the girl warned coldly, keep your filthy desires to yourself, or else I won't hesitate to have the thorn spirits satisfy you with their barbed whips. An elemental spirit, a mythical life form, the elemental spirit. Delia was utterly stunned. She had only ever read vague mentions of them in biographies and ancient tales. Beings born at the mythic level, wielding the power to command the elements, with even the weakest among them capable of ascending to demigodhood. What shocked her even more was that when she looked back at Chen Yu, she saw 4 elemental spirits circling around him, while he casually played with a 5th one in his hand. 6 elemental spirits. Delia could scarcely believe her eyes. Could this man really be the fabled creator god? Bow your humble head, you wretched beast. A cold voice interrupted Delia's gaze. It came from a miniature girl with icy blue hair. Delia immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Yu again. A graceful elf in a pure white dress floated over, gently taking the icy-haired elf's hand. Xiao Miao, as servants of our master, we should remain composed and elegant. Xiao Guang, how dare this mere beast covet the blessings of our master, blessings even mother has never received. I must remind her of her rightful place, Xiao Miao said coldly, turning to Delia. Am I wrong, you lowly creature? Delia lowered her head even further, unable to muster a response. How could she argue with a mythical being, an elemental spirit destined to ascend to godhood? Yet, the white-clad elf's gentle demeanor stirred a sense of admiration in her, a stark contrast to the arrogance of other elemental spirits. Xiao Miao, don't speak like that, the white elf continued to coax her. Every being deserves to dream. It is these dreams that make the world beautiful. Even if they cannot be realized, they have the right to pursue them. Unconsciously, Delia nodded, her fondness for the white elf deepening. Humph, I disagree, Xiao Miao scoffed. A lowly existence like her dares to defile our master with such thoughts. Xiao Miao, the white elf said, patting her on the shoulder. Even maggots in a dung pit live with the fantasy of one day becoming flies that soar through the skies. True enough, Xiao Miao admitted after a moment of thought, nodding. Xiao Guang, you're right. She turned to Delia, her tone softening slightly. Wretched maggot, I won't stop your delusions, but even as a fly, you'll never receive our master's favor. Xiao Guang nodded in satisfaction and flew back to perch on Chen Yu's shoulder. Surprised, Chen Yu held her in his hand, examining her closely and even checking her status panel to confirm that she was indeed the primordial light spirit. To prevent further outbursts, he tucked Xiao Miao into his pocket. Delia, I have some questions for you. Please ask, my lord, Delia replied, kneeling and bowing her head to the ground. You're aware of the dark magic sect, aren't you? Yes. The dragon you summoned at it came from their base near the capital, correct? Yes, that's correct. Delia answered nervously, my lord, I had no choice. Her voice carried a palpable sense of fear. The origin of the demon dragon was indeed her deepest secret, known only to her most trusted confidants, yet the person before her had uncovered it with a single statement. Relax, I'm not interested in what you've done, Chen Yu said in an indifferent tone. I only want to know where the Dark Order's headquarters are. I don't know, Delia replied, her head lowered. The Dark Order's headquarters aren't located in the kingdom of Heretic. I've never left the kingdom since I was a child. Not just me, almost no one seems to be able to leave. The kingdom's borders are surrounded by a mysterious fog. Any living creature that approaches it ends up back where they started within moments. The Dark Order, being an external force, only connects to the outside world through a teleportation array. However, it seems like that array has stopped functioning in recent days. Chen Yu nodded slightly, his thoughts clear. This ranking dungeon for the college entrance exams was confined to the boundaries of the kingdom of Heretic. The Dark Order and the Stewart Empire were merely part of the background, occupying only an area the size of a single major city. This limitation thwarted his plans to expand the map and gain greater benefits. Take her away, Chen Yu said with little interest, waving his hand dismissively. The Abyssal Thorn spirit stepped forward without hesitation, ignoring Delia's struggles as it tied her up and dragged her out of the palace. Meanwhile, in the Windhowl Mountains, a bright flash of sword light cut through the air, and an ogre over 2 meters tall fell to the ground, its head rolling to the side. Su Miaoyue stepped forward and picked up a blank emblem that had dropped. Yeah. Lu Pingping approached her eagerly. Didn't Chen Yu post a task at the Adventurers Guild looking for you? Why don't you go? Having a pro carry you is so much easier. Why work so hard grinding for points on your own? Su Miaoyue shook her head blankly. I don't know. Though she had felt a surge of excitement upon learning that Chen Yu was looking for her, she hesitated when it came time to head to the teleportation array in Firmstone City. Perhaps it was her unwillingness to rely too much on others, or maybe it was a lingering sense of pride. She chose instead to prove her worth through her own strength, rather than continuing to be a tag-along. Suddenly, Su Miaoyue noticed the black badge on Lu Pingping's chest emitting a faint glow. Engraved on it were 6 intersecting blood-red scars. Is that some kind of equipment? she asked curiously. Lu Pingping removed the badge and replied, "It's just a decorative item. When I was leveling up in the wild, this mysterious organization approached me, said they saw potential in me, and gave me 10,000 gold coins worth of supplies. The day before the exams, they came again and gave me this badge. They said that in the ranking competition, anyone wearing the same badge is an ally, and we can help each other. But so far, I haven't met anyone else with one. Here, take a look." Su Miaoyue took the badge and examined its attributes. Alliance badge, a simple decorative item, seemingly a symbol of some organization. "This style doesn't look good on a girl," Su Miaoyue frowned as she examined the badge in her hand. Against the black background, the design of two beast-like claw marks exuded a sense of bloodlust and violence, completely clashing with the image of a lively teenage girl of 16 or 17. Just as she was about to return the badge to Lu Pingping, something unexpected happened. The badge suddenly emitted a dense crimson glow, and its item attribute panel blurred before undergoing a complete transformation. Ritual of Rend item. Quality: mythical. Effect: when a certain number of Ritual of Rend items are present within a certain range, the Ritual of Rend will automatically activate. Description: a ritual item belonging to a powerful entity. Completion of the ritual will summon a projection of that powerful entity. Mythical quality: summoning a projection of a powerful entity? Su Miaoyue's pupils contracted sharply. That's strange. This thing has never acted like this before, Lu Pingping said in confusion. Could it have some hidden feature, like a way to connect with others? Pingping, quick. We need to head back. Su Miaoyue immediately pulled out her grimoire of crests and equipped the teleportation crest. Huh. Yeah. We were fighting monsters just fine. Where are we going now? To Stonehold City, to find Chen Yu. Su Miaoyue's tone was urgent. From Lu Pingping's words, she had already deduced that this ritual item was something a mysterious organization had spent a fortune to smuggle into the ranking competition dungeon through multiple exam candidates. Judging by the item's style and name, it was certainly no benevolent artifact. TSK. Lu Pingping teased with a mischievous grin. You just couldn't hold back, could you? Well, I won't be a third wheel. Go find your dear Chen Yu for some sweet alone time. Do you think I'm going to him for fun? Su Miaoyue snapped, pointing angrily at the ritual item in her hand. It's because of you. You're in big trouble. See for yourself. She shoved the item back into Lu Pingping's hands. What? How did this happen? Lu Pingping was instantly dumbfounded. I had no idea. Stop standing there and teleport already. Su Miaoyue urged. If there's anyone in the dungeon who can deal with this, it's him. Finally snapping out of her daze, Lu Pingping fumbled to retrieve her grimoire of crests and began the teleportation process in a panic. Meanwhile, across the 20 major cities and the royal capital of the Helratic Kingdom, other candidates were also noticing the abnormality in their Ritual of Rend items. These elite candidates, who had qualified for the ranking competition, almost immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Faced with this sudden and ominous turn of events, some chose to discreetly discard the ritual items, pretending as though nothing had happened. Some people were overwhelmed with fear and sought help from their companions. Amid this sudden chaos, different individuals chose different ways to respond. Some handed the ceremonial artifact to the strong warriors of the Helletic Kingdom, claiming it was a token capable of summoning demons, while others, more cunning, sneaked into the temple, mixed the artifact among blank emblems, and stuffed it into the merit box. In the early morning at Dragon City, Chen Yu woke up in Delia's comfortable bed. He felt something warm and soft on his face. Reaching up to touch, he realized it was the little flame spirit, clinging to his face like a facehugger while still asleep. At the same time, the little wind spirit was peacefully napping on his chest. Among the 6 elemental spirits, these 2 were the sleepiest. At that moment, the other 4 spirits were gathered around a small square box placed on Chen Yu's stomach. They were enjoying the snacks inside while engaging in a lively discussion. Chen Yu tilted his head to listen and found that their conversation revolved around profound topics like material and law carriers and the essence of trajectory element subjects far beyond his comprehension. Giving up on understanding, he casually moved the box aside with one hand and scooped the 4 little spirits into his palm with the other before sitting up. The spirits immediately let out a chorus of surprised exclamations. Ah, it's so cramped. Oh, Master is awake? Eek, my dress is all messed up. Master caught us. After setting them down, Chen Yu got dressed and gathered the plant-based life forms scattered throughout the palace. He then headed to the small room where Delia was confined. He knocked politely, and moments later, Delia, dressed in a tattered white gown, opened the door. Upon seeing the 6 spirits hovering around Chen Yu, she immediately lowered her head, appearing exceptionally humble. Let's go. We're paying a visit to the dark demon cult, Chen Yu said, signaling the abyss thorn spirit to bind her. Delia didn't resist and simply closed her eyes to rest. Chen Yu recalled most of the plant life back into the supreme sacred soil, leaving only 4 abyss thorn spirits to accompany him. Following the directions on the map of factions, they left Dragon City and spent about an hour crossing the mountains to reach the territory of the Dark Demon cult. The monster zones here were filled with creatures above level 150, including the area bosses. Without a set of epic emblems, most candidates wouldn't dare to venture here. Chen Yu headed straight for the cult's stronghold city. The city was characterized by its low walls and the presence of over a dozen massive nests outside. Each nest housed 2 or 3 corrupted earth dragons, all above level 160. These dragons shared the same origins as the ones in Dragon City, but were far more powerful. Within the city, high-level monsters of various types roamed: warriors, knights, assassins, mages, and archers. Outside, the open fields were lined with siege weapons and standardized equipment. "Sir, did you bring me here to infiltrate the Dark Demon cult and work for you?" Delia asked cautiously, now fully awake. "No, that won't be necessary," Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. "I brought you here simply to keep you by my side." He then turned to Hutu. "It's all yours." Hutu silently flew to the outskirts of the Dark Demon sect's stronghold, gracefully drawing her sword. She began chanting softly, and the surrounding earth elements quietly converged around her. This silent and undetectable preparation was the greatest advantage of atomic solidification, ensuring no enemy would be alerted. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Demon sect's base, several level 200 tier 3 mage bosses were engrossed in a professional discussion. "The interaction between elements essentially involves a form of transformation," one mage explained. "For instance, water, when exposed to high temperatures, creates rising thermal currents, which themselves are a manifestation of wind." "Exactly," another mage agreed. "Even the ice from water attributes carries the characteristics of earth. That's why earth magic can still be performed in icy terrains." Understanding the 4 elements through the concept of material transformation is truly enlightening for spell fusion research. However, this theory still requires. Before he could finish, all the mages suddenly frowned and turned sharply in the same direction. "Do you feel that? The earth elements in that direction are in turmoil," one mage exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear. "Such violent elemental concentration, I've never seen anything like it. Could it be a grand mage experimenting with a new spell?" "Impossible. There are no grand mages in the Hieratic Kingdom, and besides, the teleportation arrays are no longer functional." As the mages approached the entrance, a massive surge of earth elemental energy swept through like a tsunami. The speed of the wave was uncharacteristically fast for earth magic, and wherever it passed, all life instantly froze in place: humans, animals, and plants alike, locked in the posture of their final moment. One mage suddenly recalled a record of a forbidden spell and tried to warn the others. "This is a 4-by," but before he could finish, the elemental surge engulfed him, leaving his terrified expression forever frozen. Outside the city, Hutu sheathed her sword and gracefully flew back to Chen Yu. "That was amazing." Chen Yu praised her with a smile, pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds to share with the little spirits. Xiaoyan curiously bit into a seed shell, her face showing a puzzled expression. "Master, this doesn't seem very tasty." Chen Yu chuckled and patiently demonstrated the proper way to eat them, peeling one and handing her the kernel. Xiaoyan took it, nibbling on it like it was a tiny loaf of bread, and her face immediately lit up with delight. Chen Yu retrieved a set of tables and chairs from the sacred soil and sat down with the elves. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the plant life army and said with a cheerful laugh, "Ladies, enjoy to your heart's content. Today's feast is filled with rare delicacies." The plant life army surged hungrily toward the dark magic cult's stronghold. Countless thorny vines lashed through the air, tearing cult soldiers apart in an instant. Massive carnivorous plants opened their gaping maws, swallowing enemies whole. Even the enormous demonized earth dragons were not spared, as countless vines and roots pierced their weak points, draining their nutrients rapidly. The once heavily guarded dark magic cult stronghold transformed into a hellish scene within moments. What appeared to be delicate and beautiful plant creatures now resembled terrifying demons from the underworld. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and the elves leisurely snacked on sunflower seeds, occasionally commenting and praising the plants that used clever strategies to secure more food. In stark contrast to their relaxed demeanor was Delia. She stared at the frozen-in-time members of the dark magic cult, her legs trembling and cold sweat pouring down her face. Fear consumed her, making even the most ordinary surroundings appear as grotesque monsters in her eyes. What is this? What has happened to this world?" Delia couldn't help but recall her first encounter with Chen Yu in Dragon City. A chilling realization struck her own people and army might have met the same fate, unknowingly becoming food for these monsters while time stood still. Her survival, she realized, might be due to her lingering usefulness. Watching Chen Yu and the elves' cheerful atmosphere, Delia grew increasingly horrified, curling up on the ground and trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Her assumptions were far from the truth. Chen Yu had no fondness for bloodshed. To him, the members of the dark magic cult were nothing more than walking bags of points, nourishment for his plant life army. Delia's belief that Chen Yu took pleasure in slaughter was misplaced. He was simply enjoying the blue-topening process. The buffet lasted for a full 3 hours. As a series of system notifications echoed, the dark magic cult met its ultimate demise. The notifications continued. Defeated level 200 bronze boss, dark magic cult archbishop. Gained 8,000 exam points. Solo defeat of factions ultimate boss. Bonus 50,000 exam points awarded. Completed all boss kills for the dark magic cult. Faction annihilated. Completed faction mission. Annihilate the dark magic cult. Gained 500,000 exam points. Completed faction mission. Expand territory. Gained 50,000 exam points. Gained control over all monsters in the dark magic cult's territory, including bosses. The annihilation of the dark demon cult brought Chen Yu a substantial reward of 900,000 college entrance exam points, a number that even surpassed the 800,000 points earned from destroying the entire Demon Dragon faction. It's worth noting that the Demon Dragon faction consisted of 7 main cities, with the first 6 contributing 600,000 points, and the final Dragon City adding up to the 800,000 total. Chen Yu opened the faction map. The 2 deep red zones originally marked on the map had now been reduced to just 1. The area that once belonged to the Dark Demon cult had turned into a peaceful green zone. This newly conquered territory contained 12 outdoor monster spawn points, each guarded by a permanent regional boss, 1 level 180 bronze boss, 3 level 160 bronze bosses, as well as 4 level 180 and 6 level 160 regular bosses. These bosses were now part of Chen Yu's forces. Although they could no longer yield rewards when defeated, they provided him with a highly capable and deployable elite team. After the battle, the plant life forms gradually transported the spoils of war. Among the numerous crests and standard equipment, the most eye-catching item was a legendary crest book. This book's quality far exceeded Chen Yu's existing epic-level crest book. Not only did it offer 10 times the upgrade experience, but each page could also hold twice the number of crests. Legendary crest book. Quality, legendary. Pages, 101,000. Crests, none. Feature, becomes effective when placed in the inventory. Each page can hold 2 crests. Restriction, cannot be taken out of dungeons. Note, only 1 crest book can be active at a time. Chen Yu stowed the valuable item in his inventory and was about to use a teleportation crest to return to Rock City, planning to head toward the snowy megacity of the Stuart Empire next. However, his gaze fell on Delia, who was still trembling on the ground. The teleportation crest could only transport its user, leaving him in a dilemma. Delia, as the key figure proving his identity as the ultimate boss, needed to stay by his side. However, bringing her along would render the teleportation crest unusable, meaning he would have to travel a much longer distance. Leaving her under the guard of the plant life forms raised concerns about her escaping or being abducted. It was indeed a tricky problem. How about this? We place her in the supreme sacred land, and then I use the teleportation sigil alone. Chen Yu walked over to Delia, who was cowering on the ground, and reached out to pull her up. I'm taking you somewhere. Don't resist. His tone left no room for argument. Delia looked up at him, fearfully nodding her head. In the next instant, Chen Yu stepped into the supreme sacred land with Delia. She felt a flash of brilliance before her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in an entirely different world. A rich, vibrant life force filled the air, and with every breath, she could feel the overwhelming energy coursing through it. She cautiously glanced around, her gaze immediately drawn to the massive world tree. Its thick trunk pierced the skies, reaching into the infinite void, radiating a sacred aura that inspired awe. Instinctively, Delia lowered her head in reverence, and at that moment, she felt an invisible shackle within her shatter. The world around her became astonishingly clear, and a profound sense of joy surged from deep within her. It was as if someone who had been imprisoned in darkness for ages had finally stepped into the light and tasted true freedom. Though she couldn't comprehend the reason for this transformation, tears of exhilaration streamed uncontrollably down her bright eyes. Stop crying. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, Chen Yu said, surprisingly gentle, as he patted her shoulder. Then, pulling out a large lollipop from his pocket, he added, Here, take this and eat it. I'm not. Delia started to explain, but her words were cut off as the lollipop was placed in her mouth. I know, Chen Yu said plainly, you probably can't understand my actions and think of me as some brutal, bloodthirsty demon. But that doesn't matter. There's only one thing you need to know: I won't kill you. However, don't even think about escaping. Soon, I'll set you free, and you can go wherever you want. Delia, still immersed in the wondrous sensation of freedom, nodded quietly. Although she was now a captive in an unfamiliar place, the profound, soul-deep clarity she experienced made her believe this place held extraordinary mysteries. Yes, I understand. I won't try to run, she replied submissively. Her mindset had shifted dramatically. Not only did she no longer wish to escape, but she also hoped to stay in this place a while longer. Even in this short time, she could feel significant benefits unfolding within her. Maybe I should record this place, Delia thought, as she pulled out her sigil book and turned to the teleportation sigil page to mark the location. However, in the next moment, her expression turned to one of utter disbelief. How is this possible? Why have all my sigils been deactivated? How is this possible? Why have all my crests stopped working? Delia's exclamation echoed through the air. Her trembling fingers rapidly flipped through the pages of the Book of Crests. In the kingdom of Helratic, the Book of Crests was as essential as modern smart devices are today, a crucial part of daily life. From basic routines to complex combat skills, every Helratic citizen relied on the power of crests. Losing their protection was akin to throwing someone accustomed to modern conveniences into the wilderness, a helplessness that could drive anyone to despair. Hearing her cry, Chen Yu frowned and immediately took out his own Book of Crests to check. A system prompt appeared at once. Book of Crests grade, none. This book, once brimming with immense power, was now reduced to being labeled as a well-preserved antique, as if it were merely a decorative item fit for a collector. He then hastily retrieved a legendary power crest, only to be met with the same disappointment. The system classified it as a finely crafted ornament. Chen Yu quickly examined his other crests, only to find that all of them had turned into ordinary decorative pieces. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Yu quickly pieced together the reason. It was because the supreme sacred land was outside the dungeon's boundaries. When he removed the crests from the sacred land, they immediately regained their normal attributes, confirming his theory. Just then, the system issued a series of warnings. Warning: key storyline character Princess Delia has been lost. Reminder: retrieve the storyline character Princess Delia within 1 hour, or you will lose the status of the ultimate boss for the dragon faction. Chen Yu immediately realized the issue. Since the sacred land was invisible to the dungeon, the system had determined that Delia was no longer within his control. Fortunately, the system provided a 1-hour retrieval window. Otherwise, the consequences would have been devastating to his interests. Acting swiftly, Chen Yu activated a teleport crest, first returning to the Adventurers Guild in Stonehold City, and then using the teleportation array to travel near the nearest Frost Plains megacity. After leaving the city, he promptly released Delia. The system prompts updated instantly. Reminder: you have retrieved Princess Delia. Reminder: since you are outside your faction's territory, ensure you remain within 100 meters of Princess Delia, or she will be considered lost. Meanwhile, Delia was still lost in her panic over the crest failure, glancing around in confusion. Where am I? Suddenly, her vision blurred, and Delia once again felt that familiar power emanating from the Book of Emblems. She was puzzled as to why she could suddenly wield it again, but before she could make sense of it, the sensation of being imprisoned returned. However, this time, her soul remained free, unshackled by the heavy chains that had once bound her. Looking around, Delia quickly noticed the towering main city behind her. This was indeed within the kingdom's border. She had already left that mysterious and magnificent land. The realization filled her heart with an uncontrollable sense of loss. Just then, a familiar vine coiled around her body, binding her in the same way she had grown accustomed to, and began moving forward at great speed. Delia tilted her head upward, sneaking a glance at the enigmatic figure ahead. Her mind swirled with questions. What kind of being was he? What connection did he have to that place? And why was he imprisoning her like this? To this day, she still didn't understand Chen Yu's purpose in capturing her. He seemed utterly indifferent to everything about her, never even sparing her a glance. But Delia was certain this wasn't some impulsive act. His methods, though cruel and unrestrained, always carried a clear sense of purpose. Destroying her subordinate cities, imprisoning her, and annihilating the dark magic order. What could he possibly gain from this relentless series of massacres? After about an hour, a snow-covered canyon came into view. For some reason, this path felt oddly familiar to Delia. As they passed through the canyon and entered the snowy plains, a massive city loomed in the distance. She suddenly realized it was the snowfield giant city of the Stuart Empire. While she was lost in thought, the bindings around her abruptly loosened. This time, prepared, Delia executed a graceful midair flip and landed smoothly. She noticed 6 elemental spirits appearing by Chen Yu's side. Among them, the one clad in intricately designed armor and wielding a sword flew toward the snowfield giant city, a scene eerily reminiscent of what had happened at the Dark Magic Order's stronghold. Master, are you planning to destroy the snowfield giant city? Delia couldn't help but ask. That's right, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly as he leisurely set up a table and chairs, beginning to snack on sunflower seeds with the little spirits. Noticing Delia standing uneasily nearby, he pulled out another chair. Come, join us. Thank you, Master. Delia responded, startled by the unexpected gesture. However, as she glanced at the 5 little spirits at the table, particularly the ice-blue-haired one who had labeled her a broodmare, and the white-clad one who had called her a maggot, couldn't suppress a trace of fear. She cautiously observed Xiao Miao and Xiao Guang's reactions. Seeing that they didn't seem intent on driving her away, she finally dared to sit down in front of Chen Yu. Delia perched nervously on the edge of the stool, her hands neatly placed on her knees, her entire body as tense as a first grader under the watchful gaze of a strict teacher. Relax, no need to be so uptight. I'm not going to eat you, Chen Yu said casually, pushing a plate of sunflower seeds toward her. Here, try some. They're pretty good. Thank you, sir. Delia mimicked Chen Yu's actions and ate one. But her anxiety was so overwhelming that she couldn't even taste it. Such a foul stench, Xiao Miao muttered, casting a disdainful glance at Delia before flying over to perch on Chen Yu's shoulder with a few sunflower seeds in her tiny arms. Her movement made Delia freeze completely, her breathing becoming shallow and cautious. Xiao Guang approached next, his expression warm and gentle. Don't be afraid, he said reassuringly. Xiao Miao doesn't mean anything personal. She just has a strong aversion to all creatures who lack self-awareness, whether livestock or maggots. With that, he too grabbed a few sunflower seeds and settled on Chen Yu's shoulder, sitting next to Xiao Miao. Delia lowered her head even further, on the verge of tears. Thankfully, the other 3 little spirits paid her no attention. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yin were engrossed in a sunflower seed eating contest, their cheeks puffed out as they chewed furiously. Meanwhile, Xiaoan leisurely arranged sunflower seed shells into intricate patterns with her dainty, pale feet as she snacked. About a minute later, Ho Tu returned, landing gracefully on the table. With practiced ease, she split open a sunflower seed with her sword, dividing the kernel into 2 halves to savor. At that moment, Chen Yu's voice rang out, commanding all the plant-based life forms to surge toward the snowfield citadel. Watching the scene unfold, Delia felt a mix of emotions, mourning for the snowfield citadel and a surge of vengeful satisfaction. After all her suffering stemmed from the queen of the Stuart Empire. What kind of expression would you have if you saw this today, you wretch? She thought bitterly, a faint smile creeping onto her lips. And now, that just leaves the Helladic Kingdom. Chen Yu's low voice broke the silence. 20 main cities and 1 royal capital. It's going to take quite a bit of time. Delia's body trembled slightly as she asked fearfully, My lord, are you planning to destroy the Helladic Kingdom too? After all, it was where she had grown up. Despite her struggles with the queen and her hardships, it held many cherished childhood memories. Of course. Do you have a problem with that? Chen Yu replied indifferently. To him, Delia was nothing more than a necessary tool. Her opinions were irrelevant. No, none at all, Delia quickly responded. She wouldn't dare voice any objections when her own life hung by a thread. In truth, as a princess of Helladic, she was no different from other feudal rulers in the West, seeing the people merely as her property. The already scarce familial bonds within the royal family had long been eroded by the queen's persecution and the old king's indifference. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to allying with the dark demon cult in her bid to seize control of the kingdom. The kingdom was on the brink of annihilation by a terrifyingly powerful force. Delia felt little more than a fleeting sense of melancholy, overshadowed by the anguish of losing her wealth. Sir, may I ask you a question? Delia asked cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Go ahead. Why do you want to destroy the kingdom? And why are you taking me with you? A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. Do you really want to know? Are you sure you want me to tell you? Yes. Delia's eyes lit up with hope as she saw Chen Yu seemed willing to answer. She nodded eagerly. All right, I'll tell you. Chen Yu's lips curved upward. But first, do you know what your kingdom means to me? Delia hesitated for a moment. A place where you can indulge in the thrill of slaughter and destruction? Chen Yu shook his head, moving the sunflower seeds and 4 small sprites on the table aside. He then placed a chessboard in front of them. Do you know what this is? It's a chessboard for a type of strategy game? Delia replied. The Helladic Kingdom has similar games. Chessboards like this don't differ much from place to place. Exactly. Chen Yu began arranging the chess pieces on the board until it was completely set up. These pieces are placed on the board, and the board gives them roles and identities: king, ministers, knights, chariots, armies. Now, if the pieces were alive and had thoughts, do you think they believe the board is their entire world? As he spoke, Chen Yu took an extra piece and placed it on the board. Now, a game begins. But it's not a typical match between 2 players. Instead, an outsider enters the game, scoring points by taking pieces. He used the extra piece to knock the others off the board one by one, showcasing his spoils to Delia. Look, my score is incredibly high now. I've won. Hearing Chen Yu's explanation, a chilling sensation shot up Delia's spine, spreading through her entire body. At last, she understood the chessboard was the Helladic Kingdom. The two sides on the board represented the kingdom and the demon dragon, or perhaps herself and the queen. And Chen Yu? He was the rogue piece that had descended upon the board, consuming everything in its path. His actions weren't driven by a love of carnage or hatred. No, they were for something far simpler: points and victory. She, the queen, the dark demon cult, the frost fortress, they were all just prearranged pieces on the board, waiting to be claimed for points. As a mere chess piece, everything about her was an illusion. Her identity, her status, her memories, even her enmity with the queen had all been assigned by a higher existence. Her very purpose was nothing more than to serve as part of the backdrop for a game. And when the game ended, what would become of the pieces? Would they be stripped of everything and returned to the box, or reset on the board, awaiting the next game? When that time came, would she still be herself? If she had heard this before, she might not have felt its weight. But now, she could clearly sense the shackles and the prison that surrounded her. The metaphor of the chessboard was undeniably real. What should I do? Chen Yu had long noticed the uniqueness of this dungeon. Unlike the rigid, programmed characters in other dungeons, every NPC here exhibited distinctive personalities and genuine emotional fluctuations, reminding him of the challenging, defend the village dungeon he had once experienced. The college entrance exam ranking tournament dungeon was likely a larger scale, more comprehensive version of a realistic difficulty dungeon. According to the game's lore, dungeons were essentially specific historical fragments extracted from the timeline of the game world. Perhaps the dungeons in the world of universal job transitions were, in fact, pieces of real history preserved within the river of time. Watching the ever-changing expressions on Delia's face, Chen Yu was a little taken aback. The deep confusion and fear in her eyes showed that she had completely accepted the notion that she was merely a pawn. "My lord, there's no need for you to deceive me about this," Delia said bitterly. "Can you tell me, when your game ends, will we pawns be completely erased?" "I'm not sure about that either," Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. He explained that ordinary dungeons reset entirely after players left, but realistic dungeons were different. His experience with them was limited to a single instance, and they couldn't be revisited. As for the fate of the characters within such dungeons after his departure, he had no way of knowing. However, Delia seemed like an intriguing subject for further observation. "Thank you for your explanation, my lord," Delia murmured, lowering her head, her face pale and desolate. Chen Yu paid little attention to her reaction and continued playing with the little sprites. At the same time, he examined the two crest books in his inventory. One was an epic grade book he started with, and the other was a legendary grade book obtained from the dark magic cult. He had discovered a pattern in how experience points were gained. When stored in the inventory, only the first crest book would gain experience. When held, only the book in hand would gain experience. And when both books were held simultaneously, the higher grade legendary crest book would receive the experience. After weighing his options, Chen Yu decided to allocate all experience points to the legendary grade crest book. Time slipped by unknowingly as the sun set and dusk quietly descended. The plant-based life forms completed their mission, thoroughly clearing the vast snowy city. System notifications flashed one after another. Defeated level 200 bronze boss. Snowfield Vanguard officer, high exam points 8,000. Solo kill of the faction's ultimate boss, extra 50,000 points. Defeated all bosses in Snowfield Giant City. Stewart Empire faction has been annihilated. Completed faction mission. Annihilation of the Stewart Empire, high exam points 500,000. Completed faction mission. Expansion, high exam points 50,000. Now in control of the Snowfield Giant City faction area, gaining control over all monsters in the region, including bosses. Chen Yu glanced at the translucent points display. His total score had skyrocketed from 1.7 million to 2.9 million. Just the Snowfield Giant City alone had earned him 300,000 more points than the Dark Cult. And this was only the gains from slaying monsters. Clearly, the combined strength of Snowfield Giant City and the Heladric Kingdom far exceeded that of the Princess and the Dark Cult. Judging by the normal dungeon progression, Delia would have likely perished long ago. After collecting the spoils, Chen Yu escorted Delia back to Dragon City. Immediately, the Abyssal Thorn Spirit confined Delia in a small room, where a dense array of legendary plant life surrounded the space. Throughout the process, Delia remained silent, her eyes devoid of light. "I can try to help you escape this world," Chen Yu said with a smile, "but you'll need to cooperate with me." A spark of hope lit up in Delia's eyes instantly. "Really? I'll do whatever you ask, my lord. You don't need to do anything. Just stay here peacefully," Chen Yu replied before closing the door and leaving. Since Delia could enter the supreme sacred land, it meant there was a possibility for her to leave the dungeon. What would happen if an NPC from a dungeon managed to escape? The thought intrigued Chen Yu immensely. Meanwhile, in the Adventurer's Guild Hall of Stone Fortress, Su Miaoyue clutched a tear-stained ritual artifact emitting an increasingly intense blood-red glow, her anxiety growing by the second. She had learned that Chen Yu visited the hall every night to check quest progress, so she decided to wait there. Lu Pingping was equally distressed after all. She was the one who had brought the ritual artifact into the ranking match dungeon. Considering that each province had 2 forbidden class guardians and the national chief examiner was a 9th tier arcane master, any mishap caused by the artifact could result in her facing consequences so severe that even dying a million times wouldn't quell the Empire's wrath. Suddenly, a white light illuminated the halicine that someone had used a teleportation sigil. Lu Pingping turned her head, only to see a female mage stepping out of the light. Disappointed, she turned away. Su Miaoyue, and that Lu, something. What are you two looking at? A familiar voice came from behind. Both women turned around simultaneously to see Chen Yu standing there with a smile. It's already the 5th day. How's your progress? We'll talk about that later, Su Miaoyue said, grabbing Chen Yu and quickly leading him toward the Adventurers Guild's lodging area. Su Miaoyue slammed the door shut with a loud bang and pulled Chen Yu into her rented room. Chen Yu glanced around, noticing the anxious expressions on the 2 girls' faces, which made him feel slightly uneasy. Ahem, Chen Yu tried to lighten the mood. I mean, this kind of thing is no big deal for a guy, but there's no need to rush it, right? How about one at a time? After all, going straight to a 1v2 for the first time, I might get too nervous and mess up. This is a serious matter. Of course we're in a hurry, Su Miaoyue said, confused. What do you mean by one at a time? Lu Pingping blushed and gently tugged at Su Miaoyue's sleeve, her eyes darting meaningfully toward the luxurious bed in the middle of the room. Su Miaoyue froze for a moment, then her face turned red as well. She suddenly slapped herself on the cheek. Wait, what am I even thinking at a time like this? Oh, so you have this kind of hobby? Chen Yu asked with interest, looking at Su Miaoyue. I mean, I'm not exactly an expert in shamanism, but if that's what you need, I can give it a shot. Shamanism? What shamanism? Su Miaoyue looked even more baffled. Lu Pingping quietly took Su Miaoyue's hand and traced 2 letters in her palm. Su Miaoyue instantly froze. All right, let's cut the jokes and get to the point, Chen Yu said with a smile. He could tell that the 2 girls were genuinely anxious about something. His earlier teasing was just an attempt to break the tension. It was easy for people to get flustered and miss important details when they were panicked. Thank you, Su Miaoyue said, calming herself down. Here's the situation. This morning, Pingping and I were grinding mobs in the Fengshao mountain range. She went on to explain what had happened, then handed the ritual item to Chen Yu. Chen Yu took the badge and examined its attributes, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This confirmed his earlier suspicions ever since he had heard about the neighboring city's Pain Church bishop being hunted and the Rift Church targeting the Pain Church. He had a hunch that the Rift Church might try summoning a demon avatar through ritual items hidden in the ranked match dungeon. You know what this is? Su Miaoyue asked, surprised. Yeah, it's a Rift ritual item. I know that much, Su Miaoyue said urgently. I mean, what is it meant to summon? Just an avatar of an abyssal demon, that's all. Nothing too major, Chen Yu said calmly. Alright, that's wait, what did you say? An abyssal demon avatar? Yeah, is there a problem? Of course there's a problem, Su Miaoyue said, exasperated. An abyssal demon is no joke. To non-abyssal beings, they're basically terrorists, psychotic maniacs, and destruction-crazed lunatics all rolled into one. Even in the orderly blue Star Tunglong Empire, abyssal demons are the stuff of nightmares for children. Do you know if there's any way to stop the demon avatar from descending, since you seem familiar with the ritual item? There's no way. Once the ritual starts, it can't be interrupted unless you manage to destroy most of the ritual items before the ceremony is completed. Even if the Rift ritual artifact in her hand failed, Su Miaoyue knew there was no way to stop the completion of the ritual. She glanced nervously at Chen Yu, only to find him looking relaxed. This is a perfect opportunity to exploit the abyssal demon god. Why stop it? Chen Yu's tone carried an air of excitement. Su Miaoyue's heart was filled with dread, as if she could already see a terrifying demon god emerging from the void, ready to tear her apart. Why are you worrying unnecessarily? Chen Yu cast a sidelong glance at her. What does the descent of a demon god's avatar have to do with you? This is a high-stakes exam issue, and it's the responsibility of the exam organizers to handle it. It's not your problem. If you can't fight it, can't you just run? These words jolted Su Miaoyue awake. That's right, it really has nothing to do with me. With a teleportation sigil in hand, she could escape at any moment. With so many high-level NPCs in the instance, someone was bound to hold off the demon god's avatar. It has everything to do with me. Lu Pingping wailed nearby, almost in tears. I was the one who brought the Rift ritual artifact into the exam. Anyway, you don't need to worry, Chen Yu reassured them. I'm sure the exam organizers will handle everything. Also, if you find out the location of the demon god's avatar, remember to let me know immediately. As he spoke, he dumped out a large pile of various sigils. The dazzling blue and purple light instantly lit up the surroundings, nearly blinding the 2 girls. Oh my god! Lu Pingping dropped to her knees on the spot, cradling the sigils in her hands as they slipped through her fingers. To her, The clinking sound of the sigils colliding was the sweetest melody of wealth. Su Miaoyue was equally stunned. Although sigils only worked within instances, their purchasing power alone was enough to buy several Su family estates. Earning so much in just 5 days, Chen Yu's efficiency was beyond imagination. Make the most of this time to rack up some exam points. I'm heading out. Chen Yu pulled out his sigil book, preparing to teleport back to the city. Wait, Su Miaoyue quickly grabbed his arm and handed him a communication sigil. Take this. It'll make it easier to contact you. Chen Yu examined it. Communication sigil, rare quality, allowing both holders of the paired sigils to communicate for 5 minutes daily. He found this functional sigil rather intriguing, as he'd never encountered anything like it while farming monsters. I got this as a mission reward, Su Miaoyue explained. Aside from mission rewards, you can only buy them in the major sigil shops in the royal city. Chen Yu suddenly understood, recalling that his teleportation sigil had also initially been borrowed from a bearded shopkeeper. Monsters indeed didn't drop functional sigils like these. After storing the communication sigil in his sigil book, Chen Yu activated his teleportation and returned to Dragon Demon City. He found a desolate area in the wilderness and eagerly retrieved the demon god ritual artifact from his supreme sacred land. A crimson glow immediately radiated from it, identical to the rift ritual artifact he had seen earlier. Picking up a large, bandage-like item, Chen Yu examined its properties. Pain ritual artifact, mythical quality. When a certain quantity exists within a specific range, it automatically initiates the pain ritual. This artifact belonged to a 1040 Abyssal Project senior engineer. Upon completion, it would summon their avatar to give a lecture, thoroughly analyzing the benefits of joining the Abyss for genius professionals, as well as the probabilities and possibilities of ascending to godhood after committing to the Abyss. What the hell is this 1040 Abyssal Project? Chen Yu's face twitched as he casually tossed the oversized band-aid back to where it came from. He thought to himself, now there would be 2 Abyssal Demon God avatars in the ranked match dungeon. An amusing idea popped into his mind. If these 2 avatars were to encounter each other, would they start fighting? If that were the case, wouldn't he just sit back and watch the chaos unfold? The thought of the thrilling scene that might occur when the demon avatars descended made Chen Yu start to look forward to it. Meanwhile, the college entrance exam ranking competition had reached its 6th day. In the live studio in Kyoto, Shirin Buxishu and Xiaoxia Tuanzi were still dutifully holding their positions as commentators. Over the past 6 days, they had barely taken a break, even skipping bathroom trips, relying solely on their incredible stats to keep going. Their dedication was nothing short of exemplary in the broadcasting world. Attention, viewers! Shirin Buxishu's energetic voice echoed through the live stream. We've just received word from the examiners that members of the Shangshi Alliance have successfully completed the task to obtain the legendary emblem and are now returning to the Snowfield megacity to claim their reward. The screen shifted to a vast snowy plain. 12 members of the Shangshi Alliance were making their way toward the majestic megacity in the distance, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. The live chat exploded with activity, with comments flooding in one after another. A legendary emblem. They've practically secured the top spot. Newbie here, can someone explain what this emblem does? Official description. It grants either 2,000 points to a single attribute or an epic level skill. Looks like the top scorer will come from the 2 capitals this year. Don't forget about Yunchuan's dark horse. That guy scored 18,500 points in the first round. It even received top-tier commendations from 2 forbidden powerhouses. When the Shangshi Alliance team finally reached the gates of the Snowfield megacity, an eerie silence greeted them, unsettling the group. That's odd. Why isn't there anyone around? One of the candidates asked, staring at the deserted streets in confusion. Maybe everyone's gathered somewhere else, the leader of the Shangshi Alliance said briskly, quickening his pace. Forget about that for now. Let's focus on claiming the reward. The thought of the legendary emblem, soon to be in his hands, filled him with excitement. Though in terms of strength, he wasn't on par with the prodigies of Kyoto, nor could he compete with the talents of the Magic City, this achievement felt like a significant milestone. As for the legendary figure from Yunchuan province who scored an incredible 18,500 points, there was simply no comparison. However, as long as he could secure this mythical emblem, he would gain the qualification to stand shoulder to shoulder with these unparalleled prodigies. Even claiming the top spot would no longer seem out of reach. The group passed through the towering city gates and stepped onto the stone-paved roads of the Snowfield megacity. Yet, as they ventured deeper into the city, an eerie atmosphere gradually enveloped them. The streets were completely deserted, with only scattered fragments of equipment lying desolately in the cold wind. Broken weapons and damaged armor were strewn across the ground, as if the city had silently endured a catastrophic event. The leader of the Shangshi Alliance furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. Move faster, he commanded in a low voice. The group quickened their pace toward the city lord's mansion, the designated location for submitting their mission. However, what awaited them was an even more unsettling sight. The Grand City Lord's mansion was also devoid of life. with not a single NPC in sight to hand out the mission rewards. What do we do now? Someone asked anxiously. Wait. The Shangshi Alliance leader gritted his teeth and forced out the word. They had painstakingly completed this high-difficulty mission and couldn't simply give up. Perhaps the NPCs had temporarily left for some kind of collective activity. Meanwhile, in the college entrance exam livestream, the chat was flooded with comments. What is going on here? Why is it a ghost town? I've been watching from the start, and this is definitely the mission location for Shangshi Alliance. All NPCs disappearing? What's that about? Where's the host? Explain this. On the livestream platform, Beastly Hands Unwashed was sweating nervously, equally baffled by the situation. Xiao Tuanzi quickly changed the subject while discreetly asking the on-site examiners, is there a setting where all NPCs in Snowfield Megacity disappear at once? Impossible, one examiner replied, looking puzzled. We conducted multiple rounds of testing before the exam, and this never happened. Unless all the NPCs were killed and it's their respawn time. But there are no signs of any battles in the city. Damn it. Xiao Tuanzi couldn't help but curse. You examiners are so unreliable. What about the other camera feeds? Any findings? There is something, the examiner replied. The leader of the Tianxia Alliance, Yuan Xiao, is currently leading his team through the Howling Canyon to explore the first main city of the Demon Dragon faction. That's it. Xiao Tuanzi clapped her hands and immediately returned to the livestream platform. The area around the first main city of the Demon Dragon. Jin Fa Jiang Chao Luo. Li Hao let out a low cry, his figure in white training attire darting forward like lightning. With a ferocious straight punch, he struck the creature that resembled a hybrid of a bear and a wolf. The monster collapsed instantly, disintegrating into specks of light. Amazing, amazing. You're really leveling up, Ritian. You just one-shotted a level 60 monster. Yuan Xiao bounced over to Li Hao, leaning forward and looking up at him with excitement gleaming in her eyes. It's all thanks to the power of the emblem, Li Hao replied calmly, shaking his head. Reaching this level with my own strength will still take some time. Ugh, listen to you. Compliment you a little. And you're already full of yourself? Yuan Zhao's expression shifted as she jabbed a finger sharply into Li Hao's ribs. Hiss, Li Hao sucked in a cold breath, wincing in pain. Maruko, you two cut it out for now. A bespectacled girl nearby interrupted with a frown. Something's not right. We've barely encountered any monsters along the way. That's unusual. Exactly, Lu Huang said, standing with his hands behind his back and gazing into the distance. Not only are there no wild monsters, but even the designated spawn zones on the map are completely empty. This situation is highly peculiar. So, what do we do now? Yuan Xiao grumbled impatiently. Everything's weird Weird that why don't we just skip the quest and go farm monsters instead? Although Yuan Xiao was the nominal leader of Tianxia Alliance, the real organizer was Lu Huang, who had initially proposed the formation of the group. All strategies and plans were handled by Lu Huang and the bespectacled girl. Yuan Xiao, disliking anything that required much thought, left such matters to them, while Li Hao remained indifferent to it all. It might be strange, but it's not necessarily a bad thing for us, the bespectacled girl remarked, pushing her glasses up. From my observations, each area has a fixed maximum number of monsters. When monsters are killed, they respawn after a certain period of time. And what does that prove? Yuan Xiao asked, puzzled. It means the monsters were relocated rather than killed, Li Hao explained. Monsters leaving their spawn zones still count toward the maximum number. If they'd been killed, they should have already started respawning by now. It's highly likely that the ultimate boss of the Demon Dragon faction is rallying the monsters to prepare for war. Aren't you clever? Yuan Xiao glared at Li Hao. So, with this intel, can we just head back and turn in the quest? No, the bespectacled girl said with a shake of her head. This is just a theory. We need to confirm it firsthand at the first main city of the Demon Dragon. Besides, with no monsters in the way, we can reach it easily. Ugh, why didn't you just say that earlier? Why make it so complicated? Let's go. Yuan Xiao leapt forward, taking the lead as she dashed ahead. The rest of the Tianxia Alliance had no choice but to follow. The first main city of the Demon Dragon stood in the middle of a vast, open plain. The group of over 10 people advanced in a straight line, quickly spotting the outline of the city walls. Slowing their pace, they cautiously approached. To their astonishment, the walls were completely unmanned, and the city gates were wide open. Even as they closed the distance to less than 100 meters, not a single monster was in sight. At that moment, they suddenly noticed a towering figure wielding a platinum shield stepping out from the first main city of the Demon Dragon. The aura emanating from the figure was intimidating, and its piercing gaze locked directly onto the members of the Tianxia Alliance. Be on guard. Prepare to retreat. Lu Huang's hair stood on end as he immediately issued the order. The members of the Tianxia Alliance looked tense, gripping their weapons tightly. A lone figure emerging from the Demon Dragon's main city with such an imposing presence could only mean one thing: it was a boss-level entity. Facing an opponent of this caliber was far beyond their capabilities, and even a small misstep could result in casualties. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, a familiar female voice broke the silence. Well, it's you guys. Why the big reaction seeing me? What's the matter? Thinking of picking a fight? A rebellious girl carrying a flamethrower and holding a heavy machine gun strode out from behind the heavily armored warrior. Min Hongyi? Yuan Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. It's you? You joined the Demon Dragon faction? Why are you with a boss from their side? Despite seeing someone they knew, the Tianxia Alliance members remained on high alert. After all, Min Hongyi was unpredictable by nature and might very well team up with the boss to snatch their gear. Min Hongyi laughed and tapped the shoulder armor of the heavily armored warrior. Hey, they're saying you're a boss. The armored warrior removed their helmet and casually ran a hand through their hair. Girl, you don't get it. This is the aura of a beast. Even in a crowd, people can instantly recognize your ferocity and strength. A candidate? The Tianxia Alliance members exclaimed in unison. One of the team immediately cast a detection spell. Li Wei, level 35, shield warrior. Level 35? The level shocked the Tianxia Alliance. In the ranking match dungeon, leveling up was impossible, which meant Li Wei had already reached this level before entering the high-ranking tournament level even their leader, Yuan Zhao, had yet to achieve. Min Hongyi put away her weapon and approached with Li Wei. You guys are here for the reconnaissance mission too, right? Yeah. Lu Huang nodded. How did you come out of Demon Dragon City? It's not something I can explain in a few words. Min Hongyi gestured toward the city gates. You'll understand if you go in and take a look. Meanwhile, the high school exam livestream chat exploded with comments. Did those two candidates join the Demon Dragon faction? Is the Tianxia Alliance trying to recruit them? Candidates aren't NPCs. How could they switch factions? Wait, why does this Demon Dragon main city look as empty as the Snowfield Giant City? Not a single figure on the city walls. On screen, the Tianxia Alliance followed Li Wei and Min Hongyi into Demon Dragon City, only to discover that the city was indeed deserted. All the NPCs had vanished without a trace. What's going on? The Snowfield Giant City was one thing, but the Demon Dragon main city is a key faction in this dungeon. Host, explain this. Yeah, someone asked the examiners in the livestream what's happening. In the high school exam livestream studio, Beastman doesn't wash hands and Little Dumpling simultaneously turned to glare at the examiners assisting with the broadcast, their eyes sharp and demanding answers. The first main city of the Demon Dragon. Li Wei and Min Hongyi led the Tianxia Alliance squad on a tour through the empty city. The silence within the city was unsettling. Not a single NPC could be seen. Eventually, the group gathered on the city walls of Demon Dragon City. The atmosphere on the wall was heavy. One of the Tianxia Alliance candidates couldn't help but glance at Yuan Zhao with a questioning look. Boss, where do we go next? You're asking me? Who should I ask then? Yuan Zhao rolled his eyes, clearly irritated. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huang spoke up. Technically, the mission to gather intelligence is complete, and we can return to claim the rewards. But this outcome is just bizarre. A grand main city, and there's not a single person here. Min Hongyi chimed in. Where did all the NPCs go? Even if they were all wiped out, there should at least be traces of a battle. Li Wei scanned the intact city walls and frowned. Look at how well preserved this city is. It doesn't look like it's been overrun at all. Ugh, enough already. Stop overanalyzing. Yuan Zhao cut in impatiently. Either we move on to explore the second main city, or we head back to turn in the mission. Make up your mind. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly raised his hand, signaling for silence. Wait, everyone, stop talking. The group immediately fell quiet, their eyes fixed on him. Yuan Zhao cautiously grabbed Li Hao's arm. What is it? The ground is shaking. Li Hao pointed toward the flag atop the city wall. The flagpole was vibrating at an alarming speed. An earthquake? Lu Huang scanned the surroundings. Li Hao shook his head. No, something is approaching, and it's massive. Follow me. With that, he darted forward like an arrow, leading the group to the opposite side of the wall. It's coming from that direction, Li Hao pointed into the distance. The road leading to the Demon Dragon's second main city. Lu Huang's expression grew serious. If it's a large-scale cavalry movement, it could definitely cause this kind of tremor. Could the NPCs from the first main city have all gone to the second main city for a meeting? Yuan Zhao asked, puzzled. But wouldn't they at least leave some guards behind? Let's observe for now, and be ready to retreat at any moment. Li Hao took a deep breath. If anything seems off, retreat immediately without hesitation. The group quickly retrieved their emblem books and equipped their teleportation emblems, keeping their eyes fixed on the horizon. The ground tremors grew more intense, and a deafening cacophony echoed from afar. Within moments, a black wave appeared on the horizon. It was a massive swarm of creatures, including giant beasts, Northrend warriors, ogres, and orcs in various forms. Leading the charge were dozens of boss units, exuding an overwhelming presence. Witnessing this startling scene, Li Wei swallowed hard and quietly activated his teleportation emblem. While the others were still in shock at the sight of the monstrous horde surging toward them, his recall spell had already completed, sending him safely back to the city. All right, everyone, take your time. I'll be heading off first. Before the voice had even faded, a pillar of white light appeared out of thin air, engulfing the speaker's figure. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and start, Min Hongyi urged, disappearing into the teleportation light as well. The members of the Tianxia Alliance finally snapped out of their daze, scrambling to activate their return scrolls. In the live broadcast of the college entrance exam ranking competition, the chat was flooded with comments flying by like snowflakes. Holy crap! What is this? Is this the legendary monster siege? Those are monsters from the Demon Dragon faction. There's no way they'd attack the Demon Dragon's main city. I get it. The ultimate boss must have gathered the monsters to launch an all-out battle against the Kingdom faction. Exactly. The people from the Snowfield Giant City must have known about this and evacuated in advance. The two hosts exchanged nervous glances, barely daring to breathe. Hosting a high-viewership program broadcast across the Tunglong Empire and the entire Blue Planet, they were acutely aware of how disastrous a miscalculation could be. Meanwhile, a small figure grabbed the examiner by the collar and lowered their voice, demanding fiercely, "You've tested this so many times. Don't tell me you didn't know." The examiner gave a wry smile and shook his head. "We really didn't know." Although the dungeon sequence had been rehearsed countless times before the exam, with 200,000 candidates acting like 200,000 unpredictable huskies, there was no telling what might happen. However, everyone overlooked one crucial detail in the surging tide of monsters. There were 2 humans and thousands of highly humanoid plant creatures. Chen Yu sat leisurely on the petal of a massive lily, while Delia knelt behind him, diligently massaging his shoulders. It was all Chen Yu's doing. He had spent an entire day orchestrating this, first luring the boss and elite monsters from the Snowfield Giant City into the Demon Dragon's territory, then gathering all the creatures in the area into a massive army to march on the Heraldric Kingdom. Unlike the Demon Dragon City and the 2 hidden map factions, the 20 main cities of the Heraldric Kingdom, along with the capital, were closely connected, making them hard to defeat one by one. With that in mind, Chen Yu decided to switch tactics, concentrating his forces to launch an all-out frontal assault. After being teleported back to the city, the candidates of the Alliance exam, along with Li Wei and Min Hongyi, immediately reported the crucial information they had obtained in the main city of the Demon Dragon to the intelligence officer NPC. The intelligence officer scrutinized them with a skeptical expression, suspecting that they had fabricated this story to claim a hefty reward. "It's all true," they argued earnestly, repeatedly recounting what they had witnessed with their own eyes. Though still doubtful, the intelligence officer eventually dispatched several waves of NPC scouts to verify their claims. When the scouts returned one by one with conclusive reports about the monster horde, the intelligence officer's expression grew grim. He promptly used teleportation and communication crests to escalate the urgent situation to the royal capital of the Heraldric Kingdom. Upon receiving the news, the king immediately convened his ministers to discuss countermeasures. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Howling Canyon, a group of candidates was engaged in their routine monster hunting. During a lull as they waited for monsters to respawn, one candidate standing at the canyon's entrance suddenly noticed thick clouds of dust rising in the distance. "Look over there," he called out to his teammates. The others gathered around, speculating among themselves. Could it be a sandstorm? Impossible. That's a grassland over there. There's no way it's a sandstorm. As their discussion continued, the dust clouds drew closer, and the ground began to tremble faintly. Suddenly, a candidate with sharp eyesight turned pale. "It's monsters. A massive swarm of them. Retreat now," someone shouted. In a panic, the group activated their return-tocity skills, their teleportation beams lighting up one after another. Within moments, the latter half of the canyon was deserted. Shortly after, Chen Yu led his monster army into the canyon. A system notification was triggered instantly. As a faction boss leading a large combat force across the map's territorial boundary, this action would be considered a declaration of war, prematurely activating the final mission of the ranking tournament dungeon. "War it is. Charge everyone," Chen Yu commanded. Over 20 regional bosses took the lead, spearheading a massive wave of elite monsters and smaller creatures into the canyon. The monster horde surged forward, trampling weaker creatures underfoot, their bodies merging with the terrain. The winding and narrow canyon terrain limited visibility, but the advancing army's overwhelming momentum alarmed the candidates hunting within. Driven by curiosity, some ventured closer to investigate. Those who reacted quickly managed to escape in time, while slower ones were trampled into beams of white light, marking the end of their exam attempt. It took the monster army over an hour to fully pass through Howling Canyon. As Chen Yu, trailing at the back of the group, passed through the Wailing Canyon, A sudden system notification echoed in his mind. As the ultimate boss of the Demon Dragon faction, he was assigned a critical mission: to lead his forces and conquer all the major cities of the Helladic Kingdom, including the royal capital, within 5 days. Upon completion, he would earn a massive reward of 500,000 college entrance exam points. The system emphasized that any captured city would be permanently secured and could not be reclaimed by the opposing side. At the same time, all other candidates in the instance received a completely different notification. Their mission was to stand their ground, to assist the Helladic Kingdom in repelling the invasion. As long as they could defend any one major city for more than 5 days, they would earn a base reward of 1,000 points plus a share of the 500,000 points based on their contributions. Considering the overwhelming disparity in strength between the two sides, all candidates outside the Demon Dragon faction were also provided with a real-time updated map to monitor the positions of enemy units at all times. This unexpected mission announcement caused an uproar among the candidates. Those farming monsters immediately stopped in their tracks, with some even getting caught off guard and attacked by creatures due to their distraction. The final mission is starting this early? The power gap between the two sides is this huge? All we have to do is hold one major city for 5 days to win. Isn't that too much? There's never been such an unbalanced faction setup in the history of the ranking exams. As the Demon Dragon faction's army approached Bastion City, many candidates activated their teleportation abilities, gathering at this frontline fortress where the first major battle was likely to take place. White teleportation beams lit up one after another, and in no time, tens of thousands of candidates had flooded into the city. They split into 2 groups, each adopting different tactics. The majority chose to leave the city and find advantageous terrain in the wilderness for a flanking assault, while a smaller number climbed the city walls, intending to use the fortifications to snipe at the enemy forces. Although no one harbored much hope of holding Bastion City, given the task assigned by the system, they had no choice but to give it their all. Meanwhile, Bastion City's NPC troops had completed their preparations for battle. Outside the city, orderly formations of cavalry and infantry stood ready. On the walls, dense ranks of ranged units were poised for action. Defensive structures such as arrow towers, cannons, and ballistae were fully armed and prepared to unleash devastating attacks on the approaching enemy. Rumble the ground quaked as a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The defensive lines of Bastion City had just been completed when a vast wave of monsters emerged on the distant horizon. These mindless creatures obeyed only the commands of their leader, charging toward the city walls without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous army had advanced to within 300 meters of the fortifications. "Attack with everything you've got," shouted the frontline commander. Instantly, the city's defenses sprang to life. Arrow towers, cannons, and ballistae unleashed a torrent of firepower, raining arrows, cannonballs, and magic down upon the horde. The barrage carved bloody paths through the monster ranks, but the gaps were quickly filled as if the horde were endless. The heavy cavalry of Bastion City launched their counteroffensive. Tens of thousands of armored knights, led by their commander, charged forward like an unstoppable tide of steel. The commander's massive greatsword projected a glowing blade dozens of meters long, cleaving through the monsters and creating a vacuum corridor in their ranks. The cavalry surged through this opening like a razor-sharp blade, slicing the horde into 2. Meanwhile, the infantry clashed heat-in with the monsters. A 3-meter ogre swung its massive club, crushing a soldier's head in a single blow, only to be impaled moments later by several long spears. Nearby, a swarm of goblins overwhelmed and tore apart the soldiers who had taken down the ogre. Such brutal and bloody scenes played out across the battlefield. Amid the chaos, the candidates found their own ways to fight. They maneuvered deftly along the flanks of the monster army, striking opportunistically and avoiding direct confrontation. In one corner of the battlefield, the Tianxia Alliance squad set up an ambush, trapping a group of monsters worth double points within their formation. Yuan Shao and Li Hao charged back and forth through the horde, their bodies drenched in blood. Yuan Shao shouted with exhilaration, "Keep killing! Kill them all!" Meanwhile, Min Hongyi wielded a machine cannon, its blue muzzle flashing as a storm of metal bullets tore through the monsters. Beside her, Li Wei stood firm with his shield, an unyielding fortress amidst the chaos. Across the battlefield, tens of thousands of examinees displayed their unique abilities, steadily reducing the numbers of the monster army. In front of Bastion City, the defensive forces on the city walls cooperated with the infantry on the ground, successfully holding back the main offensive. At the center of the battlefield, monster cavalry moved back and forth, slicing through the battlefield in an attempt to disrupt the defensive lines. As time passed, the tide of battle gradually shifted in favor of Bastion City. The frontline commander began to see hope for holding out until reinforcements arrived. At the rear of the battlefield, Xiaoyan sat idly on Chen Yu's lap, yawning as she said, "Master, watching them fight is so boring. Why don't I just burn them all to ashes?" "There's no need for that." Chen Yu shook his head, rejecting her suggestion. Though the origin spirit was immensely powerful, her ability to cast forbidden spells was limited by her level. While the system determined his side held the advantage, 95 of that advantage was concentrated in the hands of a few spirits stationed far from the battlefield. With the intense battles ahead, the possibility of a demon god's avatar appearing loomed large. Chen Yu needed to ensure that the origin spirits remained in peak condition to handle any unexpected situations. The current advantage on the battlefield was merely superficial. Chen Yu had only deployed some level 6070 cannon fodder monsters to disrupt the enemy's formation. The real main forces had yet to act. Observing the battlefield, he noted that nearly half of the cannon fodder troops had been wiped out, and the rest were surrounded. However, this had effectively caused the defensive lines of Bastion City to become disorganized. The time had come. Chen Yu ordered a full-scale assault. Over 20 level 150 bosses led elite monsters and advanced minions in a ferocious attack. The examinees, monitoring the war map, noticed the movement of this force and saw the red skull icons representing the bosses rapidly approaching. One by one, they chose to teleport away. Even members of the three major alliances dared not engage this elite force hidden. By the time Chen Yu's main forces arrived on the battlefield, the ground was devoid of examinees. Only a few individuals remained on the city walls, using long-range methods to score points. However, upon seeing the over 20 level 150 bosses, they too immediately opted for teleportation to retreat. With the addition of the elite monster army, Bastion City's defenses quickly collapsed. The commanders within the city, along with the remaining elite forces, fled through teleportation arrays. The monster army surged forward unimpeded, and plant-based life forms spread throughout the city, searching for living beings to devour. Notification: you have conquered Bastion City. Final mission progress increased by 121. Notification: faction mission, expand territory completed. College entrance exam points 50,000. After conquering Barrier City, Chen Yu's territory expanded once again. All the monsters within the city automatically fell under his command, quickly replenishing the losses from previous battles. This ability to effortlessly control monsters puzzled Chen Yu, who could only attribute it to the unique mechanisms of the dungeon. With time running short, Chen Yu didn't linger in Barrier City. The monster army continued its march, and 3 hours later, they reached the second major city on the front lines. Inside, only a handful of old, weak, and injured defenders remained, unable to put up any resistance. The city was swiftly captured. Under the cover of darkness, the army pressed onward. It turned out that the Hieratic Kingdom, upon discovering that the massive snowfield city had been abandoned, fell into a panic. They decided to give up the outer major cities and retreat to the royal capital for a final stand. They were concentrating all their forces in preparation for the ultimate battle. Upon learning this, Chen Yu made a decisive move. He divided the monster army and plant creatures into 3 groups, each led by 2 sprites, to attack the cities simultaneously. The strategy proved highly effective. 6 major cities fell on the 7th day, 8 more on the 8th day, and by the 9th day, the remaining 2 cities were also conquered. The monster army grew like a snowball, swelling to an astonishing size. By the morning of the 10th day, the number of cannon fodder monsters alone had reached a staggering 1 million. The army had advanced to within less than 30 kilometers of the Hieratic royal capital. In fact, all 20 major cities had been captured by noon on the 9th day, but the relentless forced marches had thrown the army into disarray. Clashes frequently broke out among the various monster factions crowded together, and if not for Chen Yu's strict orders, they might have turned on each other. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu ordered Aeonadi Rest to reorganize and prepare the troops. Meanwhile, the Hieratic royal capital had been transformed into an impregnable fortress. Arrow towers, cannon towers, and magical towers were densely packed along the city walls, while the surrounding area was littered with pitfalls and caltrops designed to inflict maximum damage. Soldiers and examinees stood ready, prepared for the impending siege. Inside the royal palace, the king, weighed down by his heavy crown, paced anxiously back and forth. At that moment, the queen entered from the hall, her expression grave. "Your Majesty, there's news from the front. What's the situation?" The king looked up, hopeful, but his heart sank as he caught sight of the queen's somber face. The queen sighed and disclosed a troubling piece of news to the king. "My father told me that the Stuart Empire not only did not withdraw their forces from the Snowfield megacity, but they are also actively searching for the city's inhabitants." The king, in disbelief, responded, "How could an entire megacity's population vanish into thin air without leaving a trace? What should we do now? Can your father support us?" "No, he can't," the queen replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "Even though the Empire has expedited their research, they have yet to uncover the cause of the teleportation array's destruction. For now, we are on our own." At that moment, a crimson beam of light, as red as blood, suddenly shot into the sky from the ground outside the hall. The oppressive aura it emitted immediately caught their attention. The The king and queen quickly stepped outside, but before they could summon the guards to investigate, hundreds of scarlet beams had already risen across the royal city, densely filling the sky. The city guards swiftly traced the source of these eerie beams to black insignias engraved with 6 intersecting blood-red scars. What was even more shocking was that some of these insignias were found hidden on the examinees themselves. Meanwhile, at the Examination Command headquarters in the capital of the Tunglong Empire, a proctor monitoring the test instances hurriedly approached the chief examiner of this year's college entrance exams, Hua Yin, a 9th-tier arcane master. Chief examiner, during routine monitoring, we detected traces of abyssal magic with an extremely high purity. Abyssal magic? Is it from a demon-class examinee? Hua Yin opened his eyes and asked. Impossible, the proctor replied urgently. Beginner-level professionals couldn't possibly possess that level of power. Based on my assessment, it would take at least an 8th-tier expert to generate abyssal magic of such purity. Abyssal magic at the level of a forbidden-tier expert? Hua Yin's expression grew grave. Let's check the control center. The two quickly entered a hall adorned with intricate magical patterns. In the center, a light blue vortex about 4 to 5 meters in diameter floated above a pedestal. This was the core and control hub of the ranking competition's instance teleportation portal. Hua Yin placed his hand on the portal to sense it for a few seconds, and his expression turned alarmingly serious. Bring up the instance monitoring visuals immediately. In the surveillance hall, dozens of exam monitors were observing the real-time events inside the test instances through white crystals. Suddenly, one of the monitors raised an alarm. Hua Yin rushed over and saw the projected image. Countless scarlet beams of light intersecting in midair, gradually forming a seemingly chaotic yet subtly patterned complex diagram. This is a demonic god ritual. Hua Yan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he uttered the 4 words. The surveillance room was filled with shock on the faces of the monitoring officials. What? A demon ritual? A demon ritual to summon a demon's avatar? Exclamations erupted one after another. No one could believe that such a forbidden ritual would appear in the high school entrance exam ranking competitions instance. All inspectors, listen up! Hua Yin Monarch's furious voice broke through the clamor, and everyone immediately fell silent. His gaze was sharp as lightning as he quickly issued orders. Report this to the Empire's Emergency Response Department immediately. Gather all personnel from the Central Command Center. Unlock the instance for the ranking competition at once, and evacuate all candidates. Additionally, all Level 1 and above exam management personnel must convene in the surveillance room immediately. But, my lord, a proctor barely began to speak before being cut off by Hua Yin Monarch's stern rebuke. No buts. Do it now. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Understood. The inspectors quickly dispersed to various areas of the command center. Before long, piercing alarms echoed throughout the facility. Hua Yin Monarch sat before a white crystal, his eyes locked on the projected screen. The Tunglong Empire's examination system was extremely stringent. No 9th-tier expert could single-handedly unlock an instance. It required the collective effort of encryption specialists scattered across the region to break the seal, which would take time. Yet, the demon ritual was nearing completion, and no one knew what impact the descending demon might have on the candidates. Although the instance had protective mechanisms that forced participants to exit upon death, it remained uncertain whether this protection would suffice against the strange powers of the demon. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the exam was focused on the ultimate showdown in Heretic King City. The camera shifted between the gathered talented candidates as the two hosts enthusiastically introduced these rising stars of the Tunglong Empire. Suddenly, several crimson beams of light pierced the sky. The army and candidates within the city were visibly thrown into chaos. The orc host, Beastman doesn't wash hands, froze mid-sentence. He scoured his memory but couldn't recall any precedent for this situation. Pretending to remain composed, he continued his commentary while signaling to his co-host, Little Dumpling, "What is this? A magical array in the King's City?" Little Dumpling immediately turned to the proctor behind her for confirmation. No, the proctor answered firmly, the King's City doesn't have this kind of defensive magic array. Then what is it? I don't know. Both hosts turned to glare at the proctor in frustration. This was undoubtedly the most challenging broadcast they had ever experienced. Not only were unexpected events piling up, but the official proctor sent by the authorities seemed utterly clueless. Though the hosts tried their best to act as if nothing was amiss, the audience wasn't so easily fooled. The live chat instantly exploded with heated discussions about the mysterious red beams of light. What on earth are those red lights? Someone whispered, staring at the eerie red beams shooting into the sky. They look so sinister. Are they signal flares? Or is it the work of spies from the Dragon Empire's rival faction signaling from within the royal city? A man claiming to be a formation master gazed upwards, his brows furrowed. Look at the sky. Those beams of light form a pattern. It resembles some kind of array. Meanwhile, beneath a small town in Yuanhai province of the Tunglong Empire. Inside a dimly lit church dedicated to a demon statue, a group of black-robed individuals was intently watching the live broadcast of the national examination. When the red beams rose and formed a peculiar pattern in the sky, their faces simultaneously broke into twisted, maniacal grins. "Our god is descending," they murmured with fervent devotion. "Oh, great rending demon god, feast upon these delectable offerings. Kami, the prodigies of this year's Tunglong Empire will surely satisfy you." In the underground church of Dongfeng Town, Jiangyang City, Bishop Lu Peng was fixated on the broadcast screen. When the beams of light pierced the heavens, his face initially lit up with excitement. But as he discerned the pattern in the sky, his expression darkened drastically. "Your Excellency, our god is about to descend. Why does your face look so grim?" a nearby priest asked in confusion. Lu Peng gritted his teeth. "Look closely at that pattern. That's the array for the rending ritual. The one descending isn't our god, it's the rending demon god." "What? The rending church can also conceal ritual artifacts like this?" The priests were aghast. "But this is supposed to be a unique skill of our Pain Church, requiring our god's own craftsmanship to succeed." "There must be a traitor within the church," someone shouted angrily. "They've leaked our sacred techniques to the rending demon god. No wonder the rending church has been acting like rabid dogs lately, attacking indiscriminately, denying the national exam rankings as their prize." Lu Peng spoke in a steady voice to calm them. "Do not panic. The chosen one has already entered the ranking competition's dungeon. I trust the archbishop personally appointed by our god will have a plan. This year's prodigies will ultimately belong to our god." At that moment, within the ranking competition's dungeon, Chen Yu was toying with a rending ritual artifact, his gaze fixed on the strange pattern in the sky. From his vantage point, the entire Heraldric royal city was engulfed in the towering red beams of light, clearly the area where the ritual artifacts were most concentrated. He mused to himself, of all times, it had to be now. According to the Pain Church, the demon god's avatar will descend at the location with the highest concentration of ritual artifacts. Well, that's convenient. I can deal with everything in one go. Chen Yu noticed that the Unicefos artifact he carried hadn't shown any significant reaction, perhaps because he had taken it out too late. For the past few days, he had been carrying the Pain ritual artifact with him, intending to make first contact with Unicefos during the final showdown. It seems the rending demon god's avatar is about to appear, but Unicefos still needs more time, Chen Yu thought wryly. Looks like my dream of watching two demon gods fight it out isn't happening this time. TSK, my poor planning. Next time, he'll make sure to give Unicefos a proper chance to shine in an earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, Unicefos was separated from Chen Yu by countless dimensions and couldn't hear his musings. Otherwise, the demon god might very well have composed a heartfelt ballad titled, "Thank You for Your Trust," just for him. Over the skies of Herodic's royal city, an eerie crimson beam of light suddenly shot straight into the heavens. The phenomenon immediately caught the attention of the examinees within the city. Some speculated that it might signify the activation of a hidden quest, prompting them to search for the source of the light. Before long, they discovered scattered remnants of ritual artifacts. Those who were knowledgeable about these mysterious items sensed danger and chose to retreat without hesitation. However, others were thrilled, eagerly anticipating the potential appearance of a hidden boss. 30 kilometers away, Chen Yu gazed at the red beam piercing the sky and promptly commanded his vast army of monsters to march toward the royal city. His objective was clear await the descent of the abyssal demon's avatar. Within just 10 minutes, the densely packed monster army had advanced to a point where they were visible from the city. The defenders on the city walls immediately went into battle mode. Compared to the ominous red glow in the sky, the approaching monster horde posed a far more immediate threat. Magic towers began charging rapidly, cannons were loaded, and massive Tunterlong bolts were readied on ballistae. All weapons were aimed outside the city walls. However, the monster army halted 5 kilometers from the city walls. The two sides entered a tense standoff, while the examinees who stayed behind in the city eagerly prepared themselves, anticipating the outbreak of a fierce battle. Chen Yu sat calmly atop a massive lily, his gaze fixed on the increasingly vivid crimson pattern in the sky. "My lord, does that pattern hold any special meaning?" Delia asked softly. "That's a summoning array for the avatar of the abyssal demon," Chen Yu replied calmly. "But this isn't something your father could have orchestrated. It's the result of ritual artifacts brought in by other players." "Then should we retreat?" Delia's voice carried a hint of fear. In the kingdom of Herodic, the abyssal demon was a name that struck terror into all. Chen Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. "Retreat? Why would we retreat? The demon's avatar is extra points." His words deepened Delia's awe and reverence for him. At that moment, the ritual artifacts within the royal city suddenly shattered simultaneously, causing the red beam of light to dissipate. However, the ominous pattern in the sky grew even brighter, its blood-red lines writhing like living things. In mere moments, a massive pillar of blood-red light shot down from the pattern, striking just outside the city walls. The examinees within the city immediately rushed toward the light, ready to launch an attack on the emerging boss. The section of the city wall near the pillar of light was instantly crowded with examinees. Moments later, the pattern in the sky and the light column vanished simultaneously, revealing a massive figure where the light had been a three-metal red humanoid monster. The creature's appearance was fearsome. Curved horns protruded from both sides of its temples, its entire body was covered in bulging muscles, and its skinless form exposed thick muscle fibers. Its massive four-fingered hands ended in blood-red claws that gleamed ominously. Chen Yu examined the demon's back and couldn't help but compare it in his mind. It was far inferior to Unaxifusi's demon form. Though both were three-metal red-skinned demons, Unaxifusi at least retained a dignified human face and a striking figure, enough to excite those with particular preferences. In contrast, this ripping demon god barely resembled a humanoid, looking more like an abstract painting from a distance. The system displayed, Ripping Demon God Astramic, Level 100 Special Golden Boss. Interesting. Chen Yu squinted. Compared to his Level 50 Special Silver Boss, the Primal Elf, this demon's stats were overwhelmingly superior. However, the Primal Elf's greatest advantage lay in its ability to cast forbidden spells. Even a Level 100 Golden Boss's avatar would be annihilated instantly when faced with such power. By this time, the examinees on the city wall had already sprung into action. Despite detecting the formidable attributes of the boss, they showed no fear. A mage was the first to attack, launching a fireball the size of a basketball straight at the demon's chest. Yet, it only left a faint trace of black smoke on the surface, failing to even dent its health bar. Damn, such high magic resistance. The mage cursed under his breath as he prepared a more powerful spell. The other examinees quickly joined the fray, with melee fighters leaping off the wall to engage. A storm of attacks rained down, barrage arrows, ice spikes, charged shots, wind blades, some even shouting dramatic lines like, "Take this," Xiao Li's flying daggers, or "Secret technique, 1,000-year instant kill." For a moment, the combined assault of 1,000 examinees poured down like a torrential rainstorm. Yet, the demon's health bar remained completely unmoved. While the examinees were still reeling in shock, the boss suddenly made its move. Its head twisted unnaturally, rotating 180 degrees to glare at a spear-wielding examinee who had been jabbing at its back. With a cruel grin, it spoke. Such lively sacrifices. The spear-wielding examinee panicked and tried to retreat, but the demon instantly teleported in front of him. "Let your blood inaugurate this feast of ripping," it declared. In an instant, the demon's blood-red hand pierced through the examinee's chest. As the victim coughed up blood in agony, the demon's other hand seized his shoulder and began to apply force, pulling in opposite directions. Crack, the piercing sound of flesh tearing and bones snapping echoed through the air. The spearman's body was instantly ripped in half under the immense strength of the demon boss, and blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering several meters away. Oh, what a delicious soul! The demon boss inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. What a pity, though. Such a fragile body isn't even worthy of being food. With that, he casually released his grip, letting the mangled corpse of the spearman fall heavily to the ground with a dull thud. On the city wall, an archer watched coldly. What an idiot. He knew how powerful the boss was, yet he still got greedy for damage. Ended up doing no damage and losing his life instead. Wait, the warrior next to him suddenly tensed, his expression grave as he nudged the archer's shoulder and pointed toward the demon boss. "What are you looking at?" the archer said dismissively. "We can't take down this boss. Our attacks don't even break through its defenses. Better save our strength for the monster siege." The warrior's voice began to tremble. "That's not what I mean. Look at that guy's corpse." "Corpse? Yeah, he died pretty horribly, but haven't we seen worse in apocalypse-type dungeons?" The archer scoffed. "Think about it," the warrior said, his voice heavy with unease. "This is the college entrance exam ranking dungeon. Why is there a corpse left behind?" The words struck the archer like a hammer to the chest. A horrifying realization dawned on him. In ranking dungeons, when examinees die, their bodies are supposed to vanish in a glow of white light, with protective mechanisms ensuring they only suffer minor injuries. But the spearman before them had been visibly torn in half, his blood staining the ground a vivid crimson. The discovery sent shockwaves through the examinees. "My scan shows that's the rending demon god, Astramic. Getting killed by this golden tier boss means actual death. I saw someone exit the dungeon yesterday, they just vanished in white light. This is completely different." Panic spread like wildfire. Faced with the threat of real death, the examinees who had originally hoped to gain some advantage from the level 100 golden ear boss now fled in droves. No one was willing to risk their life for such a slim chance of reward. Faced with the overwhelmingly powerful demon boss, the candidates chose to retreat one after another. Watching its prey scatter in all directions, the demon boss burst into maniacal laughter. Run, my sacrifices. Flee in terror. Let me savor the thrill of the chase. With a swift leap, it mounted the city wall and snatched up a slow-moving candidate, lifting him high into the air. The candidate let out a desperate cry. No, no, help me, someone please. The demon boss leaned close to his ear and whispered menacingly, no one will save you. You will face death alone. Your soul shall be a sacrifice to the abyss. In his desperate struggle, the candidate pulled a dagger from his belt and stabbed at the demon boss's arm with all his might. A sharp clang echoed as the blade struck, but it failed to leave even a scratch on the demon's body. I like prey that fights back. A death that resists is the most delicious kind. The demon boss sneered, before violently tearing the candidate in half with its hands. Blood splattered across its face, slowly dripping along its sinister contours. Turning to the other fleeing candidates, it mocked, who's next? At that moment, an NPC squad led by a level 150 commander boss charged onto the scene, shouting, Abyssal Demon, perish. The demon boss glanced indifferently at the NPC soldiers, raising its arm nonchalantly. False lives hold no value. Shatter. A crimson light flashed, and in an instant, the entire squad, including the commander boss, was reduced to pieces. Chen Yu stood atop a platform made of thorny spirit vines, carefully observing the demon boss's every move. He realized that this boss indeed had the power to truly kill candidates within the dungeon. Put to atomic solidification, shorten the casting time as much as possible. Use the fastest method to restrain that abyssal demon, Chen Yu commanded. Most of the candidates, including Su Miaoyue, Li Wei, and the descendants of two forbidden-level powerhouses, were still in the royal city. While Su Miaoyue was unlikely to act rashly due to prior warnings, Li Wei's impulsive nature was another matter. Huda responded with a serious expression, Master, I need to get within 2 kilometers of it. Moreover, that creature is essentially a true god. Once I begin casting, it will undoubtedly sense me. Even if I compress the preparation time to the minimum, I still need 20 seconds, which is more than enough time for it to destroy me. I can buy us some time, Xiao Miao said, floating into the air. My domain skill can suppress it instantly, but since it's a god-level entity, the effect will be significantly weakened. On my own, I might not last until Huda finishes her spell, but with me and Xiaoan, it'll be enough. Xiao Guang said with a smile as she and Xiaoan approached Chen Yu, hand in hand. Chen Yu frowned and asked, will you be in danger? Not at all. Xiaoan shook her head gently. Master, you know that primal spirits represent the elements themselves. Unless it's in a special environment like the world's reverse side, or someone like Mother makes a move, it's impossible to completely destroy us. Even if our health is depleted and our bodies are shattered, we'll slowly recover. At most, I'll hurt a little. For you, Master, we're not afraid of pain. Xiao Yin declared boldly, though her tone betrayed a hint of hesitation. Chen Yu nodded and approved the plan. He enhanced Hutu with plant-based fortification and then issued a command to the monster army, all units charge. In the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, the professional hosts, Shirin Buxishu and Xiao Xiao Tuanzi, immediately noticed an unusual phenomenon: the bodies of the examinees were not disappearing. Although they couldn't see the detailed information about the demon boss, this abnormality alone was enough to make them realize the gravity of the situation. The chat exploded instantly, with an overwhelming barrage of messages flooding the screen. This boss is too strong. So many examinees attacking together couldn't even scratch its health bar. Those red beams of light earlier were summoning this demon boss, weren't they? Wait a minute, why aren't the killed examinees leaving the instance? Why are their bodies still there? Oh no, these examinees are actually dead. If you're killed by the boss, you don't just leave the instance, you die for real. There are already 3 bodies, and none of them have revived. Where are the hosts? Stop pretending nothing's happening. Explain what's going on. The 2 hosts began sweating nervously. They were fully aware that this was no ordinary broadcasting mishap, but a once-in-a-century catastrophic incident in the history of the college entrance exam. Before they could ask any questions, an examiner stepped forward with a grave expression and handed them a crystal. This is a message from the college entrance exam command headquarters. Take a look. Shirin Buxishu took the crystal, read the message, and fell silent before passing it to Xiao Xiao Tuanzi. After reading, she too was at a loss for words. What does the higher-ups mean by this? Are we supposed to hide it, or come clean? Xiao Xiao Tuanzi finally broke the silence. The examiner gave a bitter smile and shook his head. There's no hiding it. By now, many viewers have probably already guessed the true identity of the demon boss. In that case, we should just explain it to the audience in detail, right? Shirin Buxishu asked, taking a deep breath. That's correct. The examiner nodded, his tone filled with apology. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Strictly speaking, hosts have no direct involvement in the college entrance exam rankings. You're only responsible for commentary. The fact that a demon god's avatar entered the exam arena is an oversight on our part. But as the faces of the broadcast, you'll inevitably bear the brunt of the pressure, and it might even affect your careers. There hasn't been a moment in this broadcast that hasn't been stressful, Xiao Xiao Tuanzi said, forcing a smile that looked more pained than cheerful. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the ranking match instance at the college entrance exam command headquarters, high-ranking officials from various departments gathered, their expressions dark and foreboding. Yuqi Qingfeng, tell me, why did you allow the live stream to reveal the accident? By Bo Junju, Yu Wujiang, a woman dressed in a flowing cyan gown, glared at the Hua Yin Junju. As the chief commander of the emergency response department of the Tenglong Empire and a ninth-tier master of profound arts herself, she demanded sharply, do you realize the massive impact this will have on the empire? Not only will the public question the authorities, but other nations will mock us as well. I understand, Hua Yin Junju replied calmly. But do you think there's still room to cover this up? The incident happened in plain sight. If we try to mask it with lies, that would be the real joke. This event, in a way, serves as a wake-up call for us. Our Tenglong Empire has grown too comfortable in its prosperity, losing the vigilance we once had. The woman in green gazed ahead, her tone tinged with concern. Besides, don't forget the original purpose of the college entrance exam live broadcast. Do you have any plans related to that? A faint, cold smile appeared on Hua Yin Sovereign's lips. The arrangements have been made. Now, we just wait for those pests to reveal themselves. Let's hope so. The woman in green snorted lightly before turning to the examiner beside her. How is the progress on unlocking the ranking battle instance? The examiner bowed respectfully and replied, Commander, the unlocking progress has reached 15. It is estimated that it will take another hour to fully unlock. Speed it up, the Baibo sovereign sharply commanded, her brows furrowing. The primary target of the demon god's avatar is the examinees. Every second of delay could mean the fall of a future pillar of the empire. Yes, ma'am. At that moment, an urgent exclamation broke the tense atmosphere. Chief Examiner, Commander, there's movement in the instance. Both Hua Yin Sovereign and Baibo Sovereign immediately turned their attention to the monitoring screen. On the screen, an army of monsters from the Demon Dragon faction surged forward like a breached flood, launching a ferocious assault on Hellratic Royal City. In less than 10 minutes, the two forces clashed violently at the city walls. Damn it, why now of all times? Hua Yin Sovereign clenched his fists, his expression grave. At this point, Hellratic Royal City was focusing its efforts on hunting down the rampaging demon god's avatar. While they could only inflict limited damage on the avatar, their efforts were at least serving as a blockade. Now, with the monster invasion, the city's defenses would inevitably be stretched thin. Baibo Sovereign pondered for a moment before speaking. This might not necessarily be a bad thing. The Demon Dragon faction's involvement could create greater chaos and potentially delay the demon god's avatar's actions. Suddenly, her expression sharpened as she gave an order to the monitoring officer. Wait, adjust the camera. Focus on the rear of the Demon Dragon faction. The monitoring officer quickly manipulated the crystal display, directing the view toward the core area behind the monster wave. The screen revealed thousands of neatly dressed young girls with blank expressions and cold eyes. Most strikingly, their feet resembled roots, indicating some kind of highly anthropomorphic plant-based life forms. The level of anthropomorphism here would require at least legendary-grade plant-based life forms, equivalent to standard bosses, or even comparable to bronze-tier bosses, Baibo Sovereign remarked as she turned to Hua Yin Sovereign. Yuqi, you're more familiar with the instance. Does the Demon Dragon faction have such a trump card? Impossible. Hua Yin Sovereign stared intently at the screen, his brows deeply furrowed. The Demon Dragon faction doesn't have any plant-based lifeform bosses. Suddenly, his eyes caught an anomaly among the group of plant-based lifeforms. A human boy was leisurely lying on a massive lily flower, while a blonde woman in a tattered white gown knelt beside him. Zoom in on that. Hua Yin Sovereign ordered the monitoring officer sharply. That's Princess Delia, a boss from the Demon Dragon faction? Baibo Sovereign exclaimed in surprise as she focused on the screen. And the boy lying there, is he an examinee? The monarch of Huayan frowned as he observed the unusual situation unfolding before him. A candidate appearing within the demonic dragon faction was a blatant violation of the dungeon's established rules. According to the setup, candidates could only choose a faction after the ultimate mission was activated on the 7th day. However, the sudden disappearance of the NPCs in the Snowfield megacity had disrupted the balance of power, forcing the ultimate mission to start prematurely. More critically, due to the overwhelming weakness of the Heradric Kingdom's forces, candidates should have been entirely barred from joining the demonic dragon faction. What was even more perplexing was the deferential attitude displayed by Princess Delia, the supreme commander of the demonic dragon faction. toward this particular candidatean attitude entirely unbecoming of her status. It's almost as if this candidate is the true final boss, remarked the monarch of Bibo, voicing the confusion shared by everyone present. Even if he managed to join the dark demon cult through some unconventional means and gained a certain level of status, it still doesn't justify the faction's leader bowing to him in this way, the monarch of Huayan said gravely. Investigate this candidate's information. An overseer immediately began operating the dungeon's control console. A few seconds later, a white crystal projected an information card. Candidate name, Chen Yu. Candidate number, Yunchuan 32589. Place of origin, Jiangyang City, Yunchuan Province. First round score, Endless 18,500 bonus 10,000 Frostlord 5,000 Flame Throne 5,000. Second round real-time score, 3,845,849. 3,845,000 points? Both 9th-tier arcane masters were stunned. The first round score of 18,500 was reasonable, but the second round score of over 3.8 million was utterly inconceivable. Since the establishment of the college entrance examination system in the Tunglong Empire, even the most gifted candidate who had a 100-fold final damage multiplier and annihilated everything in their path had never exceeded 1,000,000 points. Even the legendary level 132nd-tier professional, with their 100-fold experience talent, had only managed to achieve 870,000 points. Pull up his scoring records, the monarch of Bibo instructed the overseer operating the crystal. Apologies, my lord, I don't have the authority to access those records. Only the primary sequence authority holder for this session can view a candidate's scoring details. The monarch of Bibo turned to the monarch of Huayan, who wasted no time. Without a word, he stepped up to the crystal and began operating it himself. A few seconds later, a glowing screen, visible only to Monarch Huayan and Monarch Bibo, appeared before each of them. The screen displayed the words, detailed score record for candidate number 32589 from Yunchuan. Monarch Huayan glanced at the first entry and showed a mixed expression of amusement and exasperation. This kid, just like that one, always breaking the rules. You're thinking of the one who set the ranking record, aren't you? Monarch Bibo smiled knowingly. Indeed, their style is equally audacious. The two continued scrolling through the records, their eyes passing over scores for achievements like slaying monsters in Barrier City and Howling Gorge. Suddenly, Monarch Huayan frowned. Wait a moment. The frequency of monster kills in Howling Gorge is unusually high. How is he managing to kill dozens, even hundreds, of monsters every second? Don't you get it? Monarch Bibo pointed at the record. He's a cultivator. Those plant life forms we saw earlier obviously. He nurtured them. 5,000 legendary grade plant life forms. Monarch Huayan furrowed his brow slightly. Even so, 5,000 legendary grade plant life forms shouldn't be enough to rack up millions of points in just 10 days. Their combat power is strong, sure, but it's not enough to clear entire dungeons. He's still a far cry from the one who holds the record. As they continued reviewing the records, even more astonishing information surfaced. What? City annihilation? Monarch Bibo exclaimed. And not just 1-2 cities in a single day. He wiped out the entire Demon Dragon faction. Monarch Huayan's face was filled with disbelief. The records showed that after leaving Howling Gorge and entering the Demon Dragon territory, the candidate's actions became increasingly extraordinary. The most shocking revelation was that he had become the faction's ultimate boss, exterminated the Dark Demon cult, and completed the faction mission, earning 500,000 points. I recall the Dark Demon cult has a level 200 bronze boss, doesn't it? How on earth did he accomplish that? Monarch Bibo was utterly stunned. It doesn't stop there. Monarch Huayan's mouth twitched. On the same day, he also wiped out the Snowfield megacity, recruited wild monsters to form an army, and launched an assault on the Haladric Kingdom, triggering the final battle ahead of schedule. Case closed. Monarch Bibo exclaimed in sudden realization. The disappearance of Snowfield megacity, the vanishing of the Demon Dragon main city, the premature activation of the ultimate mission, all these bizarre events were caused by him. This utterly absurd, indescribable top candidate from Yunchuan. No wonder 2 8th-tier professionals have invested in him so heavily. Monarch Huayan still looked puzzled. But the real question is, how did he manage it? Even with 5,000 legendary grade plant life forms, even if they were level 100 instead of level 50, it shouldn't be possible to achieve such feats. Could he have some kind of god-ear ability, like 100-fold damage? Monarch Bibo's expression suddenly grew serious. That's none of your concern, is it? You're allowed to verify the scoring process, but you're not permitted to pry into a candidate's talents without cause, especially when it involves a rising new generation professional. Surely, you're more familiar with the Tunglong Empire's New Generation Talent Protection Act than I am. The sovereign Huayan gave a remorseful, bitter smile. He then began to explain in detail the contents of the Tunglong Empire's New Generation Genius Professionals Protection Act, a strict law specifically designed to safeguard talented individuals. The most critical clause strictly prohibits any form of talent probing, he said solemnly. Even if a genius professional is suspected of breaking the law and requires investigation, approval from the Empire's central authority is mandatory. Moreover, the investigation results are absolutely confidential and will not be disclosed to a second party. It was precisely this kind of ironclad protective policy that fostered a strong sense of unity within the Tunglong Empire. In the era of professionals, the Tunglong Empire far outpaced other nations, becoming the undisputed global powerhouse on Blue Planet. In contrast, former world powers like the White Eagle Empire continued to exploit and control their new generation of talents through capitalistic means, resulting in a decline of exceptional individuals. Today, the Tunglong Empire alone accounts for over one-third of the world's top-tier combat strength. Speaking of which, the sovereign Bibo refrained from criticizing Huayin for his earlier slip and instead focused intently on the dungeon screen. Why would this Chen Yu order the monsters to attack at this moment? Is he trying to seize the opportunity to assault Hieratic King's city? At that moment, several exquisitely tiny girls flew away from Chen Yu's side, darting like lightning toward the direction of the demon boss. Huh, what are those? Bibo squinted in confusion. Fairies? Flower spirits? No, they don't have wings. Infant elves? No, that's not it either. Theory flying without any halo. The faction information identifies them as Silverdeer bosses from the Demon Dragon faction, Huayin said with a grave expression. In other words, these are 6 mythical creatures. What is he trying to do? Bibo asked in shock. Could it be that he's realized the demon god's avatar is endangering the candidates, so he's deploying his trump cards to buy time for others to retreat? Admirable courage, but far too reckless. Huayin sighed and said, 6th level 50 mythical creatures are no match for the demon god's avatar. Losing any one of them would be a tremendous loss. But undeniably, this could buy the candidate's precious time to escape. Within the entire demon dragon faction, he's the only one the demon god's avatar wouldn't notice. He could have chosen to protect himself, Bibo remarked, moved. Yet he stepped forward at a time like this to save his competitors. Such character is truly admirable. Indeed, Huayin nodded. It's rare to see someone go to such lengths in this era. Since he has chosen to be a hero, we can't let him remain an unsung one. Notify the high school exam live broadcast program immediately. Let the public see and recognize the strongest prodigy of our Tunglong Empire's new generation. I will report this to the Empire's Department of Security and the Department of Education, requesting full compensation for examinee Chen Yu's losses in the Gaokao ranking competition dungeon. The Lord of Bibo said solemnly. If the 2 departments do not approve, I will personally bear the compensation. As the highest official responsible for this year's Gaokao, the appearance of a demon god's avatar in the dungeon is my responsibility. The emergency response department cannot escape blame either. The Lord of Huayin nodded firmly in agreement. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast of the Gaokao, the 2 hosts had just announced the shocking news of the demon god's avatar. On the screen, the live chat was flooded with comments scrolling like a torrential downpour. The audience's shock and outrage were palpable. Across the nation, people following the Gaokao were horrified, while the organizing departments faced a relentless storm of criticism and condemnation. In just a few minutes, the demon god's avatar had already claimed the lives of more than 10 examinees, this despite it holding back its full power. At the broadcast desk, the orc host known as No Hand-Washing had bloodshot eyes. His voice was choked with emotion, yet he tenaciously continued his commentary. The demon god's avatar is still on the move. The forces of the Hieratic Kingdom are doing everything they can to stop it, but with little success, he shouted hoarsely. Examinees, run. Don't look back. Just hold on a little longer. The Gaokao Command Headquarters is working to unlock the dungeon, and they'll get you out safely in no time. His voice broke into sobs. You've already confronted the vastness of the abyss and endured the gaze of the demon god. If you can survive this ordeal, the path ahead will be smooth. You are so brave, so fearless, daring to stare fear in the face. When this dungeon ends, every single one of you will be champions. On the screen, waves of monsters had already surged to the walls of the royal city, but the 2 hosts' attention remained fixed entirely on the demon god's avatar. Their reddened eyes did not dare to look away for even a moment. The host's impassioned words struck a chord with every viewer, and the live chat was filled with prayers for the examinees. At that moment, an examiner hurried over and placed a crystal stone on the broadcast desk. There's new information, he said in a hoarse voice, unable to hide his excitement. No Hand-Washing's hands trembled as he grabbed the crystal, quickly skimming through its contents. Moments later, he shot to his feet, slamming both hands on the desk as he announced with fervor, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Gaokao Command Headquarters has just sent us incredible news. Amid this critical situation, one examinee has stepped forward, risking everything to hold off the demon god's avatar, protecting their companions and buying precious time for the command center. You might be wondering, how could a single examinee hold back the demon god's avatar? But let me tell you, they absolutely can. Because this examinee is the greatest genius in the history of the Tunglong Empire. The live chat exploded with excitement. The audience erupted in exclamations. A candidate holding off a demon lord's avatar? Is the host out of their mind? Someone shouted in disbelief. The greatest genius in history. Another voice questioned. Where would our cohort even find such a talent? Even that prodigy from Yunchuan province who scored 18,500 points doesn't qualify for that level. Chen Yu going up against a demon lord's avatar? That's a death sentence. An experienced spectator quickly analyzed. The candidates in this instance are capped around level 50 at best, while the demon lord's avatar is a level 100 golden ear boss. They're not even in the same league. A golden ear boss isn't meant to be challenged by someone of the same level, let alone a lower level professional, someone added. And we're talking about an avatar of a demon lord here. The discussion grew louder and more animated. If the host said this, there must be a reason behind it. Could it be that there's truly some hidden super genius among us this year? Don't be ridiculous, someone scoffed. Even the strongest genius couldn't stand a chance against a demon lord's avatar. Give that avatar some time, and it would wipe out the entire instance. If anyone could stand against the demon lord's avatar, it might just be Chen Yu, someone suggested, though they quickly added with confusion. But it's strange, why haven't we seen any footage of Chen Yu? Despite his incredibly high score in the first round? Someone knowledgeable chimed in to explain. The instance's camera system is designed to capture wide-angle shots, starting from the main cities of the Hieratic Kingdom and expanding outward. It can't specifically lock onto a single candidate. But with so many cameras, you'd think they would have caught him by now. Didn't they use tracking cameras before? You have to understand, all tracking cameras start within the main cities. The instance is massive, and there are far too many candidates to focus on just one. Plenty of geniuses don't get screen time. It's always like this in ranking tournaments. Instead of worrying about the lack of footage, why not focus on what this so-called greatest genius in history is really like? A super genius taking on a demon lord's avatar is definitely something worth watching, a calm voice remarked. But for the host to call this good news? I completely disagree. The Empire is about to lose a super genius show. Is that good news? What on earth is the host thinking? The orc, without washing his hands, glanced at the barrage of comments, his sharp eyes gleaming as he slammed the table and stood up. His voice was loud and powerful, reverberating through the live stream. Everyone, hold your doubts for a moment and hear me out. Leaning forward with both hands on the streaming desk, he spoke rapidly. Before today, during the live broadcast of the college entrance exam ranking competition, did you notice anything unusual? The snowfield megacity left deserted, the NPCs of the Demon Dragon's main city collectively vanishing, and the final battle starting ahead of schedule. All of this was caused by the astonishing actions of a single genius candidate. Taking a deep breath, he continued. On the very first day of the ranking competition, this genius ventured alone into the Demon Dragon's territory. Even more astonishing, he single-handedly conquered not one, but two of the Demon Dragon's main cities. Seeing the skepticism flash across the comments, the orc's voice grew even more impassioned. And that was just the beginning. Over the next 3 days, this genius, like an unsheathed sword, swept through all of the Demon Dragon's main cities with unstoppable momentum. He not only slew the Demon Dragon but took its place as the ultimate boss of the Demon Dragon faction. Slowing his pace slightly, he scanned the barrage of comments with a piercing gaze. Then, he turned his blade toward the dark magic cult and the snowfield megacity, wiping out these two hidden forces as well. Following that, he rallied all the wild creatures of the Demon Dragon faction into an army and launched the final battle ahead of schedule. The orc's tone carried a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the live feed was focused on the Hieratic Kingdom, so we missed his heroic presence on the battlefield. But his exam points speak for themselves. Before the ranking competition even concluded, he had already amassed an astonishing score of 3.84 million. This not only shattered the previous record, but was nearly 4 times its amount. Amidst the growing chorus of impossible in the comments, he declared with unwavering conviction, "There is no such thing as impossible in this world." This information comes directly from the College Entrance Exam Command Headquarters, an ironclad fact that leaves no room for doubt. With pride resonating in his voice, he added, "I am honored to witness the rise of such an unparalleled prodigy and proud of his courage to step up in times of crisis." Finally, with a meaningful smile, he shifted the tone of his speech. "Surely, by now, you've guessed the identity of this genius. It is none other than the top scorer of Yunchuan province and the nationwide champion of the first round of this year's college entrance exam." At that moment, the live stream switched to the Demon Dragon faction, displaying Chen Yu's profile and his real-time score for the second round of the ranking competition. The mind-blowing score on the screen left the audience in stunned silence. 3.84 million points. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This unbelievable score sparked a heated discussion. How is this year's genius so powerful? Achieving such a record in the novice stage, this person is destined to become at least a forbidden-level powerhouse in the future. A forbidden-level powerhouse? You're underestimating the significance of this ranking score. Take a look at the top 10 on the leaderboard. What have those people become now? The one who scored 1 million points has already ascended, and even the one with 870,000 points followed suit. This performance is even more outrageous. Their fate will likely be no different. The discussion delved into specifics. They cleared the entire dungeon solo, even wiping out the forces in the hidden map. With power like that, they might actually stand a chance against a demon god's avatar. Don't forget, the strongest enemy in that dungeon was just a level 200 bronze tier boss. That doesn't compare to even a level 100 gold tier boss, let alone a gold tier boss that's a demon god's avatar, which probably has countless hidden abilities. But I think it's possible. Even a demon god's avatar is subject to the rules of the dungeon, no exceptions, not even for an abyssal demon god. Someone raised a dissenting opinion. Shouldn't a talent like this be carefully protected? Why let them face enemies far beyond their current strength? Exactly. Let them grow steadily and participate in faction wars. That would contribute much more to the Tunglong Empire. You've forgotten one thing: the ranking dungeon prevents any communication with the outside world. This was entirely their decision, not something forced by the officials. Then they're strong but lack intelligence. In times like these, they should prioritize self-preservation and securing resources for themselves. What's the point of protecting those useless candidates? Meanwhile, outside Heretic City, 6 primal spirits hovered in the air, warily watching the demon god's avatar. For the first time since their creation, they were preparing for a joint battle. Everyone, are you ready? Hutu asked solemnly, her usual sword absent from her hands. Suddenly, a muffled voice emerged from a large, metallic figure. All set. And who are you? Xiao Miao curiously stepped forward, knocking on the little iron figure, which sounded like solid metal. Xiao Guang glanced around at the others. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the primal flame, right? That's right. I'm Xiao Yin, the metallic figure replied in its low, muffled voice. Since when did you start imitating Hutu's methods? Do you really think that'll boost your defense? Xiao Miao asked in surprise. Hutu interrupted their chatter. All right, enough. If everyone's ready, let's begin. She began reciting an incantation, and a vast tide of earth elements surged around her. The other 5 primal spirits immediately halted their movements, focusing their attention on the demon god's avatar wreaking havoc on the city walls. On the walls, the demonic boss had just torn apart a candidate and was savoring the blood on its hands. Suddenly, it looked up towards the sky, its expression darkening. An 8th tier earth spell? Casting such magic with power below the 1st tier. I never expected such noble beings to exist in this tiny fragment of a world. The demonic boss sneered, spreading its massive bat-like wings. Unfortunately, since you've chosen to oppose me, you'll have no chance to grow further. With that, it flapped its wings and shot into the sky, heading straight for the spirits. It left. I survived. A candidate who had been lagging behind turned around in despair, ready for a final stand. Seeing the boss take off, they dropped to their knees and wept. Idiot. Hide now. Who knows if the boss will come back? A teammate ran back to pull them up. Thank you. The rescued candidate quickly followed their teammate as they continued their desperate escape. The demon god's clone left a trail of afterimages in the air as it hurtled toward Ho-Tu, who was in the midst of casting a spell. Its eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, and its sharp claws stretched forward eagerly. Someone as insignificant as me, and yet I have the chance to destroy such a great being. A twisted smile of exhilaration spread across the demon god's clone's face. In that critical moment, a chilling current erupted in midair, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Frozen domain. Wherever the icy aura passed, the air crystallized into shimmering snowflakes that gently drifted down. The lightning-fast figure of the demon god's clone slowed abruptly, its body encased in a thin layer of frost. A water element domain? The demon god's clone's muscles twitched violently, shattering the ice on its surface. It turned warily toward the source of the cold. A tiny humanoid figure made of flowing water had taken shape, surrounded by countless sharp ice spikes that shot forward like a volley of arrows. Pathetic. Your power is far too weak. With a casual flap of its wings, the demon god's clone easily deflected the barrage of ice spikes. In a flash, it appeared before the water figure, its claws slashing through and dispersing the figure. Yet the watery form quickly reassembled itself in another location. Is that all you've got, you lowly insect? A cold and arrogant voice echoed from within the water figure. Ha ha ha. The demon god's clone laughed wildly. Oh, great being. You are so feeble now that even someone as insignificant as me can easily kill you. Tearing hand. A surge of dense abyssal energy erupted, forming massive, crimson, phantom claws that swept down upon the watery figure like a storm. The water figure was scattered once more, but this time its reformation was noticeably slower. Traces of corrosive crimson energy began to taint the once pure water. The demon god's clone sneered and flew toward Ho-Tu again. But just as it came within 10 meters of her, a new domain suddenly burst forth, grazing its body. Silent dark domain. The world was abruptly drained of all color and plunged into utter darkness. The demon god's clone was horrified to find that it had completely lost all sensory perception. Even more terrifying, the frozen domain continued to exert its effect, slowing its movements and freezing its body. Chaotic dark domain. A third domain descended with a deafening roar, enveloping the demon god's clone completely. In this lifeless world, all matter lost its form, and all energy was forced into absolute equilibrium. The demon god's clone felt its energy draining rapidly, like a drop of hot water dissolving into a pool of cold water, its heat vanishing at an alarming pace. When its remaining energy is no longer sufficient to sustain its existence, it will disintegrate completely, merging into this calm yet chaotic world. The demon god's avatar let out an earth-shattering roar, and crimson abyssal energy erupted from its body, spreading outward like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was engulfed in this terrifying scarlet power, shattering the 3 domains of the primal elf in an instant. Forcing energy to break through a domain, what a cheat move. Xiaoan appeared, standing beside Xiao Miao. But at least our mission is completed. She acted swiftly, grabbing a strand of abyssal energy and pulling it hard. The abyssal energy entwined around Xiao Miao's water flow dissipated immediately. The water quickly condensed, reforming into Xiao Miao's body. The demon god's avatar paid no attention to this. Its focus was entirely on Ho-Tu. It could sense that Ho-Tu's 8th tier magic was about to be completed, and the immense tide of earth elements had reached its peak. Die! The demon god's avatar swung its claw through the air, and a vivid crimson slash tore through the space, aiming straight for Ho-Tu's vital point. At that critical moment, a small iron figure suddenly appeared beside Ho-Tu, firing a barrage of tiny fireballs like a storm. However, the blood-red slash tore through everything in its path, striking the little iron figure directly. With a crisp clang, the iron figure turned into a distant star and vanished. No way, it actually worked? Xiao Miao was astonished to sense Xiao Yan's life force still intact. That was the iron shell's doing, Xiaoan explained. The two of us have almost drained that demon's abyssal energy. Otherwise, she'd be in worse shape than you. Thunder Domain. Xiao Guang activated a domain just in time, unleashing countless bolts of lightning upon the demon god's avatar. The paralysis effects of the lightning caused its movements to falter, and its health began to drop. Yet, the demon god's avatar pressed on relentlessly, charging toward Ho-Tu once again. Just as its claw was about to strike Ho-Tu's head, Ho-Tu opened her eyes and coldly uttered, "Atomic solidification." The long-accumulated tide of earth elements erupted with a deafening force, sending a wave that swept through the demon god's avatar. Its movements came to an abrupt halt, and its body, no longer supported by power, plummeted straight to the ground with a heavy crash. It worked! Ho-Tu exclaimed with joy. Finish it off. Xiao Miao glared at the fallen demon boss with fury. As the second primal elf to suffer severe damage, she felt her pride had been deeply wounded. To her, even the demon god itself was nothing more than a worm. And this mere avatar was like bacteria on that worm, yet it had managed to harm her. This ignited a burning rage within her, leaving her feeling humiliated in front of the other primal elves. The 4 primordial elves were just about to unleash forbidden spells to take down the demon god's avatar when an astonishing sight stopped them in their tracks. The avatar's health was plummeting at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. They sensed the intense surge of wind elemental energy in the air and looked closely, only to see Xiao Feng standing steadily on the demon god's avatar's nose, pouring wind blades directly into its mouth with relentless force. This was no ordinary wind blade attack. Judging by the overwhelming elemental fluctuations, it was clear that Xiao Feng was using her ultimate forbidden skill, 1,000 Blades of Wind. Though it was a simplified version, it was undeniably a genuine forbidden spell. Under this devastating assault, the powerful demon boss couldn't even last 2 seconds before its health bar was completely wiped out. In the live stream of the college entrance exam, most viewers struggled to comprehend the swift battle between the primordial elves and the demon god's avatar. From the moment the avatar left the city wall to its defeat, the entire process took just over 20 seconds. When the demon god's avatar collapsed, the bullet screen froze for a few seconds before erupting like a flood. Did I see that right? The demon god's avatar is dead? Yes, you saw it right. A level 50 candidate just soloed a level 100 golden ear boss. This is insane. A future star of the Empire. Some viewers were still trying to piece together the sequence of events. Wait, all I saw was snow falling, the boss attacking with water, then darkness, and finally a flash of lightning. No, no. It was someone pouring skills into the boss's mouth. Who were those little figures? Baby elves or tiny fairies? If those were fairies, I'll eat my staff. They're definitely mythical creatures. Judging by their attacks, they resemble the legendary elemental spirits. 6 elemental spirits? That's just absurd. At the Central Command headquarters for the exam, senior officials stared intently at the crystal-projected footage, utterly speechless with shock. A level 50 novice taking down a level 100 golden tier boss without any external tools or terrain advantages. This was completely unprecedented. While the outcome was unexpected, it was ultimately a positive one. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, a senior inspector timidly asked, "Chief Examiner, should we still proceed with unlocking the dungeon?" Faced with this question, Hua Yin, the sovereign, fell into silence. After all, the purpose of unlocking the dungeon initially was to address the threat posed by the demon god's avatar attacking the candidates. The demon god's avatar had been slain, and logically, the unlocking process should have halted. However, Lord Huayan frowned deeply and said gravely, "If the Rift Demon God's avatar managed to descend successfully, it indicates a major lapse in the security measures of this year's college entrance ranking competition. Although this avatar has been eliminated, who can guarantee there aren't other unknown entities lurking within the instance? Proceed with the unlocking process, but delay releasing the examinees." "Understood, my lord." The staff immediately responded. Lord Huayan gazed at the surveillance footage and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a prodigy, born in our Tunglong Empire, truly a blessing for the empire." Beside him, Lord Bibbo stared intently at the tiny humanoid figure on the screen, his breathing quickening. Elemental spirits. Those small figures must be elemental spirits. As a mage specializing in elemental magic, he was acutely aware of how rare it was to gain the favor of elemental spirits. Even a brief interaction with them could yield tremendous benefits. Elemental spirits possessed an understanding of elements far beyond that of ordinary people. Concepts that even ninth-tier experts found obscure and complex were mere child's play to them. If I could receive guidance from an elemental spirit, breaking through my bottleneck would be within reach. Lord Bibbo thought to himself. Though elemental spirits are notoriously proud, they seem to share a close bond with that young man. Perhaps I could ask him to intercede on my behalf. Meanwhile, Chen Yu received a system notification. Defeated level 100 golden boss. Gained 1,600,000 experience points stored in experience pool. Defeated demon god's avatar. Abyssal magic power limit 43. After confirming the boss's death, Chen Yu led his plant-based lifeform army to the battle site. Near the boss's corpse lay a vividly colored treasure chest. Although the demon god's avatar didn't count toward instance points, it still dropped loot like a regular monster. Chen Yu collected both the treasure chest and the corpse into his supreme holy land, while also sending the heavily injured Xiao Miao back to the soil to recover. "My lord, did you really slay the avatar of the abyssal demon god?" Delia asked in disbelief. Such a feat was so outrageous that even novelists wouldn't dare write it simply defied reason. She recalled a saying, "Reality is always more absurd than art because art requires logic, but reality does not." Perhaps only a strong figure like him could lead her out of this game world. "Master, shall we continue? I'm ready to fight." Hutu excitedly waved her sword, pointing toward Helladic King's city. To have slain such a formidable foe for her master filled her with unparalleled pride. "No rush." Chen Yu shook his head. He understood that destroying Helladic King's city would complete the ultimate quest and end the instance. Since he had already hosted an uninvited guest like the Rift Demon God, he might as well wait a little longer for that generous old friend. The demon god's avatar had been defeated, but the battle for Helladic Royal City raged on. Chen Yu's monstrous army surged toward the city walls like a relentless tide. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, the Helladic forces fought with everything they had. The city's defense systems were fully operational, and war machines roared incessantly, unleashing wave after wave of devastating attacks. The examinees who had witnessed the demon god's avatar being slain immediately switched their focus and began attacking furiously. They knew all too well that defending the royal city against the powerful dragon faction was nearly an impossible task. However, before the ultimate mission ended in total failure, every point they could earn mattered. After all, the ranking competition was nearing its conclusion, and even if they fell in battle, securing enough points would make it worthwhile. Chen Yu sat leisurely at the rear, calmly commanding as waves of disposable monsters charged forward. Meanwhile, the 4 primal spirits gathered together, enthusiastically discussing their experiences with domains and forbidden spells during the battle against the demon god's avatar. Even Xiao Feng, typically introverted and reserved, surprisingly joined in on the conversation. Suddenly, Chen Yu felt a subtle sense of unease. He carefully counted the spirits. Xiao Miao was recuperating in the supreme sacred land, while Xiao Guang, Xiaoan, Ho Tu, and Xiao Feng were all present. But where was Xiao Yin? She was in the best condition uninjured, and with plenty of energy, yet her presence was nowhere to be sensed. Master, a cheerful shout interrupted Chen Yu's thoughts. A small iron figure came hurtling toward him like a cannonball, slamming into his chest with such force that it nearly made him cough up yesterday's dinner. Chen Yu expressionlessly grabbed the little iron figure and, without hesitation, spun it in a dizzying 360,000-degree windmill motion. With a click, the iron figure split open, and a dazed Xiao Yin stumbled out, stars spinning in her eyes, before collapsing into Chen Yu's palm. She quickly recovered, however, and eagerly looked around. Where's the demon? Where is it? I want a proper fight with it. Dead. Xiao Feng replied curtly. I killed it. Though she maintained her usual blank expression, there was a hint of pride in her tone. You killed it? Xiao Yin stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, her cheeks puffed up in frustration, her face filled with indignation. Don't worry, there's another one, Chen Yu said with a chuckle, pinching Xiao Yan's soft, bun-like cheek. Really? Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She silently vowed that she would take down a powerful foe this time. There was no way she was going to let the dull Xiao Feng outshine her. Just then, several red beams of light shot up from Heretic Royal City. Not far behind the dragon army, an even thicker red beam pierced the sky. These beams intertwined and merged in the air, forming a sinister pattern identical to the one that had summoned the Rift Demon God earlier. See? Here it comes, Chen Yu said. His words barely finished before the examiniswo had just begun to shake off their fear and focus on earning points frozen place. The slaughter by the Rift Demon God had only just ended, and if the opposing faction's boss hadn't intervened to destroy the Demon God's avatar, the death toll would have been far worse. Less than 20 minutes after the Demon God's avatar was destroyed, the crimson light of the Demon God ritual once again shot into the sky. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the candidates reacted differently. A few decisively teleported to other main city ruins, while most stayed behind, clinging to the hope that since the opposing faction had easily defeated the previous Demon God avatar, this one would likely share the same fate as long as they kept their distance and avoided the misfortune of those on the city walls. On the outskirts of the battlefield near the royal city, Su Miaoyue stared intently at Lu Pingping, who was shrouded in the eerie red glow, her brows tightly furrowed. Lu Pingping forced a smile that looked more pitiful than crying. I really don't know what's going on. Do you believe me? Hand it over. Su Miaoyue extended her hand expressionlessly. Do you have a death wish? I really don't have anything. Lu Pingping was on the verge of tears as she frantically searched herself. I only brought that thing someone gave me, and I already handed it over to Chen Yu. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, someone must have buried something here, and I just happened to be standing on top of it. As she spoke, she hurriedly stepped back, trying to avoid the red light, but the beam followed her every move, clearly emanating from her body. Come with me. Su Miaoyue grabbed Lu Pingping and rushed back to the royal city. Along the way, the remaining candidates quickly scattered, afraid of being caught up in the unknown danger. Back in their room at the Adventurers Guild, Su Miaoyue slammed the door shut and gritted her teeth. Strip. Strip what? Lu Pingping curled up into a ball. Your clothes. Now. Under Su Miaoyue's piercing gaze, Lu Pingping reluctantly removed her clothes piece by piece. Each item was inspected by Su Miaoyue and tossed aside. Yet the red glow remained unwavering. When Lu Pingping was down to just 3 small pieces of black lace, she bashfully asked, Do I still need to take these off? This is just an exam. Are you dressed so provocatively? Su Miaoyue looked at the sheer lingerie in disbelief. Well, you never know, what if I ran into a blindu? A sharp-eyed, genius young master or something. Keep going. Finally, when the last blood-stained adhesive bandage was removed, the red light disappeared. This can be used as a ritual item? Su Miaoyue stared in disbelief, holding the bandage by its edge with 2 fingers. Lu Pingping awkwardly explained that it was a product she had bought during a new product trial event. It was advertised as super absorbent and self-sterilizing, so she had been using it during the ranking competition. You didn't notice it glowing before? No, I didn't really go to the bathroom much while in the dungeon, and the last time I took my pants off was a few days ago when I took a bath. So you haven't changed it for days? Su Miaoyue quickly threw the bandage into the trash. It's supposed to be super absorbent and antibacterial, so I didn't think I needed to change it. Su Miaoyue swallowed down a string of curses, momentarily at a loss for words. Inside the headquarters of the National Exam Command Center, red beams flashing on the surveillance screens made the veins on Hua Yan's forehead bulge. He stared at the screen intently, his expression heavy. Did this year's exam dungeon stir up a hornet's nest of abyssal demon gods? How can demon god avatars keep showing up one after another? The Baibo monarch gave Hua Yan a peculiar look. One demon god ritual could be attributed to negligence, but the appearance of a second one was proof that the entire top-level management, including Hua Yan, was incompetent. If this had happened in the neighboring Sakura Empire, these people might have already committed seppuku in disgrace. How much progress has been made in unlocking the ranking match dungeon? Hua Yin asked grimly. It's reached 58. It will still take some time to fully unlock, an examiner replied promptly. Speed it up. Yes, sir. The Baibo monarch sighed and said, at this point, we can only count on that extraordinary genius again. Let's hope he can pull off another miracle. Meanwhile, the Pain Church in Jiangyang City was in jubilation. Seeing the avatar of the rending demon god slain and the pain ritual activated, Archbishop Liu Peng personally opened a bottle of champagne and poured drinks for the church's senior members. The fact that this individual could single-handedly kill the rending demon god's avatar is nothing short of divine intervention. One senior member marveled. The rending church went to such great lengths to steal the ritual technology, only to have their avatar slain on the spot. Their expressions must have been priceless. Another laughed. To our cause, cheers. Liu Peng raised his glass, and the others followed suit enthusiastically. In the ranking match dungeon, the students on the royal battlefield were busy taking down cannon fodder monsters from the demon dragon faction while keeping a wary eye on the red beams of light. They were prepared to retreat before the next demon god avatar descended. Chen Yu had already sent out all his subordinates, including the dungeon boss. By his side, only a few plant creatures, Delia, and a handful of primordial spirits remained. Master, should we use the same tactics against the next demon? Huda asked. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Can your forbidden spells be prepared without being released immediately? He had already memorized the exact time it took from the appearance of a red beam to the descent of the demon god. For rituals of the same scale, the timing shouldn't differ significantly. The primal spirits could perfectly time their preparations, readying their skills in advance to deliver a devastating blow the moment the demon god's avatar descended. Yes, master, Huda replied. However, due to our rank limitations, we can only delay up to 10 minutes. But we can adjust the preparation duration by controlling the power of our skills. For example, my forbidden spell can be cast in as little as 20 seconds, but it can also be charged for up to 30 minutes. The longer the preparation, the greater the power and energy consumption. So, you're saying you can cast the skill in 20 seconds, charge it for up to 30 minutes, and then hold it ready for another 10 minutes? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Exactly. Perfect plan. Chen Yu quickly analyzed. During the summoning ritual, there's about a 30-minute gap between the emergence of the red pillar of light and the appearance of the demon god's avatar. He immediately assigned 5 of the primal spirits, excluding Xiao Miao, to prepare their forbidden spells in staggered intervals of 5 minutes. This way, the first primal spirit spell would reach its maximum power just as the demon god's avatar descended, while the last one could extend the impact of the forbidden spells up to an hour after the red pillar's activation. Among them, Xiao Yin, Hu Tu, and Xiao Feng had lower energy consumption, allowing them to unleash a second round of forbidden spells. This meant that if the demon god's avatar appeared between the 3,040-minute mark, it would face a relentless barrage of 5 forbidden spells. Even if it emerged anytime between 60,180 minutes, it would still be met with at least one devastating blow. Of course, if Eunasiphis decided to take her time getting ready and delayed for over 3 hours, Chen Yu would simply direct the final forbidden spell to obliterate Heretic Kingdom's capital. The primal spirits began their preparations in sequence. Hu Tu, Xiao Yin, Xiao Feng, Xiaoan, and Xiao Guang. Each time a forbidden spell was initiated, a massive surge of elemental energy gathered. The overwhelming pressure was palpable to every magic user in Heretic Kingdom, even to the warriors. Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng's forbidden spells, in particular, triggered astonishing natural phenomena. Some contestants, however, paid no attention, continuing to slaughter the low-level monsters. To them, as long as they could earn points, life and death were irrelevant. The red pillar and the turbulent energy of the forbidden spells did not disrupt the battlefield. Monsters from the demon dragon faction and kingdom soldiers continued to fall in droves. Time passed, and about 30 minutes later, all the red pillars suddenly intertwined into one massive beam, identical to the one that had previously torn through the void during the demon god's avatar's arrival. The colossal red column descended precisely at the battlefield center, instantly reducing any nearby monsters and soldiers to dust. At that moment, all the contestants simultaneously ceased their attacks and retreated. Chen Yu watched with anticipation as the figure within the red column gradually became clearer. He glanced at the primal spirits holding their forbidden spells at the ready and declared, "Everyone, fireworks and salutes, let's give a warm welcome to our wealthy and generous old friend." A few seconds later, the massive pillar of crimson light suddenly dissipated. Whether it was the examinees hiding in the distance or the high-ranking officers of Heretic's royal city, all stared warily at the spot where the light had vanished. To their surprise, no grotesque demon emerged. Instead, a stunning human woman stepped out. Her deep burgundy wavy hair cascaded down past her shoulders, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an electrifying allure. She yawned lazily, exuding an irresistible, enchanting charm. Eunaxophis frowned slightly, thinking to herself, how unfortunate this trip was a waste. But wait, the lingering aura of abyssal divine power? That barbarian's avatar was destroyed? Such a potent sense of reality. This means that the human genius in this fabricated fragment hasn't been squandered by that fool. Ha ha ha, the abyss blesses me. She licked her lips, her expression brimming with anticipation. Oh, human geniuses with boundless potential. Come, worship the abyss with me. The abyss shall grant you a grand future and a brilliant destiny. Eunaxophis spread her arms wide, and deep crimson light radiated outward from her body. In an instant, the entire replica world was bathed in red, replacing all other colors. Every examinee within the replica, whether in Heretic's royal city or the ruins of other major cities, was inevitably engulfed by the crimson glow. The moment the light touched their minds, they were flooded with the murmurs of the abyssal deity and promises from the abyss. Power, wealth, influence, status. It seemed that as long as they nodded and agreed to join the abyss, their infinite desires could be fulfilled in an instant. How fortunate tens of thousands of talented professionals! With this endless influx of fresh blood, the abyss shall remain eternal and mighty. Astramic, that imbecile, is utterly unworthy of holding the position of abyssal deity. Only I truly understand the needs of the abyss. Only I am deserving of the abyss blessings. The abyss will forever remember my contributions, and I shall become its indispensable pillar of support. Eunaxophis' face flushed with excitement, a satisfied smile spreading across her lips. She looked as if she had just finished a rigorous workout, downed a steaming cup of fresh milk, and soaked in a warm bath, utterly content. Hey, I say, can you stop with the empty promises? Recruiting people without offering any tangible benefits? A voice interrupted Eunaxophis from her daydream of promotions and rewards. Annoyed, she turned around, glaring at the source of the voice. A young man was slowly approaching her, 5 tiny figures no larger than a palm floating beside him. Though these little figures seemed unimpressive at first glance, they radiated overwhelming elemental power capable of annihilating everything. It's you. Eunaxophis immediately recalled the fear buried deep within her heart. It was him, this very person who had once effortlessly shattered her faith. It was because of him that she witnessed the abyss' fragile side, inspiring her to single-handedly strengthen the power of the abyss with her grand vision. Indeed, it's me. Long time no see. How have you been? Chen Yu greeted her with a radiant smile, waving casually. Not bad. Eunaxophis' body stiffened as she forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. She could clearly sense 5 8th-tier elemental skills locked onto her. These forbidden spells were insignificant in front of her true form, but this time, she had only descended as a level 100 golden tier boss quality avatar, which couldn't withstand even one forbidden spell. Ahem, my pet abyss demon is about to give birth. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Haha, she let out a dry laugh. As the saying goes, a wise person avoids immediate danger. Or, more elegantly, one does not stand under a crumbling wall. From the moment she saw Chen Yu, Eunaxophis knew her recruitment plan had failed. The priority now was to preserve this avatar. While the plan to corrupt the human genius had fallen through, the abyssal divine energy used to construct the avatar had to be recovered. Otherwise, the loss would be too great. She began to retreat subtly, preparing to find a safe spot to connect with her true form and dismantle the avatar for recovery. Wait, Chen Yu's voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, 5 little elementals surrounded her tightly, their terrifying elemental nukes almost brushing against her face. My lord, is there something else you require? I will do my utmost to comply, Eunaxophis said, putting on a pitiful expression, her large, watery eyes looking innocently at Chen Yu. Unmoved by her act, Chen Yu simply stretched out his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together meaningfully. This isn't our first meeting. You know the rules. Of course I understand. Eunaxophis' lips twitched as she reluctantly tossed out a red, transparent crystal. Chen Yu caught it and examined its properties. Advanced Abyssal Mana Crystal. Quality, Legendary. Effect, Abyssal Mana Cap 48. Increasing the Abyssal Mana Cap? Not bad. Chen Yu's eyes lit up as he crushed the crystal. A red glow flowed into his body, and the boost it provided was even greater than that from defeating a fragment of the rending demon god. Suddenly, Chen Yu's expression darkened. Are you trying to shortchange me? Let me tell you, if I destroy this avatar of yours right now, I'd gain way more than this. Do it, take her down. Wait, let's talk this through. Feeling the volatile energy of the elemental nukes around her, Eunaxophis quickly forced a smile. How could I do that? That was just a sample, to see if it caught your interest. Oh, I see. Your stuff is pretty decent. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now, give me 1,000 or so of those, and I'll let you go. Hearing this, Eunaxophis remained silent, walking a short distance away from Chen Yu. She closed her eyes and tilted her head back. Take the avatar. Do whatever you want with it. What do you mean by that? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. Realizing her offer might have exceeded the value of this avatar, Chen Yu softened his tone. How many can you give? Name a number. 20 abyssal power crystals. That's the most I can provide, Unasi Fusey said hesitantly. Take her down. Chen Yu waved at the 5 little elementals. Wait. Unaxophis called out urgently, 50? I'll give you 50. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand. Reluctantly, Unaxophis retrieved a handful of crimson crystals from her belongings and handed them over. Chen Yu accepted the high-grade abyssal mana crystals and began crushing them one by one. With each use, the effectiveness of the crystals diminished, and only after exhausting all of them did his abyssal mana capacity barely reach 1,500 points. My lord, may I leave now? Unaxophis asked cautiously. Hold on, just a moment. Chen Yu returned to his camp, absorbed Delia and thousands of plant-based life forms into the supreme holy land, and then turned back to her. All right, you may go. Really? Unaxophis asked incredulously. Really? Chen Yu confirmed with a nod. Thank you, my lord. A glint of sly delight flashed in Unaxophis's eyes. In truth, the abyssal god power-formed avatar she handed over was worth far more than dozens of high-grade abyssal mana crystals. However, in her mind, she had managed to save herself a significant loss. Just as Unaxophis was reveling in the triumph of her trade and was about to take flight with her bat-like wings, Chen Yu gave a signal to the 5 small spirits. Ho-Tu pointed toward the retreating Unaxophis with a questioning look, silently asking if she would be affected. Xiao Guang lightly tapped Ho-Tu's armor with an enigmatic smile and mimed a chopping motion with her hand. Realization dawned on Ho-Tu as she saw Chen Yu give Xiao Guang a thumbs-up in approval. The primordial spirits exchanged knowing glances before unleashing their carefully prepared forbidden spells all at once. Light of Despair's End? Tornado Tempest. Atomic Solidification. Meteoric Firestorm. Final Equilibrium. In midair, Unaxophis suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Turning back, she saw Chen Yu gazing at her with an eerie calm, giving her a parting wave. Forcing a smile, she returned the gesture while silently cursing. Cursed human. I, Unaxophis, the demon of agony, swear that when the abyss grows strong enough to surpass the power behind you, I will make you taste true suffering. Relieved that she had at least preserved her avatar, unlike Estlamic, who had suffered a total loss, Unaxophis was just about to celebrate when a blinding, radiant light erupted in the sky, as if the midday sun had fallen to the earth. All living creatures were momentarily bathed in the overwhelming brilliance, only to lose their sight moments later. Then came the searing heat, like an inferno scorching everything in its path. In the midst of this pure light, a terrifying storm surged forth, sweeping every structure in the city of Heratic into the sky. The NPCs and the stranded candidates, still reeling from the blinding light and searing heat, were abruptly swept into the air by a violent hurricane. Suddenly, an invisible wave surged through the space, freezing everyone in place as though a pause button had been pressed. Their eyes turned vacant, their struggles ceased, and they appeared to await death with an eerie calm. The sky turned a deep blood red in an instant. On the distant horizon, countless fiery meteors tore through the heavens, crashing to the ground with deafening force. The earth quaked violently under the impact, as towering flames intertwined with the raging winds, forming fiery tornadoes that spiraled into the skies. Finally, a wave of gray energy swept across the entire area. All elemental forces, debris, and living beings were compressed into a nearly imperceptible singularity, which then vanished completely from the world. Within less than a minute, the once mighty city of Heratic was entirely obliterated, leaving not even a single fragment of stone behind. A few minutes later, Xiaoan and Ho-Tu arrived before Chen Yu. Xiaoan held an unrecognizable mass in his hands, while Ho-Tu carried a multicolored treasure chest. Teske, what a miserable sight, Chen Yu remarked, frowning at the indistinct mass. It had once been a captivating avatar of a demon god, now reduced to this pitiful state. After storing the remnants of the demon god and the treasure chest in the supreme sacred land, a series of notification sounds echoed in Chen Yu's mind, informing him that he had received a total reward of 750,000 examination points. At the same time, the system announced that the ultimate mission was complete and that the dungeon would undergo final settlement in 30 minutes. Meanwhile, those candidates who had fled early and taken refuge in the ruins of the main city received the same notification. In Barrier City, Su Miaoyue winced in pain as she rubbed her temples, while Lu Pingping lay on the ground nearby, giggling deliriously. Scattered across the ruins, other candidates lay in various states of disarray, all appearing to suffer similar effects. Not far away, Min Hongyi kicked aside a piece of iron armor and struggled to her feet. Ignoring her pounding headache, she hurried over to check on Li Wei, who was still inside the armor. After a round of teasing and banter, Min Hongyi raised a mechanical cannon and began pounding on Li Wei, who refused to reveal his true identity. All right, I'll tell you. Okay? Stop hitting me. Damn it, epic-grade equipment is expensive. Don't break it. Li Wei finally surrendered under the relentless barrage. The surviving candidates in the dungeon gathered their equipment and belongings, quietly awaiting the final results. 30 minutes later, the entire scene abruptly lost all color, transforming into a gray, pencil sketch-like image. The surrounding people and objects dissolved like bubbles, leaving behind only the desolate space of the dungeon. In front of each candidate appeared a glowing scroll, rapidly replaying all their actions within the dungeon. Beside the scroll, a string of bright red score numbers flickered continuously. Chen Yu glanced at his own replay, his mouth twitching slightly. It was nothing but scenes of him, bullying the little kids from start to finish, making him feel a bit embarrassed. The system's voice promptly announced, "Dungeon settlement begins." Instant score, 503W3251 including kills, missions, achievements, treasure hunting, etc. Performance score, 5000 perfect score. Survival score, 100 perfect score. After a brief calculation, a new notification appeared. Candidate Yun Chuan 32589, Chen Yu, your final ranking in this year's Gaokao competition is 000001. Congratulations on achieving the top position. As the announcement concluded, brilliant, multicolored fireworks erupted in the dim dungeon space. Following that, a series of settlement details for the class advancement task appeared. Gaokao Champion Task. Difficulty, Infernal. Completion level, Perfect. Achieved the highest score in history, 4 times ahead of the second place. Basic rewards. Level cap increased to 100. 2 skill slots. Eligibility to learn Tier 1 skills. Potential star rating unlocked. Base 2 stars. 1 star for race, 1 star for class. Class attribute, Vitality, 5. Additional rewards. Potential star rating 6. Class attribute, Vitality, 200. All max level beginner skills upgraded to Tier 1. Acquired legendary skill, Shared Will. Acquired mythical grade plant seed, Sword Intent Grass. Before Chen Yu could fully process this overwhelming string of rewards, his body began to radiate continuous golden light, signaling a series of level ups. Energy surged continuously from the experience pool, enveloping Chen Yu's body in streams of golden light. As the system's notifications echoed one after another, his level skyrocketed from 51 all the way to 70. When the golden light dissipated, Chen Yu's attribute panel revealed a dramatic transformation. Name, Chen Yu. Class, Cultivator. Mutation potential, 8 star. Level, 70. Base attributes enhanced significantly. Strength, 4112, 812 base, 1300 equipment, 2000 core method. Agility, 4063, 813 base, 1250 equipment, 2000 core method. Constitution, 4805, 1255 base, 1550 equipment, 2000 core method. Spirit, 4820, 1270 base, 1550 equipment, 2000 core method. Abyss mana, 1500. Vitality, 495, 365 base, 130 core method. In addition, he retained 800 unallocated attribute points and 21 skill points. Bonus attributes include 9 final damage and 5 damage reduction. His core talent, Absolute Reinforcement, was elevated to the supreme level, granting him the ability to absolutely enhance life, items, and skills. His class passive, Supreme Sacred Soil, advanced to LV2, allowing him not only to enhance cultivated plants, but also to designate 2 life-bound plants. He had already designated the World Tree and could now choose 1 more. His skills also received a comprehensive upgrade. Accelerated Growth Tier 1 LV1, consumes vitality to speed up plant growth. Plant Enhancement Tier 1 LV1, boosts all plant attributes by 100. Legendary Vitality Computation Tier 1 LV1, grants 2500 to all attributes and 130 vitality. Legendary Shared Essence Tier 1 LV1, links multiple entities to share life force. Supreme Abyssal Favor LV2, allows summoning of Abyssal Will twice. Mythic Embrace of the Abyss LV2, enables plants to undergo abyssal transformation and gain demonic skills. This job advancement brought a qualitative leap to Chen Yu's strength. The acquisition of the Shared Essence skill, in particular, provided him with a powerful survival mechanism. By linking himself to the World Tree, he could achieve near immortality. More importantly, surpassing level 50 meant his plant life forms would also experience a comprehensive enhancement in attributes and skills. First, there was the remarkable transformation of the plant-based life form Legion. Nourished by abundant resources, all 5,000 plant entities ascended to legendary quality, with their levels rising alongside Chen Yu to level 70. Their skill levels advanced rapidly, even surpassing Chen Yu's own skill mastery. This legion consisted of 3 main types of plant life forms. The thorn sprites displayed impressive balanced attributes, 4,700 points each in strength and agility, a staggering 5,500 points in constitution, 3,400 points in spirit, and 400 points in vitality. They wielded 4 primary skills: Thornbind, Ruthless Whiplash, Poison Spikes, and Flourishing Bloom, all reaching Tier 1, Level 5. The Lily sprites excelled in their spirit attribute, boasting an impressive 6,000 points, complemented by 4,300 points in strength and agility, 4,500 points in constitution, and 400 points in vitality. They mastered skills such as Toxic Fragrance, Gentle Aura, Lethal Kiss, and Death's Embrace, all also at Tier 1, Level 5. The Glutton sprites were renowned for their robust physiques, with 5,600 points in strength, 5,100 points in agility, and a formidable 6,200 points in constitution. While their spirit attribute was lower at 2,300 points, their vitality remained steady at 400 points. Their abilities included Gluttony, Rapid Digestion, Corrosive Acid, and Desire Trap, all reaching Tier 1, Level 5. Particularly notable were the Abyssal Thorn sprites. Their attributes were doubled, and they gained additional abyssal properties. Both strength and agility exceeded 10,000 points, constitution reached 10,500 points, spirit climbed to 6,400 points, and besides 400 vitality points, they also possessed 500 points of abyssal mana. Beyond their original skills, they acquired 2 unique abilities: Demonic Infusion and Abyssal Mana Extraction, granting them formidable combat enhancements and energy conversion capabilities. The centerpiece of this transformation, however, was the astounding growth of the primal spirits. Taking the example of the primal fire spirit, Xiao Yin, it ascended to 1-color mythic quality. At level 70, its attributes experienced a dramatic surge: 9,500 points in strength, agility, and constitution, a staggering 19,000 points in spirit, 800 points in vitality, and 80 points of fire essence. Xiao Yin retained its powerful innate talent for fire elementalization and its passive abilities as a primal fire spirit, while also mastering multiple forbidden level spells, including Inferno Sky, Apocalypse Judgment, Meteor Firestorm, Flame God Shield, and Thunder Fire Cataclysm. All primal spirits gained corresponding vitality attributes and elemental essence attributes, with each essence aligning with their respective elemental nature. This marked their entry into an entirely new realm of existence. The attribute of source energy indeed affects every aspect of forbidden spells, from their power and casting time to the control over the magic itself. As the fireworks marking the end of the dungeon settlement faded, the gray scene began to collapse, plunging into complete darkness. A few seconds later, a beam of light descended from above, and the surroundings were gradually filled with color again. Chen Yu realized he was back in the square where he had been before the ranking tournament began. Looking around, he was met with a scene of chaos. Most of the examinees were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. A few managed to stay on their feet, but their faces were pale, and they looked utterly drained. At that moment, a team of healers and clerics dressed in white robes hurried into the square. "Quickly, treat the examinees," one of them shouted, and a gentle white healing light enveloped the square. Many of the examinees' conditions visibly improved. However, Chen Yu soon noticed something unusual about these healers. Their eyes kept darting toward him. The female professionals, in particular, had unsettling, fervent expressions in their gaze. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Yu decided to return to his dormitory immediately and wait for the exam's teleportation array to activate. But just as he took a few steps, a cleric who had been watching him stepped into his path. She tightened the sash of her white robe, swaying slightly as she approached with a warm smile. "Student, you must have worked hard in the dungeon. Let me heal you," she offered gently. Thank you." Chen Yu hesitated but accepted this exam perk. After all, the other examinees were also receiving treatment, and these high-ranking healers charged a hefty fee outside of this setting. Still, the greedy glint in the cleric's eyes made him a little uneasy. "You're welcome," she replied as her hand rested on him, releasing a soft white glow. A warm sensation flowed into his body, bringing a wave of comfort. "How does that feel?" she asked with a cheerful smile, her hand sliding from his shoulder to his chest. "Not bad," Chen Yu replied with a nod, reluctantly admitting that it felt as good as a professional massage. At that moment, more healers started gathering around him, casting their spells one after another. It was then that Chen Yu realized something was wrong. They were healing others from a distance, but with him, they insisted on physical contact. Their actions grew increasingly inappropriate, and even more female professionals who had finished their treatments began approaching him with infatuated expressions. "Stop!" Chen Yu shouted, forcefully pushing away the women encircling him. "Thank you all for your help, but I'm already feeling much better. Please go assist others." With that, he turned and prepared to leave. The cleric quickly blocked his way and stuffed a piece of paper into his pocket. Seeing this, The other female professionals began hurriedly scribbling notes on scraps of paper. However, by the time they were ready to hand them to Chen Yu, he had already vanished without a trace. The atmosphere in the examination hall became unusually strange. Not only were the female participants gazing at Chen Yu with fervent admiration, but even the male participants couldn't hide their fanatical reverence for him. Back in the dormitory, Chen Yu quickly locked the door and immediately entered the supreme sacred land. A few primordial spirits surrounded him cheerfully, chattering excitedly as they showed off their newfound strength. Xiao Miao, who had been gravely injured, had also fully recovered after leveling up 20 times. Chen Yu encouraged the excited spirits one by one before shifting his attention to the towering world tree. The tree's height had grown beyond the limits of his vision, and its attributes and level could no longer be measured by conventional means. Yet, Chen Yu could clearly feel the ever-growing strength radiating from it. The ascension of the world tree brought about significant changes. Infinite absorption continuously absorbs spatial turbulence, chaotic energy, and various forms of energy as nourishment. Breath of life releases healing energy, prioritizing the master of the sacred land. Primordial mother nurtures corresponding primordial spirits based on the absorbed energy. Source of all laws creates law spirits based on the absorbed conceptual laws. Two additional unknown effects are still developing. This advancement granted the world tree the ability to nurture conceptual spirits. If primordial spirits represent the fundamental elements that construct a world, then law spirits govern the concepts of life, death, creation, destruction, and more. Elements are akin to the hardware of the world, while concepts function as its software. Beneath the world tree, Delia was kneeling devoutly, kissing its roots in reverence. When she noticed Chen Yu, she immediately shifted her worship to him, crawling closer while tearfully prostrating herself. Great Master, thank you for rescuing me from illusion and granting me a true life. Curious, Chen Yu asked about her feelings. As a character from a dungeon instance, Delia was supposed to exist like a two-dimensional figure in an animated world, incapable of independent existence in reality. If not for Chen Yu bringing her into the supreme sacred land, she would likely have been erased when the instance ended. Great Master, Delia prostrated once more. I feel indescribably wonderful, finally free from the prison of illusion and the shackles of my mission. I have gained reality and freedom. Would you like to see the outside world? Chen Yu asked, curious about how she would manifest in the real world. The outside world? Delia asked, puzzled. This is a world I created, Chen Yu explained. You may have already noticed that apart from me, no one else exists here. A world created by the Master? Delia murmured in awe. A flicker of shock flashed through Delia's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. In her heart, Chen Yu was an omnipotent being, and even creating a world seemed entirely within reason. Is the outside world the place where Master lives? Are there many beings as great as Master there? Delia asked cautiously, her voice tinged with a trace of timidity. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Though he didn't consider the term great to accurately describe himself, in terms of supreme talent, there were indeed few in this world who could compare to him. At that moment, Xiao Miao flapped its wings and flew over, casting a disdainful glance at Delia. You grub, you should understand that among countless worlds, Master is the greatest existence of all. The people in the outside world are nothing more than disgusting worms, just like you. All right, Xiao Miao, stop insulting her. From now on, she's one of your companions, Chen Yu said, lightly tapping Xiao Miao's head with his finger. Perhaps it was the influence of the aura of the supreme sacred soil, but Chen Yu sensed a unique connection forming between himself and Delia. This bond was as intimate as those he had with other plant-based life forms nurtured within the supreme sacred soil, second only to his bond with the world tree, his life-bound plant. Strictly speaking, Delia was a real entity cultivated by Chen Yu using an illusory seed within the supreme sacred soil. Aside from her human-like traits, she wasn't significantly different from legendary spirit beings. Come on, they'll take you to see the outside world, Chen Yu said, taking Delia's hand and leading her out of the supreme sacred soil. In an instant, Delia felt the surrounding world plunge into darkness. A terrifying pressure descended suddenly, as if it would crush her in the next moment. She wanted to scream, but discovered that she couldn't make even the faintest sound. Just as she thought she was about to be obliterated, a faint, hazy glow appeared around her, shielding her from the oppressive force. The overwhelming pressure surged like waves in a storm, but the glow stood firm like an unyielding reef, unmoved. This is the aura of that great land. The great Master is protecting me, Delia finally exhaled in relief. After traversing the endless darkness, a shimmering line of light appeared on the distant horizon. As they approached, it became clear that it was a river of mysterious, mirror-like radiance, with each fragment of light reflecting the myriad facets of existence. Before Delia could examine it closely, the white glow around her carried her upstream. After traveling an immeasurable distance, The glow enveloped her and plunged her into a stream of light within the river. In an instant, the river of light surged with colossal waves. The waves didn't crash down but coiled and twisted in midair, eventually forming a tributary that crossed an incomprehensible expanse before merging back into the main river. When Chen Yu returned to the dormitory room at the Yunchuan Examination Center in the Tenglong Empire, he suddenly felt his hand grow empty. Turning to look, he saw that while Delia was still beside him, her entire form had become translucent and was rapidly fading. She seemed to want to say something, but no sound came out. So there's still a problem after all, Chen Yu muttered with a frown. He was about to send her back to the supreme sacred soil, but found that he could no longer sense her presence. It was as though she were nothing more than an illusory projection. A few seconds later, the phantom image of Delia completely vanished, as if she had never existed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.